Chapter 1. Abandonment and Farewell. Ugh, I never anticipated that I would give birth to a child with such abysmally low combat power that a woman with a spiky, hedgehog-like tail cast a disdainful glance at the infant in her arms. Since it's so low, we might as well discard it outright to avoid embarrassment upon our return. After all, this is the offspring of a mid-tier warrior. It would be better not to have such descendants at all. A man with a flat-top hairstyle observed the child through a device on the woman's face, his expression mirroring her revulsion. Enough already. Don't you have a child of your own? Why must you use mine? The woman shot an impatient glare at the man. He shrugged indifferently, indicating that his own device had been damaged during the recent battle, prompting the woman to roll her eyes in silent exasperation. All right, we should head back to Vegeta soon. We've been out longer than intended, and if we don't return soon, King Vegeta and Lord Frieza will surely grow anxious. This mission has indeed taken quite a while. The man gestured for the woman to leave. Annoyed, the woman placed the child on a stone slab, then picked up the device, contemplating for a moment before tossing it beside the child, preparing to follow the man. After taking a few steps, she turned back to glance at the infant, sighing, "If only your combat power could reach at least 5, you don't even meet the standards of a low-class warrior. Well, as her mother, I shall feed you one last time before parting." Minutes later, she ultimately departed, albeit with a hint of reluctance, her final words echoing in the air. "Whether you live or perish is up to fate. Your name shall be Alice, and this is the last gift I can bestow upon you as your mother." With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. The little girl, witnessing her mother's departure, began to wail, as if pleading for her mother not to abandon her. Yet, the child's cries were ultimately powerless to retain her mother. Before long, 2 meteors streaked across the sky, signifying that the little girl's mother had completely forsaken her. Wah-ah! The girl's cries grew increasingly louder, and as her sorrow resonated, the ground began to tremble violently. The readings on the nearby device fluctuated erratically. 110, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The numbers continued to escalate, surging past 40,000 before gradually slowing down, finally oscillating between 44,444 and 44,445, as if the 2 digits were engaged in a relentless tug-of-war, neither willing to yield. During this period of contention, the device began to emit white smoke. Just before it extinguished, the numbers settled at 44445, rather than the fortuitous 44444 indeed, a cause for celebration. Had that woman lingered for just a few more minutes, her expression may have been quite different. On one hand, she despised the girl's combat power. Yet on the other, a tinge of reluctance lingered, though the disdain predominated. There was a semblance of maternal love, albeit scant. Perhaps this encapsulates the survival ethos of their kind, the supremacy of strength. Ahem, let us return our focus to the protagonist, shall we? Director, please shift the camera back. What interest lies in the girl with a tail compared to our main character? All right, let the narrative unfold. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries of the little girl, the planet itself could no longer withstand the surging energy, beginning to crack like a fragile glass orb. And then it exploded. Indeed, it detonated. Absurd, isn't it? The author finds it quite ludicrous as well. This celestial body teetered on the brink of total annihilation. The energy enveloping the little girl shielded her, perhaps a manifestation of her subconscious self-preservation mechanism. This force then propelled her into the cosmos. You inquire where she flew to? I have no inkling. Merely aimlessly drifting wherever proximity beckoned, wherever life lingered, she sought a caretaker, be it paternal or maternal. After an indeterminate duration, she crashed onto an unknown planet like a meteorite, soon to be discovered by a peculiar-looking individual, drawn by curiosity to assess the situation. Let us tentatively classify this being as human, despite its appearance. Its physique may bear resemblance to humanity, yet the head, quite unconventional indeed. Thus, the little girl successfully found her provider. When she was lifted, she was in a state of utter exhaustion. The oddly shaped human retrieved an unfamiliar fruit from its pack, scrutinizing both the girl and the fruit, scratching its head in contemplation. It then produced a porcelain vessel resembling a vase, placing the fruit within and gently shaking it. Next, it extracted a bowl and a spoon from the pack, pouring the concoction from the vessel, now transformed into juice. Lo and behold, the substance was a vibrant purple. This being fed the girl spoonful by spoonful, and she obediently consumed it, for she was genuinely famished, having drifted through space for so long. Her energy depleted. She had no room for picky preferences. Anything edible was a blessing. Once satiated, vitality returned to her, and she began to wiggle excitedly. The peculiar being, helpless against her exuberance, placed her back into the pack. Why does this scenario feel eerily familiar? Ah, how I feign forgetfulness. Thus, the little girl was carried back by this individual. Along the way, they encountered others who bore striking resemblance to the one carrying her, observing her with curiosity, much like spectators at a circus marveling at a monkey. In a certain sense, one might argue there was little distinction, for she too possessed a tail. But I digress, it felt akin to observing monkeys. Fortunately, the girl was still quite young otherwise. She might have leaped up to retaliate against her onlookers. In a rather uneventful manner, she returned to the dwelling of her caretaker, greeted with care rather than mere curiosity, and was gently placed on the ground. The little girl gazed around with curiosity, so engrossed in her exploration that she remained oblivious to the fact that she was floating. Yet, even if she had realized it, what difference would it make? After all, she was still young and naive. The man observed the floating child with intrigue, watching as she flitted about the room, chattering away without a care, as long as she didn't injure herself. Suddenly, it struck him that this little one seemed to have descended from the heavens. If she had fallen from such a great height and emerged unscathed, he felt no need to worry further. After all, he had his own tasks to attend to, primarily the gathering of sustenance in this vast world. The most pressing concern was to eat. Thus, the girl lived on this planet for 5 years. Yana, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? A petite figure of about 1 meter tall poked her head out from the room, her demeanor drooping as if she might wither away without food. Almost ready, little Alice. The man replied without turning his head. I know. Before she could finish her thought, a sudden wave of unease washed over her, as if something had slipped away from her grasp. Confusion clouded her mind, and tears inexplicably welled in her eyes. What's happening? How strange. Why'd I suddenly feel so sad and want to cry? Alice pondered aloud while wiping her tears. At that moment, Yana returned home and inquired curiously, What's wrong, Alice? Why are you crying? I don't know. It just happened. I feel so sad and want to cry, but I don't understand why. Alice replied, her tears still flowing. Yana fell silent, sensing the gravity of the moment. Then let your tears flow. You may not have this chance again. What do you mean? Alice asked, bewildered. It may be a connection tied to your bloodline. Such feelings can arise, Yana hinted, refraining from elaborating further. There was no need to spell it out for her. Alice could grasp the implication. Her parents, who had abandoned her, might have left this world not in the sense of forsaking her, but in a more profound way. Say she harbored resentment would be an understatement. She truly felt anger toward them. The desire to confront them, to demand answers for their abandonment, gnawed at her, yet she was at a loss as to where to begin her search. The universe was vast, and her abilities were limited. The quest to find her biological parents seemed almost insurmountable. Today, however, she had been told they were no longer present, leaving her with no one to voice her grievances. Perhaps she needed a place to cry freely. Once her tears had subsided, she looked at Yana, determination flickering in her eyes. Yana, I want to find them, even if that as she spoke. Her words faltered, for the man before her had nurtured her for 5 years, imparting to her an array of peculiar skills. Though these abilities were indeed extraordinary, such as teleportation, duplication, and healing, she wondered if she was being ungrateful for seeking her parents after all he had done for her. Yana smiled with a hint of resignation. No matter what, they are still your parents. When the time comes to seek them out, do so without hesitation. No need for second-guessing. Yes, I understand, but how do I even begin? Alice asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Yana pointed to a house not far away and remarked, inside, there's a flying vessel. Although it may be somewhat antiquated, it is still capable of accommodating passengers. Saying this, she returned indoors to gather her belongings, emerging after approximately an hour with an armful of items. Go ahead, there's no need to rush back, she said before retreating back inside. Alice was profoundly moved. She sensed that Yana's haste to return inside was an effort to shield her from witnessing any sorrow. Watching Yana's retreating figure, she silently vowed to return swiftly. With resolve, she set off towards the house Yana had indicated, laden with bags. Boom, boom, boom. The spacecraft gradually lifted off the ground, ascending into the sky until it vanished among the clouds. Inside, Yana watched the girl depart, murmuring to herself, her tone brimming with barely contained exuberance. Once you leave, don't come back, you violent girl. You eat far too much for me to afford. Farewell, and may we never meet again. I am finally liberated. Woe is me. If the girl had known that the seemingly reluctant Yana would express such sentiments, she might have been tempted to beat him senseless, placing Yana's life on the line as her guarantee. Inside the spacecraft, the girl gazed out into space. How beautiful, like a myriad of sparkling gems, she mused, unaware of how long she had been drifting through the cosmos. She peered out the window, her silence enveloping her. Why does that asteroid ahead seem so familiar? I feel as though I've seen it before, and not just once. 3,000 years later, am I not returning to a place I have been before? It looks so similar. The girl exclaimed in despair. Alice was indeed overwhelmed. The spacecraft was rather cramped, consisting solely of control room, a bedroom which could barely accommodate a bed, a small cabinet, and a restroom, and a storage room, leaving little else. The control room was the most spacious area, allowing for some movement. She had placed a sandbag there, which served as an outlet for her pent-up emotions. I'm starving. I must find a planet to land on and seek sustenance. Without hesitation, she began her search for a nearby planet to descend upon, intent on finding food and venting her frustrations through some skirmishes, remaining in this mode for the foreseeable future, occasionally commandeering other vessels along the way. Thus, she continued her aimless drift through the universe. When asked why she chose this path, she would insist that it was simply too entertaining to be lost. Not at all. She would stake Yana's life as a testament to that. Suddenly, Yana felt a chill run down his spine. Achu? No, wait, there's a murderous aura. Chapter 2. Lost on Earth. Alice now found herself in a state of intermittent hunger, her overall mental condition deteriorating. Though numerous planets have been encountered, not all provided edible fare, as some offered truly unpalatable offerings, such as explosive maggot stew and giant insect salads. What am I searching for? I deeply regret wanting to find those wretched parents. Yana, I long for your cooking, sighed Alice despondently, sprawled on the ground. Who would have imagined that this vast universe could be so bewildering? I found myself lost, unaware of which direction to take, simply drifting aimlessly until I could no longer find my way. A true misfortune. Alas, I can only take it one step at a time, or rather, one flight at a time. Alice expressed her resignation, comforting herself with this notion. Fortunately, during her travels, she managed to procure a plethora of items from the planets she visited, engaging in friendly albeit aggressive exchanges, acquiring many forms of everyday entertainment, most notably items to vent her emotions, such as punching bags. Of course, she also honed her survival skills, engaging in numerous fights. Initially, she would cower in fear, but as time passed, she became a formidable opponent, obliterating planets when sufficiently provoked. After all, she was no saint. Throughout this journey, she learned of many things, particularly the existence of ruthless extraterrestrials. The most notorious among them was the name of Frisia, the icy tyrant, and his minions. The mention of the Saiyan race was frequent. They were easily identifiable by their tails and the ability to transform into formidable beasts. Piecing together these clues and her own circumstances, she boldly deduced that she belonged to the Saiyan race spoken of in hushed tones. However, she later learned that this race had faced extinction over a decade ago, coinciding with the times when her emotions had spiraled out of control. Thus, she lamented, "What on earth am I searching for? Everyone is gone except for me." How utterly frustrating. Overwhelmed by the weight of this revelation, Alice vented her fury by obliterating the last punching bag. Alice thought, well, there goes my last outlet for frustration. I need to find someone to spar with. Oh no, I must destroy an irritating planet, otherwise I will burst. With determined resolve, Alice swiftly located the nearest small asteroid and piloted her ship toward it. After more than an hour, Alice arrived at the unfortunate planet. Perish! Galactic annihilation! She extended her arm forward, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy waves that wreaked havoc across the planet. Boom! Boom! Perish! As Alice unleashed her fury, ominous energy waves surged around her, crackling with erratic lightning, though she remained blissfully unaware of the chaos she was causing. Her pupils and hair shifted colors in a mesmerizing display. Yet, she eventually reigned in her overwhelming power. That feels so much better, she said, rejuvenated after her cathartic outburst. She boarded her ship to depart, but not before accidentally leaving behind an energy sphere powerful enough to obliterate the planet. Yet she could hardly fathom that she was on the verge of becoming the very speed Scion that had captured the hearts of many. The wonders of fate are indeed remarkable. Alas, I have unknowingly drifted through this vast universe for over a decade, Alice mused with a sense of resignation. After all, she had lost track of time during her prolonged wanderings, for in the cosmos, there exists neither day nor night, nor any sense of time, only an endless solitude, to which she had grown accustomed. She merely thought that a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Never did it occur to her how swiftly the moments had slipped away. As she prepared to embark on her next destination, 3 small spacecraft, resembling baseballs, zoomed past her with astonishing speed. In comparison, her own vessel seemed to crawl at a snail's pace. Fortunately, these three spherical ships merely brushed past her. Yet as they did, she sensed a familiar resonancy of feeling that emanated from the depths of her soul. This sensation compelled her to immediately turn and look. However, upon glancing back, the three spherical spacecraft had vanished without a trace. She helplessly felt that perhaps she had been overly anxious. The trio of vessels had directly soared towards the original position of the planet that Alice had obliterated. Prince Vegeta, the energy fluctuations here are consistent with the readings we have gathered over the years. A large bald man addressed a shorter individual who was none other than Vegeta himself. TSK, are we already too late? Vegeta replied irritably. So, Prince Vegeta, shall we pursue them? Nappa inquired. Forget it. We have our mission. There is no need to squander time in pursuit. This is not our primary objective. Nappa, Raditz, let us depart, Vegeta stated before boarding the spacecraft and taking off. Observing this, Nappa and Raditz followed suit and entered the ship as well. You may wonder how they are able to operate in space. Brother, do you think the oxygen apparatus on the spacecraft is merely for show? It's not that complicated to use. At this moment, our young Alice remained oblivious to the fact that she had become the focus of attention. After all, she had destroyed numerous planets, which indirectly impacted Frisia's planetary trading enterprise. In the eyes of these capitalists, disrupting their profits is akin to slaying their kin, is it not? Of course, even if Frisia were to come after her. It mattered little. After all, if he could not defeat her, she could simply flee. She was no hero. She was merely a delicate girl. And engaging in endless violence was hardly appealing, was it? After a moment of relaxation, Alice mused. A hot shower truly is a delightful indulgence. She then picked up a book and began to peruse its contents, filled with various gossip from the universe and character introductions. Regarding Frisia, his battle power of 530,000 must be somewhat concealed, otherwise, he would not hold dominion over this region. Feeling a tinge of curiosity, Alice murmured while gazing at an image of Frisia sitting in a baby carriage within the book. Subsequently, she placed the book on the shelf and approached a peculiar device. Stepping inside. Upon her entrance, the apparatus illuminated, suffused with an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. As she activated the device, an invisible force suddenly pinned her to the ground, rendering her immobile. Damn it, I must have carelessly set it too high, she gasped. Alice now finds herself immobilized by that overwhelming force, straining with all her might just to shift a mere centimeter. Is this the end? No, it cannot be. Alice continued to struggle, inching her way toward the control panel. Just a little closer, I must hold on. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. After much exertion, she managed to move a mere 3 centimeters. By this point, she was utterly drenched in blood. Had it not been for her healing ability, she would have likely perished long ago. During this harrowing ordeal, the immense pressure caused her to lose consciousness multiple times, each episode a journey through the realm of the dead, only to be forcibly revived by her healing magic. For 6 relentless days, she endured this oppressive force, repeating the cycle of movement, fainting, awakening, healing, and then resuming her arduous struggle. You may wonder why it took so long. Please understand, Alice had collapsed entirely. She needed to roll over, turn around, and crawl toward the control panel. This was already an impressive feat, especially considering that she was gradually adapting to the overwhelming pressure with each successive attempt. Without this adaptation, she would have succumbed long ago. On the 9th day of her strenuous crawling, she finally managed to prop herself up slightly, though she soon collapsed again. While she had reached the area beneath the control panel, the prospect of standing was daunting, if not for her remarkable physical resilience. She would have met her end on the very first day. It was her healing magic that played a pivotal role in her survival, honed through countless near-death experiences that rendered it almost instinctive. Had she not received timely treatment during her lapses into unconsciousness, she would have surely perished. On the 10th day, she finally managed to stand, albeit with great difficulty. Once upright, she focused on the shutdown button and promptly fell forward, fortuitously pressing it. A near miss, she gasped for breath. Lying on the ground, grateful to be alive. At this moment, she had truly reached her limits. Had she delayed the shutdown by even a day, she would have been lost. The intense pressure she endured over those days had left her bones shattered, her body in a state of complete disrepair. After resting for a while, Alice used her chin to inch her way outward, leaving behind a trail of crimson marks. Eventually, she reached a nearby table, bumping her head against its leg, dislodging items that fell to the floor. With her mouth, She grasped a small bag filled with a viscous green liquid, disregarding her appearance. She bit into it and drank ravenously, spilling the contents everywhere. After finishing one bag, she managed to sit up and grabbed another to drink. It took 3 bags before she could finally stand. I have survived. Now, I must eat something and tidy up. She approached a nearby cabinet and seized an unidentified piece of meat, consuming it raw without a second thought. The pressing urgency was to replenish her strength. Whether it was cooked or not mattered little to her. She had grown accustomed to such circumstances. Often, in moments of escape, she would grab anything edible and hastily devour it. In the face of danger, who could afford the luxury of enjoyment? It was a race against time to survive. After devouring the contents of the cabinet, she felt merely 3/4 full, a testament to her remarkable appetite. If not for her tenacity, she would not have elicited such eagerness from Yanaga for her to leave. The quantity she consumed could sustain a normal person for at least 10 days. Yet here she was, still feeling unsated, a true embodiment of a warrior spirit. With a determination to tidy up, she remarked on the disarray surrounding her, akin to the aftermath of a week's chaos. Is the gravity chamber truly this brutal? She mused, feeling a tinge of pride despite the bloodshed she had endured. After all, not everyone could withstand such a loss of blood. Once she had cleaned up, she proceeded to bathe. The Crimson King, she thought, admiring her reflection. Now this is what a true beauty looks like. How splendid I am. She reveled in her appearance, admiring the subtle contours of her abdomen. How can such breathtaking beauty exist in this world? With a playful kiss to her reflection, she continued to admire herself, touching this and that. Suddenly, she noticed a blue planet in the distance. Wow, it resembles a sapphire. However, it seems quite far away. At my current turtle-like pace, it would take at least 5 days to reach it. Perhaps I should first gauge my combat strength. If I'm too weak, I might be bullied. With that thought, she retrieved a device similar to the one used by Vegeta and pressed it against herself. The device emitted a series of beeps as numbers rapidly fluctuated, ultimately settling at 78 million. Encountering a formidable opponent should be manageable, she thought to herself. In a distant corner of the universe, on a small planet, a figure clad in King Kai's attire and sporting sunglasses suddenly sensed something amiss. With hands clasped behind his back, he paced anxiously in his little courtyard. What could this mean? I have no idea what this formidable being is doing here. This place lacks the abundance of strong warriors found elsewhere. The king of the realm was drenched in cold sweat from his worries. However, after a short while, that ominous presence vanished as if it had been merely an illusion. Could it have been a mere passerby? Ha 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 ha, it must have been. It nearly frightened me to death. I was truly being overly anxious. Ha 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 ha. The king of the realm, pondering some thought, began to chuckle again, eventually rolling on the ground, clutching his belly in laughter. Alice, with her characteristic nonchalance, is blissfully unaware of such matters. Even if she were to learn of them, it is unlikely she would concern herself. For who would find amusement in such trivialities? Chapter 3. The Rustic Maiden. Alice. A few days later, Alice finally arrived on Earth, having concealed her presence so adeptly that no one noticed her arrival. At this moment, she cloaked her essence to the extent of an infant. Though this was merely her own perception, Alice cautiously opened the spacecraft's hatch, gingerly extending a foot outside, mindful of the varying gravitational forces of each planet. However, in a moment of distraction, she tumbled unceremoniously from the vessel, which, rather thoughtfully, had closed its door behind her, as if she had been unceremoniously ejected from within. How utterly humiliating. Just as I was about to articulate my thoughts, I was captivated by the breathtaking scenery before me. It was exquisite. An unparalleled beauty unlike any other planet I had previously visited. The worlds I had explored were either barren rock or arid soil. And though I had occasionally encountered places of beauty, none could compare to the splendor of this one. Alice, much like the character Lu Lao venturing into the Grand View Garden, roamed about with unbridled curiosity, touching and examining everything in her vicinity. Gradually straying further from her original path, the spaceship lamented its misplaced trust. However, this locale was a secluded forest, rarely trodden by human feet, inhabited solely by wild beasts, which posed no threat to the vessel. What is this? A rather peculiar orb. Alice picked up the amber-hued orb, within which astonishingly resided a tiny crimson star. Alice curiously examined the small orb, touching it here and there. Finally, she retrieved a necklace made of pearls from her bag, disassembled it, and strung it along with the orb. She then adorned herself with this new creation and strolled to the edge of a small lake to admire her reflection. Hee hee. It truly suits me. I am indeed naturally beautiful, and anything I wear looks exquisite. After indulging in a moment of vanity, she resumed her aimless wandering. Gushi murmured, feeling a tinge of hunger. I should find something to eat. With that, she took flight. However, this sudden ascent did not go unnoticed by the inhabitants of the house suspended in midair. An elderly figure, green in hue and somewhat frail, emerged. He bore a pair of antenna-like horns on his forehead and was clad in a brilliant white garment emblazoned with the symbol of a deity. The energy emanating from him was formidable. Could it be Piccolo? Or perhaps Goku? No, this energy surpasses them both, he mused. God, is something amiss? Inquired a small, pitch-black figure dressed in a vest and a white hat, who approached the deity. Bobo, I sense an immensely powerful energy fluctuation, the deity responded. Is it Piccolo or Goku? Bobo asked, puzzled. Neither. It is a completely unfamiliar presence. Yet, without a doubt, this energy is more potent than theirs, although it manifested for but a fleeting moment. I have an unsettling premonition that its power exceeds that of any among us, the deity stated with gravity. Bobo felt a surge of anxiety. After all, if even the god deemed it stronger than divine strength, then it must indeed be formidable. We can only proceed cautiously. For now, it seems the source of that aura harbors no ill intent. The deity sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in thought. Hearing this, Bobo felt a measure of relief. After all, the deity was superior in certain respects. Although Bobo claimed to possess slightly greater strength, he was merely a servant. Phew, I hope my moment of excitement did not inadvertently reveal a hint of my own energy. Surely, it went unnoticed, at this level. They might just assume it to be the presence of some wild beast, Alice reassured herself. Half an hour later, Alice sat contentedly on the ground, patting her little belly. Beside her lay a colossal skeleton reminiscent of the dinosaurs often seen in Dragon Ball, ones that Goku and his family would frequently encounter. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she soared into the sky once more, flying towards the horizon. Ah, why does this Dragon Ball keep darting about? One moment here, the next there, and at such a rapid pace. A girl with turquoise hair exclaimed from her flying machine. Indeed, this turquoise-haired maiden was none other than Bulma, the renowned wife of Vegeta from the Dragon Ball universe. Bulma followed Alice as they traversed the skies, growing increasingly frustrated as she noticed that the Dragon Ball seemed to toy with her. Whenever she drew near, it would swiftly dart away, only to pause at a considerable distance, as if waiting for her. Infuriated, she thought to herself, I refuse to believe that you can shake me off. Let us see who prevails in this chase. Bulma steered her craft resolutely towards the direction of the elusive Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Alice descended in a deserted corner of the city, astonished by the apparent weakness of the planet's inhabitants. Even with her power suppressed to around 60, she still felt immensely superior to them. Alice let out a sigh, reflecting on how she had become accustomed to being pursued, feeling as though she were perpetually on edge. Yet, it was this very habit that had spared her from a grim fate. After all, her strategy was to taunt those she could vanquish, while engaging in a war of attrition with those slightly stronger than herself, confident that she would ultimately emerge victorious. However, should she provoke the wrong individual, well, they would certainly regret it. Ahem, I digress. Oh, how Alice truly adored this place, marveling at the myriad of things she had never encountered before. Though her exuberance drew the scrutiny and whispers of those around her, Alice expressed that she cared for those things. No, she is indifferent. Her sole concern lies in how to rationally acquire those items for herself, and nothing more. How she longs to pack everything away, yet what excuse could she possibly offer? If you inquire why she harbors such thoughts, it is simply because she has always been this way. On every planet, currency is not interchangeable. And what could be swifter than taking what one desires? Moreover, the individuals she has previously encountered have been quite unreasonable, thus providing her with ample justification for her actions. Just as she was contemplating how to seamlessly procure these possessions, she was halted by an individual. Indeed, it was Bulma, who had been pursuing the Dragon Balls, now standing breathlessly before her. Wait a moment, said Bulma. Alice looked at Bulma with a sense of bewilderment, pondering the reason behind her obstruction. However, recognizing her as a woman, she patiently awaited her next move. After a brief pause, Bulma introduced herself, saying, Hello, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bulma. Alice tilted her head slightly and gazed at her. Is there something on your mind? Bulma glanced at Alice and then cast her eyes upon the Dragon Ball pendant adorning her neck. Excuse me, madam. Might you be willing to part with that necklace you wear? Alice, filled with curiosity, coughed lightly and said, well, The bead around your neck is precisely what I've been searching for. Would you be willing to sell it to me? Bulma felt a bit flustered. After all, who would abruptly halt someone and then propose to purchase their belongings? It was rather forward, but for the sake of the Dragon Balls. She had to gather her courage and ask. This one? Alice pointed to the Dragon Ball hanging around Bulma's neck. Yes, that one. May I inquire if you would sell it to me? You can set the price. Bulma nodded eagerly. I found this by a small river in the forest. You expressed interest in buying it, but I have no idea what price to ask for, so you can decide. Alice straightforwardly left the matter of pricing to Bulma. Bulma felt a bit perplexed. After all, this item was unlike anything available on the market, devoid of a fixed price tag. Miss? This isn't quite the right place for a discussion. Shall we find somewhere else to talk? Bulma decided to invite Alice to her home, thinking that they could negotiate the price leisurely. After all, what need did the daughter of Capsule Corporation have for money? It was rather amusing. Thus, Bulma led Alice to an open area, during which Bulma noticed something intriguing. The girl before her seemed like a child filled with wonder, curiously touching and examining everything around her as if she had never encountered such things before. However, Bulma refrained from directly questioning her in such a public setting. Instead, she retrieved a capsule from her pocket and tossed it casually. With a pop, a vehicle materialized before them, startling Alice, who instinctively adopted a defensive stance. Bulma found the situation amusing. Fear not, this is not a weapon. It's merely a standard mode of transportation. After saying this, she opened the door for Alice, who, still somewhat bewildered, climbed inside, continuing her inquisitive exploration of the interior. How marvelous. Have you never seen anything like this? Bulma inquired. No, Alice replied honestly. That can't be right. While capsules may not be commonplace in every household, surely you must have seen them. And vehicles like this one are generally found in most homes, aren't they? Bulma questioned. Puzzled. I have never encountered such a piece of junk, aside from that capsule, Alice retorted. Alice responded candidly, for she had not spoken falsely. Throughout her years of wandering in the cosmos, she had encountered a myriad of peculiarities, yet never had she witnessed such a primitive level of technology. Primitive? Bulma exclaimed, abruptly halting in disbelief as she gazed at Alice. Indeed, primitive, Alice affirmed. Bulma felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. It was the first time she had ever heard someone label her family's creations as outdated. As Alice continued to speak, Bulma found herself lost in thought, the term outdated echoing incessantly in her mind. Eventually, she was unaware of how she managed to escort Alice back to the Capsule Corporation, only to find herself staring blankly at the girl before her when she regained her senses. Ahem, my apologies, I seem to have drifted off. By the way, I still do not know your name, Bulma said, feeling a twinge of awkwardness for having conversed so long without learning Alice's name. Alice, she coughed lightly. Allow me to introduce myself once more. Miss Alice, I am Bulma Briefs, the second daughter of Capsule Corporation. You may also call me Bulma. I shall remember you. Bulma, Alice replied with a warm smile. Bulma momentarily froze, captivated by Alice's gentle demeanor, as she had always been partial to beauty. Miss Alice, shall we step inside to converse? Bulma suggested, taking Alice's hand and guiding her into the house. During this time, Alice surveyed her surroundings, admiring the exquisite items on display. Truly fascinated by their beauty, she began to contemplate how she might acquire these treasures. Eventually, a bold idea formed in her mind, to claim this planet as her own, thereby making all these possessions hers. She found no disdain for the planet's primitive nature. It resonated with her desires. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. If this planet possessed such a splendid environment, yet remained technologically backward, why had no one laid claim to it? Something felt amiss. Just as Alice was deep in her musings, Bulma's voice snapped her back to reality. Miss Alice, we can now discuss the price of the orb. Bulma's tone shifted dramatically, taking on a serious demeanor. Surprised by this abrupt change, Alice responded accordingly. You may call me Alice. This orb was something I found. Since you, Bulma, desire it, please state your offer. If the price is agreeable, we can finalize the transaction. Bulma slowly extended 2 fingers. Alice tilted her head, and upon witnessing this, Bulma slowly extended a finger to form the shape of a 3. Alice frowned. Bulma sensed Alice's dissatisfaction with the price and tentatively remarked, if you're unhappy with the price, we can certainly negotiate further. Alice was perplexed. What do you mean? We are not sisters, and I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Are we not discussing the price? What does it imply when you extend a finger? Please do not underestimate my education level. Let us proceed with the price you mentioned. After all, I cannot decipher it anyway. It is best to leave it as such. Moreover, this item was found by me, so any amount I receive is profit. Is it not? I must admit, I am quite clever. Alice silently commended herself. After hearing this, Bulma also let out a sigh of relief. So our deal is struck. How shall we settle the payment? Will it be by check or bank transfer? Alice was somewhat bewildered after hearing this. What does it mean? Each word is comprehensible. Yet when strung together, it becomes utterly perplexing. Bulma, observing Alice's dazed expression, cautiously inquired, "Surely, you must have an account, right?" Alice, though perplexed, nodded in agreement. Bulma regarded Alice with a complex expression. After inquiring about Alice's circumstances, Bulma called her parents to assist in securing Alice's identification. Naturally, the details she relayed were fabricated. Thus, in a rather bewildering manner, Alice obtained her own identification on Earth. Alice was too indifferent to ponder over trivial matters. This was preferable, for it was certainly better than the days of incessantly wandering about as she once did. After all, who does not cherish a life of stability? Alice removed the necklace from around her neck and handed it to Bulma. Bulma accepted it and then took the Dragon Ball from it. However, she was also scrutinizing the pearls on the necklace. These pearls were unlike any she had encountered before, being of a rare variety that captivated her attention for a moment. Seeing that Bulma seemed quite interested in the pearls, Alice generously offered them to her. However, that simply would not do. I had merely purchased the pearls I desired. This necklace, I cannot accept, Bulma swiftly declined. Alice, I have plenty of these items, so I shall present one to you as a token of our meeting. Do not be hasty in your refusal. I have my own requests as well. What requests? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Could you assist me in procuring some books? The more, the better, for there is much I am unfamiliar with and wish to learn. Alice candidly extended her invitation. I thought it would be something more significant. As for books, I possess a multitude at home. Feel free to peruse them whenever you wish, Bulma replied directly, then continued to ask, Alice, have you trained in martial arts? It took considerable effort for me to catch up to you that day. Well, I know a bit, Alice confessed. That explains it. I wondered why you were so swift. Bulma remarked. Chapter 4. Settling at Bulma's home. So, do you wish to learn? No, I cannot endure that kind of atmosphere. By the way, are there many extraterrestrials like you? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Not at all. I lack their strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fled to Earth. Bulma, please keep this a secret for me. I beg you, Alice implored, her tone sweetened with a hint of charm. Bulma found it irresistible. It was too endearing. How could someone with such a beautiful face be so charming? It felt utterly unfair. Seeing her reaction, Alice realized she had successfully navigated this situation. In this unfamiliar place, having someone to rely on was immensely beneficial. From their previous conversations, she had gathered that this planet indeed had formidable beings, and Bulma's words suggested that she was one of them. Alice felt a surge of excitement. After all, engaging in combat with formidable opponents was the path to continuous improvement. However, she knew better than to reveal her eagerness just yet. Observing her surroundings was paramount, for the last thing she desired was to flee in embarrassment, despite her unapologetic nature. By the way, Bulma, what year is it now? It's the year 757 of the Age of the Dragon, Bulma replied. Why do you ask? Alice feigned sorrow, prompting Bulma to embrace her in a comforting gesture, unable to bear the sight of such beauty and distress. Unbeknownst to Bulma, however, Alice wore a sly expression of triumph beneath her facade. At this moment, one might ponder the existence of a Saiyans tail. Surely Bulma must have noticed it? Rest assured, for Alice had cleverly wrapped her tail around her waist and adorned it with decorative elements. Moreover, even without embellishments, her tail was concealed beneath her attire. She had heard many tales of the notorious reputation of Saiyans, and she had no desire to attract unwarranted attention from adversaries. Additionally, Alice had learned from Yanaga in her youth how to control the transformation triggered by gazing at the moon. By altering her magnetic field's fluctuations, she could prevent the transformation altogether. Even if she did transform, she would not succumb to irrationality. Alice, if you have nowhere to go, you are welcome to stay at my home. It's quite spacious, Bulma suggested. Is that really appropriate? Wouldn't it be too much of an imposition? Alice replied, feeling a hint of embarrassment, especially since she had somewhat manipulated Bulma into extending the invitation. Not at all. Besides, I have plenty of delightful treats and fun activities at home. Are you truly not interested in coming? Bulma pressed on. Very well then, Alice conceded. Upon hearing her agreement, Bulma eagerly took Alice by the hand, guiding her through various parts of her home. Ultimately, Alice found herself captivated by Bulma's library. Witnessing Alice's enchantment, Bulma decided to let her explore freely while she went to prepare a room for her and some sweet desserts. Alice approached a bookshelf, selected a book, and then settled into a nearby chair to immerse herself in its contents. Though it may have seemed somewhat impolite, she found herself completely captivated by the narrative. When Bulma returned, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Alice engrossed in her reading, illuminated by a beam of light. Reluctant to intrude, Bulma nonetheless guided Alice to the room she had prepared for her. "Thank you, Bulma," Alice replied, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they both busied themselves with their respective tasks. The following day, Bulma awoke to find Alice engaged in her morning exercise. "Good morning, Bulma," Alice greeted, rubbing her eyes. "Would you like to join me?" she invited. Bulma promptly declined, expressing her disinterest. Thus, Alice resided at Bulma's home for 3 months. "What's wrong, Alice? You seem rather downcast," Bulma inquired, observing Alice curled up on the sofa, puzzled by her typically exuberant friend's unusual demeanor. "Why, Bulma, I got fired today," Alice lamented, burying her face in Bulma's embrace. "That was my first job. Who would have thought that the girl who aimed to conquer Earth just 3 months ago would find herself in such a predicament? Fate can be quite capricious. Don't cry. Alice, you are truly remarkable. Losing you is a loss for that boss. There, I'll prepare something delicious for you shortly," Bulma reassured her forlorn friend. "I want vanilla pudding, pineapple buns, and milk," Alice whimpered, still nestled in Bulma's arms. All right, I'll get those for you," Bulma responded before heading off to gather the requested treats. Once Bulma had left, Alice's expression shifted dramatically as she muttered through clenched teeth, "Just you wait. If I don't dismantle your pathetic company tonight, I'm not a Saiyan." Under Bulma's attentive care, Alice gradually returned to her usual self. "Why does it feel like I'm the older one here?" "You're the one who is actually a year older than me," Bulma remarked with exasperation. "Humph. Others wish to care for me, but I haven't had the chance to let them. You should take joy in the fact that you can look after me," Alice replied, somewhat ambiguously. "By the way, I've fixed this for you. Would you like to take a look?" Bulma presented a device to Alice, revealing it to be the long-awaited detector. Alice promptly took the device and examined it, recalling how she had inadvertently damaged it during her initial visit to Earth. This gadget appeared remarkably advanced, and restoring it had required considerable effort on her part. Curiously, Bulma inquired, "What is this device?" "It's a detector," Alice responded. "It can measure an individual's combat power." However, she refrained from mentioning that the device could only reveal superficial combat strength and was ineffective against those capable of concealing their energy. "How fascinating. I must see what my power level is. After 3 months of rigorous training you've put me through, I am eager to discover my capabilities," Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "All right, let me check," Alice replied before pointing the device at Bulma. Beeping softly, the device displayed 30. "Only 30? Bulma remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice, as she had anticipated a more impressive result. With a hint of exasperation, Alice explained to Bulma, "You are now far superior to those ordinary individuals. Undoubtedly many times stronger than most. This is no exaggeration. When I first encountered you, your combat power was weaker than the dinosaur you devoured. Now, it is no hyperbole to assert that you could effortlessly slice that dinosaur into pieces." "Really? Then why have I struggled to master the technique you taught me?" "The flight maneuver?" Bulma's voice carried a touch of disappointment. She yearned to soar through the skies like her friends. At present, she could only manage to float. "Take your time. There's no rush." This time, it was Alice's turn to comfort Bulma. After all, each individual possesses distinct talents. Her intent in teaching Bulma was merely to equip her with some self-defense skills, not to transform her into an extraordinary fighter. "Let me check your combat power." "Perhaps not," Bulma replied. "Come on, let me see. Please, no? Obey me. Let me have a look." Reluctantly, Bulma snatched the scanner from Alice and, following Alice's earlier instructions, began to scan her. Beep, beep, beep 303. "How impressive," Bulma exclaimed, astonished. According to Alice's earlier explanation, a combat power of 30 could easily overpower the vast majority of people. Thus, Alice's 303 was a staggering figure, indicative of someone with the potential to dominate the world. Bulma suddenly thought of Goku and wondered who was stronger, Goku or Alice. "Alice, I want to introduce you to a friend of mine. He may be as powerful as you." Upon hearing this, Alice's interest was piqued. After all, her own combat power was estimated to be around 80 million. Since arriving on Earth, her mindset had significantly improved, leading to a substantial increase in her strength. Surely, if Bulma claimed that this friend was similarly strong, he must possess combat power close to 80 million as well, right? Of course, our Alice chose to conveniently overlook a few minor details. Bulma added, Goku might be slightly stronger than your 303. After all, I haven't witnessed your combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Alice instantly lost interest. What a disappointment, especially after her anticipation. Bulma, oblivious to Alice's subtle expression of dismay, continued to chatter away, and then, with great enthusiasm, suggested, how about we visit Goku's home? We'll go as soon as you master the flying technique. However, before she could finish her sentence, Alice tugged her towards the training room. 3 days later. Alice, I can't go on any longer, Bulma exclaimed. I truly believe you still have it in you. No, I really can't anymore. Alice is starting to act strangely, and she might even break down. Just hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Suddenly, Bulma could no longer endure and fainted. Alice, feeling helpless, lifted the disheveled and sweaty Bulma to take her to rest. Sigh, how long has it been? And she has already fainted. With that thought, she headed to the training ground to put away the equipment used moments ago. By the way, did anyone else mind wander? If so, please reflect in solitude. After enduring Alice's rigorous training, Bulma finally mastered the art of flight. For had she failed to do so, Alice's unpredictable reactions would have been too terrifying to contemplate. What could be more dreadful than this? Merely that in the span of these 3 short days, Alice found herself dismissed yet again, with Bulma unconscious. Alice felt no need for pretense, and she joyfully took a bath in the pool, gently grooming her poor tail. You've worked hard today, dear tail. Let your sister shower you with affection. After lavishing attention upon her tail, Alice, with a flushed complexion, leaned against the edge of the pool. Indeed, it seems that no matter how much she trains, her tail remains extraordinarily sensitive. But why is it that only my touch elicits such a response? Never mind. If it's beyond comprehension, it's best to set it aside. Rising, she dressed and left the pool gracefully. As she passed by Bulma's room, a sudden thought struck her, and she entered, phone in hand. Gently, she placed her left hand on Bulma's forehead, her palm radiating a soft white light. A few minutes later, Alice exited Bulma's room. Why does it feel like I've become foolish since coming to Earth? Why did I even mention the detector to her? Thankfully, memories can be altered. Otherwise, a myriad of troubles would await me. Yet, this method only allows for temporary modifications. Oh well, it suffices for now. At the very least, Alice returned to her room, murmuring to herself. She merely wished to live quietly, avoiding conflicts, yet she was unafraid of them. Should anyone dare to provoke her, they could only pray for their own survival. Otherwise, it would be their demise. That evening, Bulma awoke. Wow, Alice is truly strict, she thought, yet something felt amiss. Why was she striving so hard to master the art of flight? Bulma scratched her head, feeling somewhat anxious, but could not recall the reason. Nevertheless, becoming stronger was undeniably a good thing, right? Ultimately, she decided not to dwell on it. If she couldn't remember, there was no point in fretting. However, she was eager to test how long she could fly now. After all, flying in the sky was nothing like piloting a craft. Just as that thought crossed her mind, she began her flight attempts, suspecting that her forgotten memories might be related to the art of flight. Otherwise, why would Alice have suddenly become so strict? Thus, Bulma began to soar around her home. Yet, as she was still inexperienced, she inevitably bumped into things. Much to her mother's dismay and concern, Alice sat by the bedside, watching Bulma share her newfound treasure with her mother, eliciting a series of delightful giggles from her. This moment was quite heartwarming, yet it prompted Alice to consider her own pursuits. She realized that she could not forever rely on Bulma, lest she fall into indolence. With this thought in mind, Alice departed the house and drove towards the marketplace, for in search of employment, one must naturally venture into the bustling heart of commerce. As Alice drove with a carefree spirit, serenaded by music, she mused that life would be even more delightful if she were not frequently dismissed from her job. This time, amidst the throngs of people, she sensed a distinct aura emanating with far greater intensity than that of those around her. Intrigued, she slowed her vehicle and cast her gaze in the direction of the energy. There, she beheld a man clad in work attire, strolling down the street alongside her wife and child. He appeared quite robust, despite the considerable burden he bore in his hands. When Alice shifted her gaze towards the child, she was astonished to discover that this little one bore a tail just like her own. To her surprise, this planet also harbored descendants of the Saiyans. Consequently, Alice turned her attention to the man beside the child. He too appeared to be of Saiyan lineage. However, the absence of a tail raised questions had it been removed. Perhaps due to the detrimental effects associated with it? What of his wife? No, it could not be. Saiyans, regardless of circumstances, could not be so feeble. Surely, they should possess strength akin to that of the man. Was she, then, merely human? Alice continued to scrutinize the Sun family, her intense gaze causing them to turn and look at her. At that moment, Sun Wukong glanced at Alice. Though her aura was subdued, the instinct of a martial artist told him that this woman was a formidable opponent, possibly even stronger than himself. "Oh, I apologize. The child is simply too adorable." And I inadvertently stared. Alice fabricated a flimsy excuse. Chapter 5. Meeting the Sun family. Chi-Chi looked at Alice. "You are quite beautiful." "Thank you, you are lovely as well. These two must be your husband and child." "Your husband is quite handsome, and your child is incredibly adorable," Alice replied with a warm smile. Chi-Chi blushed, covering her face with her hands. "Beautiful, you say?" At that moment, Sun Wukong addressed Alice. "You must be a martial artist, right? While I cannot sense your chi, I can feel your strength." "Oh my, what a keen intuition. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Alice. By your definition, I suppose I could be considered a martial artist as well," Alice said as she stepped out of the vehicle. Upon hearing that the other party was also a practitioner, Sun Wukong felt a surge of enthusiasm, yet he was currently occupied with Chi-Chi and Gohan shopping, which left him with a sense of regret for not being able to spar with her. Chi-Chi, observing the sudden familiarity between the two, felt a twinge of jealousy and interjected, "Wukong, you are being somewhat rude. Miss Alice has introduced herself, and it is disrespectful not to return the courtesy." She then turned to Alice and introduced herself. "Hello, Miss Alice. I am Chi-Chi. You may call me Chi-Chi. This is my husband, Sun Wukong, and this is my son, Sun Gohan." Sun Wukong was taken aback by Chi-Chi's series of actions, but chose not to comment. "Just call me Alice. Formalities feel a bit strange." "So, Chi-Chi, where are you headed?" Alice inquired, her curiosity piqued, as their numerous bags suggested they were not local residents. Chi-Chi sighed. "Well, we are waiting for a bus." "A bus? You didn't drive here?" Alice asked, puzzled, unaware of the Sun family's financial struggles. Chi-Chi felt somewhat embarrassed by Alice's question and stammered, unsure of how to respond. After all, the family's expenses largely fell on her shoulders, while Sun Wukong, being obsessed with martial arts, could not settle down to work diligently. Although she did not oppose Wukong's dedication to martial arts, it was difficult not to envy other husbands who provided for their families and drove new cars. Her hopes now rested on Gohan, wishing he would not follow in his father's footsteps. Upon witnessing the situation, Alice promptly spoke up to alleviate the predicament for Kiki. "So, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you, as I have inadvertently delayed your journey." Kiki felt a twinge of embarrassment, but did not decline the offer. She graciously accepted, recognizing the kindness behind Alice's gesture. Alice stowed her current vehicle into the capsule and then switched to an off-road vehicle. After loading their belongings, they all boarded the car. "Where do you reside?" Bowsy Mountain inquired, her cheeks slightly flushed after speaking. Alice said nothing, merely smiling as she drove on, devoid of any disdain. After all, was she not also living under someone else's roof? Commonly known as relying on others for support. The little one should be about a year old, but in fact, is only a little over 6 months. Alice, which child, at just over 6 months, is as large as one who is 1 or 2 years old? Surely, they possess the bloodline of a Saiyan. In any case, it is of no concern. She had barely been born when she already destroyed a planet. A few hours later, Alice vowed that this was undoubtedly the longest drive she had ever undertaken. She decided not to torment Yin any further. After all, what could be done with his life at stake? It was likely that after such a prolonged sacrifice, he owed the King of Hell an unfathomable number of lives. Alice gazed thoughtfully at the modest dwelling that the family occupied, reflecting that even Bulma had provided her with a more spacious abode. However, before she could ponder further, Goku swiftly transported their belongings into the house and then leaped out of the window, landing directly before Alice. "Alice, let us engage in a battle," Goku exclaimed with eager anticipation. "Goku, how can you behave this way? Alice is our guest." Before Chi-Chi could finish her admonishment, Alice waved her hand, indicating that it was of no concern. "It is quite all right, Chi-Chi. In fact, I find Mr. Goku's spirited nature to be quite befitting of a warrior." Alice removed her coat and placed it in the car, then retrieved 2 bundles of yen and a string of pearls from her pocket, presenting them to Kiki. "Do not be hasty in your refusal, for in a certain sense, I share a connection with Mr. Sun Wukong. As for the nature of this connection, allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment. Without granting Kiki the opportunity to decline, Alice soared into the air. Kiki remained in a state of bewilderment. Grappling with the recent revelation, this newly acquainted Alice had ties to Wukong? What sort of ties? It did not seem to be of a romantic nature. Could it be familial? That did not seem plausible either, as she was well aware of Wukong's circumstances and found herself at a loss. Glancing at the yin in her hands, which were in denominations of 10,000, she quickly returned indoors to count the money, 2 million yen in total. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of happiness, Kiki was not driven by greed. Rather, she was contemplating the future for Gohan. After all, she was acutely aware of their family's financial situation, which was indeed quite precarious. Alice and Sun Wukong arrived at the ancestral battleground of the Dragon Ball world, a desolate and uninhabited wilderness. "This will do, Mr. Wukong," Alice declared as she came to a halt. Sun Wukong began to warm up, and once he had completed his preparations, he assumed a fighting stance, gazing intently at Alice. Although Alice made no immediate move, she felt an immense pressure. Distinctly different from the aura of someone like Piccolo, Sun Wukong launched a tentative attack, executing a high kick aimed at Alice's face, only for her to effortlessly block it with merely 2 fingers. "Mr. Wukong, I believe such tentative attacks are unnecessary. Let us be more direct," Alice asserted. Her intent unmistakable. She wanted Sun Wukong to unleash his full power. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong returned to his original position. "If that is the case, I shall take this seriously," he proclaimed, and with that, he began to unleash his energy. Hiya! In response, a torrent of terrifying white energy erupted around him. Alice observed with keen interest. "Here it comes." "Huh." Sun Wukong, having gathered his energy, charged towards Alice like an arrow released from a bow, throwing out several energy blasts as cover during his assault. A commendable attack, but it is futile against absolute strength, Alice thought, and with a swift instant teleportation, she appeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying far away, causing him to cough up blood. "Cough, cough, you truly are formidable." "Allow me to try this technique," Sun Wukong said, squatting down with his knees bent and placing his hands beside his right abdomen. Kamehameha. "Ha!" A wave of energy surged forth from his palms. A decent attack, but the wind-up is too lengthy. Alice casually released her own energy wave, effortlessly pushing his attack back. Do not question why. It is like using a nuclear bomb against a mosquito when an overwhelming power of over 80 million faces a mere few hundred. If I had not restrained my strength, do you think Sun Wukong could still stand here? Enough of this nonsense. Sun Wukong, witnessing his attack being repelled with such ease, gritted his teeth, striving to withstand the incoming force. However, his efforts proved to be insufficient. Ultimately, the energy erupted before him. "Cough, cough, cough. I have lost. But I did not expect you to be this strong, Alice." Alice remained silent, feeling that after encountering Sun Wukong, she had become somewhat peculiar. Readily admitting her martial prowess and agreeing to a duel with him. Was this man truly a source of mischief? Ultimately, she could only sigh, resigning herself to the notion that one must face adversities as they come. "Are you still able to move?" Alice inquired with concern. For it was her actions that had led to his current state. Showing a bit of care was only natural. Sun Wukong, feeling her support, remarked that he had thought he was on the brink of death. "Yet, you are indeed formidable. I was defeated in just one exchange," he added, scratching his head. "Every victory comes at the cost of life and death. Had I not been stronger, I would have long been a forgotten corpse in the wilderness." Alice shot him a disapproving glance, but nonetheless assisted him as they soared back. Upon their return, Chi-Chi had already prepared a meal. "Ah, you're back. Just in time. Dinner is ready. Go wash your hands so we can eat," she called out to them. At the mere mention of food, Sun Wukong sprang to life, dashing towards the dining table, only to be met with a piercing glare from Chi-Chi that sent him obediently to wash his hands. Alice felt that their way of interacting was quite pleasant, and she could not quite comprehend why she felt a tinge of envy. Perhaps it was due to her solitary existence. Witnessing such a warm scene, it seemed only natural to feel envious. After washing her hands, she took her seat at the dining table, clasping her hands together before her chest, and only then did she begin to eat. However, Sun Wukong paid no heed to such formalities. He sat down and dove into his meal with the fervor of a famished spirit. Observing Sun Wukong's hearty appetite ignited Alice's own hunger. Although the dishes before her were somewhat peculiar, featuring items such as lizard soup, fried scorpions, centipedes, and frogs, with the only relatively normal food being fish. Yet, these delicacies posed no challenge for Alice, who had experienced the culinary habits of various indigenous peoples from other planets. Chi-Chi, noticing Alice's delicate bites, assumed that she was unfamiliar with the food and looked at her with an apologetic expression. "I apologize, Alice. These are the only offerings we have here. It might be acceptable for acquaintances, but since you are newly acquainted with us, it may be challenging for you to enjoy such fare." Alice shook her head. "It's truly delicious. Kiki's culinary skills are exceptional. The reason I eat slowly is to savor every bite. After all, such delicacies cannot be found elsewhere." With that, Alice ladled a bowl of lizard soup from the pot and began to sip it leisurely, observing Alice's genuine enjoyment rather than a forced effort to comfort herself. Kiki felt relieved and then proceeded to serve some meat to Sun Wukong. Alice observed quietly, letting out a sigh. The genetics of Saiyans are indeed fascinating. They grow rapidly in their early years, then their height stagnates for a while, only to experience a remarkable growth spurt around the age of 20. Truly, they embody the essence of Saiyans. After feeding Gohan, Chi-Chi sat beside Alice and began to converse with her. "Alice, when you mentioned the connection with Goku, what did you mean?" Chi-Chi could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked directly, for without clarity on this matter, she doubted she would find peace that night. "This," Alice said, loosening her waist belt to reveal her tail. "You should be able to guess now." "A tail? You have a tail too?" Chi-Chi exclaimed in astonishment. The oblivious Goku glanced over at them, confused, before hastily swallowing his food and rushing to Alice's side. "Just like I did when I was young with Gohan. You have a tail. In a sense, we belong to the same race, and it is highly likely that we are among the last of our kind. There might be a few others, but as of now, I have encountered no one besides you." Alice fondly touched her tail. "What does that mean?" Chi-Chi inquired. "The literal meaning. I survived the annihilation of my race because I was abandoned as a child. As for your situation, I am uncertain," Alice replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi looked worriedly at Goku and Alice. Such revelations are difficult for anyone to accept. "Oh dear, Chi-Chi, don't wear that expression. Our race doesn't have a good reputation among others. After all, the deeds we have done could warrant a few deaths without much lament," Alice lamented, acknowledging the notorious reputation of the Saiyan race. Chi-Chi, though confused, appeared profoundly shocked. Of course, Alice had no intention of delving deeper into the explanation. They only needed to understand that she harbored no ill will. As for everything else, she was indifferent, feeling oddly out of sorts that day. Alice expressed her exasperation, as she was unable to directly alter their memories. After all, such an art requires the fulfillment of numerous conditions and cannot simply be changed at will. Subsequently, they veered away from the topic and engaged in conversation about other matters, for it was hardly an intriguing subject. Night. Alice lay on the lawn, gazing at the stars. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly leaped out from nowhere, exclaiming, "Alice, please teach me how to cultivate." Huh. Alice was thoroughly bewildered by Sun Wukong's cryptic remarks. Chapter 6. Discovering New Amusements. Alice was genuinely taken aback by Sun Wukong's proposal. Teaching him to cultivate. Surely this must be a jest. If instructing Bulma was already a daunting task, taking on another pupil was simply overwhelming, especially when she had no experience in teaching. Bulma was an exceptional case, after all. "Mr. Wukong, I am not particularly adept at teaching. While I could accompany you in your training, I feel unqualified to instruct you in any capacity," Alice demurred. Sun Wukong promptly rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Alice, pleading, "I beg of you, Alice." Alice felt somewhat embarrassed by Sun Wukong's earnest demeanor. Was that truly guidance? It seemed more like a disservice to the young. Observing Alice's silence, Sun Wukong prompted once more, "Alice, please." Alice ultimately sighed, and before Sun Wukong could finish his sentence, she stood up to assist him. "Let us discuss this matter tomorrow. After all, my training here is rather unsuitable. And I must also consult with Chi-Chi. Wouldn't you agree?" Sun Wukong, scratching his head and revealing his signature goofy smile, replied, "Very well then." He realized that he had yet to convey his original purpose, having completely forgotten about it amidst their conversation. How peculiar it was that his demeanor had shifted since encountering the endearing yet foolish Sun Wukong. It was quite bothersome. Additionally, he had been out for quite some time, and Bulma would surely be worried. Nonetheless, Alice turned to Sun Wukong and inquired, "Do you have a telephone at home?" "A telephone? Chi-Chi has one." "I will fetch it for you," he exclaimed before dashing back into the house to retrieve his phone. The whole scene felt rather chaotic. Yet it was a testament to the extraordinary nature of the individual before her. Before long, Sun Wukong emerged from the house, clutching an antiquated telephone in his hands. Alice felt that Goku's family was rather impoverished. However, it seemed excessive to be so constrained. After all, a single mobile phone was not excessively expensive. Yet, Alice refrained from voicing her thoughts as she recalled the Saiyans' prodigious appetites, which made everything somewhat comprehensible. She picked up the phone and directly dialed Bulma. Goku was quite taken aback to discover that Alice was on the line with Bulma, astonished that Alice not only knew her, but also resided in her household. After exchanging pleasantries with Bulma, she returned the phone to Goku. "Alice, you know Bulma? You live with her?" he inquired. "Well, we share a relationship that is both mentor and friend," Alice replied, placing a hand on her forehead. "You even teach her martial arts?" Goku asked, a hint of surprise in his voice, considering Bulma's lack of interest in combat. "I've taught her some self-defense techniques and aerial maneuvers, but that's about all I can impart. As I'm not particularly adept at teaching," Alice admitted with a tinge of resignation. "If you were to ask me about sparring, that is indeed something I excel at." "Is that so? Could you enlighten me about our race?" Goku expressed genuine curiosity. "Well, I don't possess extensive knowledge," Alice replied. "As I previously mentioned, I only know that our race is called Saiyans. In terms of appearance, we closely resemble humans, save for the presence of a tail. Moreover, I was abandoned at a young age, so this is all I have learned." After saying this, Alice pondered over her unexpected verbosity that day. "Is that so?" Goku responded, somewhat perplexed. "All right, let us rest. Tomorrow, I will take you to a place that should be suitable for you." With that, Alice produced a capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a thud, a tent materialized in the open space, and without a backward glance, Alice stepped inside. After freshening up, she lay in her sleeping bag, reflecting on her current state, relieved that she had not divulged too much, which was a small blessing amidst the misfortunes. Alice drifted off to sleep, lost in her thoughts. The following day arrived. Alice rose slowly from her slumber, stretching her limbs as she murmured, "Ah, what a splendid day it is, perfect for some mischief." After a brief period of leisurely movement, Alice packed away her tent and commenced her daily exercise routine. Alice commenced her weighted running around the vicinity of Baozi Mountain, and after a while, she encountered Sun Wukong. With a glint in her eye, Alice conceived a playful idea. She suppressed her breath and stealthily approached Sun Wukong from behind, erupting into a series of eerie, high-pitched giggles. "Oh, Sun Wukong, I feel so lonely. Come play with me." Startled, Sun Wukong felt goosebumps rise on his skin as he turned around stiffly, only to be met by Alice's ghastly visage, her pale face marred by tears of blood. It was a moment of shock. Turning around had been a mistake, for Alice's sudden, close presence startled him. Upon a closer look, he realized that this ghostly figure was none other than Alice herself. "Alice. Ha ha, how amusing. This is simply delightful. Ha ha ha, your expression just now is utterly hilarious." As she spoke, she imitated his startled face, and soon enough, the image replayed in her mind, sending her into another fit of laughter. "Stop laughing," Sun Wukong sighed, feeling rather helpless. He had indeed been taken aback. After all, who wouldn't he be frightened by such a close encounter? After a brief bout of laughter, Alice finally composed herself, clutching her stomach as she stood upright. All right, I shall cease my laughter, but I never anticipated that Mr. Wukong would be so easily frightened," she teased, gazing at Sun Wukong with a playful smirk. Sun Wukong pondered the shifting nature of her character. Just yesterday, she seemed quite normal. Yet today, she had adopted such a mischievous demeanor. Was scaring him truly so entertaining? It was a curious thought indeed. Alice paid no heed to Sun Wukong's emotional fluctuations, instead choosing to wash her face in the nearby brook. "By the way, Mr. Wukong, have you informed Chi-Chi about your intention to embark on your training?" Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly, his expression conveying a strong desire to set off immediately. Alice, upon observing his demeanor, discerned that he had undoubtedly only spoken to Kiki and had not secured her agreement. There was no need for speculation. It was quite evident that he had not. Although their time together had been brief, she could make a fair assessment. Nevertheless, Alice resolved not to concern herself with the matter, as it was not her affair. Her role was merely to escort Sun Wukong to her gravity chamber. There was no need to delve into unnecessary complications. Well, as long as it has been addressed. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning, and we shall depart in half an hour. Hurry and gather whatever you need. I lack the patience to wait, Alice remarked, glancing at the time before addressing Sun Wukong. Okay, Without hesitation, Sun Wukong summoned the Nimbus Cloud to carry him back. Alice watched as Sun Wukong hurried back to prepare, while she leaned against a nearby tree trunk, waiting for him. Chapter 7. First Experience in the Gravity Chamber. Alice waited for just a few minutes before Sun Wukong arrived, bringing nothing but a change of training attire. Alice, well, if I didn't bring any food, then so be it. After all, it is not I who will be hungry later, and I merely agreed to assist him in his training. How we train is ultimately my decision, is it not? Nevertheless, I still took the liberty of advising Sun Wukong, suggesting that it would be wise for him to bring along some provisions. Sun Wukong, scratching his head in response, remarked, when hunger strikes, I can simply catch something to eat. There is no need to complicate matters. Alice internally remarked, do you truly believe I would grant you the luxury of time to pursue that? Don't be absurd. By then, you may not even manage to escape the gravity chamber, let alone chase after it. Nevertheless, it matters little. It is his own negligence that has brought this upon him, and he has no one to blame but himself. Alice cast a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong before soaring in a specific direction. This direction led her to a gravity chamber that she had intentionally set aside for training, distinct from the gravity chamber of her own spaceship, which she would never dismantle. This was merely an auxiliary gravity chamber, one that could be detached, and it offered a maximum gravity of merely 1,000 times that of Earth. It was, at best, a transitional facility from her past, yet sufficient for Sun Wukong at present. As she traversed a particular valley, a figure clad in a purple training outfit witnessed Sun Wukong streaking past at astonishing speed, his face turning an irate shade of green. This irate individual was none other than the formidable Piccolo. However, Piccolo's attention was momentarily captivated by the woman flying ahead of Sun Wukong, not out of admiration, but rather due to the overwhelming aura emanating from Alice, one that surpassed even that of Sun Wukong. Piccolo's intense gaze did not go unnoticed by Alice. She instinctively followed the direction of his piercing stare. Alice overheard Piccolo murmuring, how intriguing. I never expected to encounter a Namekian on Earth. Although she was somewhat astonished to find a Namekian here, she chose not to dwell on it. For during her own cosmic wanderings, she had encountered several Namekians. Note, the Namekians Alice met were not the inhabitants of Namek itself, but those who had departed their original planet in search of more suitable places for habitation. What Alice remained unaware of was that her murmured words had been overheard by the keen-eared Piccolo. Naturally, the celestial being, far removed in the heavens, had also taken heed. Ah, so I am indeed a Namekian. That explains why I feel so distinct from others. The deity mused to himself while seated in contemplation. Half an hour later, Alice arrived at the gravity chamber's location, which was, to be precise, a modest little house. However, she did not hasten to enter, instead turning to glance back. After following me all this way, are you not going to reveal yourself? Sun Wukong also turned to look behind him, only to discover his old acquaintance, Piccolo. Ah, it's Piccolo. Are you here to challenge me again? Sun Wukong exclaimed with his usual nonchalance. After all, Piccolo was not merely an opponent, but a companion on their shared journey of growth, a rare individual who stood on par with him. In contrast to Sun Wukong's carefree demeanor, Piccolo remained vigilant, observing Alice. Is this the ally you have summoned, Sun Wukong? I never anticipated that you would enlist such a formidable partner to defeat me. Alice gazed at Piccolo in silence, yearning to express her disinterest in their grievances. However, she chose to remain mute, not wishing to become yet another person who answers every question. As for Alice, she is not my hired help. Rather, she has come to instruct me in my training. When it comes to defeating you, I prefer to rely on my own abilities, Sun Wukong declared to Piccolo. Humph. Piccolo scoffed at the absurdity of Sun Wukong's demeanor. Sun Wukong, let us engage in a contest. I wish to ascertain whether you have made any progress. If not, then your fate will be sealed by my hand. With that, he soared into the sky, followed closely by Sun Wukong. Alice observed as they ascended into the sky, engaging in a mock battle reminiscent of childhood games. Of course, this was merely her perspective, as her own combat prowess was on an entirely different plane. She then leaped onto a tree trunk, watching the clash between the two, seemingly having procured a bucket of popcorn from an unknown source. Left hook, right hook. Oh dear, that blow was comparable to a devastating strike. As Alice munched on her popcorn, she reveled in their duel. Look at the fervor with which they fight, she mused, particularly noting how Sun Wukong had even resorted to biting. Ultimately, the confrontation ended in a draw, both combatants collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted. Seeing them cease their skirmish, Alice felt a pang of impatience. Continue, won't you? Such a delightful spectacle is a rare occurrence. Hurry, I long to witness rivers of blood. Alas, her wishes remained unfulfilled as both men lay on the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, a whimsical idea struck her, to have them train together, interspersing their regimen with bouts of combat, justifying the skirmishes as assessments of their training progress. The more she contemplated it, the more feasible it seemed. Having settled on this notion, Alice approached the two and crouched beside them. You must be Piccolo, correct? Would you be interested in training alongside Mr. Wukong here? Piccolo regarded Alice in silence, and she remained patient, awaiting his response. However, during this interval, she accidentally let slip a hint of her formidable aura. Feeling the weight of her terrifying presence, Piccolo dared not breathe too loudly, fearful that this living embodiment of power might extinguish his life. He valued his existence greatly. However, the prospect of training under her guidance was not without merit, judging by the mere essence she had just revealed. Even 10 of his kind would likely not stand a chance against her. Thus, with a sense of resignation, he acquiesced to her proposal. Alice, upon seeing Piccolo's agreement, rose gracefully and cast 2 healing spells upon Sun Wukong and Piccolo, mending their battle wounds within mere minutes. All set, follow me, she announced cheerfully. Observing that they had nearly recovered, she soared back towards the gravity chamber, with Sun Wukong and Piccolo trailing closely behind her. Step inside. You shall be residing here for quite some time, Alice said with a beaming smile. Piccolo, sensing an ominous premonition from her smile, felt a twinge of unease. While the oblivious Sun Wukong was engrossed in examining the array of equipment, which was unlike anything he had encountered before, Alice pointed to several uniquely styled garments, indicating that they should don them. Do not worry, it is merely a training outfit, she said with a cheerful smile. Now, hurry and change. As Piccolo and Goku reached for the clothing, they were taken aback by its unexpected weight, at least 500 pounds. Fortunately, it was only twice as heavy as what they typically wore. Once they donned the outfits and emerged from the inner room, their slightly unsteady gait elicited a chuckle. Note, they were not utilizing their powers to support themselves. It was purely their physical strength. If they had employed their abilities, this weight would have posed no challenge. All right, handsome lads, now it's time to warm up. With that, she disregarded them and proceeded to exit the gravity chamber to activate the power switch, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Alice would not overly exert them at the outset. She merely increased the gravity to twice its normal level. Sun Wukong and Piccolo, still warming up, suddenly felt their bodies grow heavy and collapse to the ground, struggling immensely to rise. To their astonishment, they discovered they were unable to summon their strength. Alice, holding a small microphone, addressed the 2 individuals inside. Do not think of using your strength. The training suits I have provided for you have restrained all your power. You must rely solely on your own abilities. Now, let us continue with the warm-up. Once it concludes, things will not be so easy. After a few minutes, observing that they were able to move, Alice once again spoke into the microphone. It seems your warm-up is nearly complete. The training is about to commence. With that, she abruptly increased the gravity to 5 times its normal level. Caught off guard, the two fell once again. Chapter 8. The malevolent one Sun Wukong and Piccolo struggled to lift their heads and looked at Alice outside, casually enjoying popcorn while teasing them with playful hums. How utterly unfortunate for you, Mr. Wukong and Mr. Piccolo. Oh, by the way, dinner tonight consists of only 1 serving. How will you manage that? It appears one of you shall go hungry today. Watching Sun Wukong and Piccolo laboriously gaze her way, Alice felt an inexplicable thrill. Thus, she continued to stoke the flames. Additionally, I've decided that from now on, each meal will only be prepared for one. After all, only the victorious shall dine. Therefore, only one of you shall eat at each meal. So do your best. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Alice burst into laughter. It was simply too amusing. However, she suspected that if they continued this way, they might not even get a meal, so she slightly lowered the difficulty. Well, considering this is your first experience here, I shall reluctantly ease the challenge a bit. The winner will be the one who first touches the machine in front of you. With that, she resumed eating her popcorn, watching them struggle to crawl while cheering them on. When she grew tired, she produced a bottle of drink from seemingly nowhere and began to sip it eagerly. Piccolo, gritting his teeth, thought, that insufferable woman. Sun Wukong, witnessing Alice's antics, felt a strong disapproval, though he refrained from voicing it, as speaking was laborious and Piccolo had already pulled ahead by half his body. After what felt like an eternity of crawling, Piccolo reached the finish line first and provocatively stared at Sun Wukong. Ah, I actually lost, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Once the victor was determined, Alice deactivated the gravity device, allowing them to emerge. Oh dear, I apologize, Mr. Wukong. It seems you shall have to go hungry today. By the way, you cannot leave this place without my permission. So any hopes of finding food outside will also be in vain. Alice was acutely aware of Sun Wukong's ulterior motives. Thus she promptly severed any means of retreat. Allowing them unrestricted access would render the endeavor futile. Some may ponder why Alice's demeanor shifts so frequently. Those who question this might not comprehend that her current disposition reflects her true nature, while her previous behavior was merely a facade. Moreover, this temperament is indeed a significant improvement when juxtaposed with the brutality characteristic of Saiyans. Now, let us extend our congratulations to Mr. Piccolo for securing today's prize. Please, indulge in the fruits of your victory. With that, Alice retrieved a food container from a nearby shelf and presented it to Piccolo. Do not underestimate the modest appearance of this provision. The quantity is ample enough to sustain you through your upcoming training sessions. Now, I must attend to the preparations for our meals during this period. Do refrain from attempting to sneak away. Once you don this attire, it shall remain with you. Having said her piece, Alice departed. Piccolo glanced at the food and then at Sun Wukong, a smile creeping onto his face as he contemplated something. He turned to Sun Wukong and remarked, "If you were to plead with me, I might consider." Before Piccolo could finish his statement, Sun Wukong, with unabashed audacity, scrambled over, exclaiming, "Piccolo, share some with me. I promise to reciprocate next time. I implore you." Piccolo found himself momentarily speechless at Sun Wukong's brazen demeanor, which was rather embarrassing. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his discontent, for he would be training alongside this individual for a considerable duration. Moreover, after a mere half-day in training, he realized that it equated to what would have taken him a fortnight of arduous practice. If he were to spend more time with the one called Alice, would he not emerge even stronger? With this thought, Piccolo decided to share half of his food with Sun Wukong, recognizing that his own participation in this training was largely due to this fellow's influence. However, witnessing Sun Wukong devour the food without reservation stirred a sense of urgency within Piccolo. "You rascal, do not be greedy. That is mine." Alice, upon observing their interaction, felt satisfied and departed. After finishing their meal, they began to examine their belongings, discovering many unfamiliar items, some of which they could hardly lift without assistance. They soon realized that the food container they had just used was unusually heavy. Initially, they attributed this weight to their fatigue, but after resting, they found that the box must weigh at least 100 pounds. They dismissed the thought, as they often don garments weighing over 200 pounds. The following day, when they encountered Alice again, she presented a stark contrast to her previous appearance, donning a black training outfit. Her tail, rather than being adorned as before, was now boldly coiled around her waist. Bulma was taken aback by her tail. Although she had seen it previously, Alice had chosen to conceal it then, wary of potential threats to her kind on Earth. Today, however, Alice felt no need for pretense, as the effort had become exhausting. "All right, handsome lads. Today we shall engage in something different," she announced cheerfully. "Different?" The two inquired, puzzled. "Do you see that mountain ahead? Your objective today is to carry me to the summit. Quite simple, wouldn't you agree?" Alice smiled, yet Piccolo sensed the underlying complexity of the task. For such seemingly straightforward challenges often harbored complications, and the woman before them was dressed in a manner that suggested she was not there merely to enjoy herself. Alice settled herself upon a palanquin, the implication of which was unmistakable. She wished to be carried. "Your meal awaits atop the mountain," remarked Piccolo, who had anticipated this. He noted how Alice's weight caused the palanquin to sink slightly upon her ascent. One could only wonder how much she must weigh to have such an effect. Sun Wukong boasted that he alone could lift Alice to the summit. However, after straining for what felt like an eternity, he had barely managed to move a mere meter. Piccolo was astounded. Logically, no matter how heavy she was, it was inconceivable for Sun Wukong to be rendered incapable after such a short distance. Unless, Alice cast a glance at Piccolo, and with a knowing smile, she remarked, "Just as you might expect, aside from your physical prowess, you are unable to utilize any of your other abilities. Do you see this iron ring upon my tail? It weighs a staggering 2 tons. I have calculated that under the gravitational conditions present yesterday, you could barely manage to move such a weight. Yet here I am, effortlessly wearing it as if it were a mere leaf. What troubles you, Mr. Goku and Mr. Piccolo? Is it that you find yourselves at a loss? Or perhaps feeling somewhat inadequate?" Alice looked at the two of them with a teasing smile. Chapter 9. The Weary Duo. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Which woman are you calling insincere? I am Piccolo, the great demon king. How dare you question my integrity? His face turned an even deeper shade of green with anger. And he stormed over to Goku, exclaiming, "Move aside. Today, I shall make this woman understand the origin of my title." With that, Piccolo raised himself. Remarkably, his already green visage turned an even more vivid hue due to the effort of lifting the palanquin. Who would have thought that Mr. Piccolo possessed such strength? Alice languidly leaned against the armrest of the palanquin, mocking him. At that moment, Piccolo had no time for Alice's jests. He was truly in a predicament, forced to endure and keep moving. However, he was not faring much better, having only advanced an additional meter beyond Goku. Clap, clap, clap. As expected of the great demon king, managing to walk 2 meters. Bravo! Alice's childlike tone only fueled Piccolo's frustration. If glances could kill, Alice would have perished hundreds of times over. Nonetheless, Piccolo remained proud, for he had indeed taken 2 more steps than Goku. Of course, it was only by sheer will that he managed to do so, unlike Goku, who had simply dropped the palanquin after a single meter. After a brief respite, the 2 of them obediently hoisted the palanquin and continued their slow ascent up the mountain. Eventually, they reached a point halfway up, where they could no longer bear the weight, and had to set down the palanquin to rest. Goku flopped down, gasping for breath, while Piccolo leaned against a nearby tree. Panting heavily, Goku sat up, glanced at the mountain peak, then at Piccolo, and couldn't he help but chuckle. I never imagined I would feel this exhausted alongside you, Piccolo. Piccolo shot him a bewildered look. Instead of chatting, they should be resting. His gaze fell upon Alice, who, inexplicably, was now sipping red wine in the palanquin. Great, he thought. This made his situation even more unbearable. Here he was, toiling away to carry this insufferable woman, while she leisurely indulged herself. Alice expressed her helplessness, sitting on the palanquin, truly feeling the tedium of it all. At their current snail's pace, they likely wouldn't reach the summit until evening. After a brief respite, they commenced their arduous ascent. Alice basked in the gentle breeze, savoring her glass of red wine, thoroughly enjoying the moment. During her leisure, she unexpectedly produced a book and began to read. However, after a while, a sense of boredom crept in. The day had indeed been rather dull, devoid of any amusement. Initially, the sight of 2 individuals lifting themselves appeared quite intriguing, yet prolonged observation dulled its charm. Unbeknownst to her, Alice soon drifted into slumber, only to be roused by the dull thud of a heavy object striking the ground. Upon awakening, she found herself gazing at Sun Wukong and Piccolo sprawled on the floor in disarray. Alice, with a sense of resignation, rose to her feet. Glancing around, she realized they had reached the summit. Given their exhaustion, it was evident they had ascended in one relentless push without pause. Alice then retrieved a capsule from her pocket and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding pop, an array of food and beverages materialized in the clearing. Sun Wukong and Piccolo took a moment to catch their breath before diving into the feast. Their manners decidedly exuberant as they alternated between gnawing on large chunks of meat and sipping from the pot of soup. At times, their eagerness for the same piece of meat nearly led to a brawl, but it was clear they were engrossed in their culinary pursuits. Observing their voracious appetites, Alice discreetly produced a large jar of exceedingly spicy chili sauce and poured it into their soup. Once her mischief was accomplished, she retreated to a safe distance to watch the ensuing chaos. It wasn't long before she witnessed Sun Wukong, now breathless and searching for water, breath fire, while Piccolo, bewildered, drank the spiced soup without understanding its fiery nature. Alice, unable to contain her amusement, doubled over in laughter, rolling on the ground as the fiery duo, unable to retaliate against her, after all, they were no match for her, dashed to a nearby small lake to gulp down water. After a considerable time, they finally regained their composure, still puzzled by the intense heat of the chili sauce. When they turned back, they found Alice had been recording the entire spectacle. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Alice directed them to carry her down the mountain. The descent proved to be significantly swifter, requiring far less exertion than the ascent, especially with the absence of the blazing sun, making the journey considerably easier. Alice felt quite cheerful after witnessing the amusing antics of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, humming a tune as she went along. However, this predicament proved to be quite challenging for the duo carrying her, as her melodic cheerfulness was accompanied by an unrelenting sway to the rhythm of her song. Alice hummed softly before breaking into song, gradually captivated by your resplendent smile, Together we shatter the endless darkness, unperturbed by the pain. Hold my hand. As we first met, a cherished memory from childhood. Reflecting on that moment, the beauty remains unforgettable, a winding trajectory of light and shadow. Do you still remember him? There lingers a slight desire to look back. Though there are times of hesitation, love and courage persist within my heart, proudly battling to the end, never surrendering. As Alice sang, a sense of unease washed over her, for the atmosphere was eerily silent. Shouldn't this moment be filled with the usual banter between Sun Wukong and Piccolo? With a puzzled glance in their direction, she noted the children's unusual quietness. They were undoubtedly up to mischief. Nevertheless, she decided to spare them after a day of torment, planning to continue tomorrow. At that moment, Sun Wukong spoke up. "Hey, Alice. What was that lovely song you just sang? It was quite delightful." Alice teased, "Oh, Mr. Wukong, I didn't know you had a penchant for singing. How delightful. I assumed you were solely devoted to martial arts." Sun Wukong smiled bashfully, replying, "Well, Chi-Chi often sings, so I've heard a few tunes. I didn't realize, Mr. Wukong, that you were aware of Chi-Chi's fondness for music. Do you have any plans to take her to karaoke sometime?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was quite inept when it came to making money. He had attempted various jobs in the past, but could never focus enough to work diligently, often ruining relationships and causing Chi-Chi to receive reprimands from their employer. Now, he could only tend to the fields and hunt to supplement their household income, especially with a child to care for. Reflecting on this, Sun Wukong felt a deep sense of guilt towards Chi-Chi. However, the thought of abandoning his martial pursuits was inconceivable. Without formidable strength, he could not protect them, particularly given the many grudges he had accumulated in the past. Alice felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity upon witnessing such a version of Goku. However, her momentary surprise quickly faded as he returned to his usual carefree demeanor. Well, considering their shared experience of being abandoned by their parents, perhaps she could extend a bit of care towards him. Piccolo gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Goku, can you please lift yourself properly?" Goku replied, I apologize. 3 hours later, Goku and Piccolo lay on the ground like lifeless dogs, utterly unresponsive even with food placed before them. It seemed they were genuinely exhausted. Yet, the mere thought of the training they would undergo the following day brought a renewed sense of joy to Alice's heart. Chapter 10. Alice's terrifying combat power the following day. Upon awakening, Alice noticed that Sun Wukong appeared rather dispirited, and even Piccolo seemed to share a similar sentiment. What could be the cause of this? Alice gazed at the two with a perplexed expression. After all, it was only the third day. Piccolo and Sun Wukong regarded Alice with an exceedingly intricate gaze. Is it possible that we have only had 2 meals over the past couple of days? Alice rested her forehead against her hand, suddenly recalling that these 2 individuals were distinct from others. Their strength was formidable, yet their appetite was astonishingly immense. The food she consumed was primarily in concentrated forms, which made her appear to eat little. Furthermore, her training had diminished significantly, resulting in a relatively lower caloric expenditure. Missing a meal or 2 was of little consequence to her. However, for these 2, their consumption had indeed been substantial in recent days. Just yesterday, after finally enjoying a hearty meal, she had inadvertently spoiled it. Clearing her throat, she contemplated a change for today's training. She decided to postpone the gravity training for the time being. Very well, let us engage in practical combat training today. Upon hearing the mention of practical training, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with enthusiasm. Alice found it utterly impossible to compare the current Sun Wukong with his former self. It was simply too embarrassing to behold. Are you ready to battle, Alice? Sun Wukong excitedly inquired of Piccolo. Piccolo gazed at the seemingly foolish Sun Wukong, feeling a sense of embarrassment himself, for he had distinctly sensed Alice's unfathomable pressure the other day. However, he remained intrigued by the proposal. After all, the individual before him was his nominal master, although he scoffed at the notion of having a master. Since birth, he had been alone, navigating the world and honing his skills solely to defeat Sun Wukong. With these thoughts in mind, Piccolo turned his gaze toward Alice, conveying his unspoken agreement to the idea. Very well, if you wish to fight me, be prepared for the possibility of being slain by me, or worse yet, killing me, although I do not typically teach others. My current training regimen is derived from my own experiences and may indeed offer you some enhancement. Alice observed them speaking, but suddenly the atmosphere shifted. Since you wish to challenge me, as the one being challenged, I shall hold nothing back. On the battlefield, enemies will not spare you either. So, my little ants, shed your burdens and come forth to amuse me. With that, Alice soared into the sky and ventured into the distance. Sun Wukong and Piccolo, upon hearing her, also removed their cumbersome weighted clothing and quickly followed the direction in which Alice had departed. After an indeterminate flight, Alice landed on a deserted island, awaiting their arrival. A considerable time passed before Piccolo and Sun Wukong finally caught up. "You're so slow," she remarked, raising her hand to unleash a flurry of energy blasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blast whizzed past Sun Wukong and Piccolo, exploding in midair. Startled by this unexpected assault, they broke into a cold sweat, but swiftly regained their composure and landed deftly. "Welcome, challengers," Alice stated, her expression devoid of emotion. Although they appeared weak at present, she approached this battle with utmost seriousness. Sometimes, engaging in combat with those weaker can yield invaluable lessons. For the more vulnerable tend to be cautious and capable of executing astonishing maneuvers. While battles with the strong also impart wisdom, the insights gained are distinctly different. There is a saying that goes, "In poverty, tactics intertwine; in wealth, firepower dominates." Although not used in the same context, it conveys a similar sentiment. Thus she was resolute in treating this battle with the gravity it deserved. Seeing Alice's unusual demeanor, Sun Wukong and Piccolo grew serious as well. Having heard Alice state her intention to fight with a resolve to perish, they understood this encounter would not be a mere playful skirmish. They exchanged glances. Then both unleashed their energy, launching an attack towards Alice. As they approached, they suddenly veered off in opposite directions, intending to strike from different angles. However, to Alice, their intentions were glaringly obvious. Did they think to exploit such simple tactics to find a flaw? How naive, she mused before unleashing her own energy, sending them both crashing away. Ha 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 ha. Alice was engulfed in an overwhelming surge of power, her formidable combat strength exceeding 80 million. As her energy intensified, the ground and the surface of the sea began to tremble. Piccolo and Goku, witnessing this astonishing scene, swallowed hard in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? Is she even human? Piccolo's pupils quivered, as he felt a shiver of fear in the presence of such a terrifying aura. He then cast a glance at Goku, who was also drenched in cold sweat. Goku met Piccolo's gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two began to unleash energy waves towards Alice, yet their feeble attacks were effortlessly dissipated by the formidable aura surrounding her. Undeterred, they continued their assault, seeking a potential point of vulnerability. Alice's power continues to rise, as crackling lightning begins to surge all around her. Eventually, her strength seems to reach a critical point, gradually stabilizing. "Now, let the second dance commence, my little fish. Let the plot delight me. Ha 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 ha." With remarkable swiftness, Alice charged towards Sun Wukong, delivering a seemingly ordinary punch to his abdomen that sent him soaring through the air. However, a spatter of blood from Sun Wukong stained her attire, prompting Alice to click her tongue as she turned her gaze towards Piccolo. "Now it is your turn," she declared, raising her hand in a grasping motion to seize Piccolo from a distance, forcefully slamming him into the ground. "Ugh!" he exclaimed, spitting out blood. "Don't underestimate me, you scoundrel." With that, Piccolo unleashed a wave of energy directed at Alice. Alice gracefully turned to evade the attack, yet Piccolo revealed a smile. With a swift motion of his hand, he directed a beam of energy at an unusual angle, which curiously curved back toward her. This strike indeed made contact with Alice. Though it was merely a glancing blow, after all, she remained unscathed. Nevertheless, Alice found herself intrigued by the ability to manipulate energy. Throughout her encounters with foes, she had never faced anyone possessing such a skill. If wielded with precision, this technique could yield a stunning and unexpected offensive maneuver. "An impressive attack," Alice remarked as she instantaneously transported herself behind Piccolo, resting her head on his shoulder. "But that is all it amounts to, after all. That feeble strike felt like the mere sting of a mosquito. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Piccolo?" With that, Alice pressed her palm against Piccolo's lower back, unleashing a wave of energy that sent him flying. In the midst of Piccolo's flight, Goku, having returned, launched a powerful kick aimed directly at Alice's face. Alice, having evaded the attack, deftly seized Sun Wukong by the calf and, with a swift motion, slammed him to the ground before unleashing a surge of energy. However, this time, Sun Wukong had learned from his previous encounters. In the very moment he struck the ground, he bore the pain and retaliated with his own energy wave, propelling himself away and thus evading Alice's impending assault. Yet, Alice was not one to allow Sun Wukong to escape her onslaught so easily. In an instant, As he was propelled away, she utilized her teleportation ability to appear directly above him, delivering a powerful kick downwards. Once again, Sun Wukong found himself spitting blood. Chapter 11. The playful encounter. Alice ascended a short distance above Sun Wukong before descending heavily, repeating this action several times before finally ceasing. By this point, the spot where Sun Wukong had lain had transformed into a vast, deep pit. Alice soared into the sky, raising her hand to unleash another energy blast at Sun Wukong. However, her intentions were thwarted, as she was unaware that Piccolo had approached her from a short distance away. Alice teased Bic, "Is it your turn to take over now?" "Well, it matters not, even if it happens countless times. After all, an ant is merely an ant." Alice continued to hurl insults at Piccolo. However, at that moment, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity while Alice was distracted and swiftly delivered a kick to her. The impact was significant, as Alice had not anticipated it, causing her to crash to the ground. Piccolo, understanding Sun Wukong's intent, quickly followed up with a barrage of attacks, while Sun Wukong targeted Alice's position. Coughing, Alice managed to rise, leaning against a nearby rock, only to discover a trace of blood on her face. "Oh dear, I'm actually bleeding." Of course, this was a deliberate act on Alice's part. She was not ready for the amusement to end just yet. Subsequently, Alice raised her hand, pretending to grasp Sun Wukong, prompting Piccolo to attack. With her other hand, she mimicked the same gesture, ensnaring Piccolo as well. A mischievous smile crept across her face as she contemplated something wicked. She then slammed Piccolo and Sun Wukong face to face, witnessing their bewildered and terrified expressions. "Sun Wukong, don't turn away." But before Sun Wukong could react, their faces collided, lips brushing against one another. Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with rage. "Ah, you despicable woman! How could you make me face Sun Wukong?" Although the obscenities were unintelligible, their vulgarity was unmistakable. Ha ha, how amusing. This incident caused Piccolo to subconsciously forget Alice's combat prowess, recklessly charging at her. At that moment, Piccolo's strength surged dramatically, and Sun Wukong quickly followed suit in his offensive. Alice, no longer inclined to engage in a serious battle, had shifted her focus. She was now curious to see the limits of these two warriors. This would assist her in planning their future training. On a small island over 10 kilometers away from their battleground, the aftermath of their clash sent massive waves crashing, leaving the island's inhabitants in a state of panic as they gazed toward the source of the commotion. Three immensely powerful presences clashed in the distance, two emanating from Wukong and Piccolo, while the third was infinitely more formidable, yet unfamiliar. The turtle hermit spoke gravely. Klein, the little bald-headed boy, was already paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground. "Master Rashi, are Wukong and Piccolo teaming up against that person?" The turtle hermit nodded. It seems so. Given the situation, he hesitated before continuing. However, the fluctuations of that aura are so vast. If it genuinely wished to eliminate Sun Wukong and Piccolo, it could do so with ease. But, Klein interjected, "So, Wukong and Piccolo know that person and are sparring with them?" "Master Rashi, indeed, the energy of that individual has diminished, while the auras of Goku and Piccolo steadily grow stronger. Hence, I have reasonable suspicion that he is currently imparting techniques to them." Krillin interjects, "Master Rashi, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from further comments. It weighs heavily on my heart." Alice was merely evading their attacks, occasionally striking back, but little more. Sun Wukong and Piccolo discerned this pattern. As several minutes passed, Alice grew weary. After all, her taunts had little effect on these two. With that realization, she decided to cease her playful antics, having gleaned enough from the encounter. Continuing would only lead to tedium. Aside from the intriguing precision of her energy control, there was little else of interest. "Well, that's enough for today," Alice declared, casually rendering them incapable of further combat. The two could only collapse in exhaustion on the ground. Gasping for breath, "You seem like a different person," Sun Wukong remarked between breaths, to which Piccolo nodded in agreement. "It must be a side effect," he suggested. Alice, indifferent, responded, "Is that so? Nonetheless, you both are quite formidable. If I had not held back, neither of you would have laid a finger on me." "Formidable? In truth, I am hardly powerful. There are countless beings in the universe stronger than I. At best, I can barely ensure my own survival." Alice's words were indeed quite insightful. After all, the renowned cosmic Emperor Frisia was merely on the threshold of true strength. The genuine formidable beings do not exhibit their prowess as flamboyantly as Frisia does. Were it not for the backing of the god of destruction, Frisia would have long since been dealt with. Well then, let us take a moment to rest today. We shall resume gravity training once you have recuperated." With that, Alice soared into the sky, not sparing a glance at Goku and his companion. This time, Alice distinctly sensed her own limitations. According to the data from her detector, her maximum potential seemed capped at 90 million unless she discovered the key to breaking through her bottleneck. Without such a breakthrough, her life would remain stagnant. She had experienced the sensation of transcending limitations once in the vastness of space, but at that moment, she had paid it no heed, too consumed by her own frustrations. What exactly was that feeling? Alice felt she had overlooked something vital. Not long after Alice and her companions concluded their battle, Master Roshi and the others arrived at the location of Goku and his friend. "Goku, are you all right?" Master Roshi inquired with concern. Krillin hurried over to support Goku, who, despite his exhaustion, reassured them that he was fine and merely needed a bit of rest. Piccolo, however, ignored their exchange and took flight, as his constitution differed from Goku's, allowing him to recover much faster. He was not inclined to waste time. He had just sensed that Goku had grown stronger, and not by a small margin. He had to admit that Alice's gravity training was remarkably effective. In just 2 short days, Goku had made more progress than Piccolo had achieved over many years of training, and it was a significant enhancement indeed. Thus, he sought to have Alice guide him in his next phase of training, and he followed the direction in which Alice had flown. Chapter 12. The Trouble with Gluttony. After flying for a while, Piccolo spotted Alice leaning against a tree trunk. He could sense that she was seemingly waiting for him. No, she was indeed waiting for him. "You came? Did you know I would?" Piccolo asked her. "Yes. I felt the anxiety within you, especially after the competition. That sensation became increasingly pronounced," Alice replied. Upon hearing her words, Piccolo fell into deep contemplation. Was his anxiety truly that evident? "All right, follow me. As a reward for revealing an intriguing capability during our battle, I have something to show you." After speaking, Alice turned and ventured deep into the forest. Beak promptly followed, refraining from inquiring where Alice was leading him. He knew that simply following was the right course of action. To this day, Beak remained immensely grateful to Sun Wukong, for had he not been curious at that moment, he would never have met Alice. After walking for a while, Beak beheld a colossal spaceship, undoubtedly not of earthly origin. To draw a comparison, one might liken the technology of Earth to that of a novice just learning to walk, while the magnificent craft before him resembled an adept adult capable of sprinting. However, Beak chose not to ask questions, as these matters were Alice's to divulge. It is considered a grave transgression to pry into the secrets of others, especially those far more powerful than oneself. Alice led Beak to a peculiar pod. "What is this?" he inquired. "It is a cultivation chamber. You will reside within it henceforth, absorbing its contents. I sense that your body is quite incomplete, as if a whole being has been forcibly divided into 2, resulting in genetic deficiencies." "What do you mean?" Beak asked, astonished. "Literally. The fluid within was once left behind by an Namekian. Once you absorb it, it should restore a portion of what you are missing." Without waiting for Beak to respond, Alice unceremoniously placed him inside and activated the device. Thus, Beak was ensconced within, witnessing Alice initiate the mechanism, only to find numerous tubes affixed to various parts of his body. Alice observed as Beak was connected by tubes, which gradually began to flow with green and purple liquids. These substances slowly filled Beak's body. "I wonder how far you will grow now that you have rectified some of your deficiencies," Alice remarked with keen interest. Before commencing her own training, Alice activated the gravity chamber to its maximum capacity of 5,000 times Earth's gravity. Upon doing so, she found herself lying on the ground. But unlike the first time, she managed to rise with great difficulty. Was it still somewhat strenuous? Nevertheless, she could endure it. Days passed in this manner. After completing his absorption, the door of the incubation chamber opened, and Beak emerged, feeling significantly improved compared to before. According to Alice, this only partially rectified his deficiencies. If all flaws were to be corrected, what would that mean for him? As he pondered these thoughts, he realized he could not spot Alice. Beak surveyed the spaceship and proceeded in a particular direction, which led him to Alice's location. However, upon reaching the entrance of the gravity chamber, he glimpsed Alice through the window. Just as he was about to enter, Alice stopped him. If Beak were to step inside now, he would likely be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, for the gravity within was something she had endured and adapted to over a decade. Given that his current physique could barely withstand 5 times gravity, it was best he refrained. After a while, Alice emerged from the chamber. "I prevented you from entering for your own sake. Had you come in just now, you would have ended up as nothing more than a puddle. She explained to the perplexed Pick with a hint of exasperation. Alice asked Pick to pick up a towel to wipe off the sweat, and then inquired, "How do you feel?" Pick replied to Alice, "I feel more powerful now than ever before." "That's good. If you wish to train, you may return over there to continue. This place lacks the appropriate training equipment for you." Alice wiped the sweat from her brow while conversing with Pick, then picked up a glass filled with a cerulean liquid and took a sip. "What about you?" she inquired. "I'll come by in a couple of days." With that, their brief exchange came to an end, and Pick bid farewell to Alice before soaring back to the training grounds. A few days later, upon Alice's return, she was greeted by the sight of a house billowing black smoke. "Could someone elucidate what transpired?" she inquired. Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, "It was merely a mishap during my sparring match with Piccolo. My attack inadvertently struck this direction, resulting in the scene you now behold." "Impressive. I leave for just a few days, and you all commence demolishing the place, do you?" Alice exclaimed, her tone laced with mock disapproval. "Very well. Today, you shall don your training attire and frog hop up and down the mountain. You are not permitted to cease without my express permission." With that, she produced new training outfits and tossed them to the duo. Piccolo, feeling a bit sheepish, turned his gaze away. It was rather humiliating. Who would have imagined that the illustrious King Piccolo would be chastised due to this fool? Nevertheless, he remained silent, accepting the training outfit. However, upon holding it, he sensed something amiss. It felt lighter than the previous one. Though it bore a resemblance in weight to his usual training garb, once worn, it presented a different experience altogether. It still restricted his strength, yet he felt as though he had been rendered no different from an ordinary person, exceedingly feeble. Goodness, is this some sort of debilitating garment? Sun Wukong sensed the same peculiarities and turned to Alice, awaiting her explanation. "As you have inferred, this training outfit is fashioned from the material of a peculiar race I encountered in the cosmos. It serves as a prison garb, with special properties that can seal away power and render the body weak by numbing its nerves. I found it so fascinating that I decided to repurpose it into training attire." Alice provided a brief exposition, only to notice the curious glances exchanged between the two. "Why do you gaze at me? Off you go to train," she commanded. Sun Wukong, undeterred, pressed further. "Have you worn such training attire yourself?" "I donned it for a time," Alice responded, but soon discovered that once one's strength reaches a certain level, the material's efficacy wanes. "Why do you inquire about this?" Despite Alice's patience, seeing Sun Wukong's relentless determination to pry deeper ignited her ire. She brandished a whip and pursued the two, who were bound by the constraints of their training outfits, only able to yelp under her relentless strikes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. "Ah, Alice, I was wrong. Please, cease your pursuit," Sun Wukong cried out, panic-stricken. "Piccolo, say something." Piccolo, however, had other thoughts. "Piccolo declines communication and has blocked you." He expressed his own grievances, stating that he too was being punished. And it was all due to Sun Wukong's indulgence in her delectable vanilla pudding. "Big grudge bearer," Alice shouted. "Piccolo, Sun Wukong, do not flee. If I do not beat you into submission today, I shall share your surname." "Ah, I was wrong, Alice," Sun Wukong exclaimed in terror, casting a frightened glance at Alice, who resembled a vengeful specter. He sprinted away in sheer fright. Piccolo, witnessing Sun Wukong outpace him, gritted his teeth and accelerated, surmising that as long as he ran faster than Sun Wukong, he would be safe. Yet, hearing Sun Wukong's cries of distress only added to his cold sweat. Why? You may wonder, do they not utilize their powers to fly away? Do not jest. The limitations of this peculiar attire are no trivial matter. The fact that it can be fashioned into prison garb is not without reason, for it renders one utterly powerless. The ability to soar and run now is solely a result of the incessant provocations that Sun Wukong has inflicted upon Alice over the past 2 years. Why does he frequently irritate Alice, you ask? It is simply due to his insatiable appetite. Chapter 13. Farewell and the shocked Alice after a while. Alice ceased her pursuit and took a seat upon a stone, observing the grinning Sun Wukong and the banter exchanged with Piccolo, who shared a knowing smile. This sensation was rather pleasant. However, such a life was not what she desired. She had reached an impasse, her strength stagnant and barely progressing, with any potential advancement occurring at an agonizingly slow pace. Consequently, Alice began to feel a sense of urgency. She needed to seek out an opportunity for a breakthrough. Thus, she resolved to venture into the cosmos in search of the means to enhance her power. With her mind made up, Alice rose and shared her intentions with the two. This is all I can impart to you at this juncture. The path ahead lies in your hands. Moreover, you have already fully acclimated to the pressures of the fivefold gravity chamber from last year. I, too, must embark on my own journey. Sun Wukong inquired. Isn't there a variety of other gravity levels in that chamber? Alice felt a surge of anger at the thought and directed a barrage of words at Sun Wukong. How dare you bring this up? Have you forgotten who was responsible for damaging the gravity chamber in the first place? It would have been better if you had kept silent. For your mention of it only infuriates me further. Why not seek Bulma to repair it for you? Sun Wukong scratched his head in bewilderment. Alice gritted her teeth in frustration. Firstly, the materials from Earth failed to meet the required standards. Secondly, the internal structure of the machine could only withstand 5 times the force of gravity. Thirdly, this machine possesses a critical weak point, an extremely significant location that you, with your unerring precision, managed to strike. Sun Wukong wore an expression of deep remorse. Very well, it is what it is. I suppose I shall take my leave. Who knows when we shall meet again? With that, Alice slowly ascended into the sky, preparing to depart. Sun Wukong inquired, Aren't you going to bid farewell to Bulma? Alice, she had known all along, so let us part ways here. I hope that in the future, you will have the opportunity to compete with me. With that, Alice soared into the sky, her speed astonishing even to Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Alice arrived directly at the location of her spacecraft. Wow, it has grown so many flowers and plants on its exterior. It indeed possesses a certain charm, she mused, taking a deep breath before activating the ship. The spacecraft began to ascend gradually from the ground. As Alice observed the distance between herself and the Earth increasing, a myriad of emotions welled up within her. Just then, she spotted some familiar faces approaching the ship, preparing to take flight. They remained silent, merely gazing at the ascending vessel from afar. While Alice waved her hand in farewell from the window, the onlookers, particularly Sun Wukong, who had spent the longest time with Alice, felt a tinge of nostalgia as they watched her breach the atmosphere. Nearby, perched on a tree, Piccolo silently bid her farewell. His heart stirred as he watched the ship vanish from sight. Despite the frequent conflicts between Alice and Sun Wukong, often instigated by his insatiable appetite, he had to admit that these were the happiest days of his life. Ignoring the others, Piccolo turned away once the ship was no longer visible. After his departure, Sun Wukong glanced at Piccolo's previous spot, surprised to realize that he had also come. Bulma, curious, inquired, Wukong, what are you mumbling about? Sun Wukong chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. Just feeling a bit hungry and thinking about food. Haha. Bulma wore an expression that clearly indicated her prior knowledge of his antics. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, Alice sat in the cockpit, engrossed in a novel, her expression serious. What a dreadful story. How much do the protagonists disdain their original world? Must they venture into another realm? This alternate world is becoming a glitch. And what absurdity is this? Even after being reborn, they remain so foolish. No wonder they met their demise in the past. Did they not bring their brains back with them? It's utterly ridiculous. Why must there be all this romance? Could they not strive to become stronger first? Once they dominate the world, what could they possibly lack? Furthermore, why would someone wealthy and powerful feel compelled to appease a partner who does not love them? Ultimately, the wife and her lover conspire to abscond with all their wealth and then murder him. How utterly infuriating. And then, he is reborn again. What nonsensical tropes are these? Just like before, returning without any intellect. This marriage, which one cannot escape, is then used as an excuse to pursue other young women. All in the name of making the wife regret her choices. What kind of logic is that? Even if divorce is currently unattainable, legal recourse is an option. And as for these antagonists, with wealth and power at their disposal, they fail to utilize it. This is increasingly exasperating. Iris, in a huff, cast aside the novel in her hand. What nonsense is this? Although she did not consider herself particularly clever, she would never squander her time for cultivation on romantic entanglements. The protagonists in the story were enough to send shivers down her spine. Her mind was already rather feeble. If it were further dulled, what a calamity that would be. She resolutely decided against such thoughts. Love was far too terrifying. Better to focus on becoming stronger first. Alice envisioned herself triumphantly defeating the most powerful entity in the universe, a broad grin spreading across her face. Yet, she remained oblivious to the true identity of this cosmic champion, rendering their figure beneath her feet into a pixelated blur. Curiously, the obscured visage bore the words "the most powerful in the universe," though it was peculiar that this formidable being bore the silhouette of a cat. Meanwhile, a slumbering feline stirred slightly. Enough of this. It's time to train. With that declaration, Alice made her way to the gravity chamber. After a brief session, she emerged feeling vexed that the source of her irritation eluded her. Grabbing her gaming console, she began to play, only to abruptly cast it aside. Ah, how utterly frustrating. Alice paced back and forth inside the spacecraft, her small hands clasped behind her back, an inexplicable sense of foreboding weighing upon her. She decided to dismiss her troubling thoughts. After all, there was still over a month until they reached their next destination, so she might as well indulge in a deep slumber. Alice found herself at a loss, so she decided to abandon her thoughts and succumb to slumber. My dear, here I come, tranquil and serene. Thus, Alice meandered aimlessly aboard the spacecraft for an entire week. Ah, next time, I shall choose a more suitable vessel. This one possesses insufficient power, entirely unfit for a journey, only appropriate for moments of wandering astray. Alice languidly reclined in her seat, her gaze fixed ahead. At that moment, the control interface erupted with alarms. Warning! Warning! Obstruction detected ahead. Chapter 14. What have you done to me? Meteor field ahead. Alice was utterly bewildered. What on earth was this stroke of misfortune? She had merely expressed her inexplicable irritation, insisting that something significant was bound to transpire, and lo and behold, the event had indeed arrived. TSK, I shall abandon the automatic driving and take the wheel myself. Alice was frantically adjusting the various instruments on the control panel. Alert, alert. Severe impact detected on the right side, with damage assessed at 10%. Warning, warning. Energy levels have diminished by 30% due to interference from an unidentified magnetic field. Alice listened irritably to the piercing alarm, her frustration mounting. It was already unfortunate enough to be hurtling through space at high speed, only to be further plagued by some insidious magnetic field interference. To make matters worse, the spacecraft had sustained varying degrees of damage from the impact, truly a case of misfortune compounding upon misfortune, a hapless dandy caught in a deluge of calamity. Alice can now only focus entirely on piloting the spacecraft, striving to evade the massive asteroids that surround her. The density of the asteroids in this vicinity is so overwhelming that the ship's automated navigation system is utterly inadequate. After enduring over 3 hours of relentless asteroid assaults, she has finally emerged safely. I taply Lili, still unyielding, isn't it? This. Oh, let it all be over. I am exhausted. Alice gazed intently at a dark void not far ahead. After cursing fervently, Alice resolutely altered the trajectory of the spacecraft, fully aware that this was no trifling matter. She could distinctly sense the vessel being gradually drawn into the black hole's ominous grasp. Despair flooded her thoughts. Escaping the black hole's pull seemed increasingly improbable. Thus, there remained but one option: to board the escape pod and initiate an emergency evacuation. With this in mind, Alice hurriedly gathered her belongings, realizing at this critical moment how useful the capsule was. After stowing away provisions and essential items into the capsule, she raced toward the escape pod. Once inside, she swiftly pressed several buttons, her heart racing with fear. She had witnessed the horror of a black hole before. Once, she had seen a formidable adversary, who had pursued her relentlessly, meet a gruesome fate at the hands of the very black hole itself. Come on, start already, she urged, acutely aware that the spacecraft was being drawn towards the black hole at an alarming speed. Alice gazed at the long door before her, which would not open for at least another 5 seconds. At that moment, she dared not exit the escape pod, for the peril of being sucked into the void loomed large. It was not the act of being ejected that terrified her, but rather the grim reality that, in the vastness of space, she could not draw breath. After an agonizing 5 seconds of waiting, the door finally swung wide. Instantly, Alice thrust the escape pod's engines to their maximum power. With a thunderous roar, the pod launched from the spacecraft, gradually distancing itself from the gravitational pull. As the lengthy journey unfolded, Alice finally liberated herself from the specter of death. Alice, having exhausted her energy, succumbed to a deep slumber. The escape pod drifted aimlessly through the cosmos, and after Alice lost consciousness, the pod equipped her with various life-preserving devices before entering a standby mode. As its name suggests, the escape pod serves as an emergency refuge, yet it harbors a limited reserve of energy. Moreover, during the preceding escape from the black hole, its power resources had been nearly depleted, leaving it capable of only partially activating certain essential instruments. Alice had been in a deep slumber for an extended period, during which she experienced an elaborate dream. In her dream, she encountered an individual, a remarkably powerful figure, who was engaged in combat against many adversaries stronger than herself. Initially, this person adeptly navigated the battles, skillfully contending with their formidable opponents. However, as time progressed, the tide began to turn, and this individual gradually succumbed to the overwhelming onslaught of the group, ultimately exhausting all strength and meeting a tragic end at their hands. Yet, those adversaries fared little better, with only 2 or 3 remaining by the conclusion of the conflict. In the moments before this individual perished, they cast a glance toward Alice and uttered something, though alas, she could not discern the words spoken. As Alice was contemplating drawing closer, she was abruptly awakened by a sudden and intense tremor. Alice slowly opened her eyes and then suddenly stood up. Ouch, it hurts. Alice stepped out of the escape pod, cradling her head as she gazed at the unfamiliar planet before her. What is this place? She pondered. A look of bewilderment etched across her face as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon further inspection, she noted that the air quality was comparable to that of Earth, and the environment bore a striking resemblance to her home. However, the flora was sparse, with only a few meager trees dotting the landscape. After observing for a while, Alice turned to glance back at the escape pod, its wear and tear suggesting it had endured much more than just a brief period of distress. It was truly disconcerting. She had merely lost consciousness for a short while. Yet, the dream lingered vividly in her mind. In that dream, there was a figure with a tail and golden hair, exuding a terrifying aura, an overwhelming presence that felt powerful enough to instill despair, even in the realm of dreams. Alice bit her finger, convinced that the individual in question was undoubtedly a Saiyan. But why was he being hunted? Could it be related to the Saiyan heritage? She thought. I cannot dwell on this any longer. Pondering it further might lead to an overabundance of thoughts. Alice stormed out of the escape pod, her irritation palpable. The pod had become inoperable, and her foremost concern was to locate a new vessel and ascertain the duration of her unconsciousness. The information at hand was woefully insufficient. Gathering further details was imperative to facilitate future planning. However, after taking only a few steps, Alice felt a wave of weakness wash over her, causing her to stumble and collapse onto the ground. Damn it, how long have I truly been unconscious? Alice initially intended to retrieve the capsule, but after searching for an extended period, she was unable to locate it. With a sigh, she concluded that it must have fallen to another location during the escape pod's descent, or perhaps it had been damaged. In any case, an array of unfortunate events had transpired. Her body felt exceedingly weak. She had likely only survived the awakening due to the last remnants of supplies from the escape pod. Resigned, Alice picked some grass nearby and began to eat, knowing it was digestible. After consuming a substantial patch, she felt slightly revitalized. Before embarking on a quest for the spacecraft and information, she deemed it prudent to seek additional nourishment, as subsisting solely on grass was not a sustainable solution. However, the surroundings offered no signs of wildlife, and there was not even a lake in sight, let alone any other sources of food. Yet, fortune smiled upon her. Not far ahead stood a tree resembling a leaf, adorned with several fruits the size of human heads. Alice sighed. Perhaps this was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Yet, at present, she felt utterly feeble, incapable of soaring into the sky. Even her most proficient and fundamental healing spells eluded her grasp, leaving her barely able to walk. Alice could only helplessly sit on the ground, resting and awaiting the gradual recovery of her body. She had relied on the energy of the escape pod for survival over an extended period, yet this dependence had left her nerves severely numbed. There was no alternative. After all, escape pods were utilized only in dire circumstances, typically when one was gravely injured and in flight. The numbing of the nerves served as a means to ensure that the wounded could quietly accept treatment. Just as Alice sat in meditation, awaiting her restoration, a figure began to approach her slowly from behind. Chapter 15. The enthusiastic Namekian Alice heard a rustling sound behind her and swiftly turned around, only to find a figure that bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. A Namekian? As she observed this Namekian approaching her, she felt relieved that there was no trace of malevolence emanating from him. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to fear before even hearing the noise, especially considering her current weakened state. Are you all right? It seems you could use some assistance, the Namekian inquired cautiously. Alice wore an expression of exasperation. Do I appear to be in a particularly good state? Nevertheless, she patiently responded to the inquiry. Indeed, I do require a small favor from you, but rest assured, your assistance will not go unrewarded. The Namekian cautiously approached her and knelt beside her, saying, I sense that you are quite weakened at the moment. Allow me to assist you in recovering. though it may cause you some discomfort. Alice gazed at the Namekian, who was emanating a gentle energy from his hands, reminiscent of the healing spell she once wielded, yet she found herself unable to use it now. Alas, it was truly disheartening to feel so feeble, reduced to a state where even the simplest of healing spells eluded her grasp. Your body is quite peculiar. It is frail in many aspects, yet possesses an underlying strength. Such a contradiction. Currently, due to certain circumstances, I am unable to harness my powers. Alice felt a sense of helplessness as well. However, after receiving the Namekian's treatment, she was no longer in that half-alive state. Thank you, I am Alice. And you? She inquired. I am Dandy. He cheerfully introduced himself. Alice gazed at the unguarded Dandy, feeling somewhat speechless. After all, if she had truly wished to eliminate him, he would have long since ceased to exist. Dandy, seemingly aware of the unspoken thoughts reflected in her expression, proceeded to elucidate. I can sense your aura. It is remarkably pure, although there are traces of bloodshed within. I perceive no malevolent intent in you at this moment. Alice gazed at her with a hint of surprise, for such an ability was indeed remarkable. However, she was aware that encountering someone skilled in concealment could prove disadvantageous. Thus, she cautioned, at times, it is wise not to place excessive faith in one's abilities. After all, when faced with an adept practitioner of energy manipulation, such actions can be perilous. Upon concluding her words, she proceeded to demonstrate her point. Dandy looked at Alice in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Fortunately for you, you are encountering me as I am now. Had it been 2 years ago, you would likely have found yourself thoroughly plundered. Following this exchange with Alice, Dandy enthusiastically escorted her to their tribe for a tour. Alice felt a twinge of hesitation. Yet the warm enthusiasm radiating from Dandy made it difficult for her to refuse, and she ultimately acquiesced. Once Alice rose, she lifted Dandy into her arms, allowing her to indicate the way as she led her to their tribe. Upon arrival, Dandy eagerly introduced Alice to various aspects of their surroundings and presented her to her friends. The Namekians, upon hearing Dandy's introductions, responded with kindness, with some even offering food to Alice. This delighted her immensely, for she was genuinely hungry. The grass was hardly sufficient sustenance. As she savored the food, she observed the Namekians around her with great interest. Alice thought to herself, what truly simple-minded individuals they are. However, upon seeing the Namekian named Neru, she couldn't help but think that he bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. Neru, noticing Alice's gaze upon him, looked back at her with a hint of curiosity. Is something the matter, Miss Alice? He inquired. My apologies. You bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I know, which compelled me to take a closer look. Alice spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing that Alice had encountered other members of her race, Neru was equally astonished and inquired, Miss Alice, have you indeed met other Namekians? Alice nodded, acknowledging that she had indeed encountered them. It is true that she had seen them, yet in terms of presence, you are the most formidable among them. The other Namekians I have met either remain oblivious to their heritage or have allied themselves with other worlds. Neru expressed understanding, for he too had heard tales of the ancient history of Namek. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, they were invited inside by the Grand Elder. Alice gazed at the venerable elder seated before her, observing his frail appearance, which suggested he was nearing the end of his days. Yet, she could discern the remnants of a once mighty warrior within him, a formidable force that could rival her own strength, perhaps even surpass it. I am truly grateful that you brought Dandy back. This child often succumbs to playful whims and sneaks away. The elder spoke kindly, his words filled with appreciation. This made Alice blush, for she had initially intended to withdraw from such matters, yet it was Dandy's enthusiastic invitation that had drawn her in. Nevertheless, she responded with polite humility. Oh, it was indeed thanks to Dandy that I was able to recover so swiftly. After a brief exchange, she found herself becoming more familiar with the elder. Child, come here, he beckoned. Alice stepped forward, approaching the Grand Elder. Upon noticing her approach, the Grand Elder slowly raised his hand to gently caress Alice's small head. During this tender gesture, a soft radiance emanated from his hand. After a brief moment, he lowered his hand. Child, your talent is remarkable, the Grand Elder remarked with a warm smile. Alice was perplexed. What is this, Elder? The elder, with a hint of frailty in his voice, replied, cough, cough. I have merely helped you unlock a fraction of your potential, but your innate capabilities are remarkable. My efforts are but a mere embellishment. Do not be hasty in your rejection. My intentions are solely to foster a benevolent connection. I have a sense that, in the future, we may require your assistance. Feeling as though her strength had increased tenfold, Alice was engulfed by a surreal sensation. Was she dreaming? However, this fleeting thought dissipated swiftly, and she promptly responded to the elder. Rest assured, should the day arrive when you need my strength, I shall do my utmost. Alice assured him. Hearing her words, the elder smiled kindly, despite his cough. If such a day were to come, I would ensure it would not burden you. All I desire is for you to protect or escort a few Namekians, as preserving our lineage is of utmost importance. Indeed, you can count on me, elder. I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb your rest. With a respectful bow, she exited, eager to test her newfound abilities. Alice felt as though the shackles binding her were loosening after discovering her latent potential, and the enhancement of her strength seemed to come with newfound ease. It was indeed a miraculous power. However, she couldn't help but ponder, would there truly come a day when she could safeguard them? A sense of melancholy enveloped her. Alice flew to an open area, carefully surveying her surroundings to ensure there were no people nearby. She feared that if she lost control of her powers, she might inadvertently harm someone. Chapter 16. Transformation into Super Saiyan. Alice took a deep breath, her anger surging within her. At this moment, she yearned to gauge the extent of her power. With a resounding boom, her simple display of fury caused the very ground beneath her to tremble, while nearby stones began to defy the pull of gravity, floating into the air. The aura of Alice continuously ascended, a terrifying presence that even the distant Namekians could perceive. Truly, as a Saiyan, her astonishing growth rate left bystanders in awe. The Grand Elder slightly opened his eyes and gazed in Alice's direction with a sense of wonder. Grand Elder? Is this the aura of Sister Alice? How frightening! Dandy inquired beside the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder remained silent, calmly observing Alice's trajectory, as if he could see her through layers of barriers. However, Alice remained oblivious to this. At that moment, she was reveling in her newfound strength, a sensation that filled her heart with exquisite delight. As Alice continued to elevate her aura, the ground beneath her began to crack under the immense pressure of her burgeoning energy. This formidable force intoxicated Alice, compelling her to explore the boundaries of her newfound strength. In her exhilaration, she failed to notice that she had inadvertently unlocked an invisible restraint. Suddenly, a surge of electric energy enveloped her, and her hair began to shift between shades of yellow and black. Alice sensed her aura intensifying, and with her breakthrough, her excitement reached new heights. Ultimately, her hair transformed from black to a vibrant yellow-green, and her entire presence radiated the same hue. At this moment, Alice regained her composure. Gazing at her reflection, she hastily conjured an ice mirror to examine her transformation. What is this? Why has my hair changed color? This resembles the state of that figure from my dreams. Could it be a legacy? Having been abandoned in her youth, Alice was oblivious to the existence of Super Saiyans. Even had she not been forsaken, only a few were privy to such knowledge. As she contemplated her newfound power, an overwhelming sense of invincibility washed over her. A peculiar feeling of inflation surged within her, leaving her slightly disoriented. Although she tended to become somewhat arrogant in battle, this inexplicable self-assurance was disconcerting, as if it were an inherent trait. Quickly, Alice regained her focus. After all, she could manage during future confrontations. With this thought, she reverted to her usual state. Although the reason for her sudden change in color remained a mystery, she had indeed grown stronger. It seemed that this newfound power only manifested after the color change, and its consumption rate was significantly swifter than normal, but the trade-off was a remarkable enhancement. Contemplating this, Alice felt an exquisite joy. With this delightful sentiment, she returned to the location of Dandy. The elder sensed Alice's presence and warmly congratulated her. Child, cough, cough. Congratulations on your newfound strength, cough, cough. Elder, your condition. Alice noted the elder's increasingly frail state, feeling a pang of discomfort. After all, when she first arrived, the elder had not appeared so weakened. It seemed that her potential had been unlocked at the cost of the elder's vitality. Seeing Alice's guilt, the elder smiled gently, reassuring her, "Do not blame yourself, child. This is merely the natural progression of life. All beings in the universe must undergo this rite of passage." "Thank you, elder." The elder, observing Alice's sincerity, affectionately ruffled her hair. Thus, Alice spent some time living in this place. "Little Dandy, look what your sister has brought for you." Alice bent forward with her hands concealed behind her back, gazing at Dandy. Dandy inquired, "Is it candy?" Alice sighed in disappointment. Alas, little Dandy has become quite astute. "Hasn't he?" Dandy replied, "I can smell something." Alice felt a sense of helplessness. This little creature indeed had an extraordinarily keen nose. As for the presence of candy, it was due to Alice discovering several capsules in which she had stored her belongings, and these sweets were among them. The only solace she found was that her most treasured possessions remained intact. The items lost were merely superfluous. Nevertheless, what Alice lamented the most was the absence of food. Reflecting on this, she found herself yearning for the culinary delights of Earth. Although returning to Earth was merely a matter of instantaneous travel, she was not yet inclined to make that journey. Now that she learned there were Dragon Balls present in this realm, possessing powers far superior to those on Earth, Alice resolved to explore whether the Namekian Dragon Balls could grant her the wish to breathe freely in the vastness of space. After all, the inability to breathe in the cosmos was a fatal flaw. While she could temporarily sustain herself by enveloping her body in energy, that was only a stopgap measure. Encasing oneself in energy was akin to holding one's breath, yet it differed significantly. This method merely converted one's own energy into oxygen. Once her strength was depleted, it would become a life-threatening predicament. Thus, she aspired to wish upon the Namekian Dragon Balls for the ability to move freely in the universe, even if only for an extended duration. Alice shook her head, dispelling the irrelevant thoughts that lingered in her mind. Alice now resides with the simple yet endearing Namekians, sharing their daily life, though it is not in the truest sense of the phrase. She possesses her own room here. During her time on Namek, Alice and Dandy have delved into the art of healing, for her own abilities in this regard could only be described as rudimentary. In the face of severe injuries, her skills would prove insufficient. However, Alice cannot help but admire little Dandy. His healing prowess is remarkable, and it is no exaggeration to assert that as long as one is alive, Dandy can restore them. Alice's own healing skills have improved slightly, allowing her to respond more effectively, although her innate talents do not lie in this area. Just as Alice was immersed in her studies, Neru approached her. "Alice," he said, "the elder wishes to see you." Alice: "All right, I will head over immediately." After informing Dandy, I set off with Nairu to find the elder. On our way, Nairu engaged Alice in a conversation regarding cultivation, for among all those he has encountered, Alice stands as the most formidable. "If only I could be as strong as you, Alice," Nairu mused. "Then I would be capable of safeguarding my kin in times of peril." Nairu had once believed himself to be quite powerful, yet now he recognized the disparity. From Alice, he learned that within the cosmos exist numerous formidable entities, capable of even driving Alice to flee. Alice smiled at him, saying, "It is truly wonderful to possess something worth protecting. I must admit, at times I find myself envious of you, for you have those you cherish and wish to safeguard. As for me, I am currently at a loss regarding what I hold dear or desire to defend. Wherever I go, I merely observe or bear witness to events unfolding. Perhaps this is the price one pays for the acquisition of great strength." After Alice finished speaking, she tossed a necklace to Neru. The necklace was composed of interconnected beast fangs, with a green gemstone at its center. This trinket was something I had inadvertently acquired in the cosmos. It had once brought me good fortune and saved me on several occasions. Now, I bestow it upon you, hoping it will grant you what you desire. Neru gazed at the necklace in astonishment, but expressed her gratitude to Alice, for such an item must hold profound significance for her. Since she had gifted it to me, I felt compelled to cherish it, as it symbolizes the bond of friendship between us, does it not? Thank you, I shall treasure it. Witnessing Neru's reaction, Alice smiled genuinely, saying, "Then it is settled, my friend." After this exchange, they fell into a comfortable silence as they made their way to the Great Elder. "Child, you have arrived," the Great Elder greeted with a somewhat stern demeanor. "Elder, is something amiss?" Alice inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. The Great Elder instructed Neru to step outside for a moment, indicating that he wished to speak with Alice privately. Neru complied and exited. Once alone with Alice, the Great Elder noticed her anxiety and said, "Ahem, child, do not be anxious. I have heard from Dandy that you wish to use the Dragon Balls of our mech star." Alice was taken aback. Was this an examination? Nevertheless, she responded to the Elder, "Yes, I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls from Namek to fulfill a desire of mine." "What desire?" the Elder inquired, gazing at her intently. "I wish for the dragon to grant me the ability to survive in the cosmos," Alice replied, bashfully scratching her cheek. The Elder observed her, noting her slightly embarrassed expression, and chuckled softly. "There is no need to be anxious. I merely wish to confirm your intention. However, I must caution you that this desire may come with certain costs, the specifics of which I cannot elucidate. You must consider this carefully." Alice was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. After a moment's contemplation, she recognized the possibility of fighting amidst the cosmos in her future and thus resolutely affirmed her needs. The Grand Elder, observing Alice's firm decision, chose not to elaborate further. The rationale behind lending the Dragon Ball to Alice was twofold. Firstly, she had no intentions of wielding it for malevolent purposes, and secondly, she frequently assisted the inhabitants of Namek in their training, thereby enhancing their capacity for self-defense. Although Alice had previously pledged to safeguard the essence of Namek in times of peril, her absence during a crisis would render that promise futile. Furthermore, by entrusting the Dragon Ball to Alice, it would inspire her to invest greater care in the warriors of Namek. Weighing all considerations, the decision to lend the Dragon Ball to Alice was made. Let us not speak of moral coercion. In the face of the tribe's safety, all else pales in significance. Thus, let Neru retrieve the Dragon Ball from the other villages while you wait here for a while. Alice was immensely grateful upon hearing the news. For once the wish was granted, it would bestow upon her a life-saving ability. With a heart full of joy, she called Nairu into the room. Upon entering, Nairu was somewhat perplexed by her cheerful demeanor. The elder, noticing Nairu's arrival, promptly instructed him to visit other villages to collect the Dragon Balls. Nairu said nothing and immediately utilized the unique telepathic abilities of his Mikian heritage to communicate with the other villages. Do not inquire why the elder did not relay the message himself. Have you ever witnessed such an elderly figure personally conveying messages to those beneath him? Moreover, the elder, being advanced in age, had limited energy. After approximately 10 minutes, the villagers returned with the Dragon Balls from various locations. Alice observed these individuals warmly greeting one another. For during this period, she had been diligently training the warriors of their kind. To clarify, she was not training the Namekians in general, but specifically the warrior-type Namekians. As Alice engaged in conversation with these individuals, the sky abruptly darkened, followed by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Alice hurriedly turned around and discovered that it was Dandy who had summoned the divine dragon. However, there was something peculiar about this dragon. An inexplicable feeling that she found difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, the fulfillment of her desires was all that mattered. Speak your wish, whatever it may be. I can grant you 3 wishes, the majestic dragon Palunga proclaimed as he gazed down at Alice and the others. Naturally, Alice could not comprehend his words, as the majority of the language spoken in her surroundings was earthly and utterly nonsensical to her. With no other recourse, Alice sought Dandy's assistance. After Dandy translated Palunga's words, Alice made her wish. Could you allow me to survive in the cosmos? Dandy conveyed Alice's request to Palunga, who responded that while it was a simple wish, it would require a minor sacrifice. Without hesitation, Alice agreed, and upon hearing her affirmation, the dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and then there was silence. The dragon spoke again. Now, state your second wish. Dandy glanced at Alice, who shrugged, indicating that she had no further wishes. Since your wish has been granted, farewell. Palunga declared before transforming into 7 Dragon Balls and soaring back to his original village. Alice gazed in astonishment, for the Dragon Balls of Earth lacked such a locating feature. After observing for a while, she sensed an unusual transformation occurring within her body. Hastily, Alice examined herself and found no apparent anomalies, only to later realize, to her surprise, that her hair had turned white. Alice felt a sense of relief upon realizing that the cost was merely the whitening of her hair. Observing Alice's expression, Dandy approached to offer an explanation. The price of a wish is determined by the magnitude of the desire. The wish you just granted only altered a portion of your physical structure, hence the cost is not significant. Alice awkwardly scratched her head and admitted, to be honest, the cost of wishes still troubles me even now. However, knowing what the price is brings me some relief. Nilu, observing Alice's demeanor, found her occasionally endearing in her clumsiness. Oh, please don't look at me like that. It's quite embarrassing, she exclaimed. After engaging in playful banter with the others, Alice bid farewell to the elder and the rest, eager to admire her new appearance. As for mischief, she thought better of it, considering the presence of others and their keen ears. Clearing her throat, she redirected her thoughts. After thoroughly enjoying her reflection, Alice expressed her delight. Who could resist the charm of white hair, especially when it belonged to her? Feeling a bit self-satisfied, she stepped out once more. When asked about her destination, one would find that Alice was off to assign the next tasks to her fellow Namekians, recognizing the importance of training in their journey. Thus, these unfortunate Namekians were once again enthusiastically swept into a training session by Alice. Alice sipped on the exquisite juice, a specialty from Namek, while observing their training. Occasionally, she would perch upon the fortunate soul performing push-ups. Keep going, just one more, you're almost there. When Dandy arrived, he beheld his kin being commanded by Alice to execute push-ups, not merely ordinary ones, but weighted, with the unfortunate individual beneath her bearing the burden. His face turned a shade of green, though, to be fair, they were already green in hue. Ah, little Dandy has arrived. Alice leapt down from the Namekian and embraced little Dandy. Why aren't you with the Grand Elder today, but instead here with me? She inquired, affectionately nuzzling Dandy's cherubic face. For at this moment, Dandy remained exceedingly adorable. Dandy's cheeks flushed crimson, and she swiftly leapt from Alice's arms, exclaiming, I came to find Neru. I have a matter to discuss with him. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Neru concluded his meditation and, after a brief consultation with Alice, departed with Dandy. Alice was equally perplexed, considering they had an internal communication that she could not overhear. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, perhaps due to pressing matters at hand. What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be honing your skills? Do you wish to endure additional training? Observing the individuals who had been startled into fervent training, she nodded in satisfaction. They displayed a commendable sense of awareness. Chapter 18. You are quite brave. Alice sipped her beverage and hummed a tune as she settled upon a fortunate soul, successfully bestowing upon him a weighty addition. Approximately half an hour later, she departed from the training grounds, returning to her modest chamber in solitude. Gazing out of the window, she found herself lost in thought. It had been a while since her arrival in this place, though the exact duration eluded her, for the planet Meek had no night. Alice sighed, expressing her genuine longing for the exquisite cuisine of Earth. Lost in her thoughts, she eventually drifted off to sleep, unaware of how long she had slumbered, thus continuing her monotonous existence of endless cycles for an extended period. Alice found the endless days devoid of night to be exceedingly arduous. Enduring perpetual daylight was truly uncomfortable. Thus, she resolved to embark on a journey through the cosmos to continue her training. With this thought, she prepared to rise but then sank back down again in frustration. Alas, how could she have forgotten that her spaceship had been destroyed? She regretted not wishing for a new one at that moment. However, the notion of wishes reminded her that she seemed capable of breathing in the vastness of space. Thus, she merely needed to prepare provisions. With this in mind, Alice began to pack her belongings. Once everything was in order, she set off towards the residence of the Grand Elder, bidding farewell to him and the others before embarking on her journey, for she feared that lingering any longer would leave her stagnant. After bidding farewell to Dandy Neru with a wave while suspended in mid-air, Alice soared into the heavens. Dandy, grounded below, called out to Alice, urging her to visit them whenever she found the time. Alice broke through the atmosphere and ventured into the cosmos. To her astonishment, she found herself moving at such a remarkable speed. Here I come, universe, she exclaimed, exhilarated as she soared deeper into the celestial expanse. At that moment, her velocity approached the speed of light. Though she was not exerting her full power, the flight speeds in the later stages of Dragon Ball are perplexing, oscillating between rapid and slow, with the faster instances surpassing light speed. As Alice reveled in the joy of flight, she observed the planets surrounding her. For where there are planets, there is sustenance. Lost in her thoughts, a smile broke upon her lips. After an indeterminate duration, she finally spotted a planet, albeit one that appeared somewhat dilapidated and seemingly embroiled in conflict. Oh dear, it's better to arrive by chance than to arrive too early, she mused. Upon witnessing the war, her hands itched with anticipation. I must accelerate, otherwise, there may be no heads left to claim. With that thought, Alice propelled herself toward the planet at an increased speed. Boom. Alice descended with a flourish. Ha ha. War. Your leader has arrived. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze filled with disdain as she turned away. Indeed, the inhabitants of Earth were far more aesthetically pleasing. Even the beings from planet Namek appeared more refined than these wretched creatures. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled a few energy orbs into the fray. Boom. As she beheld the chaos, her excitement began to mount. Ah, how delightful the cries of anguish were. Truly, splendid. Listening to the soldiers who had been caught in the blast wailing in despair brought a peculiar flush to Alice's cheeks. Yes, just like that. Scream louder, you ants. With that, she unleashed another volley of energy orbs. The cacophony of fear, rage, and trepidation only heightened her exhilaration. Her tail swayed vigorously, a testament to her elation. In the midst of her revelry, she remained oblivious to three figures nearby, two tall and one short, who were scrutinizing her. Prince Vegeta, Where did this interloper come from? Inquired Trunks. Don't ask me. I have no idea, replied the bewildered Bardock. Raditz, scan that individual's battle data. Such arrogance cannot go unchecked, Vegeta commanded Raditz. Understood, Prince Vegeta. Raditz replied, activating his scouter to gauge Alice's power level. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the device exploded. The trio was taken aback. However, Bardock, undeterred, attempted a scan of his own, only to meet the same explosive fate. This is impossible. If the scouter cannot register her power, it must be beyond its limits. Vegeta's expression darkened, his frustration boiling over as he crushed the ruined device in his hand. Those fools can only rely on such useless gadgets. With that, he cast aside the shattered remains, crossing his arms as he observed the unfolding scene. What about Lord Frieza? Raditz asked with concern, glancing at Vegeta. A hint of worry creased Raditz's brow. Vegeta was becoming increasingly rebellious, and should Frieza decide to retaliate, it could spell disaster. Besides, the Saiyan population was already perilously low. Including himself and his brother, they numbered only 4. With a resigned sigh, Raditz lamented the situation. Bardock was a brute. And Prince Vegeta often found himself subjected to ridicule by Frieza's subordinates due to his temper, leaving Raditz as the only one who fared slightly better. Why did he harbor such thoughts? Alas, I find myself the weakest among these 3, relying solely on the scant resources of my intellect. Suddenly, Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Fixated on the battlefield ahead, he perceived something with a tail. Yet, the hair of Saiyans is not white. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. For the woman before him could very well be a remnant of the Saiyan race, and indeed, the most precious female Saiyan. The 2 companions beside Vegeta felt little concern. As they had scarcely noticed Alice, their thoughts consumed with how to fulfill their obligations. At that moment, our protagonist Alice finally became aware of the trio. 3 little mice, appearing slightly more formidable than this rabble, she remarked, playfully biting her finger, though her gaze held an oddity. Alice gradually approached them, casually seizing a peculiar little minion along the way. With a resolute yank, she forcefully detached the minion's hand, nodding in satisfaction as she regarded the severed appendage. The minion, filled with terror, beheld the demon before him, who had just reduced his hand to naught. Yet, amidst his horror, he felt a flicker of relief at having survived. After all, what is a hand compared to one's life? However, his moment of joy was short-lived as an energy sphere materialized before him. Boom. The voice echoed. I was in a good mood and had intended to finish you off, but your sigh of relief disturbed me. With that, she continued her advance toward Vegeta and the others. Vegeta sensed the increasing pressure as the woman drew nearer. It was a sensation unlike any he had experienced with Frieza. While Frieza instilled fear, this figure exuded an aura of absolute annihilation. Yet, as the proud prince of the Saiyans, how could he possibly retreat in the face of such an uncertain feeling? That was simply out of the question. Let me test whether you are truly as formidable as you appear, or if you are merely a paper tiger. With that declaration, Vegeta soared toward Alice. Roar. You dare not flee, but instead challenge me? Very well, then, let us draw closer. Chapter 19. The tragic encounter of the speedy tower. Alice gradually transformed her slow walk into a gentle jog, then into a full sprint, ultimately soaring towards Vegeta. Since the little mouse wishes to challenge me, I shall oblige your request. Alice moved with remarkable swiftness, arriving before Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Hello there, little mouse, she greeted with a playful tone, before delivering a punch directly to Vegeta's abdomen. Wow, Vegeta exclaimed, spitting out saliva as he soared back along the same path. Boom. Oh dear, it seems I may have been a tad too forceful, she mused, her eyes gleaming with amusement as she observed Vegeta amidst the billowing smoke in the distance. In an instant, Alice teleported to the spot where Vegeta had fallen, subsequently conjuring an energy sphere to strike down once more. Just as Vegeta rose to his feet, he beheld the energy sphere approaching him rapidly, prompting him to hastily generate several energy blasts in retaliation. Under his assault, the energy sphere was neutralized, leaning against a nearby rock. Vegeta gasped for breath and cast a triumphant glance at Alice, a smug smile adorning his face. Unleash whatever techniques you possess. Should you hesitate any longer, you may find them rendered useless. In this brief skirmish, Vegeta sensed that she was, in fact, somewhat inferior to him, a mere illusion wrought by a certain tragedy involving a speedster. He believed he had been struck due to her ambush. Otherwise, he would have prevailed. Filled with newfound confidence, he clenched his fist, directing his thumb toward himself. You ought to feel proud, for your opponent is none other than the Prince of Planet Vegeta, the prodigious elite warrior of the Saiyan race, Vegeta. With that declaration, he unleashed a surge of energy and launched himself into another offensive against Alice. Alice captured the crucial information, Planet Vegeta, Saiyans. In that brief moment of distraction, she was struck by a punch and heavily slammed to the ground. Still unable to regain her composure, she could hardly fathom that her aimless wandering would lead her to encounter a survivor of the Saiyan race, aside from herself and Goku. This piqued her interest. Now, Alice had no intention of concluding the battle swiftly. She was eager to observe which of the two, this Saiyan named Vegeta or Goku, would prove to be more intriguing, considering that Goku often exhibited a rather foolish demeanor. With this thought in mind, Alice slowly rose to her feet, a movement that led Vegeta to mistakenly believe she was injured, thus bolstering his confidence even further. Alice gazed at Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed in midair, a sense of mischief immediately bubbling within her. Interesting, your name is Vegeta, isn't it? She inquired, her eyes fixed on him. Vegeta remained silent, simply hovering there, a disdainful smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if to convey that he regarded the individual before him as merely a paper tiger, whose initial bravado was likely born from having vanquished many foes. Well, if you choose not to respond, that is of little consequence, she mused, for soon enough, you will find yourself without the luxury of words. With a delicate flick of her wrist, Alice summoned a whip formed from condensed air into her hand, and then she lashed it towards Vegeta. He swiftly evaded one strike, yet another, and then a third struck him directly, landing harshly against his body. As Alice unleashed her first whip, her other hand simultaneously conjured another whip, which she directed towards the trajectory along which Vegeta attempted to evade. Vegeta let out a pained cry. He glared at the woman before him, his teeth clenched in frustration. That whip had nearly spelled doom for his entire lineage. My apologies, she said, albeit with a hint of mischief, as this was her inaugural experience wielding such a weapon. Although her words were laced with contrition, her hand continued to strike relentlessly. Vegeta found himself in a desperate struggle to evade her assaults, and amid his frantic dodging, he caught sight of Alice's mocking and malevolent grin, which only fueled his ire. Ultimately, Vegeta became ensnared by the whip around his feet, prompting Alice to slam him to the ground, not just once, but repeatedly, akin to how the Hulk might pummel a deity. Vegeta lay prostrate on the ground, trembling as he lifted his head to gaze at Alice. Alice was not surprised to see Vegeta still able to move. After all, the vitality of Saiyans is remarkably robust, akin to an indomitable cockroach. She leisurely strolled over to Vegeta's side and lifted her foot to stomp down. With a resounding thud, she pressed Vegeta into the earth. Curiously, in the Dragon Ball universe, battles are seldom conducted as a team. They typically involve solitary confrontations, with one combatant facing a foe while a multitude observes, only intervening when the fighter is on the brink of defeat. Just as Alice contemplated her next move, a beam of light whizzed past her. Turning to look, she discovered it was a sneak attack orchestrated by the bald-headed Nappa, though his aim left much to be desired. Additionally, Raditz launched an attack directed at Alice. TSK. Such a feeble assault hardly qualifies as a dance before me. With that thought, Alice unleashed a flurry of crescent-shaped attacks aimed squarely at Nappa and Raditz. The two hastily dodged, yet Nappa, caught off guard, was struck and subsequently felt an increase in his battle power. Raditz, filled with trepidation, gazed at Alice with fear and retreated timidly, only to be swiftly seized by the advancing Alice. He was forcefully thrust into the ground. Alice approached him, seizing Raditz by the hair and lifting him with ease. She gazed upon his face, pale and stricken with terror. Ah, little mouse, how shall I deal with you? Who are you? He stammered. Me? Take a guess. A correct answer brings a reward, but should you err? Alice's gaze turned menacing as she looked at Raditz. Raditz was engulfed in fear, the looming threat of death intensifying, finding his utter loss of fighting spirit somewhat tedious. She dragged him over to Vegeta, similarly grasping his hair and lifting him as well. Alice observed Vegeta's unwilling gaze, along with a myriad of inscrutable expressions. Oh dear. It seems our little mouse is rather dissatisfied, she remarked with a playful lilt. That look that could almost kill me is simply delightful. With that, she forcefully slammed Vegeta's head against the ground. She then lifted Raditz by the other side. At that moment, witnessing Vegeta's dire state, Raditz, fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage, unleashed an energy sphere despite the perilous proximity. Boom. A significant cloud of dust erupted. What a mess, Alice complained. Unfortunately, Raditz was oblivious to her remarks, having been rendered dazed by the shockwave of the explosion. Alice casually tossed Raditz aside. And once again our speedy tower of tragedy was raised anew. I didn't expect your subordinates to be so loyal. However, it is regrettable that their combat prowess leaves much to be desired, Mr. Vegeta. Alice beamed at Vegeta, her smile hinting at mischief. The moment Vegeta caught sight of her expression, he sensed that she was up to no good. Indeed, in the next instant, Alice delivered a swift kick, sending Vegeta soaring through the air, where he subsequently crashed into and obliterated a small hill. Alice never anticipated that Vegeta could still rise under such circumstances, a thought that had never crossed her mind. Trembling, Vegeta stood up and exclaimed, "Don't underestimate me, you scoundrel. I am Vegeta, the genius warrior of the Saiyan race. How could I possibly be defeated by someone of your caliber?" With that, Vegeta charged directly at Alice, launching his attack. Alice deftly evaded Vegeta's assault, only to be astounded by the revelation that he had inexplicably grown stronger in this very moment, his power seemingly doubled from before. Observing that his strike had been successfully dodged, Vegeta swiftly concentrated his energy, launching a formidable sphere towards Alice. Chapter 20. Preparing to return to Earth. Alice let out a sigh. This is quite dull, isn't it, Mr. Vegeta? And do you truly believe that being addressed with respect makes you formidable? Alice struck the energy sphere with a swift motion, sending it flying. She then swiftly maneuvered to Vegeta's side and delivered a powerful kick, propelling him into the air. Alice swiftly soared above Vegeta, delivering yet another swift kick to him. Well, cough cough cough. Alice paid no heed to Vegeta's current state. She simply ascended slowly into the air, gazing down at him. Alice raised a hand, affirming her intent to concentrate her attack. On the ground, Vegeta sensed that this assault was undeniably of a different magnitude than the previous ones. He swiftly brought his palms together before him, preparing to gather energy for defense. Gallic Gun. Ultimate Flash. The two energy waves clashed and neutralized each other. But the explosive force of the blast sent Vegeta hurtling through the air. Alice observed with a hint of surprise as Vegeta's attack surprisingly neutralized her own. Of course, this was merely a playful encounter for Alice. Otherwise, Vegeta's assault would hardly withstand even a second. Now, Alice had significantly tempered her demeanor. Had she maintained the same disposition as during her battles with Goku and Piccolo on Earth, Vegeta would have been utterly terrified by now. Presently, if Alice were to transform into a Super Saiyan, her combat power would conservatively exceed 490 billion, even without the transformation. Her base combat power stood at approximately 980 million. Watching Vegeta transform into a tragic figure brought a subtle amusement to her. Just then, an untimely sound interrupted the moment. Goo Alice. Goodness, she has completely forgotten her original purpose for being here. Caught up in the excitement of the battle and neglecting to search for food, Alice glanced around her surroundings. Never mind, she decided not to look any further. This area had been nearly reduced to rubble. There was no food, nor even a trace of extraterrestrial life. At that moment, Alice contemplated whether she should return to Earth. After all, on Earth, sustenance was never a concern. Should she go back? Yes, perhaps she should, as she found herself longing for Bulma's cooking. With this thought in mind, Alice resolved to deal with these three individuals before making her way back. Subsequently, she dragged the three incapacitated beings together. Healing them? She had no interest. After all, they wouldn't perish, so why bother? Vegeta, stripped of his fighting spirit, could only watch as Alice maneuvered the trio, pulling the one with hair by his locks and the bald one by his tail. Vegeta remarked, "You." "Alice, what are you?" Vegeta, "I." Impatiently, Alice remarked, "What do you mean by I?" "Be quiet, or you might find yourself at the mercy of my wrath." Upon hearing this, Vegeta obediently fell silent. There was no arguing with her, as he knew he could not prevail in a confrontation. After a while, Alice turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Aside from your three companions, are there any other Saiyans who remain?" Vegeta averted his gaze, retorting, "Why should I divulge that information to you?" At this juncture, a hint of melancholy washed over Vegeta, for the Saiyan race had dwindled to a mere 5 individuals. These 5 included Vegeta and his 2 allies, the Earth's Goku, and Vegeta's brother, Tarbell. However, the fates of Tarbell, Nappa, and Raditz remained unknown, as Tarbell had been secretly sent away by their father due to his perceived weakness in combat. No one was aware of his existence. As for the woman before him, he remained uncertain whether she was indeed a Scion, hence his reference to the number 5. Upon hearing this, Alice remained silent. After all, who wouldn't he harbor a slight annoyance after being struck? Thus, she chose to overlook the matter. Well, since we're at it, allow me to introduce myself. I am Alice, a Forsaken Scion. Vegeta paused, taken aback by her words. Did she just say Scion? While she shared the characteristic of a tail with the Scions, her hair color was not in alignment. Scions do not possess white hair. Their lineage is notably robust, and regardless of variations, their hair would invariably manifest in shades of black. Alice observed Vegeta, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, and sighed as she explained. I suppose you are wondering why my hair is white. Well, it is the result of certain events. It was originally black. She continued, given your attire. It seems you are working under Frisia. Vegeta remained silent upon hearing this. Don't be alarmed. After all, it's all for survival, Alice teased. Vegeta turned to Alice and inquired, what is your current power level? Alice slightly concealed her words, saying, oh dear, sister is not that strong, merely a little over 90 trillion. Vegeta expressed his skepticism. After all, the overwhelming pressure he had just felt seemed far greater than a mere 90 trillion. Yet, it could also be a figment of his imagination. For he was Super Vegeta. How could he possibly be weaker than others? After casting another glance at Alice, he reluctantly acknowledged the truth. All right, it's time for us to part ways. I look forward to our next encounter, where we are no longer adversaries, Mr. Vegeta. After speaking, Alice turned and walked away, indifferent to the few individuals behind her. As Alice walked, she closed her eyes in search of the familiar energy she recognized on Earth. She found it. Whoosh! Vegeta exclaimed. Puzzled by the sudden disappearance of a person, how could they vanish right beneath his nose? He contemplated rising to investigate, but found himself too fatigued to move. Resigned to patiently await his recovery. At that moment, the first to regain consciousness, Nappa, slowly awakened and quickly surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. Nappa, stop looking. That person has long departed, Vegeta remarked, bemused by his subordinate's lack of wit, finding him even less competent than Raditz, who at least had put up some resistance before succumbing. Prince Vegeta, are you all right? Nappa hurriedly approached to assist him. Vegeta disdainfully pushed him away, asserting that he merely needed a moment's rest before instructing Nappa to eliminate the inhabitants of this planet. After all, it was their target, and Nappa's battle prowess was sufficient to deal with the insignificant foes here. Having received his orders, Nappa set off to fulfill the task, feeling no inclination to rouse Raditz, confident he could manage alone. Shortly after Nappa departed, Raditz too awakened and, like Nappa, swiftly scanned the area. Vegeta's audible displeasure prompted Raditz to cease his observations. The fact that Vegeta remained unharmed implied that either he had triumphed over the adversary or had suffered defeat, allowing their foe to spare them. With this realization, Raditz rose and approached Vegeta. Chapter 21. Return to Earth. On Earth, Bulma was indulging in pastries when Alice suddenly appeared before her. Ah, hey Alice. Hey Bulma-chan. Guess who's back? Alice teased. Bulma, visibly upset, rushed towards Alice, her expression a mix of frustration and relief. Alice, you've been gone for over a year. You heartless creature. I thought you were lost to the world. Over a year? So it must be 760 now? Alice could only helplessly pat Bulma's head in a gesture of consolation before inquiring further. After all, she was well aware of her own mental faculties and rarely bothered to remember trivial matters. Well, to be precise, it was June of the year 760 in the age of the universe. Bulma corrected her. Yes, my lady Bulma, Alice replied with a hint of resignation, acknowledging that Bulma had a penchant for recalling such inconsequential details. Then, as Alice subtly sensed Bulma's energy, she noticed it had indeed increased slightly, reaching approximately 40. It seemed that Bulma had been training during her absence. With a proud tone, Bulma declared, that's because the technique you taught me, the void dance, is incredibly effective. Even if my speed isn't quite as impressive, she would never admit it was due to her fear of having her hairstyle blown out of place. Bulma, do you have any food? I'm starving, Alice lamented pitifully in Bulma's embrace. Bulma, taken aback, remarked, are you really that desperate? Did you struggle to survive out there in the universe? To which Alice replied, well, that's about right. Wait a moment, what has happened to your hair? Why has it turned white? Did you use some sort of dark magic? Let me check for any lingering effects, Bulma insisted, pulling Alice along for an examination. Alice wished to elucidate her thoughts, yet upon witnessing Bulma's anxious demeanor, she refrained from speaking. After all, Bulma appeared genuinely concerned, and Alice surmised that any explanation she offered might be met with skepticism, possibly leading Bulma to believe that she was discouraging her from being cautious. It seemed far more prudent to allow Bulma to complete her examination before providing any clarification, as this would likely yield a better outcome. Thus, Alice was ushered into a series of medical assessments by Bulma, which stretched on for half a day, leaving Alice feeling utterly exhausted. "Is it done yet? I'm so hungry," Alice lamented, her energy waning. "Almost there. Just one more blood test," Bulma replied without glancing back. "How long will that take? I'm really starving." "At most, 10 minutes. Subsequently, Bulma conducted an analysis of Alice's blood, only to discover an exceptionally high level of activity within it, accompanied by an unfamiliar factor that she had never encountered before. This might indeed be the reason for the remarkable vitality of Alice's blood. However, considering that Alice was not of earthly origin, Bulma chose not to delve further into the matter. 10 minutes later, Bulma finally concluded her exhaustive examination of Alice. At long last, Alice has indulged in the food she has long yearned for. Bulma, observing Alice's fervent display of her meal, inquired, "Now, can you finally reveal the reason behind your white hair?" Alice, while relishing her food, responded with a casual affirmation. Bulma gazed at Alice with a sense of resignation, remarking that it was no surprise she shared a lineage with Sun Wukong, as their eating habits were strikingly similar. Alice swallowed the morsel of meat in her mouth and then elucidated to Bulma the circumstances surrounding her hair turning white. Naturally, she concealed the incident pertaining to Namek, only mentioning matters concerning the Dragon Balls. Thus, are there other races in the universe that possess Dragon Balls? After all, do you presume that the Dragon Balls are exclusive to Earth? While it is true that such artifacts are rare, they are not solely found on Earth. Alice helplessly remarked that Bulma's notion was somewhat naive, for the vastness of the universe is replete with wonders, is it not? It is akin to the speculation among Earthlings regarding the existence of extraterrestrial beings. My answer is undoubtedly affirmative. However, it is merely a matter of our inability to ascertain their dwelling places. Even upon discovery, it would amount to little more than that, after all. Finding them serves no practical purpose. Hubble pondered this with a hint of embarrassment. Alice did not engage in conversation with Bulma any longer. Instead, she devoted herself to her meal, for she was indeed famished. After a fierce battle followed by the use of instant transmission, her energy had been significantly depleted. Observing Alice's voracious appetite, Bulma sometimes felt a twinge of envy. To indulge in such copious amounts of food without gaining weight was a lifelong aspiration for any true gourmand. I'm so full. It has truly been ages since I savored such delectable food. Earth's cuisine is simply unparalleled, Alice exclaimed, patting her small belly as she slumped contentedly on the chair. Bulma, bemused, gazed at the mountain of dishes piled on the table, then glanced back at Alice's belly. This girl could out-eat even Goku. Was her stomach a black hole or a dimension unto itself? Despite consuming such a prodigious amount, her belly appeared unchanged, which only served to further irritate Bulma. She turned her attention to Alice, who lay there idly, and her frustration grew. "Get up, if you wish to lounge. Find another place to do so," Bulma admonished, tugging at Alice's ear and ushering her out of the room. Alice scratched her head in confusion. What was going on? Who had offended her? She couldn't quite comprehend it. Afterward, she rubbed her small belly and decided to go for a stroll to aid digestion. During her leisurely walk, she encountered a rather bothersome character, Bulma's mother, Panchi, a name that elicited a certain sentiment. This woman, often referred to as Mrs. Brief by others, was simply too exuberant for Alice's liking. "Oh my, Alice, you're back. Are you here to visit your sister?" Panchi exclaimed with a cheerful tone. "How fortuitous. I've heard about a new beauty salon that just opened. Would you care to join me?" she warmly invited. Alice took a cautious step back. "Oh, will you accept my invitation?" Panchi stepped closer, grasping Alice's hand. Alice found herself at a loss, unsure of how to decline, as she knew that refusing would only lead to a theatrical display, ultimately resulting in her being dragged along anyway. "Shall I go? Shall I?" Panchi continued to advance. "Fine. I'll go, all right." Alice relented. "Splendid," Panchi exclaimed, and she promptly whisked Alice away. As they passed by Dr. Brief, Panchi informed him that she was taking Alice to the beauty salon for some pampering. Dr. Brief observed as his wife led away a somewhat familiar-looking Alice. Chapter 22. Reluctantly shopping and selfish thoughts. Alice was swiftly whisked away by Mrs. Brief to embark on their journey. Alice vowed that Mrs. Brief was undoubtedly the most challenging person she had ever encountered, without exception. Moreover, why was it that she had to drive again? Wasn't it her who had invited me? Alice quietly grumbled to herself. By the way, Alice, where did you dye your hair? It suits you perfectly. Would you kindly share with your sister? She wishes to have hers done as well. Alice could only feign that the color was of her own doing. After all, if she failed to provide even a slight explanation, Mrs. Brief would undoubtedly continue her relentless inquiries, driving Alice to the brink of despair. Thus, while navigating the vehicle and responding to Mrs. Brief's questions, Alice's attention was diverted when Mrs. Brief's gaze became fixated on a clothing store. Reluctantly, Alice pulled over. She had anticipated this outcome, which was why she had taken a longer route. Little did she know that such a temptation would still present itself. Oh, Alice, you truly understand me. Let us stroll for a while before heading to that shop, Mrs. Brief cheerfully suggested. Alice remarked that she estimated by the time they finished shopping, one would likely forget about the matter at hand. Ultimately, she found a suitable parking spot, but just as she parked, Mrs. Brief seized her and pulled her into a clothing store. Alice, look. This dress suits you perfectly. Hurry and try it on, Mrs. Brief urged, thrusting a dress into Alice's arms. She then selected another garment for herself and promptly made her way to a different fitting room to change. Alice emerged from her dressing room, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, for she had never donned a dress before. To her surprise, she beheld Mrs. Brief, who had also changed into a dress of the same style. Together, they resembled a pair of sisterly blossoms, defying the notion that Mrs. Brief was already a sprightly 70 years of age. Alice sighed, indicating that she anticipated this outcome. Mrs. Brief, brimming with excitement, proceeded to fetch another outfit, this time a short-sleeved top accompanied by a pair of overalls, and urged Alice to change once more. Alice could only helplessly change her outfit. Just as she had finished changing, she was handed another set, and thus, she found herself repeatedly entering and exiting the changing room. Before she could even complete her sentence, another piece was thrust upon her, leaving her with no choice but to silence herself and change once more. After enduring this ordeal for over an hour in the store, she had tried on several outfits, two of which were in her size, one matching mine, and the other being one of the previously tried garments. The address for the delivery was the Capsule Company residential area, and the payment would be handled upon arrival. With that, she was led to another clothing store by Mrs. Brief. Alice swallowed hard, discerning the veiled threat in Mrs. Brief's words. Didn't my sister just purchase a plethora of items? Surely, that should suffice. Alice conceded defeat. There was simply no way for her to manage this family. How much was there? Just look, there was one item after another. And it was possible to exchange 2 or 3 pieces in a day. When calculated, it amounted to what one might change in an entire month. Regardless of Alice's willingness, Mrs. Brief continued to select clothing and jewelry for her. This shopping expedition extended into the evening. Alice returned home, burdened by a great many items, her legs trembling with fatigue. Upon witnessing her sister's state, Bulma was filled with curiosity. What happened to you? Yet before she could finish her inquiry, Mrs. Brief interrupted. Look at Bulma, finally emerging from her laboratory. How long has it been since you took your mother out for a stroll? Truly, Alice understands my heart, she said, gently caressing her face before playfully pinching Alice's cheek. Indeed, Alice is the considerate sister, willing to accompany me shopping, unlike Bulma, who has left me so disappointed, she lamented, feigning tears. In a flurry, Alice scrambled to soothe Mrs. Brief, fully aware of her playful pretense. Sister, do not be disheartened. If you wish to go out again, simply come find me, she reassured. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Brief dropped her act and eagerly grasped Alice's arm, intent on dragging her back out for shopping. Bulma quickly sought a reason to intervene. Having noticed Alice's trembling legs, if she allowed her to venture out again, she might very well return crawling. Mother, dinner is about to be served. Let us eat first. I believe Alice is quite hungry as well. Alice nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Yes, sister. I am quite hungry. Shall we dine now and continue our endeavors tomorrow? Alice expressed that if she didn't come up with some excuses soon, she might find herself in a dire predicament. The formidable shopping prowess of Mrs. Brief was truly terrifying, even overwhelming a proud scion like herself. The thought of this was quite disheartening. What a pity it would be. However, since Alice has said so, let us plan to go together next time, Mrs. Brief cheerfully remarked. Upon hearing this, Alice let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the situation would not continue. Bulma found it somewhat amusing to witness Alice's moment of respite. Who could have imagined that such a formidable individual as Alice would harbor a fear of shopping, particularly when compelled by her mother? Mrs. Brief paid no heed to their antics, engrossed instead in the treasures she had just acquired that day, admiring them in the mirror. Bulma merely shook her head in exasperation, bemused by her mother's whimsical nature, which was utterly incongruous with what one might expect at her age. It would not be an exaggeration to liken her demeanor to that of an 18 or 19-year-old girl, a stark contrast to her father's composed disposition. However, the thought of her father caused her to waver in her earlier judgments. At times, her father proved to be even less dependable than her capricious mother. It seemed that within their household, reliability was a rare commodity, with Alice being a notable exception. As the atmosphere grew suddenly quiet, Alice settled onto the opposite side of the sofa, rubbing her legs and declaring that she must indulge in a hearty meal that evening, lest she be unable to recover. As she massaged her limbs, she felt a gentle tug, and upon looking up, she discovered it was Mrs. Brief. Alice gazed at Mrs. Brief, perplexed by her intentions. Then, she witnessed Mrs. Brief adorning her neck with a necklace that she held in her hand. Indeed, it suited Alice perfectly. What do you think? Do you like it? This is the one I am most pleased with, Mrs. Brief said with a beaming smile, gently patting Alice on the head, her words imbued with tenderness. For reasons unknown, Alice felt a slight sting in her nose, a burgeoning urge to weep. At that moment, she found herself enviously admiring Bulma. Despite the occasional frivolity of the person before her, she often evoked within Alice a profound sense of home. Home, a word so distant and elusive. She had never encountered her parents, nor had she experienced their love or care. Even her name was merely a faint recollection, whispered by a voice in her memory that reminded her she was called Alice. In her childhood, she would often ask Yanaga if she had parents and why she had never seen them. Yanaga would always assure her that her parents loved her deeply. Otherwise, why would they have brought her into the world? As she matured, she began to grasp certain truths and realized she had been abandoned by her parents. Though the reasons remained shrouded in mystery, perhaps this was simply fate. In that moment, Alice closed her eyes, relishing Mrs. Brief's gentle touch, allowing herself the selfish indulgence of imagining her as the mother she had never known. Just once, if only for a single moment, that would suffice. Concerning the embarrassing incidents that occur after indulging in alcohol, Alice gently rested her head upon Mrs. Brief's lap, closing her eyes to savor the sensation. In a small reverie, Alice inadvertently drifted into slumber, resting upon Mrs. Brief's lap, clutching her hand tightly. Mrs. Brief gazed at Alice, feeling somewhat bewildered, for she had never witnessed such a vulnerable side of her. Quietly, she observed Alice as she slept, gently caressing the little girl's head. When Bulma entered, she found Alice peacefully dozing on her mother's lap and softly suggested to Mrs. Brief, "Mother, perhaps you should carry her to bed. She might catch a chill." Mrs. Brief assured her that it was fine, allowing Alice to remain there for a while longer. Approximately half an hour later, Alice awakened, slightly embarrassed for having dozed off unawares. Alice glanced at Mrs. Brief with a hint of apology. "You were quite charming just now, allowing my sister to witness your delightful side," Mrs. Brief teased, covering her mouth with amusement. Ignoring her, Alice huffed, turning her head away. All right, let us dine first. Everyone is waiting for you to join us," Mrs. Brief continued to jest. Alice hurriedly rose and dashed outside. How delightful she is. Observing Alice in such a state, Mrs. Brief couldn't help but chuckle. She was simply too adorable. Who could have imagined that this little creature now bore such a stark contrast to her former proud self? The difference was astounding. At the dining table, the Brief family found themselves amused as they watched Alice devour her meal with gusto. After all, there was no one to compete with her for food. Yet, Alice's return infused the household with a vibrant spirit. Having feasted to her heart's content, Alice wore a satisfied expression, patting her little belly. The other three couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards her, particularly the mother and daughter duo, who especially envied Alice's ability to indulge without gaining weight, while Dr. Brief admired her hearty appetite. After a brief moment of respite, Alice noticed Bulma tidying up the table and intended to rise to assist her, but Bulma declined her offer. "No need. You should take a moment to digest your meal. You've certainly indulged quite a bit today," Bulma jested with a smile. As Alice heard Bulma's teasing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, for she had indeed indulged a bit too much today. However, she chose not to be overly sentimental with Bulma and decided to take a drive to the city to digest. Considering it had been over a year since her last visit, during her excursion, she happened to spot Bulma's boyfriend, Yamcha. Narrowing her eyes, Alice pondered how someone like him could possibly be deemed worthy of Bulma. Wasn't he supposed to be her boyfriend? Why was he engaging in flirtations with so many other girls? The thought stirred a desire within Alice to confront this unfaithful scoundrel and defend Bulma's honor. But she ultimately dismissed the notion. It hardly seemed worth her ire. Instead, she resolved to inform Bulma and allow her to make her own decisions. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Yamcha appeared to sense something amiss, glancing around in suspicion. Had he felt a wave of hostility? After a moment's scrutiny, he dismissed the feeling as mere imagination. Alice returned home late after her outing, finding that everyone had already fallen asleep. Alice returned to her room to freshen up. After completing her routine, she lay in bed, intending to drift into slumber. However, despite her best efforts, sleep eluded her. Eventually, in a state of resignation, Alice sat up. Sensing that her restlessness stemmed from the longing for familial affection she had experienced earlier that day. Feeling agitated, she descended to the lower floor, retrieved a few cans of beer, and then ascended to the rooftop to indulge in solitary drinking. Hiss gulp gulp. As Alice sipped her beer, she gazed at the moon. The moon of this evening. Wait, the moon? Oh dear. After staring at it for a while, she realized it was a false alarm. She nearly forgot that the moon held little sway over her. With that thought, Alice resumed her drinking, though for reasons unknown, the more she drank, the more irritable she became. When one finds themselves idle, thoughts can spiral, much like my current state. Today, I found myself yearning for familial affection, which is quite uncharacteristic of me. Family? I have no need for such trivialities. I am a Saiyan, a super Saiyan. With that declaration, she swiftly downed another can of beer and promptly opened a new one. Thus, Alice continued to drink, each can following the last. Her cheeks flushed with the effects of the alcohol. Alice discarded the last empty canister and stumbled as she rose to her feet, leaping down precariously. Alas, having indulged in alcohol, she found herself tripped by the very tube she had thrown aside, feeling rather embarrassed. Alice, with a bewildered expression, rose to her feet and glanced at the heap of jars scattered on the floor, ultimately kicking one in disdain. "How dare you bully me, you mere jar!" she exclaimed, delivering a swift kick. However, to her surprise, she missed her target and stumbled, landing unceremoniously on the ground. "You dare to torment me? Woe is me," she lamented. After a brief moment of pouting, Alice shakily got back up, her temper flaring as she prepared to kick the jar once more. Yet, recalling her earlier mishap, she hesitated, retracting her eager foot. The intoxicated Alice floated about the vicinity like a ghost, her movements unsteady, and to make matters worse, she had somehow draped a white bedsheet over her head. In her current state, Alice would undoubtedly frighten those of a timid disposition. Alice floated aimlessly, oblivious to the passage of time, until the echoes of terror around her stirred a fragment of lucidity within her, albeit just a fragment. A sudden gunshot shattered the chaotic ambience. Indeed, Alice had been shot, yet she perceived it merely as a trivial tickle. In her inebriated state, she waved her hand, conjuring a gust of wind that sent those on the ground tumbling. Before her, in the open space, she cast forth a pale blue energy orb, which left only a faint mark and created a small crater. Subsequently, Alice drifted away, unaware that in the days to come, tales of a ghost would arise from this very spot. But that is a story for another time. For now, those present were gripped by fear and hastily fled the scene. The following day, Alice gazed in bewilderment at the scene before her. What on earth is this? How did I end up here? Surrounding her were towering trees, and she found herself cocooned in a bedsheet resembling a chrysalis, suspended from the largest tree in the most conspicuous position. To make matters even more perplexing, there stood a figure before her, someone she was all too familiar with. Indeed, it was none other than our formidable King Piccolo. Alice expressed that her embarrassment was utterly overwhelming. She truly wished for an escape, even if it meant finding a crevice in the earth to hide away. Vic struggled to suppress his laughter. Had his shoulders not been shaking so violently, he might have contained himself. "If you wish to laugh, then do so," he encouraged. Alice, feeling defeated, relinquished her struggle. Having already succumbed to humiliation, she no longer cared. Let it all come crashing down. I am weary, she thought. Vic, unable to hold back any longer, clutched his stomach with one hand while pointing at Alice with the other, erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 24. Home purchase. Alice shattered the bonds that constrained her. What a joke, she scoffed, exasperated. Coughing lightly, Piccolo stifled his laughter and gazed at Alice. "When did you return?" "Yesterday," she replied. Alice felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, alcohol is not a commendable substance. Look, it has led to trouble, hasn't it? She then glanced at Piccolo, sensing a significant enhancement in his energy, approximately double what it was before her departure. Quite impressive. It appears you have been diligently training. You have certainly surpassed your previous self. If one were to analyze his power level numerically, it would be around 1002 to 3. Assuming Sun Wukong has not been slacking, their strengths are likely comparable, as these two individuals are on similar levels of prowess. Piccolo, with a touch of pride, turned his head away. Alice found a piece of withered wood and sat down, gazing at Piccolo in his current state. Despite his somewhat awkward disposition, she found his character quite endearing and amusing. You Namekians are truly fascinating. Naira shares a similar temperament with you, she remarked. However, there are moments when I perceive a subtle difference between you and the other Namekians. The ones I have encountered seem to have little experience with consuming food. Alice looked at Piccolo with curiosity, as she had rarely observed them eating anything substantial, aside from the occasional drink of water or some specially crafted items plucked from trees. Is it really not a concern for you to eat as you once did? Piccolo, glancing at his own hand, replied, I cannot say for certain. My requirements for sustenance are rather minimal. Whether I eat or not makes little difference to me. A single cup of water suffices. However, if you have any inquiries regarding this matter, I am more than willing to provide answers. Typically, I sustain my bodily needs by absorbing energy from the sun. Alice expressed her understanding that it was not a matter of abstaining from food, but rather that it was unnecessary. Well, she comprehended this, especially since she had forgotten to inquire about it with Dandy and the others during their time on Namek, which was rather awkward. Never mind, she thought, as contemplating further would only complicate her thoughts. Thus, she decided not to disturb your cultivation any longer, as she had matters to attend to back home. Perhaps they could converse again at another opportunity. After Alice finished speaking, she soared away without acknowledging the outstretched hand of Bick. As Alice soared through the skies, she reveled in the sensation of the wind caressing her face. An exquisite feeling of liberation. Alice slowed her pace, contemplating the notion that such a state was rather delightful. Free from the cacophony of noise and devoid of bothersome rivals. She reveled in the gentle breeze, savoring this hard-won serenity, which felt truly splendid. Alice's thoughts have once again veered off course. Alice returned to the Capsule Corporation and found Bulma seated on the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance, precisely where Alice stood. What has transpired, Bulma? Alice inquired with confusion, as it was indeed her first experience of being scrutinized in such a manner. How can you even ask? What did you get up to last night? Our ghostly lady? Ghost? This only left Alice more bewildered. Could it be that something transpired after her indulgence in alcohol the previous evening? Without further ado, Bulma presented Alice with the news of the events that unfolded throughout the night. The morning news reported that last night. Alice swiftly turned off the news upon hearing its beginning, and do not ask why, for she had glimpsed the image displayed on the screen. The individual draped in bed sheets was unmistakably her. At that moment, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, as the scenes depicted were indeed her in a particularly embarrassing state. A sudden urge to escape the earth for a while overwhelmed her, feeling as though she had disgraced herself before the entire world. Oh, let me perish. I cannot endure this humiliation, she lamented, burying herself in Bulma's embrace. Feigning a dramatic despair, Bulma observed Alice's theatrics with a knowing gaze. Well, let us consider this. A night of revelry is fine. But perhaps next time you ought to temper your indulgence, lest you find yourself in yet another mortifying predicament, just as you have now. Do you understand? Yes. I shall refrain from drinking next time, Alice replied, nuzzling against Bulma. If Bulma were to glance down at that moment, she might have witnessed the corners of her own lips nearly stretching to her ears in delight. Gently, Bulma patted Alice's head, signaling for her to extricate herself from the cocoon of her embrace. Alice candidly emerged from her embrace and turned her gaze towards Bulma. Bulma, I desire vanilla pudding, she expressed. Bulma, exasperated, looked at Alice, pondering how she found herself entangled with such a person. What else could she do but indulge her? As Bulma departed for the kitchen, Alice occupied herself with various news articles, ultimately discovering that a luxurious villa near the Capsule Corporation was being offered at a remarkably low price of 20 million. The owner attributed the reduced price to the presence of a ghost that had been lingering around the villa until its disappearance the previous night. Upon hearing the news, Alice instantly recognized her own benevolent actions from the previous night. All she could do was silently express her apologies to the owner of the villa. As she surveyed the villa's exquisite decor and spaciousness, a strong desire to purchase it blossomed within her. After all, residing at Bulma's abode for an extended period was not particularly ideal. Casting a glance in the direction Bulma had departed, she decided to first explore the property, reasoning that Bulma would likely take some time to prepare. With this thought in mind, Alice left a note and drove towards the villa's location. 20 minutes later, Alice alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the villa before her, and then stepped inside. "Is anyone here?" she inquired. And scarcely had the words left her lips when an individual hurriedly emerged from within. "Yes, indeed. Are you here to view the property? Your agent must have briefed you on the particulars of this place, correct?" Alice shook her head, indicating that she had read about it in the news. After all, the individual in question was one of the affluent of this generation, so his decision to sell a property naturally attracted media attention. The wealthy man said nothing further and led Alice into the villa for a tour. The villa boasted 3 levels and included a private underground parking garage, along with a delightful outdoor swimming pool in the backyard. The interior design of the villa was reminiscent of Bulma's opulent mansion, with the first floor featuring a kitchen, a reception area, a gym, and several small rooms for various purposes. The second floor contained guest rooms and a reading nook, while the third floor was reserved for the villa's owner, with some individuals preferring the second floor and others the third, depending on personal taste. After an extensive introduction from the owner, who eagerly anticipated Alice's reaction, he noted that potential buyers had been deterred by rumors of ghosts. Thus, he now placed his hopes squarely on Alice. He had already slashed the price significantly, and, considering the excellent geographical location, convenient transportation, and proximity to the vibrant city center, the price was indeed quite reasonable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alice requested the relevant documentation regarding the property for her review. With no objections, she proceeded to finalize the purchase. Upon hearing this, the wealthy gentleman was filled with exuberance and promptly summoned his team. In less than half an hour, everything was arranged. The swiftness of the transaction was indeed impressive. Such is the advantage of wealth, enabling matters to be resolved with remarkable expediency. However, once Alice had finished her musings, she realized that the former owner of the villa had vanished without a trace. Was it truly possible for things to transpire so swiftly? Chapter 25. An encounter with the Sun family. Again, Alice ceased her musings and began to explore her surroundings for a while. The items within required little alteration, save for the necessity of replacing the bed. Once she resolved to replace those items, she promptly teleported back. And what of the vehicle? It was a gift from Bulma, and thus it would naturally reside in their new abode. Since Alice set out, barely an hour had elapsed, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. When Alice returned, she found Bulma alone, engrossed in a book, with a delightful vanilla pudding on the table that had been occupying her thoughts. Like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, Alice rushed over, seized the pudding, and began to indulge in it. "Bulma, would you care for some as well?" Alice inquired invitingly. "If you feed me, I shall partake," Bulma responded, glancing back at her. Upon hearing this, Alice scooped a spoonful of pudding from her hand and fed it to Bulma, who readily accepted it, opening her mouth to relish the treat. "Alice, are you truly considering purchasing a house? Is living here not satisfactory?" Bulma expressed her bewilderment. Alice shook her head and began to explain to Bulma. "It is not as you think, Bulma. While living in your home is indeed delightful, it is not a sustainable arrangement to reside here indefinitely, is it? Furthermore, our decision to seek our own place does not imply that we shall not return. Surely, it cannot be that you would miss us so dearly, can it?" "Oh, surely not." Alice covered her mouth, feigning surprise. "Enjoy your pudding. I shall not bother with you any longer," Bulma remarked with a hint of disdain in her gaze. "Very well, I shall leave you be. I presume you will need to replace the furniture over there, won't you?" Bulma inquired once more. Alice expressed that aside from clothing, there was no need for any other changes. Bulma, upon hearing Alice's words, was left speechless. "It is best not to use others' belongings. How about this? I will have someone assist you in redecorating shortly. Bulma, we adore you and wish to bear your children." In response, Alice set her pudding aside and playfully threw herself into Bulma's embrace. Bulma, feeling somewhat helpless, noted that Alice often resembled a child, frequently seeking refuge in others' arms. However, she found this aspect of Alice endearing. After some playful banter, Alice resumed her enjoyment of the pudding. "Bulma, it seems we will need to head out soon, so I entrust the renovation to you," Alice cheerfully informed Bulma. "Of course, as a token of my gratitude, I shall present you with something you have never seen before." With that, Alice hurried back to her room to rummage through her belongings. Moments later, she emerged with a box. "What is this?" Bulma inquired as she opened it, revealing a mineral the size of a basketball. This is a type of metal used in the construction of special spacecraft in the universe. Do not be deceived by its size. This single piece is sufficient to fabricate a small spacecraft, Alice explained earnestly. Bulma, intrigued by the mineral, realized its potential. With proper utilization, it could yield numerous creations, and with thorough research, it might even lead to the discovery of substitutes, albeit possibly not achieving the same results. With excitement, Bulma embraced the mineral and headed to the laboratory, leaving Alice somewhat resigned. After finishing her pudding, Alice retrieved a spacious vehicle from the garage and set out. Upon reaching the pedestrian street, she stored the car in a capsule and began her shopping excursion, only to coincidentally encounter Goku and his family. What a coincidence, Goku. And Chi-Chi, this little one must be Goten, Alice greeted enthusiastically. Chi-Chi, delighted to see Alice, engaged in conversation with her, for Alice was indeed her confidant. Moreover, Goten had always cherished Alice, especially when she held him. He would beam with joy. Goten, this is your Aunt Alice, and you used to be quite attached to her. Chi-Chi reminisced while introducing. Alice, when did you return? Goku inquired with curiosity. It's been a few days. By the way, who is this little friend? Alice looked at the little friend beside Goku, Krillin. Being referred to as a little friend by Alice did not offend Krillin. It was certainly better than being called shorty or bald. Miss Alice, hello. My name is Krillin, and I am a friend of Goku, he replied. Apologies for my previous rudeness, Mr. Krillin. A look of sincere regret adorned Alice's face as she gazed at Krillin. Oh, it's quite all right. Please, just call me Krillin. Addressing me as Mr. Krillin feels rather awkward, he replied, scratching her bald head affectionately. Very well, Krillin. With that, she lifted Gohan into her arms. My, how you've grown. You seem so well behaved, she said, playfully engaging with Gohan as they strolled through the marketplace, shopping together. By the way, why don't you stay over today? I just bought a new house. And it would be delightful to celebrate there, Alice suggested. Kiki, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of envy but hesitated. Wouldn't that be too much of an imposition? Not at all. Your presence would only add to the merriment. Come on, Kiki, what do you say? Alice encouraged her warmly. Reluctantly, Kiki acquiesced. And Krillin found himself included in the invitation as well. Me? Are you sure? Krillin was taken aback, as he had only just met Alice. Of course. You are friends with Goku, and a friend of my friend is also my friend, Alice said with a beaming smile. Krillin felt somewhat flustered by Alice's enthusiasm, but nodded in agreement. However, he couldn't help but wonder how Goku could possibly know someone like her, who seemed so ordinary yet appeared to be quite familiar with his family. He had visited Goku's home before and had never encountered her. Sensing Krillin's confusion, Kiki explained. Krillin, don't be misled by Alice's demeanor. She is, in fact, half of Goku's master. Kiki reminisced about the time Alice had taken Goku to plow the fields, under the guise of training, using a hoe, no less. At that time, she had seriously questioned whether Goku was somehow replaced, for he would never take such labor so earnestly. However, after hearing Alice's explanations, Kiki understood the context. Even now, Goku was diligently plowing the fields, which was rather astonishing. At that moment, Krillin was stunned to discover that the white-haired woman before him was indeed half of Goku's master. This implied that she possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, Goku, with his character, would never have sought a mentor. It all made sense now, how Goku's fighting prowess had escalated so rapidly. Suddenly, a chilling memory from years past surfaced in Krillin's mind, a terrifying aura. Could it be? If Alice were the source of that energy, it would suggest that she, too, was akin to being a mentor to the Demon King. As this realization dawned upon him, Krillin felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 26. Housewarming Celebration, Greetings. Here I am again. The modest writer with a lackluster penmanship, indulging in my own whims. Alice cradled Gohan in her arms, playfully teasing him while engaging in conversation with others. Gohan erupted into peals of laughter, and it is indeed peculiar how Saiyans develop. They grow at an astonishing rate initially, then their growth seems to halt, only to experience a remarkable surge once they reach a certain age. This phenomenon intrigued Alice, leaving her to ponder whether this little one had inherited such a peculiar trait. After purchasing a few items with them, she led them to a secluded clearing. Alice took out the capsule containing the vehicle and tossed it to the ground. With a soft thud, a car materialized before them. After placing their belongings in the trunk, they settled into the vehicle. Subsequently, Alice drove to her villa, only to discover that Bulma was also present. Oh, Bulma, what brings you here? Alice alighted and approached Bulma. Bulma, with a playful poke to Alice's head, exclaimed in a feigned huff, You ungrateful one. I went through the trouble of furnishing your place and acquiring additional items for you. And just as I finish, you return and immediately question my presence here? Oh dear, was I mistaken, Bulma? Surely you can overlook a minor transgression. Alice hurriedly offered a gentle massage to Bulma's shoulders in a bid for forgiveness. Bulma then added, by the way, I have purchased all the vacant land in this vicinity, considering it a housewarming gift for your new abode. Alice's eyes widened upon hearing those words. What had she just heard? Is this truly the allure of a wealthy woman? Alice expressed her reluctance to exert herself any further. Bulma, with a playful demeanor, remarked that she could warm the bed and also engage in combat. Bulma was amused by Alice's whimsical attitude. Krillin inquired, Bulma, do you know her? Bulma nodded affirmatively, indicating their familiarity. Over the years, Krillin had toiled for a living, which was quite understandable. Unlike Bulma, who was affluent, or Goku, who had a devoted wife, he found himself feeling somewhat despondent. Reflecting on his situation, Krillin felt a pang of disappointment, as those around him were either establishing families or achieving notable success, while he remained caught in a cycle of perpetual busyness. He was still in the throes of a secret admiration for someone he cherished, too timid to reveal his true feelings. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of failure. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Alice handed him a bottle of beverage. Have a drink. A little sweetness can uplift your spirits, she suggested. Krillin, momentarily taken aback, accepted the drink, while Alice, indifferent to his current state of mind, cradled Gohan and entered the villa. After a brief pause, Krillin followed her inside. Alice glanced at the items within, and to her delight, they were all her favorites. How thoughtful of Bulma. She couldn't help but wonder who would benefit from this kindness in the future. The arrangement was just as she remembered it from the time of purchase, with the only alteration being that the style had transformed into one that she adored. After a few more looks, Alice ventured into the kitchen to begin her tasks, though she found herself in the company of Kiki and Bulma, who were also busy within. Alice initially intended to prepare the meal herself, as she was quite capable in the kitchen. However, Kiki felt that merely sitting idly while waiting for food was too passive. So she decided to lend a hand. Bulma, on the other hand, was simply summoned by Alice to assist in baking pastries, and thus found herself in this situation. After more than an hour, the dishes were finally ready, but the spread before them resembled a mountain of food. Why, you may ask? Because there were two formidable appetites present. It is well known that Saiyans possess voracious appetites. Alice, though somewhat restrained, still indulged considerably. With the enhancement of her powers, her appetite had also notably increased. Let us commence, Alice declared to the others. I shall begin, echoed Son Goku, following suit. For he was not one to concern himself with dining etiquette at home. As everyone else savored their food with deliberation, Goku's manner of eating starkly contrasted with the others, resembling a tempestuous whirlwind. Upon witnessing Goku's voracity, Bulma and Kiki exchanged glances at Alice, who maintained a far more refined demeanor, albeit with a pace that was no less swift. The two women noted the significant disparity between their eating styles. After all, Alice only indulged in such unrefined behavior when famished, much like Goku. Curious about the scene, Krillin inquired, what is going on? Why are you both staring at them? Kiki replied, nothing, just pondering how they are of the same kin, yet differ so vastly in their table manners. Bulma nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, Alice only eats with such abandon when truly hungry. Otherwise, she is quite composed. Krillin, somewhat puzzled, paused his chopsticks. What did you just say? Same kin. What does that mean? Kiki, with a hint of surprise, asked, did you not notice? They both have tails. This revelation left Krillin bewildered. Bulma swiftly clarified. You can interpret it as them being from the same region. Upon hearing this, Krillin scrutinized Alice more closely and noticed the tail around her waist, which was white and matched the color of her attire, thus having gone unnoticed until now. Even if it were a different color, he might have assumed it to be merely a decorative belt, for Alice did not carry herself as casually as Goku. Krillin conceded that it was indeed his oversight. After this brief interlude, Krillin resumed his meal, eager to enjoy the delectable treats he seldom allowed himself to indulge in. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Bulma turned to Alice and asked, do you still have that item you gave me last time? I have a few pieces left. Why do you ask? Alice replied. Bulma's excitement was palpable, as that item was something not found on Earth, unique in its essence. Could you sell it to me? Name your price, or I can purchase it based on market value. The following valuation is Dr. Brief's assessment. If you desire it, I shall gift it to you, for that item is. Before Bulma could finish her statement, She hurriedly interjected to halt Alice's impending words. This matter is separate. The payment must still be rendered, as my family possesses an abundance of wealth. However, the item you hold is truly rare, being unparalleled on Earth. Do as you wish. The item resides in my chamber, and you may retrieve it at your leisure. Alice chose to remain silent, acquiescing to their valuation, for she harbored no doubts that Bulma would deceive her, would she? Thus, Bulma departed in a flurry. After exchanging pleasantries with Alice, the others also took their leave. Seeing that everyone had departed, Alice decided to commence her cultivation, for it had been quite some time since she last engaged in such practice. Alice left a note on the table of her villa and soared into the cosmos to cultivate, for Earth could scarcely endure her devastation any longer. Chapter 27. An Unexpected Journey Through Time. Revised. Alice soared directly into the cosmos, embarking on her formal training upon reaching the lunar surface. Alice closed her eyes and entered a state of meditation. As her thoughts began to settle, she allowed herself to empty her mind, drifting into a profoundly relaxed state. At this moment, Alice's mental energy began to expand and then retract. For reasons unknown, she felt that if she could maintain this state, it would lead to significant enhancement. Thus, Alice continued to sustain this condition. Consequently, no external factors could disturb her. She felt remarkably well. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma was conducting experiments in her laboratory. Goku toiled in his fields, and Krillin was at work. Poor Krillin, indeed. As for Piccolo, he was, as usual, immersed in training. They all continued to live their lives at their own pace. At this moment, Alice sensed something, a peculiar feeling, as if it were drawing her in. Alice quickly opened her eyes and turned around, only to discover a swirling vortex behind her. Goodness gracious. Alice hastily rose and took flight. Yet it proved to be utterly futile. Thus, Alice was drawn in. Alice, my dear family, who can comprehend this? I was diligently honing my skills when, out of the blue, an enigmatic vortex appeared, inexplicably ensnaring me. To be precise, it sought to consume me. Moreover, the most perplexing aspect is that once captured, I found myself unable to exert any strength. After struggling for several minutes, Alice ultimately surrendered, for she truly found herself unable to break free. Alice could only helplessly relinquish her resistance. Thus, she was drawn in. As Alice was drawn into the vortex, she felt as though the very world was spinning around her. Her body seemed to detach from her own sense of self, as she was tossed and turned within the swirling chaos. The energy surrounding her inflicted injuries, causing her to bleed. In that moment, all Alice could do was fervently pray that she would not be transported to some bizarre realm, for that would be truly terrifying. After all, it is the unknown that instills the deepest fear, is it not? Alice gritted her teeth and endured for a long while, but ultimately, she could no longer withstand the strain and fainted. After an indeterminate passage of time, Alice gradually regained consciousness. Alice surveyed her surroundings, realizing that this place bore an uncanny resemblance to Earth. She pondered whether it truly was Earth and, if so, what had transpired here. Everywhere she looked, there were remnants of houses and the desiccated bones of the fallen. What could have occurred in this desolate land? Why was it so barren? Alice vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. Although she claimed to be unafraid, everything happening here felt exceedingly strange, especially the peculiar vortex this time. Alice first tended to her wounds before embarking on a survey of her surroundings, yet she discovered nothing of significance. Alas, it was as expected. But that was of little concern. She would take her time. Suddenly, Alice sensed a battle occurring approximately 10 kilometers away, with combatants possessing greater strength than the foes she had previously encountered. This revelation stirred a sense of excitement within her. After all, engaging with formidable opponents, whether to vanquish them or, should the need arise, to flee, was a thrilling prospect. Alice, initially overwhelmed with excitement, soon regained her composure. It was not yet the time for exuberance. Her primary objective now was to ascertain the events that had transpired here. After all, this place may have a connection to Earth, potentially linked to the parallel worlds mentioned in literature. Once calm, Alice began to scour the debris of the surrounding structures for clues. Eventually, she stumbled upon a relatively intact newspaper, which astonishingly contained an image of herself. Why would there be an image of her? It was impossible for her to have taken a photograph, except for the instances when Bulma needed one. But even that seemed implausible. Had she overlooked something? A vortex, Earth, a photograph, could it be that she had inadvertently stumbled into the future? Yet, that seemed unlikely. Her nature would never allow for such an occurrence. Was it possible that she had encountered an unforeseen incident in the future? Perhaps this was the only explanation left to consider. After pondering for a moment, Alice resolved to confront the scoundrel responsible for the chaos that had befallen the Earth. Alice, filled with rage, soared directly to the location where the battle had just transpired. "You wretched creature, clean your neck and await your demise at my hands." Alice's countenance began to take on a frenzied expression as every cell within her body erupted in jubilant celebration. This tempestuous aura was palpable to the few engaged in battle, emanating a terrifying presence akin to that of a frenzied beast. It seemed to forewarn the trio of the impending horror that was about to unfold. Yet, among them, the young man felt this energy coursing through him, trembling not from fear but from exhilaration. The elderly man, one stout and the other slender, exchanged a cautious glance at his reaction and discreetly concealed their presence before hastily retreating. The young man, however, had no time to attend to the fleeing duo. As he soared eagerly towards the source of the exhilarating energy, Alice sensed the disappearance of two distinct presences, yet one of them was hurtling towards her with remarkable speed. How intriguing! The audacity to confront rather than flee was indeed commendable. Allow me to witness this brave soul. With swiftness exceeding her previous pace, Alice soared towards the approaching figure. Eventually, their paths converged midway. The young man, upon laying eyes on Alice, was overcome with exhilaration. In his fervor, he disregarded the ominous aura emanating from her and exclaimed, "And Alice, is that truly you?" Alice felt a sense of confusion upon hearing the young man call her name, as she did not recognize the individual before her. However, there was something about his appearance that seemed vaguely familiar. Alice pondered. Well, she chose to relinquish her thoughts. The young man, noticing that Alice did not recognize him, hastily exclaimed, "And Alice, it's me, Gohan. Don't you remember?" It was understandable, after all. She might not have seen me for many years, and furthermore, my appearance has changed. Upon finishing his words, the young man, "No, Gohan," felt a twinge of disappointment. "Gohan?" Alice gazed incredulously at the young man before her. Could this truly be Sun Wukong? No, that posture, something must have gone awry with her counterpart here. Regardless, Alice yearned to comprehend her current predicament, and thus she spoke. "I am Alice, though perhaps not the Alice you are familiar with. To be precise, I might be an earlier version of Alice from your narrative." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a bit overwhelmed. The situation was rather intricate. However, after a moment, he managed to grasp that the Alice before him was likely an earlier iteration of the Alice he knew. Relieved by his own understanding, he exhaled softly, considering his own limited intellect. "Could you perhaps enlighten me about the events that transpired in this future? It seems that something has befallen the version of me you speak of." In response, Sun Wukong replied, "I, too, am not entirely certain of the specifics. Yet from what I gathered from my father, there was an incident when you and my father departed from Namek. You were engulfed by an unseen force, and by the time my father realized, only a severed arm remained." After briefly recounting the events, Sun Wukong turned his gaze away, the expression on his face suggesting he was on the verge of tears, which stirred Alice's emotions somewhat. Alice gently caressed his head and remarked, "Gohan has grown up. He has become quite remarkable. There is no need to grieve for my departure. If my absence has led to the current situation, then I can only express my sincere apologies." Before she could finish her words, Alice's form began to wane into an ethereal state. Alice had an unsettling premonition that she would soon be returned to her own Earth. Before her departure, she tossed a small pouch to Son Gohan. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a dozen magical beans and several capsules. "I am truly sorry, but it seems I must leave. Please accept these items. They hold little significance for me now, yet they will serve you well in your current endeavors." Before she could finish her words, she vanished completely. Son Gohan clutched the pouch tightly, fully aware of the immense value of its contents, both the capsules and the magical beans. Chapter 28. A glimmer of hope amidst despair. Son Gohan gazed at the space where Alice had once stood, silently expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, and Alice." Meanwhile, our dear Alice found herself unceremoniously landing on the ground. Alice was rendered speechless. It was the first time in her life that she found herself in such a predicament, landing unceremoniously on her backside. Alice sighed, contemplating a return to Earth. After all, she had entrusted all her possessions to that Son Goku, and now found herself with no choice but to go back. The matter of cultivation could be postponed until another time. In an instant, Alice teleported back to Earth. However, this particular teleportation was rather awkward, as she found herself in Bulma's bathtub, where she unexpectedly encountered her. "Alice." "Hello, I'm in the midst of washing." "Bulma, you're such a weirdo. After enduring a flurry of punches and kicks, Alice was forcefully propelled out of the bathroom. Alice covered her face, expressing her astonishment at how Bulma had become so aggressive. Nevertheless, she called out to Bulma in the bathroom, "Bulma, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry." "Go to hell, you pervert," came the reply. "There are some little cakes in the fridge." Alice cheerfully skipped off to indulge in some delightful cupcakes. As Bulma emerged from her bath, she spotted Alice savoring the treats. "Now, do tell, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Under ordinary circumstances, you wouldn't arrive in such a manner," Bulma remarked, drawing closer to Alice while drying her hair. Alice, savoring the small cake, replied to Bulma, "I was so earnest in my training that I became famished, so I thought I might come to your home for a bite." Bulma was momentarily at a loss for words at Alice's response. Yet what could she do but indulge her? "By the way, the money we discussed last time has already been transferred to your account." Alice nodded and ceased any further actions. Bulma felt somewhat exasperated. Alice only showed interest in food, disregarding everything else. Yet, this was the Alice that Bulma had always known, wasn't it? After satisfying her hunger, Alice turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, may I borrow the Dragon Ball radar? It will be useful." Upon hearing this, Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar from the nearby cabinet. Alice swiftly seized the radar and departed. Bulma, fuming, cast a resentful glance at the already distant figure of Alice. Foolish dolt. Alice diligently searched for the Dragon Balls marked on the radar, and with her remarkable speed, she accomplished this feat in approximately half an hour. Upon locating the Dragon Balls, she soared back to her home and placed them temporarily in her collection cabinet. Confident that any thief daring enough to attempt to steal her possessions would face dire consequences. With a sense of satisfaction, Alice retired to her slumber without a hint of hesitation. Soon, she drifted into a peaceful dream. In another dimension, Gohan returned to an old building and stepped inside. "Bulma, I'm back," he announced. "It's good that you're back. I worry every time you go out. You mustn't make any mistakes now, Gohan. The weight of saving humanity rests upon your shoulders." Though Bulma felt uneasy about this predicament, she recognized it as an unavoidable reality. Trunks was not yet capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, and his presence would only hinder their efforts. Bulma's emotions were tumultuous. If only Alice and the others were alive, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. A cloud of sorrow enveloped Bulma. Noticing her distress, Gohan retrieved a small pouch from his pocket. "Bulma, look at this," he said. With just a glance, Bulma froze in astonishment. She recognized the pouch. It belonged to Alice, and she had seen it in Alice's room, but had not encountered it since. "Where did you get this pouch, Gohan? Where did it come from?" Bulma inquired urgently. "Alice gave it to me," Gohan replied candidly. "Is Alice still alive? Is she still with us?" Bulma asked, her heart filled with hope. "Is she still alive?" Bulma asked anxiously. Gohan turned his head, and then Nono replied, "It's not that Aunt Alice, but it could be said that she is an earlier version of Aunt Alice." Upon hearing this, Bulma began to understand, recalling that Alice had previously borrowed the Dragon Radar from her, and it was after that this pouch mysteriously disappeared. Perhaps it was during that time that Alice had acquired it. "Alice, you really are a fool," Bulma lamented as she clutched the pouch, squatting on the ground and weeping. This long-lost sense of security filled her with nostalgia. Evidently, Alice was her sanctuary of solace. After crying for a while, Bulma extracted the contents from within. The items, capsules, were once given by her to Alice. Back then, she knew Alice would not be able to use them, except for food, but she still prepared many medicines for her. If those were indeed the items she had prepared for Alice, then what lay within could be deemed exceedingly precious, for the capsules contained an exceptionally comprehensive medical facility and various medicines. Bulma quickly retrieved a capsule marked with a red cross. "Wonderful. With this, our chances against those two androids have significantly improved." She then discovered another peculiar capsule. Astonishingly, it contained food. Heaven knows that food is currently in extreme scarcity. According to Alice's words back then about training, the food inside must be plentiful, given Alice's substantial appetite. If reserved as emergency rations, it would be more than sufficient to sustain 100 people for nearly a month, and conserving it could extend that duration even further. Bulma gazed excitedly at the two capsules. In her eyes, they were far more substantial than the Senzu beans. The remaining capsules in the pouch contained only some of Alice's clothing and books. Gohan looked curiously at the capsules in Bulma's hands. "Aunt Bulma, what are these?" Seeing Gohan's confusion, Bulma explained the capsules to him. Gohan was delighted upon hearing her words. While they might not be weapons for defeating enemies, the contents of these capsules would ensure their survival. After all, various useful items had been destroyed by the androids, and if they discovered anything that had not been obliterated, it would be swiftly eradicated. But now, it was different. She possessed these items, which filled him with joy. Chapter 29. The Defenseless Alice. The universe in which Alice resides. Alice rose from her bed, feeling invigorated. Ah, what splendid weather! A certain white-haired sloth stretched languidly before proceeding with her morning ablutions. Once refreshed, Alice embarked on her customary morning run, relishing the delightful day. However, her plans post-run involved a visit to Bulma's residence to return the Dragon Ball radar. With the added intention of enjoying a meal, Alice rubbed her hands together, merely contemplating her thoughts. She had no time to indulge in trivial pursuits today, as she needed to go shopping. Wasting time on unproductive endeavors was not an option. After all, since arriving on Earth, she had become somewhat lethargic. And if she continued down this path, she risked becoming ineffectual. There were numerous items on her shopping list, particularly several pieces of training attire, as her current collection was rather limited. Resolute in her decision, Alice set off on her shopping excursion, opting for a light jog. Upon reaching the clothing store, she could also enjoy a meal, thereby achieving both her training objectives and saving time. Truly a win-win situation, wouldn't you agree? Alice, with unwavering determination, set out for her jog without hesitation. Clad in her athletic attire, she felt no need to change into something new. She could simply don fresh garments when the time came to purchase them. After jogging for approximately 2 hours, she arrived at her destination, a store where she selected around 10 pieces of loose-fitting athletic wear suitable for her endeavors. After settling the bill, she requested the staff to deliver her purchases to the villa. As for where they would be placed, surely, such establishments have designated areas for deliveries. They are not oblivious to such necessities. Following her shopping spree, Alice found her way to a restaurant within the confines of her quarters. Indulging in a meal that might be just a tad more extravagant than usual, Alice was indulging in her meal while humming a tune. Yet this tranquil moment was abruptly shattered by a relentless phone call from Bulma. With a sorrowful expression, Alice abruptly ended the call and hastily finished her meal before teleporting directly to Bulma's residence. Upon her arrival, she cast a mournful glance at Bulma, her demeanor suggesting that Bulma owed her a fortune. Puzzled, Bulma inquired, "What brings about such a gloomy visage?" "Alice, what do you think? I was happily indulging in my meal when your call summoned me here. I had intended to savor every bite." With that, she cast a look of lingering disappointment at her. Bulma felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, Alice was delightful in every way, save for her fervent obsession with food. Nonetheless, it wasn't a significant issue. All right. Bulma quickly reassured her, "I promise to make it up to you later. For now, won't you accompany me in conducting an experiment?" Upon hearing Bulma's words, Alice's expression softened slightly. "Just so you know, I demand an abundance of delectable treats. Otherwise, I shan't forgive you if I go hungry." With that, she turned her head away in a haughty manner. Bulma chuckled helplessly. All right. You can eat as much as you desire." What else could she do but indulge her? Bulma then led Alice to a massive piece of equipment and invited her to step inside. Alice entered with a bewildered expression, gazing at Bulma with eyes that seemed to inquire, "What is this?" This contraption is a machine designed to measure human reaction speed. However, it has yet to undergo testing, thus requiring your cooperation. Would you be so kind as to assist? Alice expressed her inability to endure such a situation, as she was truly powerless against Bulma's charms or requests, often yielding to her whims without hesitation. Upon witnessing Alice's concession, Bulma joyfully proceeded to activate the machine. "You must evade, rather than retaliate or withstand. Otherwise, this machine will be of little worth," Bulma cautioned, fully aware that Alice's strength surpassed even that of Goku. Hence her repeated reminders. Alice, in her helplessness, could only comply with her demands, attempting to evade rather than retaliate with her energy techniques. For such attacks would merely serve to scratch an itch. The mechanisms within the machine unleashed an incessant barrage of assaults, growing increasingly relentless. Initially, Alice managed to evade these strikes with her reflexes, but as the onslaught intensified, she resorted to sensing the air to avoid them. Ultimately, the final wave of attacks became so overwhelming that Alice was compelled to harness her energy to accelerate her evasions. Alice persevered for approximately 6 hours before succumbing to the onslaught of the machine. Bulma expressed no surprise whatsoever. After all, Alice is quite formidable, is she not? When Alice emerged, she felt a lingering desire to return, although this object may seem rather inconsequential. Relying solely on the naked eye to evade danger without the aid of perception or enhancement proved to be remarkably effective. After all, one's energy can eventually be depleted, leaving only the reliance on physical prowess or keen eyesight. Alice couldn't help but marvel at Bulma's imaginative ingenuity. The ability to conceive such ideas led her to ponder whether she might utilize this as a means to hone her reflexes in the future. Bulma, sensing Alice's thoughts, remarked, "Rein in those unrealistic notions of yours. This machine is still in its testing phase, and we will have to wait a while longer for its completion." Upon hearing this, Alice felt no disappointment. Rather, a subtle sense of anticipation began to blossom within her. It settled then, "Bulma, I want to be the first to test it. It would be ideal if you could incorporate a touch of surprise attack, something unexpected." Bulma considered this, acknowledging that for Alice, such a minor offensive feature would bear no consequence. However, as part of a test, it indeed seemed a worthwhile addition. With that, Bulma commenced adjusting the machine, paying no mind to Alice's incessant chatter beside her. As Alice observed Bulma's earnest demeanor, she refrained from engaging her in conversation, choosing instead to silently watch her operate the instruments. Eventually, boredom began to creep in, and Alice succumbed to slumber. Once Bulma completed her tasks and noticed Alice in such a state, she could only smile helplessly before fetching a blanket to cover her. "What a silly girl," she mused, "but who could blame you for being so endearing?" With that, she gently brushed Alice's little nose. The following day arrived. Alice lay in a hazy stupor upon the bed. But why was she there? Was it because Bulma had carried her to the bed? What do you think? Alice gazed around the familiar room, feeling a twinge of confusion. Had she truly slept so soundly the previous night? She had been moved to the bed without her knowledge. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that such a scenario could only occur at Bulma's place. In other locations, a mere approach could lead to dire consequences. A slap from someone with a combat power exceeding 1,000,000,000 was no trivial matter in the present context. Alice ceased her erratic musings. Rising from the bed, she exited the room and beheld Bulma, clad in a pristine white lab coat. Alice expressed her willingness. "Ahem, it seems the fault lies within our own thoughts. I shall reflect upon it. Are you awake?" Bulma found it somewhat amusing to see Alice, just risen from slumber, with her hair in disarray. The most delightful sight was the tuft of hair that stood playfully atop Alice's head, though she remained blissfully unaware of it. Now that she is awake, it is time for her to freshen up and have breakfast. Today, there is your favorite vanilla pudding awaiting you. At the mere mention of vanilla pudding, Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement. Alice hurriedly went to freshen up. After all, it was her greatest love. Chapter 30. The author's fantastical interlude. As Alice prepared to dine, she suddenly fainted, without any prior indication. Her body began to perspire profusely. Bulma, taken aback, hurriedly approached to assess Alice's condition. After a thorough examination, she found no apparent issues, except that Alice seemed to be quite famished. Indeed, a glutton remains a glutton. Nevertheless, Bulma carried Alice to the apparatus for further evaluation, which revealed troubling internal injuries. Within her body, various cells were engaged in a relentless battle, continuously attempting to mend the wounds, only for new ones to emerge almost immediately. Alice's unconsciousness was likely linked to these injuries, leaving Bulma at a loss for how to proceed. Observing Alice's condition, it was evident that she was not in a particularly favorable state, which left Bulma feeling frantic. In her moment of distress, she seemed to lose her usual cleverness. Consumed by anxiety, all she could do was gaze at the screen, monitoring Alice's live medical report. When she was astonished to discover that the peculiar cells within Alice's body appeared capable of gradually healing her injuries. What an extraordinary situation. Were these cells truly so powerful? At this rate, complete recovery seemed imminent. This encouraging news brought Bulma great joy, as it indicated that Alice was no longer in any mortal peril. Yet, she momentarily forgot that Alice was no ordinary individual. After approximately half an hour, Alice sprang up from the bed, startling Bulma, who had been vigilantly watching over her. "You nearly scared me to death, you fool. You have no idea how worried I was about you," Bulma exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. "Did you know I genuinely thought you were on the brink of death? You imbecile." As she spoke, Bulma playfully pummeled Alice in a fit of exasperation, while Alice embraced her, gently patting Bulma's back to soothe her. "I promise it won't happen again. No more tears. All right then, if you ever do that again, I shall ignore you and never make you vanilla pudding again. Yes, I promise." Alice acknowledged that she was the one who had caused Bulma to cry, and now whatever she said was binding. If she failed to console her, there would be no pudding in the future. However, Bulma's current demeanor was quite peculiar. Reminiscent of the relationship between Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, it was indeed strange. Yet, Alice was too indifferent to ponder it further. Why are you biting me, Bulma? Please stop scaring me, Alice exclaimed, her voice laced with trepidation. All right, I promise I won't scare you again. No more crying, she reassured. Having comforted Bulma for quite some time until she finally calmed down, Bulma then inquired, So, tell me, what happened to your injury? It was inflicted after I was sucked into a strange vortex, but later I discovered that this wound seemed to enhance my physique. So I didn't tend to it immediately, Alice explained. Well, I'll forgive you this time, but if it happens again, I'll bite you, Bulma replied playfully, licking her lips afterward. Seeing this gesture, Alice's cheeks inexplicably flushed, and she was unaware of the reason behind her sudden embarrassment. Bulma, noticing her reaction, couldn't help but smile. You really are a slow-witted fool, but your kind of obliviousness is certainly preferable to being genuinely foolish. Afterward, Bulma embraced Alice once more, lingering in her warm embrace for a while before finally stepping away. Alice scratched her head in confusion, unable to comprehend Bulma's inexplicable behavior, which left her with an odd, unexplainable feeling. Bulma, unfazed by Alice's gesture, entered the kitchen in high spirits to prepare pudding for her beloved fool. Indeed, she would come to understand the significance of this term in due time. Alice sat on the sofa, lost in thought, reflecting on Bulma's recent actions, which increasingly reminded her of the conversations she had with Chi-Chi regarding Goku, particularly when discussing some of her past behaviors. The resemblance was striking, wasn't it? Could it be? Surely, such conduct between girls was improbable. Was it true? Could it be that she was overthinking it? Perhaps so. The more Alice pondered, the more agitated she became. She absent-mindedly touched the spot where she had just been bitten, feeling an inexplicable sensation, as if her heart had momentarily skipped a beat at that moment. It seemed to evoke a peculiar delight within her. Could it be that she harbored such strange thoughts about her? Well, she sensed that there was indeed something, for otherwise, given her current fighting prowess, she would not have allowed her to behave in such a manner. Alice intended to maintain the status quo, as she was uncertain whether her thoughts were merely figments of her imagination. The last thing she wanted was to inadvertently alienate Bulma due to her own overthinking. For some reason, as I continued to write, I felt that I had portrayed certain actions of Bulma and Alice in a rather peculiar light. So I decided to disregard it. After all, giving it a try is acceptable, as moments of closeness are indeed a beautiful aspect of civilization. After preparing the pudding, Bulma emerged to find Alice alternating between contemplation and shaking her head. She found Alice's current demeanor rather amusing and decided to take a seat beside her, pudding in hand. Observing her, as Alice regained her senses, she found Bulma gazing at her, her little face inexplicably flushing. Bulma, noticing this, felt a twinge of delight. After all, this reaction indicated that Alice might have caught on to something and suggested she was not entirely averse to it. An auspicious sign indeed. The more Bulma looked at Alice, the more she found her adorable, irresistibly tempted to playfully tease her, fully confident that Alice would not resist. With this thought in mind, Bulma leaned closer to Alice, softly blowing a breath near her ear. Hey, what are you doing, Bulma? That tickles. Hee. Alice blushed, flustered. Flustered? Impossible. So, Alice, you're quite bold, aren't you? Just kidding. I'm super brave, really impressive, you know. Come on, let me take a look. No, you're impossible. Just let me see. No, please, don't. Do not. Bulma, do not. Witnessing Alice's coy demeanor only emboldened Bulma further. With a swift motion, she leaped forward. After a symphonic exchange, Bulma gazed at Alice in her embrace, astonished by Alice's unexpected shyness. You're naughty, Bulma. I won't talk to you anymore. Hee, your words carry no weight. Just a light-hearted moment, as always. A brief introduction to the book. This narrative unfolds in a world distinct from the primary realm of Dragon Ball, resembling a branch or parallel universe akin to that of a major series, wherein divergences have birthed multiple timelines, much like the splits seen in that series. I have drawn upon this concept, recognizing that as a fan fiction, I would not deliberately assert that the protagonist's timeline is the primary one. Engaging too deeply in the main storyline may alter the essence of Dragon Ball, which I wish to preserve. Acknowledging my limitations as a writer, I strive not to tarnish the cherished image of Dragon Ball in the hearts of its fans. Thus, I have crafted the protagonist world as a parallel timeline, largely independent of the principal narrative. Some may wonder why I take the time to elucidate this. It's because we are all fans of Dragon Ball, and I wish to ensure that the classics are not marred by fan interpretations. For now, I will prioritize the plot within this timeline and its parallel worlds. However, As the narrative progresses, I may gradually weave in elements from the main storyline or make cameo appearances. It has been mentioned that Alice will go missing or meet an untimely demise during Frisia's era, a narrative choice made to provide future pathways for the story. The timing of these events remains uncertain, as such routes allow for greater diversity in storytelling rather than a singular focus on this world's plot. Notably, some key characters are exclusive to the primary realm, such as the god of destruction, Beerus, and others. Moreover, the protagonist's name is not derived from mere aesthetic appeal or similarity to other characters. It is a homage to my beloved pet, a Burmese cat, who has now departed for the celestial realm. This name serves solely as a commemorative gesture. I shall also address some inquiries regarding the protagonist's formidable strength at the outset. Why does she not destroy planets or engage in wanton violence? Given her power is akin to a high-tier Broly? The reasons are as follows. 1. The protagonist has indeed caused destruction, but as an infant, her mental strength was limited, leading her to tire quickly. 2. The alien who adopted her, Yanaga, possesses calming abilities that soothe Alice, maintaining her tranquility. 3. The protagonist's temperament is not inherently cruel. Rather, prolonged mental calming has resulted in her exhibiting two states, a generally amiable yet mischievous demeanor and a more ferocious Saiyan nature when excited. It could be likened to a controlled form of dissociation. Once she regains her composure, she returns to her usual self. In designing Alice, I drew inspiration from the original Broly, particularly during her frenzied phases where she grows increasingly powerful without limits. However, this trait also serves as a vulnerability, as regaining her senses brings about a brief period of weakness, akin to a state of immobility in a game. The mere seconds, they could prove decisive against a true master. In the early chapters, I prioritized speed over quality, and I acknowledge that the writing may not have been optimal. I plan to revisit these earlier sections for refinement as time permits, and I hope readers will not be disheartened, as it will not affect the overall trajectory of the story. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those persistent and urging for updates. If anyone has suggestions for delightful side stories, feel free to share. I would be delighted to incorporate them. After all, we are all fueled by love for this endeavor. And thus, we continue. Chapter 31, A Return to the Future. After a brief interlude, Alice savored her vanilla pudding with a small spoon, the pink bubbles emerging from above her head attesting to her delight in the treat. Alice declared that she would offer anything, but vanilla pudding was off the table. That was her bottom line. Bulma, gazing at Alice who was surrounded by pink bubbles, felt a sense of exasperation. Did she truly have such an affinity for this particular dessert? Each day, she seemed to indulge in it, to the point where it could be said that pudding was never far from her grasp. Perhaps this was the realm of a true foodie. After all, Alice never seemed to gain weight. Maybe next time, she could use Alice as a taste tester, since this individual was always open to trying new dishes, if necessary. A reward of an extra serving of vanilla pudding could be arranged. By the way, Bulma, in a few days, I intend to commence my training. Could you prepare some food for me? How much do you require? Bulma inquired, curiosity piqued, for Alice typically did not make such requests, as she usually filled her own plate. It seemed there was to be some sort of competition. Otherwise, she would not seek her assistance. Well, I suppose I will need about a year's worth, considering my appetite. Alice spoke without raising her head, as she was still engaged in her struggle with the pudding. Bulma, feeling somewhat helpless, made a call to arrange for the food she required and also prepared a considerable amount of medicine for her, although Alice likely wouldn't need it. It is always wise to be prepared for any eventuality. After finishing her meal, Alice gazed at Bulma. Would you like me to bring back some local specialties from other planets? Perhaps some minerals or items that are unavailable on Earth. The rest is unnecessary. Bulma gently patted Alice's small head, noticing that she was counting on her fingers, undoubtedly tallying how many puddings she could trade for. All right, Bulma replied. I'll prepare an enormous portion of vanilla pudding for you when I return. Is that satisfactory? It seems that aside from fighting, there isn't much else stirring in that little head of yours. Alice awkwardly scratched her head, for it was indeed a fact that could not be contested. Ever since her arrival on Earth, the portion of her mind that housed her intelligence seemed to have been sealed away, largely due to the presence of the genius Bulma. Alice's external brain, Bulma, took on the weighty task of contemplation, allowing Alice to focus solely on her protection. After a short while, Bulma's associates delivered a small box, no larger than a palm, containing around 10 capsules. I adore you, Bulma. I'm off now. With that, she soared into the sky, leaving Bulma in a state of exasperated amusement. Honestly, I won't nag you. Is it really necessary to rush off so quickly? Bulma sighed, shaking her head in resignation before returning to her laboratory to continue her experiments. Alice returned to her villa, retrieved the Dragon Ball, and soared to a remote location to summon the dragon. Arise, dragon. As she completed the incantation, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky, and a colossal green dragon appeared above. Speak your wish. No matter what it is, I can grant one for you. Ah, a classic phrase. Dragon. Can you take me to the place I visited last time? I can, the dragon replied, but as this wish transcends the limits of my power, I can only ensure your arrival, not your safety. Alice shook her head, indicating that this was sufficient. The dragon, understanding, offered one final reminder. You may only stay there for a month. My powers are limited, and I can assist you no further. Thank you, then farewell. With that, the dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, vanishing into the sky. However, Alice managed to grasp one of them, the 4-star ball, as it was necessary to return it to Sun Wukong. At that moment, her body began to emit a radiant white light, and in an instant, Alice teleported to Sun Wukong's side. Before Alice could finish her words, she vanished. Sun Wukong looked up, bewildered. What was that? It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh, a wild 4-star Dragon Ball. At this moment, our dear little Alice was feeling quite distressed. Have you ever seen a spinning top? Our little Alice was in that very state. If only there were a fitting melody to accompany her. Alice expressed her sincere gratitude. This journey through time was even more tumultuous than the last, considering that the previous experience had been relatively straightforward. Some might suggest that one could control their direction while flying by harnessing energy. However, the reality is that Alice was now ensnared in a whirlwind of chaos, rendering her incapable of flying properly. Any attempt to accelerate would merely add a dazzling effect to this spinning top of a situation. Alice was unaware of how long she had been spinning until her speed finally began to diminish. After a few minutes, she regained the ability to control her direction. Eventually, she spotted a source of light ahead, which indicated the way out. Alice accelerated with all her might, for she could no longer endure this place. After a while, she finally came to a halt. Well, at least she had safely landed, or so it seemed. Ugh, the fall left her with a mouthful of dirt. She resolved that there would be no next time. Alice rose with a flurry of exclamations, her gaze sweeping the surroundings, which appeared even more dilapidated than her last visit. What could account for this deterioration? Or perhaps this was simply the most ravaged area. Never mind. She resolved to locate Bulma in this timeline first. With that thought, Alice glanced skyward, gauging her position before taking flight. Some might wonder why she didn't utilize instant transmission. Please, in a situation where survival is paramount. The atmospheric pressure would certainly be oppressive, and Bulma, while capable of manipulating energy, was not particularly formidable at the moment. After soaring at high speed for approximately 10 minutes, she arrived at the dilapidated site of the Capsule Corporation. It was termed dilapidated because the current form of the Capsule Corporation bore little resemblance to its former self. If she wasn't here, she would search the vicinity. Bulma likely hadn't ventured too far. It is often said that the most perilous places can be the safest. Yet that notion is situational. In this context, anyone with a modicum of sense would not hide here, for the enemy would surely consider this as well. If they lacked such foresight, the world would not be in such disarray. It would have been dealt with long ago. Having pondered this, Alice began to unleash her energy. After all, if I cannot find you, surely you will come seeking me? With that in mind, she maximized her energy output to its habitual peak. The force of her aura caused the surroundings to tremble, and those nearby were violently pushed back, creating deep craters in the ground. Gohan sensed Alice's aura and rose with excitement. Chapter 32, Preparing for Training Gohan. Though Gohan was thrilled, he was aware that there were individuals in need of protection nearby. So he dared only to release a fraction of his energy for a few seconds, just enough for Alice to sense him. As he could not afford to take any risks, Alice sensed a faint aura. Though it lasted merely a few seconds, she was certain it belonged to Sun Wukong. Alice soared directly forward. You might wonder what would happen if those two adversaries blocked her path. It would be inconsequential. They were merely insignificant pests, unlikely to withstand even a mere slap from themselves. Indeed, the reality was as such. Those two foes dared not approach Alice. Was it that woman who needed to devise a method to absorb her power? The opponent was far too formidable. She appeared to be the long-lost Saiyan, Alice. Should she transform into that golden-haired state, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophe. Forget about energy absorption. We might all meet our demise here. The two conversing were none other than Android 19 and Drive Jero. Initially, These individuals were not particularly strong, but by absorbing the energy of others, they had surpassed their previous limits, leading to the near annihilation of their foes, including Gohan and others. Should we activate those two? Inquired Android 19. Not yet, replied Dr. Gero. They are not fully repaired. If we unleash them now, we may be the first to perish. Then what? Let us focus on obtaining that woman's genetic material. After all, we have yet to secure her. It is worth noting that Alice typically cleanses any trace of her blood, ensuring no evidence remains. For she is quite the target. Dr. Gero shook his head, recognizing the difficulty of the task at hand. This individual was stronger than the former Goku. Had it not been for Goku's heart condition, he likely would have been dispatched with a single blow, requiring no energy absorption at all. However, energy absorption merely served to store the foe's power for their own use. Once that energy was depleted, it would signify the end of their capabilities. Thus, they could only contemplate their strategy for the long term. Upon arriving at the location of Gohan and his companions, Alice was somewhat taken aback. To her surprise, it turned out to be her own villa. It seemed that this was Bulma's doing, considering her absence in the future. She then cast a glance at Bulma, who appeared to have aged a bit. Alice's nose tinged with a hint of discomfort as Bulma observed her joyfully leaping into her embrace. Alice let out a soft whimper. Alice gently wiped away her tears, saying, Bulma, you have worked tirelessly. I have arrived, and you may now rest in peace. Alice prepared to step outside and then turned to Gohan. Gohan, come out for a moment. I have a few matters to discuss with you. With that, Alice proceeded out the door, and Gohan hurriedly followed her. After conversing for a while, he grasped the situation. Indeed, it was a rather tedious desire. But I hope you can bring me some joy. With that, Alice erupted with energy, soaring into the sky to meticulously search for the presence of those two individuals. TSK. They are indeed quite vigilant, but I relish the game of cat and mouse. Alice fluttered aimlessly in the air, seemingly without purpose. In truth, the situation was indeed fortuitous. More often than not, Alice found herself ahead of them, either searching for someone or leading the way. This woman is quite bothersome. Alice was blissfully unaware of the numerous opportunities she had missed. Had she known, she likely would have been infuriated, wreaking havoc on her surroundings. However, she dared not, fearing the wrath of Bulma. After a fruitless search, Alice had no choice but to return, for androids 19 and 20 had transcended humanity in various respects, making it far easier for them to conceal their presence than any ordinary human. And Alice, you're back. Yes, these two rodents are exceedingly adept at hiding, and I have little time to spare. With a hint of disappointment, Alice resolved to train Gohan. After all, only by strengthening himself could Gohan protect all that he cherished. Without further ado, Alice retrieved a capsule for Bulma, which contained a plethora of urgently needed food supplies and medical equipment. After handing over the items to Bulma, she ventured outside with Gohan. However, as they exited, she noticed a charming little boy with light purple hair, prompting her to glance twice before she lost interest. Observing the child, Gohan began to introduce him. This boy's name is Trunks. He trailed off, uncertain of how to elaborate, as Alice had previously harbored a dislike for Trunks' father, who had nearly taken his life. Bulma's child, I presume? Upon hearing this, Alice momentarily paused before regaining her composure. There was no need to elaborate on Bulma's own life. It was unnecessary to dwell on such matters. However, it was infuriating to think of the one who had captured Bulma's heart. Gohan could only manage a forced smile, aware of the particularly close bond between Alice and Bulma. It was indeed disheartening to witness someone else reaping the rewards, which would irk anyone, especially the one before him. Let us go, Alice declared, turning on her heel and walking away without a backward glance. Gohan felt a shiver run down his spine. He recognized that his aunt possessed a rather unpredictable temperament, and aside from Aunt Bulma, no one else could temper her spirit. Are you not coming? Alice glanced back at him. Yes, Aunt Alice. Gohan hurriedly followed suit, realizing that failing to keep up could lead to dire consequences. Alice flew with Gohan to Bulma's former residence and began to excavate the ground, retrieving a peculiar box. This contains a garment once worn by your father, a particularly special training outfit, she remarked, handing it to Gohan. He promptly accepted it, feeling the weight in his hands. Nevertheless, he managed to steady his grip and then glanced toward another item. And Alice, what about this other piece? It belongs to Piccolo. Alice did not conceal anything, so she spoke candidly. Now, without further ado, quickly put on your clothes. We are about to commence our training. Upon finishing her words, Alice seated herself on the spot. Sun Wukong, without a hint of suspicion, promptly moved aside to change his attire. However, once he had completed his change, he sensed that his strength had dissipated, and his physical condition had undergone a transformation. Alice merely reiterated the function of the clothing upon observing his demeanor. "All right, you should commence your 10-kilometer run to warm up." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan promptly began to run, realizing that if he did not adjust himself, he would likely collapse before completing the 10 kilometers. Chapter 33, Capturing a Little Mouse. Witnessing Son Gohan's sluggish pace, Alice, in frustration, summoned her energy to manifest a whip, striking behind him as an implicit encouragement to hasten his speed, run faster, or face the consequences. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan persevered. However, he soon felt the frequency and intensity of Alice's strikes increasing. "Dear Aunt Alice, even if you're upset, you shouldn't take it out on me. Hurry up. Run faster." Alice's words were laced with barely concealed anger. Sun Wukong remarked, "So I am the only one suffering, Aunt Alice? You are no longer the loving aunt I once knew." In a moment of distraction, Sun Wukong was struck by a whip. One person desperately wielded the whip while the other frantically fled. "Ah, how harmonious it is. What nonsense. Is there truly no one to converse with me? Am I, Sun Wukong, to be so shameless? It hurts tremendously." Alice grew increasingly enthusiastic in her pursuits. Gohan, on the verge of vomiting from his exertions, realized that this was no longer a matter of maintaining his image. It had become a question of enduring less punishment. Although the whip did not inflict injuries, the pain it caused was undeniably real, akin to what one might refer to in gaming parlance as true damage. After what felt like an eternity of fleeing, Gohan finally succumbed to unconsciousness, experiencing an unexpected bliss in his fainting spell. Moments later, he was jolted awake by a splash of cold water thrown by Alice. "That concludes today's endurance training," she announced. "Now, we shall proceed with agility and reflex training." Without granting Gohan a moment to respond, Alice soared into the air and unleashed a flurry of small energy blasts. While they were not lethal, the sheer volume of hits was decidedly unpleasant. "Hey, you didn't even say go, and Alice," Gohan exclaimed as he hurriedly dodged, rolling and scrambling to evade her relentless onslaught. It dawned on him that Alice was treating him as nothing more than a punching bag. Yet, he felt powerless to resist. Any attempt at defiance would be futile, given his inability to match her strength. "Oh, I'm going to die. Please, have mercy, and Alice," he cried out. In battle, enemies do not afford you the luxury of reaction time. What makes you harbor such naive notions, Gohan? Your father and I have become formidable only through countless brushes with death. Had we shared your current mindset, we would have perished long ago. You claim to have fought alongside your father and Piccolo against Frieza. Did Frieza ever grant you an opportunity? With that, Alice intensified her assault. Do not be so naive, Gohan. In this world, you alone possess the power to save it, so abandon such unrealistic thoughts. Alice's assault effectively sealed off all possible escape routes for Sun Wukong, compelling him to face her head-on rather than resorting to a more humiliating evasion. "Show me your resolve, Sun Wukong," she challenged, gritting his teeth. He chose not to retreat in a disheveled manner this time. Instead, he charged toward Alice with unwavering determination. "Yes, that's it. Come at me with the conviction of one willing to face death." While attempting to evade her strikes, Sun Wukong endeavored to counterattack, albeit in a rather clumsy fashion. However, Alice was relentless, intensifying her onslaught. Struggling to rise from the ground, Sun Wukong ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing once more. "Get up, take a moment to rest, and we shall continue shortly," Alice urged as she helped him to his feet. "Yes, and Alice." Alice glanced at Sun Wukong's face and inquired, "What happened to your face?" Sun Wukong fell into a moment of silence, yet he ultimately responded to Alice's question. "This is a remnant from our last battle. Back then, I naively believed the fight was over." At this point, he fell silent, recalling that his hand had nearly been lost as well. Had it not been for the magical beans, he likely would not have survived. Even after enduring so much, you still resemble your father. Too innocent and too kind-hearted, he remarked with a wry smile. "But that is the nature of the Sun family. Just promise me you won't act that way again. I've told you before, the enemy will not hesitate due to your compassion, nor will they feel remorse because of your pity. In this world, only a strong fist commands respect. Only then will the vermin comply." With that, he hurled a purplish-red energy sphere behind him. Boom. The vermin are indeed vermin. Having escaped capture last time, one now dares to prance before me. Alice raised her hand and effortlessly lifted the individual. "Oh, what a plump and pristine white mouse it is." Alice lifted the chin of Android 19 with her toes. How unsightly he looks. As if he had been dead for a week. Be careful, Aunt Alice. This individual might absorb your energy to enhance himself, Sun Wukong warned upon recognizing Android 19. Oh, how intriguing. Let me see just how much you can absorb. Do you possess the qualifications to amuse us, as my hands are rather itching for action? With that, he forcefully pressed Android 19's head into the ground, grinding it a few times. Observing Alice's expectant demeanor, Sun Wukong felt his concerns were unwarranted. After all, had Aunt Alice been present at that moment, they would have merely served as punching bags. Android 19 clutched one of Alice's feet, absorbing energy for quite some time. But his speed gradually began to wane, seemingly reaching a saturation point. Such a failure. Is this all you are capable of? Alice stomped her foot with great force, ultimately crushing one of the hands of number 19 beneath her final step. Alice expressed her frustration, lamenting that after such prolonged absorption, she could not even match her usual state, feeling utterly worthless. Number 19 gazed at Alice in terror. He wished to flee, but as he attempted to rise, Alice incapacitated his legs. The pitiful creature had become nothing more than a punching bag. When she discarded number 19 to Gohan, she effortlessly dislocated his jaw as well. The noise was unbearable, yet retaining one hand was just right for Gohan to practice his skills. Gohan observed the once formidable adversary, now reduced to a pitiful wretch, crawling before him like a stray dog. This was truly surreal. Perhaps, as Aunt Alice suggested, he could use him for some practice? It seemed a viable option. Resolving his indecision, Gohan dragged number 19 to an open area and commenced a merciless assault. Though number 19 attempted to retaliate, he could only muster a single functioning hand. Utterly incapable of matching Gohan's speed, regret consumed him. He had only heeded number 20, and now he found himself transformed into a punching bag. One that could not fight back. How he lamented his choices. Chapter 34. Intensified training. Back from my shift at the factory, tightening screws, and here I am. Updating once more, fueled by love. Oh, by the way, since I currently lack the means to support myself, the timing of updates may be unpredictable, but I shall persist with my commitment to daily updates, regardless of the quality. Now, let us commence the main narrative. Alice seated herself upon a nearby stone, and then, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a packet of beans, indulging in their crisp, vanilla flavor. Those familiar with Alice often pondered how she managed to extract items from the most peculiar places, while it was understandable to see her pull snacks from her pockets. Who could believe she retrieved half a chilled watermelon from her sleeve? To add to the absurdity, she even produced a small spoon. Among her most frequently drawn items was vanilla pudding, a true passion of hers. Whether in skirmishes or in moments of curiosity, she would whip out a snack, generously sharing with those around her. Initially, observers assumed her treats were drawn from a capsule, but disbelief ensued when they realized she was retrieving them from her pockets. Yet, her collection was rather limited, encompassing vanilla pudding, beans, chocolate, jerky, sunflower seeds, small fish, liquor, mineral water, and pure milk, along with some kitchen utensils, seasonings, and various fruits and vegetables. In truth, it was quite extraordinary. Should anyone inquire, they would learn it stemmed from a wish made to the divine dragon shortly after her return to Earth. After all, her fear of hunger had prompted that desire. Nevertheless, it suited Alice remarkably well, given her insatiable appetite. But I digress. Let us return to the narrative. As Alice enjoyed her beans, she watched Gohan fiercely battle Android 19. Just as she became engrossed in the scene, Bulma cautiously peeked her head out, then gestured towards Alice with a wave. Alice, filled with confusion, set down the beans and followed Bulma to a secluded spot. What is it, Bulma? Why have you brought me here? I wish to speak with you. Bulma replied, leaving Alice even more perplexed. What could possibly warrant such secrecy? Why must we be in this strange place? Though she felt no fear, an unsettling sensation washed over her. Seeing Bulma's hesitant demeanor, Alice was at a loss for words. What on earth is going on? Bulma took a deep breath and continued. Alice, I would like to ask for your help in defeating the androids. Would you consider it? Alice shook her head, indicating that she could only stay for a few days at most and could not offer assistance. They would have to rely on themselves. Moreover, the technology for concealing the presence of that artificial being was undeniably impressive. This was a fact that could not be overlooked. Searching for it proved to be somewhat laborious. In any case, they had already located one. The other was hardly a concern. Of course, this was Alice's perspective, as she only cared for a select few. As for the rest of humanity, apologies, but she was quite occupied. Furthermore, what would happen after she helped deal with the current adversaries? What if even more formidable foes emerged in the future? Would they simply wait for their demise? Upon hearing Alice's refusal, the light in Bulma's eyes dimmed. Was it truly impossible? Alice, just this once, I beg you. I am truly at my wit's end, she implored, gripping Alice's garment and gradually sinking to her knees. Please, Alice, help us just this once. Alice sighed as she gazed at Bulma. If I assist you this time, what about the next? And the time after that? Should we encounter a more formidable and terrifying foe, how will you cope? Are you to rely on me? As she spoke, Alice gently wiped Bulma's tears. You have mentioned that in your past, my future, I no longer exist. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, this challenge must be faced by you alone. With that, Alice turned away and walked off, resolute in her decision. She understood that aiding them would only bring harm, compelling her to act as the villain this time. Bulma watched Alice depart without a backward glance, her heart heavy with sorrow. She comprehended Alice's words all too well. However, their principal combatant was merely Gohan, and she could not afford to make another misstep. Feeling despondent, Bulma took a seat at the spot previously occupied by Alice and picked up a pouch of beans. Sampling one, to her astonishment, she discovered that the bean possessed healing properties. Although not as extraordinary as the Senza beans, it was nonetheless impressive. These beans, or rather the items Alice had produced, were imbued with healing magic, thus exhibiting such remarkable effects. Meanwhile, Alice wandered aimlessly, acutely aware of her fate in the future. She then noticed her hands beginning to fade slightly. Alice calmly took out a notebook and began to sketch and write, spending more than half an hour on her endeavor. The notebook contained little more than some notes on the training exercises she had previously shared with Sun Wukong, which she intended to present to Gohan upon her departure. It seemed that the dragon's mention of time was of little consequence. Returning early was quite agreeable as well. Alice was speaking to herself. At this rate of dissipation, there would be a maximum of 2 days left. She could still supervise Gohan's training for 2 more days. It seemed she needed to intensify the training. Having made up her mind, Alice set off happily, indulging in a snack once again. Indeed, she was quite the opportunistic eater, though this time it was merely sunflower seeds. Alice strolled leisurely back, munching on sunflower seeds, savoring her relaxed pace. After all, what could she do? With nothing pressing on her agenda, she could only pass the time by snacking on seeds. The following day arrived. As per usual, Alice took Gohan out, but this time she significantly intensified her attacks. Disregarding Gohan's anguished cries, she unleashed a barrage of assaults that left him utterly battered, his body marred by an array of bruises and shades of blue and purple. After consuming a bean that Alice had ingested the previous day, Gohan began to witness a gradual restoration of his injuries. Oh, how intriguing. It seems this calls for an escalation in my training, she mused. Alice gazed at Gohan with a mischievous smile. Gohan felt a shiver run down his spine under Alice's scrutinizing gaze. Her expression resembled that of a child lured into a nefarious scheme. Goosebumps erupted across his body as he anticipated that the forthcoming assault would be far from trivial, likely more intense than the current onslaught. What could be troubling Aunt Alice today? Why had she suddenly intensified the training regimen? It was truly daunting. This was merely the initial wave. Yet it surpassed the entirety of yesterday's training. Chapter 35. Heart to heart under the moonlight, Gohan lay breathless on the ground. Aunt Alice, he gasped. I don't have much time left. I must forcibly increase the training intensity to enhance my strength. You should be aware that Saiyans possess unique physiques. You can endure this level of training. All right, get up and continue running. This afternoon, we will focus on resistance training. You and your father are akin to fragile chickens in this regard, solely concentrating on strength while neglecting your endurance. Alice looked at Sun Wukong with disdain, as he was injured from a mere trivial attack. Unlike him, she had never suffered such minor injuries, save for deliberate instances. Yes, Aunt Alice, Sun Wukong replied, quickly getting up and sprinting away. You may wonder why. It was to distance himself from her wrath. This time, Alice refrained from striking him, instead choosing to follow him silently in the air. However, should Sun Wukong slow down, he would inevitably face her reprimand. Today, he trained with exceptional fervor, running until he was breathless and foaming at the mouth. After a brief respite, he resumed his relentless pace. At this moment, he felt like an ordinary person, and he knew that if he could push his limits in such a state, the subsequent enhancement would be remarkable. In Alice's words, if he could harness his energy while wearing this training uniform, he would be well prepared for his next journey, as it would alleviate the constraints imposed by the outfit. After enduring numerous trials under Alice's rigorous training, Sun Wukong finally succumbed and collapsed. And Alice, was my father also subjected to this kind of training back in the day? Alice shyly scratched her face, uncertain how to explain that her training with Sun Wukong and Piccolo was, in a sense, a form of torment for their enjoyment. During that period, the two of them hardly emerged unscathed, except for a few days prior. Each subsequent day left them bruised and battered. Piccolo's expression remained inscrutable. Given his green complexion, coughing lightly, she thought it was somewhat fitting. Son Gohan, upon witnessing Alice's demeanor, began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. All right, the break has lasted long enough. Let us resume our training, she announced. Meanwhile, in Dr. Gero's laboratory, he pondered the predicament concerning Android 19. It seems he has encountered an issue. No matter, I shall not dwell on it. Dr. Gero, Android 20, gazed at his nearly completed creation, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. It was not the quality of the work that disappointed him, but rather the absence of Alice's genetic material. Her formidable prowess was undeniable. Had he acquired her genes, the creation would undoubtedly have reached perfection, although he had never witnessed her transform into a Super Saiyan. The mere fact that she could subdue Sun Wukong, even without entering that state, was utterly captivating. After a brief contemplation, he shifted his attention to two other machines housing a male and a female specimen. He sighed. While they were currently impressive, they remained uncontrollable. With a heavy heart, he walked away, burdened by the uncertainty of Android 19's fate. It was quite troublesome. He did not particularly wish for anything dire to happen to 19. But the timing was inopportune. Typically obedient, the android had become defiant after absorbing the energies of others. Son Gohan, why are you running? Come at me. Alice called out. And Alice, I don't understand. This is far too dangerous. Son Gohan exclaimed, eyeing the sword Alice wielded, formed from condensed energy. Goodness. Its sharpness rivaled that of Uncle Krillin's Kienzin. What are you afraid of? I have infused the blade with healing energy, so do not worry. Charge at me. I refuse. This is far too perilous. Son Gohan sprinted away desperately. If it were a different scenario, he might have braced himself for the impact. However, that weapon had nearly cleaved him in 2 moments ago. Had he not dodged in time, he would have been reduced to a mere fraction of himself. And honestly, was this even a reasonable explanation? Healing energy infused on the blade? He scoffed. Others use a whip dipped in antiseptic to disinfect while they strike. You, on the other hand, wield a healing sword. Are you trying to play the role of a benevolent swordmaster? Alice observed that Sun Wukong showed no signs of halting. With her other hand, she conjured a whip and struck with great force. At that moment, Sun Wukong was indifferent to the pain. Survival was paramount. Ultimately, Alice relinquished her pursuit, dispelling the skill she had just mastered, retracting the whip, and unleashing a petite energy blast. To her astonishment, Sun Wukong accelerated even further, transforming the onslaught into a rigorous endurance training session. Thus, Alice and Sun Wukong engaged in a relentless chase, one fleeing desperately while the other bombarded with relentless energy. It became increasingly difficult to discern whether the devastation was wrought by the androids or their own chaotic skirmish. Sun Wukong dared not pause for even a moment, fearful of being overtaken by Alice and subjected to her swordplay. In the throes of this pursuit, Sun Wukong unknowingly transcended his own limits. Eventually, their relentless chase continued into the night. Alice dragged the foaming Gohan back to their residence. I have returned. Where is Gohan? She inquired. Holding Gohan's feet up for Bulma to see, she indicated his presence. Upon witnessing Gohan in such a state, Bulma felt a wave of pity. He appeared almost unrecognizable. Look at him. He's foaming at the mouth, she thought to herself, silently lamenting Gohan's condition. Is he going to be all right? He will be fine. He is merely exhausted at the moment, Alice reassured her. With that, she carelessly tossed Gohan aside, dismissing any concern. He won't die, so why fret? After casting aside Sun Wukong, Alice ventured out on her own, her condition once again wavering, with parts of her beginning to fade into transparency. It seems she hastened her own demise with her powers. It feels as though she may not endure until the morrow. Bulma approached Alice, sensing an underlying unease. Alice, may we converse? Alice glanced at her and then settled down in the courtyard, followed by Bulma. Alice, I apologize for my earlier words. I must admit, I was rather naive at that time. Alice gazed up at the sky before responding. There is no need for apologies, Bulma. I believe you can sense it too. Bulma weakly replied, yes. Our world may have diverged from a certain point in time, creating 2 distinct timelines with different outcomes. It was only just now that I came to this realization. After all, with your disposition, had you known what was to transpire, you would have intervened beforehand. Yet, the result remains unchanged. Perhaps your arrival was fated from the very beginning. Why must those individuals be so cruel? Bulma pondered, growing increasingly sorrowful. In the presence of others, she could feign strength, but with Alice, there was no need, for Alice would always be her most trusted confidant. Alice, I wish to hear you sing, she said. All right, came the reply. Let us begin. Just as sunlight pierces through the night, dawn quietly brushes the horizon, whose voice traverses the cycles of time. The path to the future lies beneath our feet. Do not be sad. Do not be afraid. Embrace tomorrow with unwavering confidence. A new storm has emerged. How can we allow ourselves to stagnate? Crossing through time and space with all my might, I shall come to your side. Face danger with a smile, for dreams will not remain distant. Gather your courage and press forward, for miracles are sure to manifest. And that concludes my song. Alice gazed at Bulma, who was peacefully slumbering in her embrace, as she carried her back to the bedroom. Good night, Bulma, and farewell, Bulma, for I must take my leave. Chapter 36. Alice temporarily offline. After ensuring Bulma was settled, Alice departed, unaware that the moment she stepped out, Bulma's eyes fluttered open. Farewell, Alice. Perhaps we shall never meet again. In this alternate realm, I still require your presence. This time, it is truly goodbye, Alice. Bulma curled up, resembling an abandoned puppy in her desolation. Alice, where have you gone? Are you lost? Her voice trembled with fear. Alice, I am so frightened. She sobbed softly, for the foolish companion who used to visit her daily for food and comfort was no longer there. The simpleton who could be soothed with merely a pudding had vanished, leaving her bereft of her beloved fool. When she learned of Alice being attacked by an unknown entity, disbelief washed over her. After all, Alice was so formidable. Yet, why? Why had she suddenly departed at such a blinding speed? Even her remains were nowhere to be found. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Bulma cautiously rose from her bed. As she stepped outside, she beheld Alice's form slowly dissipating before her very eyes, a sight all too tangible. Alice sensed Bulma's arrival but uttered not a word, nor did she turn to face her. Instead, she silently left behind a bag of the beans she often consumed. Beans that had been imbued with her healing magic, akin to a rudimentary version of the legendary Sinza beans. Bulma watched as Alice's figure gradually vanished from sight. A few minutes after Alice vanished, she retrieved the contents of the bag, which appeared to weigh around 2 pounds. Within it lay a notebook that Bulma opened to discover various training techniques and the new skills she had recently acquired, including the energy sword. After perusing its contents for a while, Bulma embraced the items and returned, as she realized that life must continue. She could not simply succumb to despair. Meanwhile, our Alice, ensconced within the time-space tunnel, chose to reflect upon the nature of existence. Why must it always be a vortex? She mused, exasperated. The environment remained unchanged, the treatment identical, with the only distinction being the 2 luminous points before her. Wait, 2 luminous points? How did another one appear? This is erroneous. There are 2 exits. Indeed, the dragon was proving unreliable, leading her to this predicament. If she were to choose the wrong exit, it could spell disaster. With no other option available, Alice resolved to proceed cautiously. Once she had stabilized her flight, she closed her eyes and made her choice, ultimately deciding to take the right path. Alice soared into the vast expanse, unsure if she was even within her own universe. Like a headless fly, she flitted aimlessly through the cosmos. Is it not curious? My friend, in such an immense universe, is there truly not a single planet inhabited by living beings? How long have we been traversing this celestial realm? Alice was quite distressed. It seemed that getting lost in the universe had become her signature trait. How could she manage to lose her way everywhere she went? Furthermore, it was hardly her fault. It appeared that teleportation was somewhat restricted in this realm, and her powers were significantly curtailed as well. Currently, she could barely exert even half of her abilities. It seemed that upon arriving in this universe, she had been considerably suppressed, which posed quite a challenge. Nevertheless, she resolved to attempt to sense the location of Earth in this universe. With that thought, Alice closed her eyes and concentrated on her perception. However, she had forgotten that this universe lacked the familiar presence of those she knew. Even if Sun Wukong existed here, their essences would differ to some extent. Alice sensed for a considerable duration but was unable to locate any destination within reach, and with a resigned sigh, she decided to fly at a leisurely pace. Her objective was simply to reach the nearest planet, where she could politely request a spacecraft from its inhabitants. This process merely required the input of coordinates, a task of simplicity. Subsequently, she could utilize Earth's Dragon Balls to wish herself back home. With determination, she set forth. Alice soared through the cosmos at full speed, eager to reach the nearest planet, for she had grown accustomed to the delectable cuisine of Earth and could no longer tolerate the bizarre fare of other worlds. Unbeknownst to her, a gray, unidentified substance had adhered to her clothing, slowly merging with her very being. By the time Alice realized what was happening, it was too late. The substance had completely integrated itself into her body. What in the world is this wretched thing? How can I rid myself of it? She thought. But before she could finish her lament, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. Ah, the age-old tradition of the Dragon Ball universe, a realm where soul strength is generally feeble, rendering one vulnerable to fusion or invasion. How utterly distressing. When she finally awakened, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. To her astonishment, the seemingly ordinary host she had randomly chosen was remarkably powerful. Alice gazed at her new form with immense satisfaction. Although she was female, her strength far surpassed that of the individuals she had previously inhabited, instilling within her a sense of invincibility, as if she could conquer the entire universe. Yet, she pondered, why could she not access her memories? Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as her body functioned effectively, she would manage just fine. Her original combat power was an impressive 610 million, and with her unique transformation, it soared to an astounding 1 billion. Ha! I am truly formidable now. She cackled with gleeful abandon. No longer was she a mere weakling. Her newfound strength captivated her, and even without her special transformation, she possessed 610 million in combat power, sufficient to vanquish the majority of foes. Now, she was determined to seek vengeance against the one who had shattered her previous handsome form with a reckless collision in their spacecraft. Meanwhile, a Saiyan plowing the fields on Earth sneezed. Given her newfound might, she contemplated whether she should bestow upon herself a more formidable name. Forget it. I'll just call myself Joker. I feel that my current name exudes an air of grandeur. Perhaps I should don an equally imposing outfit? No. Only the weak would feel the need to arm themselves in such a way. I am no longer a weakling. I am a formidable force among the strong. Haha. At present, Joker has yet to fully acclimate to her new body, resulting in her somewhat clumsy flight. Once she adjusts, she shall truly be invincible. If she fails to adapt, she will merely be a high-level account for a novice to play with, so she must hasten her adaptation. Gradually, Joker begins to familiarize herself with Alice's body. The sensation of wielding this newfound strength is nothing short of exquisite. Just wait, I shall soon come for my revenge. I can already sense your location. Apologies, everyone. Recently, I have been working from 7 in the morning until 11 at night, then writing until 2 or 3 in the morning. My body is struggling to cope, so I will temporarily have someone else write for a while. Though my writing may not be the best, I will not give up. Much love to those who persist in reading my unconventional work. Chapter 37. Movements from all sides. Hello there, little one. For the next few days, I shall be your companion. Admittedly, I am not skilled in this genre. After all, I typically write for a different audience. It seems I've been conscripted by your author. If my writing falls short, please bear with me, my dear. I fear that if I inadvertently veer off course, the story might be lost, and that would be unfortunate. Your little author might cry and wail. It would be quite pitiful. Let's get started. Joker flew in a direction for what felt like an eternity, only to suddenly sense a loss of strength in her body. This perplexed her, as she had never encountered such a situation before, especially not while flying. Wait a moment. If we consider the time on certain planets, she must have been flying for about 7 days. Does this body require sustenance to maintain its various functions? She had no knowledge of this, as she had not needed it before her demise. Moreover, how could such a powerful being require nourishment? Something seems amiss. Perhaps I have been dead for too long. Or perhaps I do not fully understand the needs of humanoid beings. This conundrum vexes Joker, as it would mean wasting time on sustenance. With no other option, Joker reluctantly sought a nearby planet to land and feed, while also testing her current strength against its inhabitants. She accelerated once more, heading toward the nearest celestial body, only to find it seemingly ravaged by others. However, that posed no issue. After all, food was still available. Though it may have an unusual taste, it should suffice. Shouldn't it? It is not that one cannot partake in sustenance. With that, Joker picked up an unidentified object from the ground and began to consume it, discovering for the first time that eating could be such an intriguing experience. The absorption capability of this body proved to be remarkably potent. Joker mused that it was no surprise she successfully inhabited this body through the secret arts of her race, had it not been for that mystical method. The possession might have never succeeded. However, as she continued to eat, she soon found herself unable to consume more, leading to a sense of perplexity. Just moments ago, she had been able to indulge. Why was she unable to do so now? Could this indeed be what one refers to as being full? How wondrous. Once she had adequately satisfied her hunger, Joker began to experiment with her newfound powers, albeit her attacks were rather rudimentary. She had only witnessed a being named Frisia using a powerful energy sphere to obliterate a planet, which led her to believe that such an attack was formidable, prompting her to replicate this energy sphere attack. Wow, I am quite impressive. Now, let us see if I can replicate that attack to destroy a planet, she proclaimed. Soaring away from the planet and beginning to gather her energy, albeit without a clear understanding of how much power was required, relying solely on her instincts. Not long after she hurled the energy sphere downwards, the planet was utterly annihilated, leaving behind mere remnants as evidence of its existence. This display of power exhilarated her. After all, she too could effortlessly obliterate planets now. Following her moment of excitement, her resolve for revenge solidified further. If a certain Scion were to discover that a small creature, which had collided with their spaceship on Namek, was now seeking vengeance, they would surely exclaim their innocence. For who would have suspected such fragility? Especially considering that this act was committed unbeknownst to him, he would undoubtedly feel even more wronged. Joker continued her journey in the original direction, this time employing her newfound wisdom by consuming energy from every planet she passed, casually destroying each one in the process. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku conversed with King Kai. King Kai, is there something you need from me? Perhaps regarding training? Goku inquired. King Kai, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied. Goku, we have a serious situation. An exceedingly formidable individual is heading towards Earth at an alarming speed. She is expected to arrive within 4 days. Goku immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing the news. After all, King Kai would never jest about such matters, especially when he deemed it dangerous. The impending adversary must indeed be powerful, and he felt a twinge of excitement at the prospect of facing a formidable opponent. How powerful? Goku pressed. King Kai responded gravely. Very strong. Just how strong, I cannot say, but she is undoubtedly far more powerful than you are in your current state. Moreover, she appears to have materialized out of thin air. I suspect she does not belong to this universe. The King of the Worlds continued, stating that he, along with the other kings, had only managed to seal away a fraction of that individual's power. Due to the delays caused by this matter, he now had the opportunity to discuss it with you. That entity had destroyed numerous planets on its journey to Earth, and as he spoke, he began to perspire. Rumors had circulated about a legendary Super Saiyan appearing in the regions governed by other kings, and now, another formidable presence had emerged. Indeed, this universe seemed to be plagued by calamity. After hearing this, Sun Wukong solemnly assured the king that he would eradicate the foe. The king, having just concluded his conversation with Sun Wukong, anxiously paced back and forth in his small dwelling. How could he not be anxious? If this were merely a seemingly powerful adversary, it would be manageable. However, if this enemy could transform like Sun Wukong, the situation would become dire. The fact that this adversary had sealed away part of its power, yet remained so formidable, was alarming. Should it possess the ability to transform, their fate would be sealed. Immediately after his call, Sun Wukong teleported to Capsule Corporation to inform Vegeta and the others of this grave matter. While he was eager to confront this enemy, it was crucial that Earth remained safe. The others were equally astounded by the gravity of the situation. After all, if the kings had only managed to seal away a portion of this individual's power through their combined efforts, allowing it to roam free would jeopardize the entire universe. Furthermore, the entity's brutality, having destroyed countless planets, was utterly abhorrent, and it was imperative that they eliminate it. A solemn silence fell over the group as they began to strategize for battle. Even the notoriously proud Vegeta was willing to sit and listen. This was not a time for pride. The stakes were too high. If they did not fight, who would protect their families? Would they allow their loved ones to be annihilated by this enemy? Such a scenario was unacceptable. He could not permit this villain to wreak havoc on Earth. And as for Alice, no, she should now be referred to as Joker. In order to temporarily take over this series, I even watched some Dragon Ball, hoping not to tarnish its reputation. Chapter 38. The rain has ceased. The sun has emerged. Vegeta believed he had succeeded. Joker tirelessly repeated her routine, obliterating a planet with each passing sphere. Throughout this process, she became increasingly familiar with Alice's body, wielding its powers with greater proficiency. and even her attacking methods diversified beyond mere energy spheres. Truth be told, Joker was rather fortunate, having encountered no formidable foes. However, this led to an inflated sense of confidence, making her feel invincible. Sitting on an unnamed planet, she gnawed on a peculiar purple fruit. Crunch, crunch. How dull. There were no worthy opponents. Was she truly so powerful now? How splendid it is. The feeling of invincibility is truly intoxicating, coupled with my growing mastery of this body. All that remains is to locate that individual for revenge. It shall be soon. After uttering these thoughts, she crushed the fruit in her hand and licked the juice off her fingers. It is said that this fellow defeated Frisia, though I cannot ascertain the truth of that claim. If I were to vanquish him, would it not signify that I, too, could confront Frisia and ascend to become the sovereign of this universe? The anticipation is exhilarating. After indulging in such musings for a while, she resumed her journey, eager to find that person. After much haste, she finally arrived at the moon adjacent to Earth on the third day. Gazing at the planet's exquisite beauty, she found herself entranced. What a magnificent celestial body! I have resolved that once I defeat that individual, I shall claim this planet. It is deserving of someone like me. Thus, she settled down to quietly admire the view and take a moment to recuperate. The battles ahead are likely to be fierce, and she must conserve her energy for the impending confrontation. A day of rest shall suffice. There is no need to rush. Meanwhile, on Earth, King Kai, Goku. The enemy has reached the surface of the moon. Goku, what do you mean by that? King Kai, it appears that this individual's current state is rather peculiar. The energy he emits is unlike what it was previously. It feels as though he has transformed into an entirely different being, though still formidable. King Kai conveyed the latest intelligence regarding Joker to Goku, acknowledging the limitations of his own abilities to assist further. The following day, Joker hovered above a city. The inhabitants of this planet are indeed feeble. I wonder why that individual chooses to reside here. Do they, like me, find this place beautiful? With that thought, she unleashed several energy blasts toward the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Ha 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 ha. Their panic is quite amusing. Now let us escalate the commotion a bit more, and that individual should arrive soon enough. Ha ha. As Joker continued to wreak havoc upon the city, she reveled in the anguished cries of the crowd below. Listen to those delightful sounds. Come forth, come forth. I am eagerly awaiting the moment to defeat you and claim this planet as my own. At that moment, the Z fighters approached Joker's location, their anger palpable, save for Vegeta, who remained silent. Stop this at once, you fiend. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared behind the Joker and launched a swift kick, but unfortunately, it was evaded. At that moment, both combatants calmed themselves and began to scrutinize the Joker, who was clad in bizarre attire that concealed her form, revealing only that she was a woman. This presented a challenge, especially considering that her aura surpassed that of everyone present, barring Piccolo, who had no need for transformation. If this individual possessed only such power, the King of Worlds would not have deemed her a formidable threat. The encounter had unfolded swiftly, providing an ample warm-up. The Joker fixed her gaze on Sun Wukong, excitement coursing through her veins. From the display of speed and strength she had just witnessed, she surmised that she now held the advantage, which only heightened her exhilaration, signifying that her long-awaited revenge was within reach. Sun Wukong suggested, "This place is unsuitable for combat. Shall we relocate?" The Joker replied nonchalantly, "It matters not to me. Wherever we are, you shall fall by my hand." Sun Wukong found her words peculiar, sensing an animosity directed towards him, one that seemed to promise a relentless vendetta. He had never encountered her before, yet little did he know that she was merely the result of an unfortunate incident during his journey to Namek. Admitting that would have been quite embarrassing. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong brushed aside such thoughts and soared towards a desolate wasteland, with the Joker trailing closely behind. Observing from a distance, Piccolo regarded the Joker with suspicion. He sensed an unsettling dissonance emanating from her, a presence more akin to a fledgling wielding newfound power rather than a seasoned warrior. Her previous attack lacked any semblance of technique, resembling a haphazard flurry, with the energy distribution erratic and unpredictable, traits unbecoming of a true fighter. Thus, he reasonably speculated that this individual might be under some form of control. At that moment, Gohan, standing beside Piccolo, remarked, "Uncle Piccolo, that person has a tail." Upon hearing this, Piccolo quickly turned to confirm, indeed spotting a tail behind her. This revelation darkened his expression, as it strongly suggested that she was likely a Saiyan. Vegeta's demeanor also shifted to one of seriousness. Although he harbored disdain for the young fighter, he found merit in Gohan's observation. having noticed the same but refraining from voicing it. Damn it, another who surpasses me, he thought, hastening to Sun Wukong's side and declaring, I shall handle this one. You may observe from the sidelines. Vegeta, are you attempting to steal the spotlight? I believe it would be more prudent for me to lead the charge, Sun Wukong responded. His tone lighthearted, for what could be more exhilarating than engaging with a formidable opponent? What does it mean to compete with him? Vegeta paid no heed to Goku's incessant chatter and hastily accelerated ahead. Observing this, Goku promptly quickened his pace, unwilling to concede his opponent to Vegeta. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta declared, next time, it will be your turn as well. I go first. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Vegeta relished in the moment, while Goku could only begrudgingly yield. Chapter 39. The gesture is set. I no longer consume the unworthy. Their group finally arrived at their destination and came to a halt. Joker gazed at the Vegeta standing before him, tilting his head in confusion. Are you here to deliver your own demise? Not that it matters much. It's merely a trivial waste of time. Vegeta regarded Joker with haughty disdain, pointing to himself with his thumb. Do not overestimate yourself. Remember, it is I, Vegeta. The Super Vegeta, who will defeat you. He then gestured towards Goku, adding, only I can vanquish you, not the Goku trailing behind. Keep that in mind. Upon witnessing this gesture, the others felt an odd sensation but could not quite place it. Vegeta continued, now, state your name. I do not slay nameless foes. Vegeta's arrogance was palpable, yet Joker remained unfazed. Perhaps it would be better for you to return to your own words, he remarked, before launching the first strike. Delivering a punch directly to Vegeta's face. Vegeta turned aside just in time to evade it. But Joker swiftly followed up with a kick that landed squarely on Vegeta's left arm. This provocation ignited Vegeta's fury, prompting him to transform into his Super Saiyan form and unleash a close-range energy blast at Joker. Joker was sent flying backward. I thought you were formidable. Yet you are merely a facade, Vegeta exclaimed, raising his right hand to fire a barrage of energy blasts, some of which struck Joker, who was caught off guard. This incited Joker's wrath. Vegeta, how dare he? How dare he inflict harm upon me? He seethed, for he considered himself the epitome of perfection, meticulously cared for, and he could not fathom how Vegeta had the audacity to challenge him. I will kill him. I must kill him. Your capabilities are rather limited, Vegeta exclaimed, exuding exasperation. In response, Joker rose, initiating his transformation, which shattered his eccentric attire, leaving only the garments originally worn by Alice. His once white hair morphed into a deep burgundy. Crimson streaks etched across his visage, while his eyes turned obsidian. His nails elongated, his stature increased by a meter, and a pair of horns sprouted from his head. Now, Joker resembled a demon, surrounded by a dark aura, contrasting starkly with Vegeta's golden energy. As soon as the transformation was complete, he lunged at Vegeta, seizing his foot and slamming him to the ground. Once, twice, countless strikes ensued before Vegeta finally broke free. He had not anticipated that, alongside his enlarged form, his speed had dramatically increased post-transformation. Joker wasted no time, launching another assault on Vegeta, who found himself dodging frantically. This adversary disregarded conventional tactics, engaging in close combat, relentlessly striking Vegeta with blow after blow. The final strike landed squarely on Vegeta's abdomen. A gasp escaped him as he coughed up blood. And just as he attempted to retreat, Joker seized his head. Punch after punch rained down on Vegeta's face, culminating in a torrent of dark flames expelled from Joker's mouth. Vegeta struggled valiantly, but the overwhelming strength of Joker rendered him powerless, enduring the full brunt of the dark flames. He found himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Engulfed in misery, with a swift motion, Joker hurled Vegeta into the air and dashed forward, treating him like a ball, fortuitously striking his left arm. The final kick sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, followed by a barrage of energy blasts that detonated around him. Vegeta lay there, eyes rolling back, utterly unconscious, teetering between life and death. Goku rushed forward, swiftly bringing Vegeta down and assessing his condition, relieved to find that he had not perished. He administered a senzu bean, and Vegeta instantly sprang back to life. Witnessing this, Joker was left momentarily speechless, astonished that such a phenomenon was possible. Vegeta remarked, "This fellow," as Goku chose to ignore him and focused intently on their opponent. "So, who among you is next to take the stage? I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me." Joker, nonchalantly brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, seemed unfazed. Goku was preparing to enter the fray himself, but Piccolo intervened, asserting his intention to first assess the situation. After all, he had sensed something amiss about this individual and needed to confirm his suspicions. He had been observing Joker closely, noticing that her powers seemed to be gradually waning, perhaps even exhibiting signs of rejection. Thus, he felt compelled to probe further to ascertain whether his instincts were correct. Goku muttered complaints about Piccolo's lack of fairness, yet Piccolo remained undeterred, aware that their adversary was formidable and required utmost caution. He soared before Joker, adopting a fighting stance. Joker, perceiving Piccolo's tension, quipped, "It seems my strength has intimidated you. Are you perhaps feeling fearful? If so, there is no need to force yourself. After all, the outcome will be the same, so you might as well wait resignedly for your demise." Piccolo, however, had no time for banter and meticulously scrutinized his opponent. Joker, displaying no urgency, allowed him to assess her. At that moment, Piccolo spoke. "I believe this is not your true self, but rather an usurpation of another's body. Am I correct?" Joker replied, "And what of it? As long as this vessel possesses sufficient strength, that is all that matters." Piccolo inquired, "What of the original owner of this body?" Joker responded with a sinister laugh, "Who knows? Perhaps they have already been consumed by me. Or maybe they are in the process of being devoured. This body is quite exquisite, both powerful and beautiful." Piccolo remarked, "It appears you have not fully mastered this form. Have you? Even so, this is more than adequate for now," Joker retorted, launching her attack, clearly irritated by Piccolo's words. "Oh, I truly struggle with this. I seem to be compelled to write in this style, which feels utterly mismatched. Can I even manage this? It's quite the challenge. Trying to watch Dragon Ball while writing. Am I not putting myself in a difficult position? Is there anyone who agrees?" After a brief discussion, I decided to treat myself and take a drive. Chapter 40, The Leaky Joker. Piccolo was fully prepared and had anticipated her attack position, so he directly countered her move, albeit he was sent flying as a result. Staggering to his feet, Piccolo observed the individual before him with a grave demeanor, keenly noting her transformations. Indeed, he discerned that with each of her assaults, her strength diminished incrementally, a promising sign. With this revelation, engaging her in a war of attrition seemed feasible. However, as Piccolo's mind raced with potential strategies, he realized there was but one path available: to utilize the few remaining senzu beans in his possession. After exhausting his own energy, he intended to allow Gohan, Krillin, and Tien to continue the depletion, ultimately culminating with Goku delivering the final blow with a spirit bomb. Yet, the most uncertain variable in this plan was Goku himself. This was a man known for his stubbornness, often jeopardizing otherwise advantageous positions, where a single senzu bean could turn the tide against them. This particular trait of Goku left Piccolo feeling anxious. If Goku failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, they would be left with no recourse. After all, if their adversary regained strength or adapted to the body he now inhabited, they would face dire consequences. Piccolo recalled Goku relaying the Kai-S warning. The original owner of this body was exceedingly formidable, but had been forcibly usurped by the self-proclaimed Joker. Moreover, as Piccolo observed the tale behind Joker, he contemplated the possibility that the original body belonged to a Saiyan. The most encouraging news was that Joker was steadily weakening. Yet this also bore its own set of drawbacks. While he contemplated strategies and the potential ramifications of the situation, he recognized the duality of the circumstances. There were both advantages and disadvantages, yet the former outweighed the latter. He could only gamble that Goku would remain clear-headed. "Are you still resisting?" Joker taunted, gathering a colossal energy sphere to hurl at Piccolo. In response, Piccolo swiftly brought his hands together to launch his own counterattack, Demon Flash. However, his strength was insufficient to match Joker's, causing his attack to gradually retreat. Clenching his teeth, Piccolo poured all his energy into this singular assault. He awaited an opportunity, one decisive strike that could turn the tide. Joker smirked, "Let me see how long you can endure." With that, she intensified her power, and Piccolo's attack was swiftly overwhelmed, consuming him in the process. "No, it can't be. Did Piccolo just?" Krillin stared in disbelief and terror at the spot where Piccolo had vanished. "Piccolo?" Goku echoed, equally incredulous. "Uncle Piccolo." Upon witnessing Piccolo engulfed by the onslaught, Son Gohan was filled with overwhelming anxiety. Had he not been restrained, he would have leapt into action immediately. The others were at a loss for words, silently watching the spot where Piccolo had vanished. Even Vegeta wore a look of terror, feeling a sense of relief that he had not been eliminated outright. At this juncture, their efforts seemed futile to reverse the dire situation. Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Joker, determined to exact vengeance for Piccolo. He unleashed a flurry of punches, kicks, and energy blasts. Joker stood her ground, allowing Gohan to strike, though his feeble attacks only elicited her disappointment. "Is this all you are capable of?" she taunted, before seizing Gohan by the throat with one hand and delivering a fierce blow to his abdomen with the other. Gohan gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as the impact sent him reeling. Joker showed no mercy, relentlessly assaulting him before tossing him into the air, employing a relentless barrage of attacks. With a swift motion, Joker accelerated to Gohan's side, crushing his head underfoot in a brutal display. "Ha!" She laughed, grabbing a nearby stick, intent on claiming another victim. Just then, a voice rang out from behind her. "Special beam cannon." It was Piccolo. He had not perished. In truth, the one who had fought earlier was but a mere clone, having concealed himself prior to the confrontation to gather strength for this very attack. Caught off guard, Joker was struck by the beam on her shoulder. "Impressive, but you think your repeated assaults on my flawless form will hasten my demise?" she retorted defiantly, disregarding her injury as she unleashed a chaotic barrage around her. Meanwhile, Goku watched from the sidelines, arms crossed, believing Gohan could manage the situation. At that moment, Piccolo returned to join the others. "I was evading her attacks by using my speed to create clones," he explained. "Her power is precisely as I suspected. It's waning. We might outlast her." Vegeta scoffed. "So you intend to draw her fire? Did you not sense her strength during your skirmish? Even if it's diminishing, she could effortlessly snuff out everyone here, especially you, Kakarot." Goku sheepishly scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. "So, does no one care about Gohan's fate?" As the battle raged on, the exchange of might continued. "Though your strength is formidable, I am even stronger." With a swift motion, she forcefully drove Son Gohan into the depths of the earth. "Never mind, I have grown weary of this game." Turning her gaze towards Son Goku and the others, she approached them step by step, no longer wishing to engage with them individually. The longer she played, the greater the risk of injury to this body. "Oh, I nearly forgot about you." Joker casually hurled an energy orb towards the spot where Son Gohan lay, but fortunately, his father Piccolo noticed in time, preventing Son Gohan from being attacked again. After all, Son Gohan was already unconscious and utterly defenseless. A hit at this point could prove fatal. Joker paid no heed to the two behind her. Instead, she strode directly towards Son Goku. "It is time to settle our score." With that, she unleashed her fury, soaring towards Son Goku, seizing his head and forcefully pressing it down against the ground, sliding him along. "Goku, you scoundrel!" Krillin shouted anxiously. He was well aware of his own limitations, yet he still felt compelled to act, raising his right hand to gather energy. Energy sphere. Krillin launched a white energy ring directly at Joker, targeting her. A tedious attack, just as she intended to block it with her hand. Her body seemed to act independently and leapt aside. "What is happening? My body just moved on its own." Joker looked at her hands in disbelief. Could it be that the original owner of this body has awakened? No, it seemed too implausible. If they had awakened, how could I not have sensed it? Or is it merely a reflex of the body? Chapter 41. Gathering the energy sphere. Never mind. It must be the muscle memory of this body. It appears my control over it is still insufficient. As she leapt aside, Son Goku also quickly jumped away, having been caught off guard by the sudden ambush. At that moment, he heard the voice of King Kai. "Goku, you must hurry. The enemy you face harbors a terrifying power that is awakening within them. Be cautious. This power feels reminiscent of that which we once sealed away." Son Goku was taken aback and swiftly glanced at Joker, who was lost in thought. This is not good at all. While he yearned to confront the enemy alone, now was not the time for bravado. If they did not strike first. With that thought, Son Goku quickly launched an attack at Joker, who was still in a daze, landing a punch that sent her flying. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted. Son Goku. Joker was taken aback when this individual unexpectedly launched an assault against her at such a moment. She ascended into the air, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Sun Wukong. The repeated actions of these individuals had exhausted her patience, and she no longer harbored any desire to rule this planet. Raising her right hand, she concentrated all her strength to form a colossal energy sphere and hurled it towards Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly transformed into his Super Saiyan form and employed his signature technique to defend himself. If this strike were to land, the Earth would surely face catastrophe. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong exerted all his power to withstand Joker's assault, yet it proved futile, as the enormous energy sphere continued its approach. Special beam cannon. Kamehameha. Ultimate flash. Ki blast. A Observers, witnessing the dire situation, unleashed their most formidable attacks in an attempt to repel the threat. However, their efforts merely succeeded in slowing the descent of the energy sphere. What? Where's Gohan? Oh, Gohan was still lying down, incapacitated. Was there truly no one to attend to this unfortunate lad? Alas, everyone was preoccupied. Ultimately, through their relentless endeavors, the energy sphere dissipated in midair. Yet, before they could catch their breath, Joker's second wave of assault descended upon them. They could only scramble to evade the onslaught. During this interval, they noted that Joker's power seemed to have significantly diminished from earlier, considerably weaker than before. However, Joker remained oblivious to this fact. As she lacked the sensitivity to energy that the Z fighters possessed, she had initially believed herself formidable, but to her astonishment, it was not so. Joker suddenly dove downwards, directly confronting Sun Wukong, delivering a close-range ki blast. Sun Wukong was sent flying by the force, and Joker then turned her attention to Krillin and Tien, attacking each with a swift motion, tossing them aside. In the process, she released several small ki blasts that struck them directly. Turning her gaze towards Vegeta and Piccolo, she noticed Piccolo immediately distancing himself and launching a special beam cannon at her. Joker effortlessly swatted it away, revealing a cruel smile as she gazed at Piccolo. In an instant, she appeared behind him, seizing his arm and forcefully tearing it from his body. Casting a casual glance at the severed limb, she discarded it to the ground and proceeded towards Sun Wukong, unleashing ki blasts to suppress him. As for why she did not turn her attention to Vegeta, at that moment, Vegeta lay powerless on the ground, having encountered an adversary so fearsome for the very first time. Joker approached Goku and, without hesitation, delivered a vicious kick that shattered Goku's hand. Goku writhed in agony on the ground, but Joker remained indifferent to his suffering, brutally stepping on Goku's face while simultaneously unleashing a ki attack upon him. Does it hurt, Goku? It should, she taunted, applying more pressure with her foot as Goku felt as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. She gazed at the fallen Z fighters and erupted into an ecstatic laugh. Indeed, I am the stronger one. Grabbing a handful of Goku's hair, she dragged him aside. Look, you have all been effortlessly defeated by me. She lifted Goku, her eyes glinting with pride and arrogance. Having vanquished the warrior who once bested the tyrant Frieza, she now deemed herself the most powerful. With her exceptional physique, striking beauty, and unparalleled strength, she stood as the supreme ruler of the universe, undoubtedly the mightiest. Ha ha ha. And now, what is next? She cast a glance at the onlookers before continuing to ascend. Then let us begin. Once more, she raised her hand, gathering energy anew. At that moment, Goku struggled to roll over and, with great effort, managed to stand, one hand clutching his recently broken arm. O great earth, ocean, and sky, all living beings on this planet, I implore you to share a portion of your energy with me, for the sake of all, for our world. With that, he lifted his uninjured arm, and the others understood that Goku was attempting to concentrate a spirit bomb. They rose to their feet, determined to distract Joker and buy Goku the time needed to gather energy. A certain young man, Gohan, who had been unconscious for quite some time, awakened to the scene and rushed to assist. Joker found herself momentarily knocked from the air by the relentless assault of this fearless group. She was bewildered by their sudden recklessness, charging at her without regard for their lives. At that moment, glimmers of white light began to emerge from the ground, soaring toward Goku. What is happening? Joker sensed something amiss, something profoundly unsettling. She quickly turned her gaze toward Goku. This fool was undoubtedly preparing some formidable technique, and she had to stop him. She could not allow him to succeed. With determination, Joker charged towards Sun Wukong, only to be intercepted by a relentless group of adversaries. Gritting her teeth, Joker resolved to eliminate them first, ensuring her time would not be squandered. Chapter 42. Awakening. Joker launched an offensive against them, while they refrained from engaging her directly, instead focusing on preventing her from approaching Sun Wukong. A ragtag assembly. They lacked the courage for a direct confrontation and resorted to stalling. Joker unleashed her assault towards Sun Wukong, energy orbs swiftly advancing towards the almost incapacitated figure. Faced with this onslaught, the others had no choice but to engage her in close combat. In a flash, Joker seized Tien Shinhan, driving her knee into his abdomen, simultaneously using him as a shield against incoming energy blasts. A brief glance at Tien Shinhan preceded her nonchalant toss, sending him sprawling away, utterly incapable of rising. Next, Joker targeted Krillin, intending to employ the same tactic. However, Krillin had already discerned her plan to deplete their strength by utilizing the weaker ones. With resolute defiance, he unleashed his signature solar flare. Joker was momentarily blinded, rubbing her eyes in frustration. Cursed be this little bald-headed one's peculiar abilities. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a collective onslaught ensued, overwhelming her in a barrage of attacks. Boom. Joker was sent crashing to the ground, sustaining significant injuries. You wretched fools, she shouted, launching erratic strikes, regardless of their accuracy, simply to create chaos around her. By sheer misfortune, one energy blast struck the down Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan, I am currently unconscious. Please do not disturb. Thank you. Seizing the opportunity, the others initiated a chaotic assault on Joker, aptly named the Prince's strategy, which was essentially a frenzied attack. Boom, boom. At this moment, Sun Wukong had successfully gathered his spirit bomb, laboriously lifting it into the air and launching it towards Joker. The assailants, recognizing the imminent threat, hastily retreated. Although the bomb posed little risk to allies, its impact was undeniably painful. As Joker regained her vision, she beheld a colossal azure energy sphere plummeting towards her. There was no time to evade. She could only brace herself to absorb the impending blow. With both hands raised, she concentrated all her energy. Stop this, she cried out. Joker unleashed her accumulated energy in a powerful assault. She refused to believe that this wretched entity could not be halted. However, contrary to her expectations, the energy sphere continued to advance towards her. No, no, no. I have yet to exact my revenge. I cannot perish like this. I refuse to accept it. She persisted in squeezing every ounce of energy from within her. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. She was engulfed by the energy sphere. With a resounding boom, an enormous mushroom cloud erupted. The others hurried to Goku's side, offering him senzu beans. Did we win? Krillin anxiously gazed at the epicenter of the explosion. As the smoke obscured his view, Piccolo, with a grave expression, observed the center of the blast. No, that individual is still alive. And it appears she has absorbed some of the energy sphere's power to enhance herself. What? Still alive? This is disastrous. Not only is she alive, but she can also absorb the energy from the sphere to restore herself. And now, the senzu beans are gone. We can no longer fight her. Krillin looked on in panic at the sight of the explosion. Gohan, supporting Tien, turned to Goku. Father, what shall we do now? Are we destined to lose? Goku remained silent, conveying that asking him was futile. From within the explosion's aftermath, Joker emerged slowly, her body marred and battered. Yet, her energy felt more stable than ever. I must admit, that last blow nearly claimed my life, but I never anticipated this body to be so resilient. I suppose I have disappointed you all. With that, she turned her gaze towards Goku, who, as she suspected, had consumed a senzu bean and recovered, though she had overheard them say that this resource was now depleted. Joker approached Goku, and the others step by step. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan once more and launched an attack at Joker. She stood still, allowing Goku to strike without retaliation, feeling a terrifying surge of strength. With a mere flick of her hand, Goku was sent hurtling backward, crashing into numerous rocks before coming to a stop. In an instant, he lost all combat capability. Despair enveloped everyone present. How could they fight? It seemed utterly impossible. If they had any remaining strength, they might have been able to resist, but they were now teetering on the brink of defeat. Piccolo, in a fit of rage, initiated the assault, with the others following suit to confront Joker. However, like Goku, they were swiftly dispatched with a single blow. At that moment, the sky opened up, and rain began to pour. The sound of raindrops and distant thunder filled the air. Is this how it all ends? Cursed fate, I have yet to marry. The others chimed in. Is this truly the time for such thoughts? Are you really here to deliver your last words? It is perhaps time to utter our final words. The Joker advances towards them, each step echoing like a heartbeat in their chests. At that moment, they heard a female voice. It seems you require a touch of assistance. The group raised their gazes, scanning their surroundings, then glanced at the Joker. Oh my, you are rather clever, aren't you? However, at this juncture, you are in greater need of aid than conversation, the voice continued, as golden energy surged forth from the Joker. This energy cascaded toward them. This is the only help I can offer you now. Think of it as a reward for that splendid strike that awakened me. Pray tell, who are you? And why do you assist us? Moreover, what is your connection to this Joker? Asked Piccolo. Oh dear, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Alice. As for my relationship with the Joker, it is rather trivial. I merely found myself inadvertently possessed by her. I had thought it would take much longer for me to awaken, but your strike expedited my revival. All that transpired occurred within the span of mere seconds. And by the time the Joker comprehended the situation, it was too late. Such formidable power. The group felt their strength restored. And they were further enhanced by this newfound energy, now at least 3 times more formidable than before. Hurry now, revel in this power before my energy dissipates. Rise and shine, dear Alice. The sun is warming your bottom. Oh no, Bulma, I wish to sleep a little longer, just a bit longer, please. Alice, still drowsy, murmured. Sigh. I told you to take it easy last night, but you didn't listen. Now look at you, unable to get up. Forget it. I shall excuse you from today's duties. I'll go request a leave of absence for you. With a sense of resignation, Bulma proceeded to inform the relevant parties of Alice's absence. Thank you, Bulma, Alice said, planting a kiss on Bulma's cheek before drifting back to sleep. It was midday. Alice sat at a table near the window, savoring her coffee. As she lifted her gaze, she spotted Bulma. Over here, Bulma, she called out. Bulma looked at her own foolishness with a hint of exasperation. She approached Alice, pulled out the chair opposite her, and took a seat. They exchanged silent glances. Yet Alice's unwavering stare caused a blush to creep onto Bulma's cheeks, as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Bulma noticed Alice delicately scooping a spoonful of condensed milk into her coffee cup, then stirring it slowly. The coffee gradually formed a frothy surface, rising in response to her rhythmic movements. Bulma watched this peculiar ritual with confusion. Next, she observed Alice's other hand gently caressing the rim of the cup before she lifted it to her lips and took a sip. How is it, my dear Bulma? Alice inquired, seemingly igniting further blush on Bulma's face. A rascal, are you? Bulma retorted. We are both young ladies. How could you call me that? Would you like me to prepare a cup of coffee for you, Miss Bulma? Without waiting for Bulma's response, Alice went to brew a fresh cup. Moments later, she returned with a steaming cup of coffee. Would you like to add anything? Alice inquired. 2 sugar cubes will suffice. Freshly brewed coffee is rather bitter. Bulma responded earnestly, albeit unaware whether Alice's action of adding an ice cube was deliberate or accidental. Oh dear, this could lead to discomfort. The juxtaposition of hot and cold is rather unsettling. Bulma continued, if you wish to do mischief, you needn't conceal it. Simply express your intentions directly, for it is rather distressing to witness your hidden motives. She pondered the perplexing thoughts that occupied Alice's mind daily. Whether her mischief would culminate in misfortune was a source of great annoyance. If only she would blush. It would lend her words a touch of credibility. This time, Alice diligently prepared the coffee, presenting it to Bulma without any antics. Even after finishing the coffee, the atmosphere remained unchanged. This left Bulma feeling somewhat disconcerted. Typically, Alice would be perched on her lap, playfully vying for attention. What had changed? Had Alice transformed? That seemed implausible. The child's silence was undoubtedly a sign of trouble brewing. She felt compelled to investigate further. Thus, Bulma discreetly followed Alice until she arrived at a clothing store. There, Alice encountered another girl at the entrance, and they entered the store together, engaged in lively conversation. This revelation sent Bulma into a fit of frustration as she realized the source of Alice's unusual quietude. It appeared she had found a new companion. How delightful indeed. Alice, your time is up. Tonight, I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Bulma feigned a trip to purchase clothing, only to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two. However, their dialogue only deepened the shade of green on Bulma's face. It seems that Alice is eager to experience the sting of the whip. Enraged, Bulma stormed off. Alice, wow, you noticed that too. I thought I was the only one who saw this place. Girl, well, about that. Wasn't your performance just a tad over the top? I almost believed you were actually going to demonstrate right here. Alice, what a fanciful thought. Well, I must return home now. I have unwittingly spent such a late hour with you. Let us discuss the plot together next time. Indeed, Bulma perceived their recent conversation and actions as a discussion of the storyline, a dual female lead television series. However, Bulma seemed to have left in quite a hurry, which left Alice in a bit of a predicament. Bulma, I am back. Bulma, what is it that you are intending to do? Please, do not. As soon as Alice returned, she was handcuffed by Bulma. Bulma dragged Alice back to the room. What are you doing? Alice inquired, her heart racing. What do you think? My dear Alice. Bulma responded with a disconcerting smile. Alice swallowed hard. Bulma was behaving strangely, exceedingly so. Bulma, let us talk calmly. Please put down the little whip and the remote. Can we have a civil conversation? Bulma caressed Alice's delicate face and asked, what is your relationship with that girl today? Today? Bulma's gaze pierced through Alice, infused with an unsettling intensity, a hint of obsession. She is just a friend who, like me, enjoys watching romantic dramas. And what were you two doing today? Bulma whispered softly into Alice's ear. Alice's ears flushed crimson. Let us delve into the narrative, shall we? The Demon King initiated an assault on the hero, who, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught, found himself retreating steadily. His exquisite armaments were vanquished one by one, leaving him clad in mere novice gear. Sensing impending doom, the hero hastily fled. The Demon King, noticing the hero's attempt to escape, pursued him relentlessly, launching further attacks. However, the hero was ultimately obstructed by two towering peaks. Displeased, the Demon King vented his frustration by assaulting these mountains. After a series of fierce battles, the Demon King successfully conquered both summits. In the aftermath, he spotted the hero's figure and, quite naturally, seized him, dragging him back to his castle, where the interrogation commenced. Yet, the hero remained tight-lipped, gritting his teeth in silence until the Demon King's relentless questioning intensified. Overwhelmed, the hero succumbed to tears, weeping loudly, with streams of sorrow cascading down his cheeks. In this clash between the Demon King and the hero, it was the Demon King who emerged victorious. The hero, utterly humiliated, fled in disarray, culminating in an ignominious conclusion marked by his heart-wrenching cries. The following day unfolded. Alice's eyes, devoid of brilliance, gazed at Bulma, her expression filled with a deep sense of grievance. Who, indeed, is the true villain? Alice trembled as she rose to wash up in the bathroom, only to discover a multitude of little strawberries. Well, it seems she would be unable to step outside today. Chapter 43. The hasty conclusion of Joker. After a moment of grappling with this newfound power, Sun Wukong and his companions began to unleash a relentless barrage upon Joker. This time, they had no intention of approaching him one at a time. None could predict whether this individual might regain strength. And they were acutely aware that this power was limited, a mere experience card, if you will. With the advantage of the experience card, they drove Joker back relentlessly. Impossible. This can't be happening. She should be the one to defeat me. Before the words could fully escape, a single punch sent him crashing to the ground. Sun Wukong and his allies were determined not to grant Joker a moment's respite. Vegeta, brimming with excitement, unleashed the prince's combat strategy once more, bombarding Joker with a flurry of attacks. Sun Wukong and the others began to gather their energy, preparing to execute their most formidable techniques. Kamehameha. X3 Special Beam Cannon. Spirit Bomb. Seeing that Joker was sufficiently suppressed, Vegeta also unleashed his ultimate technique. Final Flash. A thunderous explosion ensued. Cough, cough. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. You should be the ones defeated by me. It is inconceivable. Joker attempted a desperate resistance, but soon realized that she was completely immobilized. What is happening? Why can't I move? Oh dear, no need to be so agitated. After using my body for so long and now appearing so disheveled, it is indeed time for me to reclaim it. Alice's voice echoed in her mind, sending a wave of panic through Joker. How could you possibly still be alive? I should have. Alice replied with a teasing tone. Oh, do not be so astonished. When you attempted to control me, I realized that you could not erase my essence, so I chose to retreat into a self-induced slumber, biding my time to reclaim my body. I merely awakened a bit earlier than anticipated. Ignoring its resistance, Alice seized one half of the Joker's body with a firm grip, violently tearing it away. With a casual flick of her wrist, she discarded it. How pitiful it was, reduced to such a gloppy state. Allow me to grant you a final farewell, dear sibling. Do not thank me too profusely. With that, Alice concentrated her energy at the tip of her right index finger, unleashing a burst of force that obliterated the sticky remnants of the Joker. The Joker lamented its hasty demise, questioning whether it was truly appropriate to perish in such a careless manner, especially considering its current status as a boss-level entity. Yet, resigned to its fate, it mused. What more could one expect from death? As Alice approached Sun Wukong and his companions with deliberate slowness, they remained acutely vigilant, wary of any potential schemes orchestrated by the Joker. They feared that this individual, named Alice, might launch an unexpected attack. For she exuded an aura that was distinctly different from that of the previous adversary, her power inscrutable. Oh dear, there's no need to be so tense, Mr. Wukong. She chided playfully. We are not such nefarious beings. After all, we just assisted you moments ago. Krillin scratched his bald head, glancing between Alice and the others, uncertain. Son Gohan mirrored this sentiment, yet his feelings were not rooted in suspicion. Instead, he sensed a warm familiarity emanating from the elder sister, Alice. With cautious steps, he made his way toward her. Noticing this, Piccolo hastily attempted to pull Sun Wukong back, but Sun Wukong intercepted him, intrigued by Alice's intentions. "This elder sister. I am Son Gohan. Thank you for your assistance earlier," he said, bowing respectfully to Alice. "Oh my, little Gohan, you are truly polite. It seems your family has raised you well," Alice responded with a smile, gently ruffling Son Gohan's hair. "Huh." Son Gohan looked at Alice with a puzzled expression. Alice paid no heed to his bewilderment and directly bypassed Son Gohan to stand before Sun Wukong, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, quite impressive strength," she remarked. Then, casting a glance at Vegeta, who wore an expression of disdain, she turned her attention to Piccolo, also nodding in satisfaction. "Everyone here is quite remarkable," Vegeta interjected. "What do you mean by that? What was the implication of that look just now?" "Alice, the blatant disdain is truly a disgrace to the Saiyan legacy." "Vegeta, you..." Alice let out a slight sigh and took a few steps back. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Alice, one of the forsaken orphans of the Saiyan lineage, Abandoned. To be precise." Vegeta maintained an air of composure, deducing that such a talent must either have been discarded by her father due to a threat to his status or cast aside by her parents for her feeble fighting strength at birth. After all, it was not uncommon on the former planet Vegeta for parents to abandon their offspring for their perceived inadequacies in combat prowess. If it were the former scenario, one could only say that she was fortunate to have escaped death. "Oh dear, please refrain from looking at me with such pity. It is hardly a matter of grave significance." Alice waved her hand nonchalantly. After all, one becomes accustomed to such matters, does one not? At worst. She could vent her frustrations by obliterating a few planets, a feat she had previously accomplished, had she not? "You are truly a Saiyan," exclaimed Son Gohan, utterly astonished. For he had merely speculated before. "While I am delighted that you refer to me as Big Sister, I must regrettably inform you that I am not your elder sister, but rather your aunt, dear Son Gohan." Alice gently patted his small head once more. "Auntie, but you seem quite young to me, Big Sister." Alice was delighted by Son Gohan's words. After all, who does not relish being told they appear youthful? Nevertheless, she promptly corrected him, for one must be true to oneself. And she was neither Bulma nor Mrs. Brief. The mere mention of Bulma caused her a headache, as she had been away for so long, and she could hardly ascertain how much time had passed in that realm. She pondered whether the Dragon Balls on Earth could be of assistance to her, as she yearned to return to her rightful place. Otherwise, someone might grow concerned for her well-being. Alice spoke earnestly. Sun Wukong and the others sensed that this individual possessed an unusual familiarity and an extensive knowledge of many things on Earth. Do not be surprised. I hail from a parallel Earth in another universe. Thus, as long as the differences are not too pronounced, everything here is quite similar, which is why I inquired. She explained. With this revelation, Sun Wukong and his companions felt a sense of relief. After all, given Trunks' precedent, they were not overly astonished. However, concerning the Dragon Balls, Bulma had utilized them to wish for 5 years of youth, so they would require a bit more time. Sun Wukong addressed Alice, saying, "It seems we must wait a few days, as the Dragon Balls have already been used." Alice expressed her understanding, for in her universe, the Dragon Balls were frequently employed as well. "I shall wait for a few days, but I am immensely grateful for everyone's trust. If gratitude is to be expressed, it is we who must thank you. Without your assistance, the fate of Earth would have been dire." Chapter 44, Preparing for Return. Alice interrupted Sun Wukong, saying, "There is no need for gratitude. After all, it was my actions that led to your predicament. Instead, I ought to express my thanks to you." Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion, pondering the situation. Ultimately, it was her assistance that enabled their victory, was it not? Therefore, gratitude was still in order. Whether she chose to accept it was a different matter altogether. Alice, feeling somewhat helpless, chose to remain silent. After all, it was not in her nature to shirk responsibility, so she simply acquiesced, knowing that it would not result in any significant detriment. Alice, may I engage in a friendly spar with you?" Sun Wukong asked, rubbing his fists together. Although he had already faced off against that joker, he sensed that Alice's inherent strength far surpassed that of the aforementioned individual. Indeed, it was not an exaggeration to say it was immensely greater. While it was not out of the question, he felt a bit awkward admitting, however, "I am currently unable to unleash my full potential, especially considering it was someone he knew who had prompted this situation." Alice remained oblivious to Sun Wukong's thoughts as she gracefully soared a short distance away, patiently awaiting his arrival. Sun Wukong, undeterred, followed closely behind. The onlookers were equally intrigued by the disparity in strength between Alice and her opponent, which warranted the Kai's intervention to seal them. As the challenger, I shall repay you by unleashing my utmost power to vanquish you. With that declaration, Alice instantly transformed into her Super Saiyan form, her surrounding energy waves causing the ground to tremble. Witnessing this, the others could not help but express their relief that they were not pitted against such a formidable being. The sheer force of her residual energy rendered them motionless. Sun Wukong himself found it challenging to rise from the ground, overwhelmed by the atmospheric pressure for quite some time. This is truly terrifying, he remarked. At that moment, Vegeta arrived, declaring, "Please allow me to join you in this challenge, Miss Alice." Alice gazed at Vegeta, marveling at the rarity of his respectful address. Although her impression of him was less than favorable as a Saiyan, she could not decline a request from her kin. Very well. Vegeta bowed at a precise 90 degrees. Thank you immensely. This gesture left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. After all, Vegeta typically regarded others with disdain. Yet here he revealed a surprisingly courteous side. Vegeta declared, "My courtesy is reserved for the formidable. What I extend to you is perhaps my highest favor. I shall allow you to strike first, even with your most powerful techniques." Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance and immediately unleashed their most potent attacks. Boom. Boom. The two formidable strikes collided with Alice, raising only a cloud of dust, yielding no effect whatsoever. What? She emerged unscathed. The spectators outside were utterly shocked. Even a singed garment would have sufficed as evidence of impact. Within the arena, Goku and Vegeta clearly observed that their assaults were deflected by the aura surrounding Alice. "Now it is my turn," she announced, raising her right hand and casually gesturing. A whip materialized in her grasp. With a swift motion, she ensnared Goku, casting him aside, and followed up with a simple energy blast. In an instant, Goku found himself devoid of combat ability. Vegeta, intent on launching an offensive, was abruptly halted as Alice grasped him with an ethereal hand, subjecting him to a fate akin to Goku's. Grow stronger, for the future may not be secure. You may encounter formidable foes, perhaps even mightier than I. Alice observed that the two formidable fighters had also reverted from their transformed states. Upon witnessing this, the others hurried to assist Sun Wukong and his companion, who had merely fainted. There was no cause for concern, as they would be fine upon regaining consciousness. Without turning back, Alice spoke her mind, and after finishing, she flew away alone, indifferent to those left behind, as if their fates were no longer intertwined. The others made no attempt to stop her, merely watching as she vanished into the distance. Moments later, Sun Wukong awoke, wincing in pain. "At least I know it hurts," he muttered, realizing that he had been foolishly seeking a challenge. Piccolo teased, "Indeed, the disparity is quite significant." Sun Wukong responded with a resigned sigh. The others shared a bittersweet smile. The gap in their abilities was undeniable, and even the residual energy from the earlier encounter left them gasping for breath. After a brief period of idle chatter, they too dispersed, no one inquiring about Alice's whereabouts. It was evident she had departed, and there was no need for conjecture. About half a month passed. "Come forth, Shenron." As the words left his lips, the sky darkened, and a colossal figure descended from the clouds. "State your wish. I can grant you three." "3 wishes," he mused, noting that this was 2 more than what he was accustomed to. It seemed the Dragon Balls here had undergone an upgrade, though it mattered little to him as long as his desires could be fulfilled. "Shenron, could you please send me back to my world?" The dragon's crimson eyes flickered momentarily. "It is possible for one from another realm." With that, its eyes gleamed once more, and a radiant white light enveloped Alice. It appeared that the power of the dragon here was indeed greater than that of the one in his world. "Well then, until we meet again, my friends." Alice bid farewell. "Goodbye," and Alice, the others echoed. Even the proud Vegeta awkwardly joined in the farewell. Alice cast a teasing glance at the Vegeta of this world. How should one articulate it? Her perception of this world's Vegeta has indeed undergone a transformation, albeit he remains somewhat Sundra. The reason our haughty little prince has come here is due to the significant benefits he has garnered from training alongside Alice during this period, which has evoked a rather intricate emotional response towards her. After all, the advancements made over these past few days are remarkably noteworthy. Naturally, Alice's agreement to train Vegeta stemmed from his persistent attempts to curry favor in her presence, which she found rather amusing, thus she consented to guide him in his cultivation. Observing Vegeta awkwardly donning an apron while attempting to cook has proven to be quite delightful. Even Bulma remarked that she had never encountered such a version of Vegeta. As for how they ended up at Bulma's residence, it was because Bulma discovered Alice while she was napping in a tree. Yes, discovered, without any resistance. for Alice simply could not refuse Bulma, regardless of the world they inhabited. Of course, there was that one exception in the future, as sometimes it is better to rely on oneself than others. Aside from that instance, Alice has generally embraced all visitors with open arms. Chapter 45. That woman meanwhile. On the opposite side of the earth, Raditz narrowly evaded Piccolo's special beam cannon, clutching his left shoulder. Cough, 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 now you are the last one left, Namekian, he taunted. Piccolo gazed in horror at Raditz, who had dodged his attack, pondering whether he was destined to perish here alongside Son Goku. In this moment, despair enveloped Piccolo, for he was merely clinging to life, having expended nearly all his energy in that last assault. Damn it, where is that useless master of mine? Why isn't he here to assist? He lamented. If help did not arrive soon, he would surely be overwhelmed. Krillin, that little bald-headed fighter, along with the others, had already lost their combat capabilities. The only one remaining who could still move was a woman, and she was merely a burden. Bulma sat helplessly on the ground. Oh, Alice, where are you? Please come back. If you don't return soon, you will miss out on the vanilla pudding I made for you. Bulma cried out, desperation lacing her voice. Alice, you promised that you would always be there whenever I needed you, and now I need your help. Just as Bulma finished her plea, a vortex materialized in the sky, and a figure emerged from within. I'm here. Are you ready for an explosion? Stay back, you pests. Indeed. The figure was none other than Alice. The reason for her swift return was due to her sensing danger on Earth while traversing the space-time tunnel, prompting her to accelerate back. She opted against instantaneous movement to avoid potential spatial displacement, hence her hurried arrival. Bulma gazed at the figure, her heart soaring as she realized it was the Alice she had longed for. Alice had truly returned. Piccolo, witnessing Alice's appearance, also felt a wave of relief wash over him. With her presence, everything would be manageable. After all, she was the strongest known being on Earth, and it was high time for her to train diligently, lest she fall prey to complacency for having grown stronger than before. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. In midair, Alice executed a flying kick that sent Raditz sprawling before she gracefully landed beside Bulma. I'm back, Bulma, she declared. I thought the villain would prevent your return. Bulma, trembling, replied, for she had indeed been terrified moments ago. Now, only the tight embrace of Alice could provide her with solace. After a brief moment of comfort, Bulma pulled Alice over to where Raditz lay, battered and nearly defeated. Weren't you just boasting about your prowess? Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Now that my ally is here, why do you falter? One must have a solid backing to survive in this world. Bulma, akin to a proud peacock, radiated confidence. Raditz, feeling rather diminished, could only respond with a grunt. Bulma, hands on her hips, took a moment to kick Raditz lightly, relishing the satisfaction it brought her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she dove into Alice's embrace once more. Alice, let me tell you about this villain. He claims to be Goku's brother. Is that how a brother should behave? Blah, blah, blah. All right, Bulma, calm down. Don't let your anger get the better of you, Alice soothed her gently. Alice gently patted Bulma's back in a soothing manner. However, the truth is that she was genuinely frightened and needed a comforting embrace to feel better. Alice expressed a sense of helplessness, yet she could only embrace Bulma, then cast her gaze downward towards Raditz. Alice remarked on how familiar this person looked, wondering if she had seen them somewhere before. Raditz replied, yes, she's that woman of yours. Alice tilted her head in confusion as she gazed at him, her recognition growing stronger. Oh, I recall now, it's you. I believe your name is something like Raytais. Raytais, you hardly remembered me, did you? After all, in her eyes, I was merely a footnote in a tale of mediocrity. Alice, indifferent to the matter at hand, prioritized soothing her beloved Bulma. Otherwise, what would she do if Bulma sulked and refused to share her delightful vanilla pudding in the future? After a considerable effort to console her, Bulma finally emerged from her embrace, allowing Alice the opportunity to attend to Raditz. Alice knelt beside Rithis, scrutinizing him intently. Bulma, has this fellow committed any misdeeds? Perhaps something as heinous as indiscriminate slaughter? Bulma replied, it seems he has only slain a farmer who fired upon him. Alice expressed her unease, acknowledging that although she harbored thoughts of eliminating him, he belonged to her clan and had not caused chaos on Earth. The only innocent bystander he had killed was provoked by gunfire. She then cast her gaze upon the lifeless body of Sun Wukong. Bulma scratched her face thoughtfully. Ahem. Wukong initially intended to perish alongside him, but truth be told, he managed to evade it with a mere burst of speed. Alice, so, A lone figure walks in, and it appears that Goku has been betrayed by his own. This is rather absurd. His long-lost brother, who traversed 1,000 miles in search of him, ends up being attacked by his own sibling, and to add insult to injury, the brother inadvertently meets his demise. Is this truly reasonable? Well, in this world where strength reigns supreme, it seems quite plausible. Let us confine this individual for now. But wait, what of Goku's corpse? Did it sprout legs and flee? At that moment, Alice encountered an elderly voice that elucidated the mystery behind Goku's missing body. Very well. You are free to play your games as you wish. I shall refrain from intervening. After exchanging a few words with the others, she took Bulma in her arms and departed. The onlookers exchanged glances, eager to persuade her to stay, yet lacking any compelling reasons to do so. After all, it would be rather absurd to request her protection over Earth. Honestly, she is not even from this planet herself. Her sole concern rests with Bulma, unless Bulma herself speaks up. Nevertheless, her presence provided a sense of reassurance, for Alice's formidable strength could serve as a formidable trump card. After devising various rationales, everyone set about their arrangements, mirroring the original storyline, though Piccolo would occasionally seek Alice's counsel regarding training matters. Alice held a rather favorable impression of Piccolo, thus offering him numerous pointers and occasionally inviting him to train together. Consequently, Piccolo would visit Alice during the day and return to watch over Gohan in the evenings. However, these events are merely a precursor to what lies ahead. On a distant planet within the cosmos, Prince Vegeta and Raditz seemingly encountered a predicament. TSK. There's no need to concern ourselves with him. If he cannot even manage a low-level warrior, then let him perish. Yet, I find myself intrigued by the Dragon Balls on Earth. However, Nappa appeared somewhat clueless, as he overlooked a crucial piece of information conveyed by Raditz, specifically, the mention of that woman. Naturally, they had only heard up to that point, as the signal was interrupted, leaving them unaware that Raditz was, in fact, still alive. Raditz. So, you all wish for my demise, do you? In a special alternate dimension, where am I? Wasn't I supposed to be resting? Alice gazed around in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by her arrival in this desolate place. The surroundings were stark and barren. Alice rubbed her temples, feeling a slight headache. At that moment, she sensed something and abruptly turned her head, witnessing two incredibly swift objects soaring past her. For reasons unknown, Alice felt an undeniable urge to pursue them, convinced that whatever they were heading towards held great significance for her. However, as she took flight, she realized her strength had dwindled to a mere 4 million, and her hair reverted to its original black hue. Nevertheless, she chose to set aside these concerns, reminding herself that those two departing vessels were of utmost importance to her. Alice accelerated her flight, breaking through the planet's atmosphere and pursuing the direction from which the two spacecraft had departed. A voice within urged her to hasten, to push forward with relentless urgency, lest she be haunted by regret for eternity. Thus, Alice summoned all her strength to accelerate. Yet she felt her current speed was still insufficient. She contemplated transforming into her Super Saiyan form, which would enhance her velocity, but ultimately dismissed the idea due to the overwhelming energy drain that form required, rendering it impractical for prolonged flight. Reluctantly, she continued at her usual high speed. Uncertain of the circumstances, she noticed her energy had dwindled to approximately 4 million, leaving her no choice but to persist in this manner. Time slipped by as she fought through her fatigue, her condition deteriorating, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Faster, even faster, she urged herself, until she finally felt an inner compass guiding her toward her destination. As she approached, she gradually reduced her speed to regain some strength. However, just as she neared, a spherical spacecraft whizzed past her, inside which sat a child. Upon seeing this child, Alice was struck by a resemblance to Sun Wukong. Or perhaps one could liken him to Kakarot. Alice shook her head in resignation, pondering the thoughts swirling in her mind. Perhaps it would be best to visit that place first. However, as she approached, she was confronted by the sight of a planet besieged by a fleet of warships and throngs of people. At the forefront stood a diminutive figure seated in a baby carriage. Alice envisioned a vivid scene in her mind, the image of the planet's destruction. At that moment, she beheld a rebel emerging before the group of individuals. Upon seeing it, Alice exclaimed, "Kakarot." Alice was taken aback, then hastened to ascend, intending to lend a hand and extricate him from his predicament. "Frisia, show yourself." The man found himself encircled by a throng. Yet the resolute and fearsome gaze he bore instilled a fleeting tremor in some hearts, lasting but a mere few seconds. At that moment, Frisia, seated in a stroller, emerged slowly from the crowd. Oh ho ho ho, I never anticipated that there would be wild monkeys daring to resist, yet it is futile. No matter what means you employ, you cannot avert the annihilation of your race. Frisia rested his head on one hand, observing the man's impotent fury with evident amusement. Then, I bid you farewell along with all the Saiyans of this planet. Upon uttering these words, he concentrated a colossal sphere of energy at his fingertips and hurled it towards the man in the direction of the planet. Danger! Alice arrived just in time to intercept the attack. Alice glanced back at the man with a slight turn of her head. Cockroach, are you all right? The man looked at her in confusion. Cockroach, isn't that the name of my son? Or could it merely be a case of sharing the same name? Such matters could be pondered later. For now, defeating Frisia was of utmost importance. Observing how effortlessly this woman had deflected that attack, it was reasonable to surmise that she possessed considerable strength, perhaps on par with Frisia himself. Thank you, but you have mistaken me. I am not Cockroach. My name is Bardock. Alice was taken aback. Was that not the name of Cockroach's father? This suggested that she was in a temporal past, or perhaps a parallel world. This meant that her parents, or rather, the parents from this parallel universe, were still alive. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. What if she had arrived just a few minutes later? As Alice pondered these unsettling possibilities, Frisia, growing impatient, remarked, "Another bothersome wild monkey, and a female one at that. Is this never ending?" He then commanded his subordinates to deal with them while he continued to enjoy the spectacle. After all, the struggle of a cornered beast could be quite entertaining. Wouldn't you agree? Regardless, none would survive beyond today. Once the day was over, that legend would merely remain a legend. Now then, Mr. Bardock, leave this to me. You should take a moment to rest, he concluded. In response, Alice concentrated her energy into a sword and charged forward, effortlessly slicing through the minions as if they were mere tofu. Bardock's jaw dropped in astonishment. Could it truly be played this way? Perhaps he should consider trying it next time. Yet, he thought it best to recover first. Allowing a delicate girl to lead the charge was hardly the mark of a man. However, Alice's subsequent actions left him questioning whether he was indeed the weaker one. At that moment, she conjured a whip in her other hand, ensnared an enemy, and hurled him into the throng like a bomb. Boom. Bardock was left speechless. Some may wonder why she did not transform into a Super Saiyan. The reason lay in the fact that Alice had yet to fully recover and could only achieve great feats with a minimal amount of energy. Moreover, should she transform now and exhaust herself, how could she possibly contend with the boss that lay ahead? Alice had managed to dispatch quite a number of minions using her methods, which caused Frisia some regret, prompting him to summon them back. Now, she too was preparing to retreat, for she had just received word that the esteemed individual was on their way. Thus today's endeavors must come to a halt. Wild monkeys, for now, you shall live a little longer. Your lives will soon be forfeit, she declared before vanishing at light speed. Alice wished to pursue, yet in her current state, she would only face exhaustion followed by demise. Hence, she had no choice but to relent. Watching Frisia's retreating figure, Alice sighed in resignation. Had she been at her peak, she would have dealt a fatal blow to Frisia long ago. Thank you, unknown Scion lady. Bardock expressed his gratitude to Alice, acknowledging that without her sudden intervention, not only would he have perished, but Planet Vegeta would have faced destruction as well. No need for thanks, she replied. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Alice, a Scion and a wanderer. Chapter 46, Life or Death, Choose Wisely Earth. Bulma, what brings you to my room at this late hour? Alice inquired, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she beheld Bulma clad in pajamas, clutching a pillow. Alice, may I sleep with you tonight? I feel rather frightened, Bulma pleaded, her gaze darting anxiously towards the interior of Alice's room. Alice, in a state of dreamy confusion, made way for them, conceding to the moment, perhaps startled by the events of the day. Ah, come in, she said, before drifting back to her bed, resuming her slumber. Bulma, filled with delight, skipped into Alice's room and, upon reaching the bedside, leaped onto the expansive bed. Realizing Alice had already fallen asleep, Bulma quietly observed her, delicately tracing Alice's outline with her fingertips. Thank you, Alice. Reflecting on the day's harrowing occurrences, Bulma felt a lingering dread. After all, she had danced on the precipice of death. Had Alice not returned, she surmised she might have met her demise. Raditz interjected, enough of this nonsense. I merely wished to retrieve my foolish oolong. Yet, this fool greeted me with talk of friendship and familial bonds, thrusting it in my face. I have no desire to harm anyone. You all brought this upon yourselves. Raditz found himself confined in a cramped room, his wrists shackled by handcuffs borrowed from Alice's realm. Crafted on the same planet as that prison guard. Now, he lay despondently on the floor, questioning his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Am I destined for a trial next? The following day, a sense of suffocation enveloped him as he wondered, what is this? Why is it so tight? Alice was abruptly awakened in the early hours of the morning by a suffocating sensation, only to discover that she was tightly embraced by Bulma. Bulma, please let go. Alice gently patted Bulma's hand, playfully urging her to release her grip, teasing that if she did not, she might become the first Saiyan to fall victim to a sisterly embrace. Of course, it was all in jest, for such a notion was utterly implausible. Good morning, Alice. Bulma murmured, slowly opening her eyes at the sound of Alice's voice, yet she remained nestled in Alice's embrace, reluctant to let go. Just a little longer, Alice replied, her heart warming at the sight of Bulma. Faced with this adorable display, Alice found it impossible to refuse, allowing Bulma to nuzzle against her. Bulma relished the comforting softness of Alice, enjoying the tender moment before finally emerging from her cozy sanctuary. With a nonchalant demeanor, she rose and headed off to prepare breakfast. Alice looked helplessly at Bulma in such a state, truly a case of use and discard. After a moment of contemplation, Alice rose from her bed to check on the recently delivered Raditz. Alice arrived at the place where Raditz was imprisoned, crouching down to observe him. Oh dear. This is our second encounter, Mr. Raditz, she remarked. Raditz ignored Alice, merely turning over. His demeanor now suggested that he was indifferent to life and death. Please, let's converse about the matters concerning Planet Vegeta. Raditz sat up and raised his hand, his intentions unmistakably clear. Alice snapped her fingers, and the handcuffs fell away. Since you are eager to know, I shall share with you what I know about Planet Vegeta. Alice listened intently. For the knowledge gleaned from others' lips differs greatly from that which is shared among one's kin. The latter often possess a deeper understanding. To her surprise, the three of you have been rather fortunate, managing to evade a dire fate, sighed Raditz. The number of surviving Saiyans is alarmingly low, which is why I sought to find my brother on Earth, hoping he would join us in our struggle for survival. Little did I know that he had lost his memory. Instead of familial bonds and friendship, he greeted me with a fierce confrontation. Do you think I, with the temperament of a Saiyan, could simply tolerate that? I struck him with a punch, initially believing that even if my brother were incapacitated, I would still have a nephew. Yet, it turned out that my nephew was no pushover either, launching an assault that left me reeling. Reflecting on it now, my stomach churns with discomfort. Alice gazed at Raditz, initially believing him to be a serious and earnest individual. Little did she know that he shared the same whimsical nature as Sun Wukong. Raditz, perceiving the incredulity in her eyes, explained, Ahem, I'm not usually like this. All right. I present you with two options. Either you continue to stubbornly resist and face our merciful annihilation, or you join us, atoning for the few breaths of Earth's air you have consumed and the destruction you have caused. Raditz continued, what a flimsy excuse. Even if you claimed it was to atone for taking a life, I would find that reasonable. Just look at the nonsense you're presenting. However, he was genuinely inclined to stay, not out of fear of her, but because she was undeniably powerful. The question of whether she was stronger than Frisia lingered in his mind, making the prospect of aligning with her quite appealing. If Alice were to uncover Raditz's internal musings, she would surely scoff. With my battle power surpassing 10 billion, do you really think I fear Frisia? That is ludicrous. Perhaps I once did, but in his presence now, I wouldn't even touch beef. I am an ardent lover of vanilla pudding, after all. After pondering for a moment, Raditz inquired of Alice. Aren't you concerned that I might suddenly betray you? Alice declared, dare to defy me, and I shall swiftly dismantle you. With a subtle lift of her foot, she mimicked a kicking motion. Raditz instinctively tightened his legs, experiencing an illusory pain that was excruciatingly real. After an extensive conversation, he was finally let out. As Raditz surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly felt a sense of contentment. Although the inhabitants were weak, there stood a formidable protector before him. Joining this place had its advantages, for he now possessed a powerful ally, did he not? As they strolled and conversed about Raditz's future endeavors, he exclaimed, What? Lady Alice, you require me to protect a woman named Bulma? He was taken aback that Alice would assign a proud scion to safeguard a frail human. Is there a problem? She retorted, casting a faint glance in his direction. Ahem, Lady Alice. I have suddenly realized that protecting Miss Bulma is indeed a formidable and challenging task. Thus, I shall accept your esteemed commission. Raditz, invigorated by Alice's expression, eagerly responded to her earlier inquiry. I suddenly pondered what to name Alice's parents, Vanilla and Princeton, perfectly forming vanilla pudding, which amusingly aligns with the naming conventions of seasoned veterans. The Briefs family is associated with various undergarments, while the Sun family is linked to food. In accordance with the request of the esteemed individual, I have arranged for Android 18, at the behest of our esteemed guest. Android 18 and the female leader hereby presented. I hope they're to your liking. The trials of employment weigh heavily upon me. I yearn to abandon work and embrace the life of a slothful creature. Alice slumped in her seat, her gaze vacant. After a moment of emptiness, her eyes fell upon the disarray of unprocessed documents, materials, and future drafts strewn across the table. Let me perish. For even if it means being drained dry by Bulma, so be it. At least in death, there will be someone to burn paper money for me. Alice sat in her seat, lost in a myriad of thoughts, glancing at the watch in her hand. Has it only been half an hour since I started work? Are you trying to drive me to despair, time? Please move a little faster. I long to leave and enjoy my meal. Alice expressed her utter reluctance to attend this arduous class for even a single day. She yearned to leave work, to return home, to indulge in a meal, and to revel in carefree antics, though there was something she preferred to keep unspoken. In any case, she was decidedly disinterested in her job at that moment. Just then, a blonde girl with blue eyes, adorned in a golden frame and dressed in office attire, approached Alice from behind. Alice, could you come to my office shortly? There are matters I wish to discuss with you, the blonde girl said, her gaze fixed on Alice, an unsettling look that stirred a sense of familiarity in Alice. Could it be that this expression resembled the one Bulma had worn that day? No, surely not. It must be a mere figment of her imagination. Alice hurriedly immersed herself in her work, striving to swiftly forget about the matter at hand. If it were true, the implications were truly dreadful. After all, the 18th was not Bulma. It was rather an embodiment of timelessness, akin to an eternal motion machine. Should she take action, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, half an hour later, Alice found herself summoned to the office. Alice, oh dear, it's game time. Dear readers, I feel as though I might perish. After lingering at the office door for several minutes, I finally mustered the courage to step inside. Number 18, somewhat disheveled, turned to Alice and said, "Please close the door and find a place to sit. We shall discuss the matters at hand shortly." Alice swallowed hard and reluctantly took a seat on the sofa farthest from her. After a while, Number 18, having completed her tasks, found it somewhat amusing to see Alice fidgeting uncomfortably. Then, succumbing to a mischievous impulse, she approached from behind, gently encircling Alice's neck and softly blowing a breath near her ear. "Oh, are you so tense, my dear Miss Alice?" "And no, not at all. I am just feeling warm. Yes, quite warm." Alice responded somewhat incoherently, and she could now feel the softness behind her. It seemed that Chikasho's feelings were genuine. "Alice, could you be a little more obedient? You wouldn't want to be like that, would you? Could you be a bit gentler?" As for Android 18, she found this rather amusing. She was well aware of it, especially since Bulma had boasted about it for quite a while yesterday, claiming that Alice was completely submissive to her. With this thought in mind, Android 18 did not hold back, leaning down to kiss Alice. "Alice, you are so obedient. I really like it." Alice did not resist. After all, she was completely drained of strength following the kiss, her body tingling with a delightful numbness. After an extended embrace, their lips parted, leaving behind a delicate strand of silver. At this moment, Alice was already intoxicated, taking the initiative to kiss once more. She no longer wished to think, only to act according to her instincts. It was the only way to feel a semblance of relief. At last, Alice had kissed enough before parting. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that she had ignited a fire that would prove exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Number 18 gently lifted Alice and seated her upon his lap, inquiring, "Do you know why I am called Number 18, dear Alice?" "It is not due to my age. Perhaps it would be better for you to experience it firsthand, my dear Alice." "Ahem, let us shift our gaze to the scenery outside, my cherished ones." "Alice, do not act this way on the 18th. 18th, oh no, dear sister Alice, we have only just begun. Hold on a little longer, and it will soon be over." "Alice, I have already mentioned that it would become peculiar if we proceeded, you silly fool. Moreover, it feels as though it could break. Please refrain from doing this. Do not touch that item either." "Number 18, Sister Alice has quite a few requests, but let us take our time and not rush." Half an hour later. "Alice, no, I cannot go any further. I might end up in the small dark room." "Number 18, that's not permissible. One must be at least 18 to proceed." "Alice, oh no, this won't do. It will break and fall apart." The next day at noon, the 18th emerged with vibrant energy, leaving behind a shattered doll in the form of Alice. Alice hoarsely remarked that this individual was truly inhuman, utterly tormenting. She longed to return home. The people here were simply terrifying. Alice leaned against the wall, trembling as she descended the company steps. She hailed a taxi, intending to return home, but upon seeing the driver, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. On the 18th, I distinctly recall summoning a ride. "Oh, fret not, dear sister," he said. "I shall take you home without any trouble, truly. Moreover, you still owe me a few favors. This is merely a matter of repayment." Alice felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. What on earth was happening? Could she not return home to rest in peace? Upon reaching her villa, number 18 carried the weary Alice into the residence, but the consequences were yet to unfold. Sighing, Alice expressed her desire to remain silent, merely wishing to see if she could endure this ordeal once more. The atmosphere felt precariously tense. Before long, the villa was once again filled with the enchanting melodies of a symphony, albeit Alice's voice bore a hint of hoarseness. It was unclear how much time had passed, but eventually number 18 held the little Alice in satisfaction, content with the experience. The flavor was surprisingly delightful, and she found herself yearning for another round. Alice was indifferent to what number 18 was pondering. Her sole focus was on how to navigate the situation rationally without leaving a trace. As for everything else, Alice chose to disregard it, for she found herself in a precarious predicament. Number 18 encircled Alice, pleading, "Sister Alice, why not leave Bulma and come to my side? Let us be together for eternity." "No, that is simply not feasible," Alice replied. "Then it must be Bulma and me together. After all, I am not one to harbor jealousy. We can all share in the joy," she concluded before resuming her playful torment of Alice. Chapter 47. A breakthrough once more. Alice gazed at her kin, somewhat speechless, as their expressions shifted more swiftly than her own. However, she harbored no resentment, for she too often displayed a similar lack of awareness. "Very well, for the time being, you shall reside with me. During your leisure hours, you must attend to your younger siblings' tasks, refraining from utilizing your innate abilities. Instead, rely solely on your physical strength. This will be beneficial for you." As she spoke, she cast a glance back at Raditz, lamenting the waste of such potential if he did not engage in labor. "As for Chi-Chi, I shall offer her an explanation. In the meantime, focus on fulfilling my instructions." Raditz nodded vigorously, although he was not the primary instigator of his brother's demise. He acknowledged his indirect involvement and resolved to make amends wherever possible. After all, they were family, and his motivation was certainly not born from fear of Alice's wrath, which might result in the loss of his limbs. As Alice walked, she elucidated the rules of this world to Raditz, who nodded in agreement repeatedly. When the time for dinner arrived, Alice gazed at Raditz, who was simultaneously eating and shedding tears. What on earth was going on with him? Was it truly necessary to weep over a mere meal? Though her culinary skills may not rival Bulma's, they were certainly not so lacking as to warrant such an extreme reaction. Alice, filled with curiosity, picked up a chopstick laden with food and took a bite, exclaiming how delicious it was. She then gazed at Raditz, who was eating while shedding tears. Noticing Alice's bewilderment, Raditz realized she had misunderstood the situation. "Ahem, my apologies. Lady Alice, it is merely that I have never tasted such exquisite food before, and it momentarily brought back memories of my past." Raditz reflected on the beggarly existence he once led, and in stark contrast to his current life, he felt an immense sense of gratitude for not having caused trouble on this planet. If it were that foolish bar, the outcome might have been entirely different. Alice looked at him with a sense of helplessness. Reflecting on her own arrival on Earth, she realized she had experienced a similar situation, albeit without the same level of embarrassment he was displaying. She merely had a tendency to eat a bit too quickly, rather than resorting to such a pitiful display of tears and snot. Alice rose and gently patted his shoulder, urging him to eat first. Once he had finished, she would take him to his room. Raditz, his mouth full of food, could only nod in response. Alice ventured into the courtyard to gaze at the stars. The absence of the moon tonight was a delightful stroke of fortune, as it alleviated her fears of an inadvertent transformation. Although she was confident in her ability to maintain control, the entity within her was a different matter altogether, even with her capacity to suppress the metamorphosis. Prolonged exposure could lead to a loss of control. After a while of stargazing, boredom began to creep in. Perhaps it would be amusing to detonate a planet? It had been quite some time since she had witnessed such grand fireworks, and the thought was enticing. After arranging Raditz's room, she set off to ignite the fireworks. The deity observing Earth noted a count of 9, as 6 had already passed. Approximately an hour later, Alice finally awaited Raditz' emergence. "Have you finished your meal? Then follow me." Alice guided Raditz to the guest room on the second floor and paused. "You may reside here for the time being. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know." After speaking, Alice opened the door and handed the key to Raditz. "Thank you," Raditz replied, accepting the key with utmost politeness, exhibiting a demeanor of remarkable courtesy. After all, the person before him was indeed formidable. "Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Oh, and by the way, the third floor is my private domain. It would be best to refrain from ascending unless absolutely necessary, and should you do so, please remember to knock," Alice once again reminded. After all, she certainly did not wish for anyone to intrude upon her territory, with the exception of Bulma. After Alice finished her instructions, she stepped out the door. An hour later, she exclaimed, "Wow, look at this planet. It is so large and round. It would make for a stunning display of fireworks." Alice gazed excitedly at the grayish planet before her. How should she detonate it for a spectacular effect? No matter. She could hardly contain herself. She would proceed with the explosion as it was. With that, she cast aside a fist-sized energy orb. Despite its diminutive size, this orb was the product of condensed energy, its power sufficient to obliterate a sun. Alice observed the energy sphere gradually approaching the distant planet. She found a meteorite to perch upon, savoring her masterpiece with a sense of sublime satisfaction. She referred to this process as the Ling Chi, a torturous experience where one must witness the inevitable destruction with helplessness. Ah, what a splendid sensation! It felt as if she were transcending, truly marvelous. Ha 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 ha. Alice gazed at the planet as it gradually disintegrated. Though the pace was slow, it took merely 3 minutes for the celestial body to vanish under such circumstances. Sparalasi, Alice tenderly placed one hand against her cheek, while her other arm encircled her waist, yet an unnatural flush adorned her face. Oh, how she longed to witness such captivating spectacles. The sound of the planet's fragmentation and the agonizing wails created a splendid symphony. Alice now feels as though she is completely enveloped by this sensation. Let the symphony become even more exquisite. In this circumstance, Alice transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet her overwhelming excitement rendered her oblivious to the fact that this state had seemingly advanced further. One might say she had transcended to become a Super Saiyan too. It was only after Alice's emotions had calmed that she realized, with a sense of delayed awareness, that her abilities had evolved, appearing to be 4 times stronger than before. Do not inquire why Alice's Super Saiyan 2 is 4 times rather than twice. The answer lies within her lineage. Even Broly's Super Saiyan form is comparable to the evolution of Super Saiyan 2. So I believe it is permissible to attribute a slight enhancement to Super Saiyan 2. Alice observed her current state. It appeared that not only had her abilities intensified, but she also bore a new electric hairstyle that had subtly transformed, with hues that were somewhat darker than before. Alice's current state is approximately 1.5 billion, which makes her seemingly invincible in this universe. However, if she were to venture into other realms, she would still be but a small fry. This surge in power has led Alice to become rather inflated, akin to a pufferfish. She is now eager to inquire, who else is there? In celebration of her newfound strength, she intends to set off more fireworks, though these fireworks are somewhat extraordinary. Yet, every move she makes is being observed by a certain individual. A voyeur is watching through a crystal ball atop a scepter. How intriguing! What began as a mere glance at the conditions of other worlds has led to the discovery of such a fascinating character. Chapter 48, Tova Before Long. Alice's fleeting joy was interrupted by the unsettling sensation of a gaze fixed upon her from behind. Who could it be? Alice quickly turned around to observe her surroundings, only to find no one there. Yet, she could unmistakably sense that someone was indeed watching her. Such an intuition could not possibly be a mere illusion. I never expected you to be so vigilant, remarked a graceful woman who emerged slowly into view. Alice regarded the individual before her with vigilance. This person was exceedingly suspicious and spoke in a manner that was utterly perplexing. This irked Alice somewhat, as she had little patience for convoluted discourse. Who are you? You certainly possess a remarkable audacity to appear before me in such a manner. Alice crossed her arms, gazing at the individual before her. Well, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tova, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. What do you say, Miss Alice? I have great confidence in your abilities. Tova spoke to Alice with a sincere demeanor, genuinely optimistic about her potential, and patiently awaited her response. Even if Alice chose to decline, it mattered little, after all. Exceptional individuals often possess their own temperaments. Tova had no intention of trying to control Alice, for that would undermine her unique qualities. Alice remained in place, arms crossed, gazing at her companion. What advantage would joining you bring me? I see none at all. Tova, unfazed, gradually approached Alice. What a stunning posture. It left me utterly entranced. She reached out, gently caressing Alice's face, a look of rapture upon her countenance. It was not merely that Alice was remarkably beautiful, but rather that her aura resonated perfectly with Tova, particularly the expression she wore when she had just obliterated that planet. It was simply mesmerizing. Alice expressed her bewilderment at how this individual resorted to physical actions during negotiations. Alice glanced slightly to the side, but Tova, undeterred, stepped closer and wrapped her arms around her from behind, resting her chin on Alice's shoulder. You may have declined, but I can wait. Oh yes, I shall wait until you consent, my most cherished Alice. Alice yearned to escape the embrace that ensnared her, yet found herself utterly unable to extricate herself from it. What means had this person employed, unbeknownst to her? Tova gently nibbled on Alice's earlobe and murmured, as long as you consent, I shall be entirely yours. I am aware of your closeness with that girl Bulma from Earth, yet I would not hesitate to relinquish my position for you. Tova's admiration for Alice only grew deeper. Her innate talents were captivating, and her current development was utterly enthralling. If she were to draw Alice into her ranks now, it would indeed be a fortuitous endeavor. Although her current combat prowess might seem lackluster compared to other universes, one must consider that Alice's abilities have been steadily rising beyond mere combat enhancements. Her extraordinary potential was truly formidable, and with Tova's support, even if Tova herself lacked significant fighting strength, assisting Alice in becoming more formidable would be far more advantageous. Moreover, should she possess Alice, acquiring powerful warriors would be effortlessly within reach. It was a delightful prospect to contemplate, was it not? And what of that husband of yours? To put it bluntly, he is merely a creation of your own making, and that so-called son is merely an artificial being, a clone born of your genes and Myra's. You could discard him at any moment, whereas the enchanting figure before you is a genuine product of your own endeavors. You have been watching her since the very first meeting. Please, do not hastily refuse my offer. If you doubt my sincerity, I am willing to provide a deposit. With that, her small hand began to wander restlessly. Cease, Alice commanded. Why not? I am extending a sincere invitation to you, Alice. It is simply unacceptable. Tova, undeterred by disappointment, leaned in to gently kiss Alice's lips before releasing her. Alice hurriedly stepped back. Had she truly lost her first kiss? Although the other person was undeniably attractive, they were both girls. Wait, what was she thinking? They would meet again, and their next encounter would not merely involve a kiss. After finishing her words, Tova turned and vanished. Alice felt an overwhelming sense of impurity wash over her the moment she vanished from sight. After a brief moment of emo reflection, Alice went outside to release her pent-up emotions with fireworks. However, shortly after her departure, a man appeared at the very spot where Alice and Tova had just been. I shall remember you, Alice. Just wait, I will ensure you pay for this, he declared, leaving in a huff. Of course, Alice remained oblivious to this, still in shock over the fact that she had been kissed by someone whose intentions were unclear. How could she feel so tainted? Oh, mother, she felt sullied, as if she had been defiled. Alice touched her lips, wondering why they felt slightly sweet. Alice's mind is currently in a state of turmoil, utterly disordered. She stands there, lost in thought, reflecting on the scene that just unfolded. The reason she allowed that individual to approach her was the absence of any menacing aura or hostility emanating from him, which drew her closer. Little did she know she would end up being taken advantage of in such a manner. Alice found a meteorite and sat down upon it, seeking to calm herself. Tova, I shall remember you. The next time we meet, I will thoroughly discipline you as retribution for the ambush you executed upon me today. Alice murmured softly. Her cheeks still flushed like a monkey's rear. Although that individual appeared unimposing, there was an unsettling aura about her, a latent chill that lingered in the air. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alice rose, preparing to return to Earth. I know you are still watching. Next time, I shan't allow you to depart so easily, Tova. With that, Alice soared into the sky. Not far from where Alice had just been, a ripple emerged. I eagerly anticipate my most delectable darling. Should you possess the audacity? It echoed, fading into silence as the ripple vanished. Meanwhile, in another location, a mysterious observer furrowed their brow slightly. I hadn't anticipated that the denizens of the demon realm would commence so soon. I hope it won't prove to be too troublesome. With a sigh, they set down their scepter and took a seat. Goodness, The universe is in such disarray, yet Lord Beerus sleeps so soundly. It is truly exasperating. Upon her return to Earth, Alice was greeted by the sight of Raditz diligently training, which brought a slight uplift to her spirits. After exchanging pleasantries with Raditz, she retreated to her room, only to be startled by an unexpected sight upon her arrival. Seated in her recliner was none other than the very individual who had ambushed her earlier, Tova. What a coincidence to meet again. So, my dear, how do you intend to punish me this time? Alice chose to disregard her, for although this individual was highly likely an adversary, she felt no inclination to concern herself until any harm was inflicted upon her. A few minutes later, her patience waned. It was imperative to vent her frustrations. This scoundrel had audaciously consumed her cherished vanilla pudding. Not only had he indulged in it, but he had also sprawled across her bed. While doing so, did he intend to rebel? Alice forcefully yanked Tova down from her bed, casting a fierce glare in her direction. Do you have nothing better to do? Day in and day out, you simply hover around me. My greatest endeavor at present is to observe my sweet darling. I shall remain here until you deign to respond, Tova languidly remarked, caressing Alice's hand that clutched her collar, then leaning back against her, whispering softly in her ear. She continued, Alice, I harbor no animosity towards you. Surely you can sense that. My presence is merely an opportunity for you to understand me better. Moreover, I find myself increasingly captivated by your essence. There exists within you an extraordinarily fierce power, one that even that individual does not possess. If only you could grant me a bit more time. So, Alice, why not join me? I shall provide you with everything you desire. Tova was earnestly persuading Alice, genuinely yearning for her to become a part of her world. Of course, she was willing to make sacrifices if the benefits were substantial. But the prerequisite was Alice's alliance. Chapter 49. Tova's anticipation. Let us not speak of integrity. It is often contingent upon circumstances. What need have I for integrity if I can draw Alice into my fold? The potential of this individual far surpasses that of my brother. In just a few years, Alice will undoubtedly eclipse him by an immeasurable margin. And should that fierce power within her be unleashed, I wonder if my brother could endure even 2 exchanges. But let us not dwell on him for now. Alice is already facing a predicament, one that arises due to Tova's influence. Alice expressed her sincere gratitude, pondering why it is so challenging for her to lead a tranquil life. Yet, every time she reflects on this, the rhythmic melody of ding 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 echoes in her mind. She also has an overwhelming desire to introduce herself. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the main narrative. Tova gently brushed her fingertips against Alice's cheek. Is it permissible for me to do this, Alice? Alice declined, expressing that her current life was already quite satisfactory, and she did not wish to become embroiled in further disputes. Tova, however, remained undeterred. After all, it was her own impatience that had led to this moment. Yet she could afford to wait patiently until Alice would eventually acquiesce. Little did she know that, in the not-so-distant future, she would undergo a profound assimilation, one of a serious nature. Tova dismounted from Alice and seated herself on a nearby chair, her gaze fixed upon Alice, a truly remarkable individual. She bore an uncanny resemblance to someone named Broly whom Tova had encountered in an alternate universe, yet Alice's talents surpassed those of Broly by leaps and bounds. Though Broly possessed considerable prowess, he lacked the ability to consciously control his own energy. His strength may have been ever increasing, but it perpetually leaked away. His condition was akin to a sieve, capable of drawing in power, yet incapable of retaining it, rendering even the mightiest strength futile. Observing further, Tova noted the same innate talent in Alice, whose aura was so contained that it sparked a desire within her to strip away the layers and behold the full extent of Alice's abilities. Alice, may I reside here? She inquired, adding with a nonchalant tone, if you disagree, it's no matter. I can always find a room of my own, like this one. Tova surveyed her surroundings, finding them aligned perfectly with her aesthetic sensibilities. This is my house, and my room. Don't overstep, all right? What's yours is mine too. Let us not be like that. We could share it, after all. With that, she playfully draped her arm around Alice's neck, leaning against her. I can't help but feel overwhelmed. Alice's aura is simply irresistible. How can I possibly obtain her? I desire her so intensely. Alice, what are you doing? Tova murmured, her restraint wavering 10 minutes later, unable to resist the charm that Alice exuded. Alice's anger began to rise gradually. However, she was soon interrupted by Tova's spellcasting. As Alice was knocked down, indeed, you heard that correctly, she was knocked down. Tova, taken aback by her own actions after knocking Alice over, wore a bewildered expression that stirred a peculiar sensation within her. Alice, I am sincerely inviting you, and I shall persist until you acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Alice's overwhelming aura sent Tova flying. Do not overreach, Tova. I have only tolerated your presence because you have shown me no hostility. But now, I am genuinely enraged. With that, Alice launched an assault on Tova, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at her face. Yet, Tova remained unmoved, simply gazing at Alice. Alice's fist was poised to strike Tova, yet it remained unlaunched. What transpired? Before I could finish my words, my body went weak, and I collapsed. Tova retracted her staff and gazed at the fallen Alice. I apologize, Alice, but you will need to rest for a while. Even though my strength may not be formidable, subduing someone is quite simple. After all, do you truly believe I would brazenly appear before you in such proximity without possessing some means of self-preservation? She gently caressed Alice's face. There is an undeniable allure about you that draws me closer, so rest assured, Alice, I will not relinquish you. Upon finishing her words, she lifted Alice and carried her to the bedside, laying her down gently. Alice, at times your confidence borders on recklessness. If I wished to kill or control you, you would have already been ensnared. Some may appear harmless, yet can be exceedingly perilous. With that, she reclined beside Alice. I will ensure you willingly join me, and you shall not escape. Alice realized that she had placed an excessive amount of trust in her own eyes and perceptions. Indeed, as Tova had remarked, who would inscribe I am a villain upon their own visage? It was rather ludicrous. It appeared that the adversaries she had encountered previously were far too straightforward, and she herself had been rather naive. Do not display such an expression, Alice. Look, you are still quite well, are you not? Tova observed Alice's demeanor with amusement, finding her utterly delightful. Well, I shall not tease you further. For the time being, I will refrain from taking any action against you. Before Tova could complete her sentence, Alice vanished. Tova gazed at the spot where Alice had disappeared, feeling somewhat resigned. She understood that Alice had been whisked away to another universe. Tova had grown accustomed to such occurrences, so she decided to take this opportunity to seek out other individuals, intending to persuade Alice at a later time. Tova rose and departed. Upon reaching her temporary stronghold, Tova found Mira wearing a grave expression as she regarded her. Who has upset you? Why are you presenting such a sour face to me? What have you been up to today? Mira looked at Tova with evident displeasure. Oh, are you jealous? Or perhaps you think you have the right to dictate my actions? Has my kindness led you to believe you are entitled to manage me? Tova leaned against a pillar, her arms crossed, observing Mira. You. Very well. Then you must keep a constant watch over her. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't end her. Mira retorted angrily before storming off. Tova maintained her relaxed posture, watching Mira depart. Then do ensure you manage her well. I eagerly anticipate how my dear will perform. Tova remarked before turning to leave, their conversation ending on an unsatisfactory note. Tova indeed looked forward to Alice's performance at that time, but for now, she acknowledged that dealing with Mira would pose some challenges for Alice, not due to any lack of strength, but rather because the situation was somewhat complicated. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. There were countless artificial beings and subordinates at her disposal. If one perished, she could simply recruit another as she had done before. Meanwhile, Alice remained in the time-space tunnel, spinning like a top. Alice expressed her frustration regarding the temporal tunnel, questioning why she has been unable to traverse it despite numerous attempts. This predicament echoes her initial experience, and she wonders about the peculiarities of the second and third instances. It seems as though she is at odds with herself. Could she possibly be granted a few days of respite? Chapter 50, The Law of Causality, for the support of the beloved author's patrons. Additional updates. I truly should. As Alice sent the telegram, she simultaneously simulated the gyroscope. After an indeterminate amount of time, she finally beheld the glimmer of white light, her face alight with exhilaration. At last, she could depart from this wretched place. As soon as Alice emerged from the time tunnel, she was met with a sudden impact. Why did she not soar? Her powers had been temporarily drained by Tova, and without having regained her strength, she inadvertently collided with herself instead of taking flight. Alice rose to her feet, brushing off the dust that clung to her clothes, surveying her surroundings. All around her stood crumbling edifices and discarded relics. No, wait, where had she found herself this time? A desolate planet adrift in the cosmos, perhaps? Alice felt a profound sense of helplessness. It would take some time before she could fully recover. Her energy reserves had dwindled to a mere trickle, leaving her in a precarious situation. She scratched her head in frustration, acknowledging that she was truly at her wit's end. She wondered if that wretched woman, Tova, was around. Had it not been for her interference, Alice wouldn't be devoid of energy, unable even to take flight. Yet, her attention was soon captivated by the distant sound of explosions. This brought her a flicker of joy, for it signified the presence of others nearby, although she remained uncertain if they were allies or foes. If they were the latter, the existence of this planet would be rendered moot by tomorrow. Curiously, the explosions seemed to draw nearer. Looking up, she was astonished to see two Saiyans engaged in combat, with two more hastening toward her. Such impressive physiques. They towered over their opponent, and the one being attacked bore a striking resemblance to someone she knew. However, the Saiyan with the explosive build was undeniably formidable. She felt an overwhelming admiration for his strength, which was steadily escalating. A yearning arose within her to challenge him to a duel. Watching the Saiyan from below, Alice felt a surge of excitement. She pondered whether, upon her eventual victory, he would emit the same delightful yet despairing cries as others had. What anticipation! Alas, she currently lacked any sense of beings or restorative items, leaving her with no choice but to seek cover and observe the unfolding battle. Alice bit her nails, consumed by an intense desire to unleash her pent-up frustration upon that insufferable individual. How she longed to do so, truly. Why, at this very moment, was she unable to vent her emotions freely? It was utterly exasperating. Those two mundane beings continued to assail each other relentlessly, while another pair joined the fray. After a thorough bout of skirmishing, the hefty figure grew impatient and, with a swift motion, sent one of the combatants tumbling to Alice's feet. "Come on, my friend. I am devoid of any fighting spirit at the moment. How can you put me in such a predicament? If this were someone I knew, my reputation would be utterly tarnished." Nevertheless, Alice crouched down to take a glance. Lo and behold, was that not our very own Vegeta, already down on the ground once more? The author assures us that this fellow undoubtedly has his signature moves. Vegeta, staggering to his feet, gasped for breath, only to find Alice observing the spectacle. "Alice?" he exclaimed. "Oh dear, I seem to have lost sight of her," he muttered, addressing her as if she were an afterthought. As for Vegeta, he was far more concerned with enlisting Alice's assistance, for she was none other than the legendary Super Saiyan. "Wait a moment," Vegeta glanced at Alice, then at Broly, and back to Alice once more. Alice gazed at Vegeta with a hint of perplexity as he executed a series of peculiar movements. Vegeta observed a striking detail. Both Broly and Alice, upon their transformations, possessed hair of a yellow-green hue, which led him to ponder whether there might be some connection between them. Nevertheless, it remained merely a suspicion. In that moment, Alice was drawn away. "Wait, Vegeta," she called. But Vegeta was far too preoccupied to heed her words. At this juncture, all he comprehended was that Alice's presence signified a glimmer of hope for the impending battle. Alice was pulled down to the battlefield. "Hey Broly, your current opponent is not us, but her. Quickly, take down Alice," he said, gesturing towards Alice with his thumb. Alice exclaimed, "I truly feel like I might perish. It's utterly disheartening." The crowd paused, casting their gaze towards Vegeta, who bore an expression of haughty pride, while Alice appeared exasperated and devoid of hope. "It's Aunt Alice," Gohan joyfully shouted. Alice responded feebly. "Oh." Broly, noticing Vegeta's arrogance, charged directly at him. Goku and the others did not intervene, as Alice was present. However, at that moment, Piccolo sensed something amiss with Alice. Her energy was exceedingly faint. What? They all focused on Alice's energy and confirmed Piccolo's observation. They had neglected to sense her energy during the battle. Now, as Vegeta noticed Broly rushing towards him, he quickly evaded, leaving behind a despondent Alice. "Ah, the world is so beautiful, yet you always seek to entrap me. How unfortunate, how lamentable." Boom! Alice was sent flying. Broly relentlessly pursued her, unleashing a flurry of fierce punches. It seemed as though she could see a winged angel beckoning to her. Was she hearing something? Oh, it was her great-grandmother waving at her. Alice was besieged by a relentless barrage, causing numerous edifices to crumble around her. Ultimately, she collapsed to the ground, reminiscent of a classic Yamcha position. It was at this moment that the others rushed to her side. Gohan quickly came to her aid, his heart filled with concern and confusion as he gazed upon the faintly breathing Alice. Why was Aunt Alice so weakened this time? The last time he had seen her, she had been remarkably strong. Had she encountered some misfortune that led to her current state? "Gohan, you tend to Alice while we confront Broly," declared Goku, who then launched a series of strikes towards Broly. At this juncture, Vegeta began to realize that he had acted rather foolishly. In his haste, He had failed to assess Alice's condition before pulling her away. He held a deep sense of gratitude towards Alice, for she had once enabled him to surpass Kakarot, albeit briefly. Unfortunately, after a period of training, Kakarot had once again surpassed him. Burdened by this twinge of remorse, Vegeta's assaults grew increasingly fierce. Alice was indeed both a mentor and a friend to him, yet her negligence led to this unfortunate incident. Under such emotional turmoil, Vegeta's attacks intensified, and his strength continued to ascend, albeit unbeknownst to him. Chapter 51. A change of fighters. Vegeta's ferocious onslaught felt merely like a tickle to Broly, utterly ineffective. Are you attempting to tickle me? With that, Broly seized Vegeta by the head and delivered a crushing blow to his abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta gasped, the impact knocking him back to his normal state. Observing the now incapacitated Vegeta, Broly carelessly tossed him aside. Vegeta lay on the ground, his face contorted in anguish. Damn it! How could I? His words were abruptly cut short as Broly charged at him once more. Vegeta, look out! Alas, the warning came too late. Broly's foot crashed down upon him with tremendous force. Broly glanced down and delivered an additional kick, sending Vegeta flying before he resumed his assault on the remaining opponents. Goku and the others continued their disorganized attacks against Broly, knowing that whether organized or not, any damage inflicted would suffice. In but a few swift motions, Broly dispatched the three of them with ease, supplementing his efforts with several energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Then, Broly advanced towards Gohan, seizing him by the collar and delivering a series of powerful punches before slamming him into the ground. Raising his right hand, Broly concentrated energy and unleashed several energy waves aimed at Gohan's position. Gohan! Piccolo roared, surging forward in a fit of rage, only to be effortlessly swatted away by Broly. Observing this, Goku too erupted in fury and initiated a fierce assault on Broly. Finding Goku somewhat bothersome, Broly charged at him, delivering a knee strike followed by a kick. He then approached Gohan again, grasping him and taunting Goku. Kakarot, your son is rather adorable, isn't he? Haha. Vegeta, witnessing this harrowing scene, faltered and collapsed to the ground in despair. His eyes now reflected a profound terror towards Broly. A monster, Broly cast a glance at Vegeta. You dare call me a monster? Not at all, I am a demon. Broly cackled maniacally before soaring into the air, casting his gaze upon the Z-warriors below. His energy continued to surge, amplifying the tension in the atmosphere. At that moment, Alice remained sprawled beside Yamcha. The despair among the onlookers was palpable. The strongest among them had been rendered incapacitated by Vegeta and lay in a deep slumber, oblivious to the chaos that unfolded around him. Alice remained steadfast. Her energy drained, and thus her predicament was understandable. The exhaustion was profound and could only be alleviated with the aid of a senzu bean, yet none were available, and the small bald man who usually carried them was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Krillin gazed pensively at the bag in his hand, having completely forgotten about the precious beans. Even if he were to venture forth, it would be futile. He lacked the strength to fight and would only hinder others. However, a glance at Trunks sparked a realization. Trunks immediately understood. Leave it to me. Please, Krillin, hold the fort here. With that, he soared towards the battlefield. After a considerable flight, he finally arrived, only to find the scene grim. Goku had been beaten into submission, unable to muster any resistance. Piccolo and Gohan lay unconscious, while his father, Vegeta, appeared utterly shattered. Wait, who is that? Trunks questioned, noticing a stranger among them. He shook his head. Now was not the time for contemplation. Rescuing those in peril was his utmost priority. Trunks intended to administer a senzu bean to Gohan, but Vegeta's voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. Trunks, go give Alice a senzu bean first. Forget the others for now, hurry. Startled by his father's urgency, Trunks hesitated. At that moment, Broly, noticing yet another challenger approaching, abandoned the nearly defeated Goku and flew towards Trunks. Vegeta, witnessing this, summoned every ounce of courage to buy time for his son. Trunks was puzzled by his father's insistence on saving this girl first, but he recognized that Vegeta was prepared to risk everything to buy him precious moments. Though he did not understand the reasoning behind his father's decision, he knew Vegeta would not place his hopes in a stranger unless she was the only one capable of reversing their fate. Putting aside his doubts, Trunks resolved to heed Vegeta's command and proceeded to offer a senzu bean to Alice, who was the farthest away. Vegeta, however, did not maintain his stance for long, as Broly swiftly overpowered him. Just as Broly prepared to advance, Vegeta grasped one of his feet, wheezing and gasping, "As long as I draw breath, You shall not take another step closer. Vegeta understood that this was his final chance. Even if he perished now, the Dragon Balls could revive him. However, if they failed, it would mean the end for everyone. At that moment, Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others seemed to sense Vegeta's determination and staggered to their feet. Goku, gravely injured, wobbled towards Broly, assuming a fighting stance, despite the fact that he could hardly stand, let alone engage in battle. The others similarly surrounded Broly. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta could not help but smile knowingly. Then he shouted to Trunks, "Trunks!" Impatient, Broly unleashed a ki blast that rendered Vegeta unconscious, leaving his fate uncertain. The others were also sent flying by the force of Broly's explosive energy. Seeing his comrades fight to buy him time, Trunks vowed not to let them down. As Broly aimed an energy sphere at Trunks, who was nearing Eliza, he threw it without hesitation. Boom! Broly erupted in laughter at the sight. Unbeknownst to him, in a moment of desperation, Trunks had managed to place a senzu bean in Eliza's mouth just in time, allowing her to swallow it amidst the ensuing chaos. Trunks shielded Eliza with his body from the impending attack, aware of her mysterious nature and unwilling to take any risks. He could only protect her with his own strength. Moments later, Eliza awoke, observing her surroundings. Slowly rising to her feet, she stretched lazily, confirming that she had indeed been saved. Well then, it's time for me to take over, little one. Alice patted Trunks on the shoulder and then cast several beams infused with healing energy towards Goku and the others to mend their wounds. Although this method may not be as swift as the magical beans, it is undoubtedly more effective for preserving life, as long as there is energy within the body. It can be utilized passively. Now, shall I join you in your play? Chapter 52. And Alice? Alice marveled at the miraculous effects of the magical beans, realizing that they were almost akin to a glitch in reality. Within mere seconds of consumption, she experienced a complete restoration, as though digestion were rendered unnecessary. Yet, as much as she pondered this phenomenon, her immediate concern lay in vanquishing the adversaries before her, for her hands itched with anticipation. In her own universe, suitable opponents were scarce, and her previous temporal excursions had not presented formidable foes. Thus, encountering a worthy adversary now filled Alice with exhilaration. It appeared you two were brimming with excitement, yet you remain insufficient to truly satisfy my desires. So, summon forth even greater power. Alice, biting her finger and with a flushed complexion, spoke to Broly. After all, she could effortlessly overpower him in her Super Saiyan form. Yet she was curious to see if he possessed greater strength that could elevate her excitement. Upon hearing her words, Broly felt a surge of irritation and swiftly launched an attack. Did she not heed the spoken words? Nevertheless, having been so boldly invited, was she prepared to suffer a torturous demise in the depths of despair? Ha! Alice approached him directly and delivered a resounding slap, sending him sprawling away. Alice followed closely behind and added another kick. Ah, this is the feeling. Let it come again and excite me even more. Ha 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 ha. Alice seized his head and forcefully pressed it against the adjacent abandoned house. Indeed, the sound of his anguished cries was music to her ears. She ground Broly from the upper floors down to the ground, and as he attempted to resist, she forcefully pinned him down once more with her powerful foot, grasping his hands from behind. With her foot pressing against his back, Broly felt a piercing pain surge through him. Ah, what a melodious sound. Hearing the cries he longed for only fueled Alice's excitement further. What followed was a series of unspeakable torments. Trunks, watching the scene unfold from a distance, stood in stunned disbelief, questioning who the true villain was. How could someone who was supposed to be righteous engage in actions more nefarious than those of a villain? Meanwhile, the others had already consumed their senzu beans. Gohan observed the once gentle Aunt Alice, now revealing a wild side he had never anticipated, and he felt enlightened by this revelation. The others shared a similar sentiment, finding themselves at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend the situation. The current plight of Broly mirrored their previous encounters, yet the roles had merely shifted. Now it was Broly and Alice in the spotlight. Alice floated in midair, gazing at Broly, who was clutching his shoulder and biting his fingers. Struggle to your heart's content. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Come now, flee, fight back, and wail in despair. With that, she raised her right hand, gathering a colossal sphere of energy. Submit to the unparalleled might of your sister, and then perish in agony. With a flick of her hand, she gently sent the energy sphere hurtling towards Broly. I've even bestowed a name upon you. Alice watched as Broly unleashed a fierce barrage of energy blasts against the colossal energy sphere. Unfortunately, such efforts proved futile, The disparity in power rendered them ineffective. Boom. The anguished cries echoed, and Alice, embracing herself, trembled with excitement. It was not fear that caused her to quiver, but rather an exhilarating sensation that was utterly irresistible. The feeling of being inexorably drawn towards despair was profoundly overwhelming. Alice landed on the ground and cheerfully made her way towards Broly. This simply won't do. What a disappointment. I had hoped you could endure just a little longer. Alice crouched down and poked Broly, but he showed no response, seemingly exhausted. However, Broly's aura was gradually diminishing, slowly returning to its normal state. Alice gazed in fascination as a muscular giant transformed into a brooding youth. The sight was quite astonishing. Wow, what a remarkable change, she exclaimed, gesturing to illustrate the shift in height and stature. The metamorphosis was indeed amusing, but her intrigue waned rapidly, as she soon realized that Broly was still somewhat unable to withstand his own formidable might. Alice decided to disregard him entirely and flew directly towards Sun Wukong and the others. She had just thanked the charming young man. "Oh, it was nothing," Trunks replied, his cheeks flushing with shyness. Alice gazed at the blushing Trunks, finding him to be quite a bashful little fellow. "Oh, our Lord Vegeta is still full of life. How peculiar. After enduring a few blows, I was down for half a day," Alice teased Vegeta, recalling how she had been rather thoroughly outsmarted by him moments earlier. Vegeta's face flushed in response to her remarks, and he retorted with stubbornness, "How irritating. It's not my fault you were out of breath at that moment. Can you really blame me? You didn't say a word." With that, he defiantly crossed his arms and turned his head away. Trunks, observing this new side of his father, felt a pleasant surprise, though he wondered why he had never known of this aspect of his personality. No one else had mentioned it to him. Sensing Trunks' confusion, Gohan explained, "This is Aunt Alice, a remarkably powerful Saiyan, just like Dad and Uncle Vegeta, hailing from Planet Vegeta. However, Aunt Alice is not from our universe." Trunks was astonished by this revelation, for according to his father, pure-blooded Saiyans were exceedingly rare, particularly female Saiyans. He had not anticipated that other universes could harbor female Saiyans. Eager to introduce himself, Trunks said, "Hello, Aunt Alice. My name is Trunks, Vegeta's son." Hearing this name, Alice paused momentarily, as the son of Bulma from the future shared the same name, which explained Gohan's earlier hesitance to divulge the child's father's identity. Nevertheless, Alice said nothing further, merely smiling as she greeted Trunks. "That's a splendid name, Trunks. Here, this is for you," she said, producing a large bag of beans from seemingly nowhere. While they were not Senzu beans, their effects were similar, providing rapid healing, albeit solely for injuries, unlike Senzu beans which restored both wounds and energy. Trunks eagerly accepted the offering. Although Alice regarded it as a trivial item, it was invaluable to him, considering the scarcity of Senzu beans, which amounted to only a few each year. Trunks had initially intended to share some with Vegeta and the others, but they declined, asserting they had no need for them. In comparison to them, Trunks had a greater necessity. Alice, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but stifle a giggle. All right, this item is in abundance. Should you find it insufficient, there is more to be had." With that, she produced several large bags and tossed them to Trunks. "If you're feeling bored, you might as well indulge in them as snacks." Trunks, upon hearing this, nearly fumbled the precious bags of beans. Can you believe this? Such a valuable item is being treated as mere snack food? Chapter 53. Please, do not abandon me again. After conversing with everyone for a while, Alice felt a strange pang in her heart. Bick, noticing Alice's unusual demeanor, approached her and inquired, "Alice, you seem a bit out of sorts." Alice shook her head to indicate that she was unscathed, then moved aside to take a seat. She perched upon a stone, gazing at the sky. And the sensation was truly peculiar. Alice quickly stood up and surveyed her surroundings, wondering who was calling her name. At that moment, everyone noticed something amiss with Alice and approached her to inquire what was wrong. However, Alice merely shook her head, indicating that there was nothing to worry about. "Please help me. I need you, Alice." Alice felt an increasing sense of unease as she closed her eyes, attuning herself to her surroundings. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in her mind. In this vision, a woman was surrounded by many individuals, all engaged in a struggle against an unseen force. Alice strained to discern the details, but the figures remained elusive. The only clarity she grasped was the emblem emblazoned on the woman's attire, a logo of a capsule company. Bulma. Alice clasped her head, sinking to her knees upon the ground. The scene within her mind inflicted a deep, piercing agony, as the familiar figure relentlessly turned over stones, her lips moving in fervent supplication. At that moment, The haunting voice echoed once more. Please, Alice, help me once again. This plea reverberated through Alice's consciousness, intensifying her torment. Alice curled up on the ground, clutching her head, overwhelmed by a heart-wrenching pain that rendered her incapable of coherent thought. At this moment, a singular thought consumed her. Bulma needed her, and she was essential to Bulma. Suddenly, a myriad of tiny lights began to flicker across Alice's body. Bulma! Athe! As Alice rolled on the ground, calling out Bulma's name, the onlookers were bewildered by her sudden agony. They could neither hear her cries nor witness the scene. Only Alice was privy to the torment she experienced. In a different dimension, Bulma gazed despairingly at the distant monster, having witnessed her son and Gohan succumb to its might. They lay buried beneath the rubble, their fates unknown. Ha ha ha! No one can stop me now. Ha ha ha! Those two Saiyans have been defeated. The monster laughed maniacally, glancing at Bulma in the distance. Another human? Oh well, you've managed to salvage your life, human. I am in a generous mood today, so I shall spare you. For now. Ha ha ha! With that, the creature departed. Upon seeing the monster retreat, Bulma rushed toward the pile of debris, desperately clawing at the stones. You cannot be harmed, Trunks. Gohan. You must be safe. Yet, with her solitary strength, how could she possibly unearth two individuals from the wreckage? Though she possessed a modicum of combat prowess, she was still merely a woman, an ordinary woman, at that. As she sifted through the collapsed stones, she repeated her desperate plea. Please, don't be in danger. Her hands were now bloodied, yet she could not afford to pause. The fear of missing the opportune moment to rescue them consumed her. Alice, I implore you. Please assist me once more. Alice. Bulma continued to search for the familiar silhouettes she longed for. Please, I beg of you, do not perish. Alice, I need you. I beseech you, help me. You promised you would always be there for me, Alice. You deceitful liar. Oh, how you have betrayed me. Help me, I beg you, Alice. Boo-hoo. Bulma weakly pounded against the stone wall beneath her. Why, oh why, must we be treated this way? What have we done to deserve this? Why must my loved ones and friends depart from me one by one? Alas, her feeble and desperate cries went unanswered, for now. The vast majority of humanity had been mercilessly slaughtered by those brutal androids, leaving less than a tenth of the population remaining. The armed forces of every nation had been ruthlessly annihilated by these beings, as if they were mere playthings. Everything is gone. All is lost. With hollow, numb eyes, Bulma continued to move stones in the futile hope of discovering a familiar figure within. She was unaware of how long she had been at it. Her hands had grown numb, devoid of sensation, much like her heart. Just then, the sky began to weep, the rain falling in a gentle drizzle. As the downpour intensified, Bulma halted her labor, kneeling on the ground, gazing skyward. The rain was no longer the clear, innocent hue of water. It had transformed into a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood. Ellis, I miss you. Please return. This place needs you. I need you, Ellis. With those words, Bulma collapsed helplessly onto the ground, lying there in a stupor as the rain cascaded upon her. Hope had vanished. Everything was lost. She felt utterly powerless, unable to assist or accomplish anything. When did she become so reliant on that foolish simpleton who always charged ahead to protect her? Perhaps it was from the moment she first laid eyes on her. If only she could have persuaded her back then. Perhaps, just perhaps, none of this would have come to pass. Or maybe it was all just a dream. It must be so. Otherwise, why has Ellis not returned? Or perhaps she had never encountered Ellis at all, and Ellis was merely a figment of her imagination. Does Ellis ascend to heaven upon death? If so, are you there? How wonderful it would be to see you in paradise. Oh, Ellis, you big fool. Would you recognize me in such a disheveled state? I believe you would, for you used to spot me in a crowd with ease. Ellis, I have come to find you. Next time, please do not abandon me. With that, Bulma slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 54. Guardians across time and space. Alice is enveloped in a radiant white light, her form beginning to dissolve into nothingness. The luminous particles that formed from Alice ascended into the sky, entering a swirling vortex. Alice was forcefully summoned back into the time tunnel by Bulma's fervent emotions. Alice awoke within the temporal tunnel, and this time she found herself able to wield her powers freely. It was likely due to Bulma's fervent desire that had granted Alice mastery over this force. I have arrived, Bulma-chan. Alice accelerated in a fit of fury, driven solely by the desire to reach that desolate future a moment sooner. I must hold on until I can join you, Bulma. During Alice's furious flight, she transforms directly into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, the perfect background music would undoubtedly be I Only Want to Protect You by Dana. Hold on, Bulma. Alice is currently soaring through the cosmos at an overwhelming speed, her body succumbing to the strain as wounds begin to manifest across her form. Blood drifts into the various cosmic barriers she traverses along the temporal tunnel. At this moment, Alice is unconcerned with the consequences. Her sole desire is to reach Bulma, who calls out to her. Bulma, already in a state of unconsciousness, hears Alice's anxious voice, her eyes fluttering slightly. As she gradually opens her eyes, the sky clears. Suddenly, a colossal vortex materializes in the heavens, surrounded by menacing bolts of lightning that strike repeatedly, darkening the once clear sky once more. This scene heralds the arrival of something terrifying. Despite the vortex's fearsome appearance, tears that Bulma thought had long since dried up begin to flow anew. Why? When she believed she had no tears left. She gazes into the vortex as a vague silhouette emerges, exuding a dreadful crimson aura, crackling with purplish-black lightning. Alice, is that you? Bulma strains to stand, but her exhausted body betrays her, leaving her no choice but to crawl to a nearby wall for support. With great effort, she manages to rise, fixating on the figure radiating an aura of brutality. No, more accurately, she cannot mistake the silhouette of her dear Alice. Despite the transformation brought on by a terrifying rage that has driven her to the brink of madness, Alice's eyes are framed with a red hue. Her teeth transformed into fearsome fangs, and her body is covered in a coat of grayish-white fur. Her hair has taken on a scion-like appearance, albeit in a striking white, and her fingers are tipped with dark claws. She emanates an aura of terrifying ferocity. Note, this is Alice's unique form. After going berserk, her power multiplies infinitely without limit. Rather than simply doubling her Super Saiyan form as it appears now, Alice, this time, Bulma truly cannot endure any longer. Collapsing to the ground as if caught in a fleeting moment of clarity. Upon hearing the faint sound, Alice swiftly turned around to investigate. She immediately teleported to her side, offering support and employing her healing magic. After checking her breath, she noticed it gradually stabilizing and cautiously set her down. At this moment, Alice's fury had escalated to a near-explosive level. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to her surroundings, and discovered two exceedingly faint auras, even weaker than Bulma's, Gohan and Trunks. With a graceful sweep of her hand, Alice sent the surrounding debris of the two energy beams scattering away, then approached them to administer healing. Though their lives were precariously hanging by a thread, she lamented the absence of healing beings. Had she possessed them, their plight would not be so dire. Alice could hardly believe that if she had arrived just a moment later, she would have missed encountering the Bulma of this world. Who exactly was it that she felt compelled to eliminate? The oppressive aura surrounding Alice grew increasingly potent, and her rationality began to wane. She shook her head. Realizing that she could not yet be wholly consumed by her fury, her mind needed to remain clear. She could not guarantee what action she might take if she truly lost her sanity, and it was likely that it would culminate in a horrific and inhumane massacre. Her dear Bulma, with her inherent kindness, would surely disapprove of such actions. Moreover, even in this moment of temporary clarity, her power had escalated to such a degree that losing control would likely lead her to annihilate the entire universe. At the tender age of 7, she had experienced a similar loss of reason, had it not been for her inability to survive in the universe at that time. It was highly probable that that universe would have ceased to exist. Thus, Alice settled down beside Bulma and the others, meditating to suppress this overwhelming power. The fur covering her began to gradually fade away, restoring her to her original form. When Bulma awoke once more, she found herself resting upon someone's knee. The familiar scent she had longed for enveloping her. It was Alice who had come to rescue them. She had truly heard her call for salvation. Shoo, if you're uncomfortable, just lie down for a while. Here, eat this. Alice presented the low-quality beans she had cultivated to Bulma. Although the healing technique could provide restoration, it could not match the comprehensive effect of the beans acting directly within the body. Bulma accepted the beans from Alice and consumed them. Gohan and Trunks expressed their concerns about Bulma's emotional state, as she seemed disheartened due to her uncertainty regarding their well-being. Do not worry, they are not deceased, merely in need of an extended period of rest. Unfortunately, without the senzu beans, this is the extent of what I can offer. Alice tenderly caressed Bulma's head, softly comforting her. Thank you, Alice, for saving me once again. As your knight, I shall come to your aid from any universe. Even if you are not the Bulma I know, I will always be there for you. But I am indeed the same. I am merely a different branch from a parallel universe, Bulma replied, turning over to embrace Alice's waist. Alice, you silly goose, she teased. Well, I am just Bulma's silly goose, and only in your presence. Alice gently patted Bulma's back, whispering sweetly. Chapter 55. To my surprising dismay, I am a zero? Alice. I envy the other version of myself in a different timeline. Why does that version of me have you by her side? I truly envy her. I wish I could bind you to me so that you would never leave, Bulma said, gripping Alice's clothing tightly. Alice felt a sense of helplessness. What could she do? She too was overwhelmed by the situation. Perhaps this was simply the nature of the universe, where two isotopes could not coexist, even in parallel dimensions. With a heavy heart, Alice bowed her head. Alice, perplexed, lowered her gaze, only to see Bulma leaning in to kiss her. Momentarily lost in the sensation, she embraced her tightly. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Humph, the version of me from that world surely never treated you this way, did she? Alice blushed and cast a sidelong glance, wondering why everyone behaved in such a manner. It seems Alice is feeling shy. Come, allow me a glimpse of my dear Alice's bashful demeanor. Please, just one fleeting glance. Alice. Alice glanced back, her gaze merely wandering aimlessly. How delightful Alice is. I truly find myself increasingly reluctant to let you depart. Alice, let us first discuss the events that have transpired here. Have formidable foes emerged once again? After the defeat of Dr. Gero, two new adversaries appeared, known as androids 17 and 18. These artificial beings were indeed powerful, yet Gohan managed to contend with them, especially with Trunks providing assistance and distractions, allowing them to vanquish their foes swiftly. However, after their defeat, another android emerged, introducing himself as Cell. Initially, Cell was not particularly strong, and Gohan was able to maintain the upper hand. Yet, upon absorbing androids 17 and 18, Cell became extraordinarily potent, rendering Gohan and Trunks utterly outmatched. Furthermore, Cell possessed the genetic cells of numerous individuals, including Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Frieza, which enabled him to anticipate Gohan's every move during combat, making their struggles seem almost trivial. After Bulma finished speaking, she nestled closer into Alice's embrace. There was no denying that Alice's arms provided an unparalleled sense of comfort. Alice pondered and then inquired, "Does this creature lack my cellular genes? Does it look down upon me?" Bulma remarked, "To engage in such comparisons, how utterly tedious you must be. Moreover, with the cells of Goku and his companions already proving to be formidable, had yours been included, we wouldn't even need to await your arrival. Their battles are mere skirmishes, while yours would be sheer madness, the kind that could truly lead to annihilation." Alice perceived the melancholy in Bulma's eyes, which she masked with a cough to conceal her embarrassment. Ahem, what could be the reason? Who would possess your cells? That time during the fight, your wounds healed within mere seconds, and at that moment, no one could contend with you. Moreover, the only instance of bloodshed occurred amidst the vastness of the universe. Alice, well, that's not quite right. There was that one time, but it was acceptable, as I ended up licking myself. Bulma, observing the playful expressions on Alice's face, found it amusing and couldn't resist kissing her once more. Alice, next time I won't merely settle for a simple kiss. After all, I will feel jealous about what happened over there. Therefore, next time, I shall not be content with just a simple kiss, dear Alice. Alice did not notice the strange glimmer in Bulma's eyes. All right, let us return. Alice carried Bulma on her back, and as for Gohan and the others, it was sufficient to simply drag them along with her energy, for they were not of particular concern to her. Thus, guided by Bulma's directions, Alice followed the path indicated. However, the journey proved somewhat torturous for Alice, as Bulma was far from compliant. She incessantly fidgeted, nearly causing Alice to stumble on several occasions. This only emboldened Bulma further, who, in her own words, felt it was unfair to be so close to such tender tofu without indulging. Who could resist the allure of such delicacies? To abstain would be folly. She must find a way to devour that delectable morsel first, for her patience was wearing thin. Little did Alice know of Bulma's ulterior motives. Had she been aware, she might have fled with the villa under the cover of night. At that moment, Alice pondered whether she might procure some senzu beans from Goku and the others next time. Although their effect was limited, they would suffice, after all. If one bean was inadequate, consuming several could compensate, for when quality falls short, quantity must prevail. Initially, Alice believed her own supply would suffice, but reality proved otherwise. Who would grant her the luxury of waiting to recover in the midst of battle? Hence, it was time for her beans to step aside and allow the inferior-grade senzu beans to take their place. Once again, Alice felt the familiar disturbances at her neck. Bulma, please, refrain from such antics. You may walk freely, I shall manage just fine. Alice could confidently assert that there were indeed marks upon her neck. Alice quickened her pace. For if she did not hasten, her very neck might be at stake. Little did she know that upon reaching the safe house, it would not merely be her neck in jeopardy. It seemed likely that everything that ought not to occur would transpire in due course. Ahem, I digress. After enduring half an hour of torment, Alice finally brought Bulma to her current refuge, carelessly dropping Gohan and Trunks in any available spot. Alice placed Bulma upon the sofa. Ah, Bulma, what are you doing? Please, don't act this way. Alice, my dear, I can no longer endure this. My patience has worn thin. I merely wish to indulge a little. It shan't be excessive. The peculiar glimmer in Bulma's eyes grew ever more strange, subtly tinged with a hint of crimson. Bulma, please refrain from this behavior. Do not act in such a manner. It is quite unsettling. Just then, a river crab scuttled by, as the Crimson King severed the threads of time. The following day, Alice awoke to find Bulma still stirring restlessly in her embrace. Ah, good morning, my dear knight. Do not mind me. I am savoring my breakfast, the delightful breakfast crafted by Alice. Alice now struggles to rise, as the unruly Bulma continues to impede her. Yesterday was truly a torment. It felt as though everything that should not have transpired did, leading to an overwhelming sense of despair. It is infuriating that she, a Saiyan girl with a battle power exceeding 1 billion, found herself utterly powerless against Bulma, a mere woman with less than 100 in battle power. Such a failure is truly disheartening. One individual remarked, "It is laughable that a weakling like you should simply accept your role as a zero." Leaving the matters of one to others. A small interlude, the princess and the knight. As Alice carried Bulma on her back towards the safe house, Bulma's incessant antics behind her rendered Alice unable to concentrate on the journey. Thus, she decided to find a nearby dwelling to pause and recuperate for a while. Alice gently set Bulma down. How do you feel, Bulma? Is there anywhere that you feel discomfort? Bulma remained silent, merely gazing at Alice's neck, which bore the marks of a small strawberry. Alice leaned in a little closer. Alice approached Bulma with a sense of confusion. Yet she never anticipated that she would be ambushed once more. Bulma, could you please respond to me? Alice inquired. In response, Bulma intensified her kiss. Alice could only submit, nestled obediently in Bulma's embrace, allowing herself to be playfully teased. Alice, my dear Alice. Alice wrapped her arms around Bulma's waist, clumsily responding to Bulma's kiss. Alice's response filled Bulma with immense joy. Her beloved Alice had finally reciprocated her affection. This dear simpleton had at last acknowledged her love. And Bulma was overjoyed. Alice, I am here, Bulma called out. Will you always respond to my calls? As long as Bulma needs me, I will always be here. Always present, Alice replied. Bulma gazed into Alice's eyes. And will you continually respond to my needs? Indeed, your knight will forever meet your expectations, Alice assured her. Bulma felt elated, cherishing her beloved simpleton, Alice. She playfully tackled Alice to the ground, gazing at her with affection, gently caressing her cheek, and leaning down to inhale the familiar scent that brought her such profound comfort. Alice, her beloved Alice. Bulma nestled in Alice's embrace, then lifted her gaze to mischievously explore Alice's neck. Gradually, inch by inch, she began to delve deeper, for everything she desired lay before her, begging to be discovered. She did not wish to harbor regrets for the future, having once languished in sorrow upon hearing of Alice's misfortune. Yet, that very moment had also birthed the unexpected presence of Trunks. Despite her past regrets, she had dutifully raised him. Not for any other reason, but because he was her child. Even if his existence stemmed from a mistake, she felt no right to extinguish that precious life in its cradle. To say she regarded this little one as a lifelong hope would not be an exaggeration, even if he was the result of an error. However, the situation was different now. Alice stood right before her, the very Alice she had longed for, the one she had yearned for incessantly. Even if she were not the same Alice, did it truly matter? Was she not still Alice? She was merely an alternate version from another parallel universe, one that had not faced calamity. So what if she indulged in a taste of this experience? After all, was she not one and the same as the other version of herself? She was merely savoring it a moment before the other would. It was entirely reasonable. With thoughts of Alice swirling in her mind, she unabashedly continued her playful mischief, unleashing the torrent of emotions that had accumulated over the years. Alice wished to resist, but to her dismay, she discovered that she lacked the strength to do so. She was perplexed. In situations like this, she found herself utterly powerless to oppose Bulma. Could it be that she was truly incapable of resisting her? Bulma gently pressed her lips against Alice's. Alice, do you know? If you had tea come, I would have felt as though I were destined for another world. But you arrived just when I needed you the most, so please do not turn me away. But we cannot do this, Bulma. You know it is wrong. And what of it? Since we have already erred once, why not continue down this path? You should understand my feelings by now. But there are no buts. You and that person on your side are the same. Merely divided into parallel counterparts due to certain circumstances. Seeing Alice's hesitation, Bulma silenced her with a kiss. Alice, please don't reject me, she implored. Bulma wrapped her arms around Alice, gazing at her flushed cheeks, increasingly tempted to kiss her again. This thought crossed her mind, and she acted upon it. The night stretched on endlessly. The symphony within the room was melodious, and the curtains reflected the graceful movements of the dancers. The figures within swayed gracefully. The crisp and delightful music entrancing all who beheld it. As the dance came to an end, the scene was left in disarray, with remnants of sweat from the vigorous movements lingering in the air. One could not help but wonder how intense the performance had been. To have evoked such perspiration from the dancers. Alice sighed, feeling utterly exhausted. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep, she murmured, lazily resting on Bulma's shoulder. Unwilling to move, Bulma rose to fetch a clean cloth to wipe Alice's sweat. Upon her return, she found that Alice had already drifted off. Bulma chuckled, thinking, I've put in all the effort, yet you are the first to fall asleep. Nevertheless, she dutifully wiped Alice's forehead. Honestly, you fell asleep so quickly. Such a clueless, big fool, she teased affectionately. After tending to Alice, she embraced her and succumbed to slumber as well. That night, she slept soundly, though Alice, nestled in her arms, pondered, what about me? What am I? You've fallen asleep and are still being so brazen. Am I not to have a peaceful night's rest? Alice expressed her helplessness, as she had been sleeping soundly, only to find that Bulma was far from being quiet. Now, she could only resignedly count Bulma's strands of hair. It was a daunting ordeal for her. After losing track of how many strands she had counted, she eventually drifted off to sleep. However, it was not long before she sensed some mischief afoot, and Alice felt no need to guess who was responsible. Could Bulma grant her just a moment of peace to rest? Does she not realize how restless she herself is while trying to sleep? Alice gazed at Bulma with a look of deep melancholy. Unfazed, Bulma embraced the sorrowful Alice in her arms. Is my dear Alice upset? Or do you still yearn to continue the dance from last night's soiree? Alice expressed her gratitude for the invitation, lamenting that her back was nearly breaking. While someone was still so vivacious, was this not an unfair treatment of the humble? However, Bulma remained indifferent to Alice's thoughts. She bestowed upon Alice a good morning kiss and subsequently rewarded herself with a bottle of Alice's facial cleanser. The creamy fragrance was her favorite, indeed. It was worthy of the Alice brand. Could anyone truly resist Alice's facial cleanser? Oh, it appears some can. Let me see just how many people are not fond of it. Surprisingly, quite a number do not appreciate it. Well, I suppose I shall use it myself. Chapter 56. Departure. Alice pushed Bulma aside to get dressed. Now she was ready to deal with that creature named Cell. Does he truly remain oblivious to the perils of this world? And what does he not understand about the Saiyans being untouchable? Alas, despite his considerable strength, the foul stench reminiscent of a rat has betrayed him. Alice soared directly towards the location she sensed, brimming with fury. Such a feeble aura. It would be easier to simply crush it. I have no desire to go through the trouble of toying with it. Compared to that so-called Broly, this presence is scarcely half as formidable. Alice stood atop a height, gazing down at the child exuding pride beside a certain green-skinned creature, Cell. Cell, in turn, fixed his gaze upon Alice, a cold sweat trickling down his face. In his memories, she was exceedingly formidable. He glanced at Alice's peculiar smile, sensing an ominous premonition. Although he could not discern the origins of this intuition, he was certain that with the slightest movement from her, he could be crushed like an ant. Yet, wasn't she supposed to be missing? There were no recollections of her return in his mind. Had she resurfaced only after being created by Dr. Gero? Or perhaps she came back after Dr. Gero's demise, which would explain the absence of such memories. Damn it. Cell remained vigilant, watching Alice, unwilling to make any rash movements. Alice discerned Cher's wariness, yet she paid it little mind, merely raising her hand delicately. Cheru felt as though an invisible force had grasped his throat, lifting him off the ground. How utterly tedious. After all, you cannot provide the amusement I seek, so perish. Alice squeezed with great force, instantly obliterating Cell, and then walked away without a backward glance. However, what Alice remained unaware of was that Cell had not entirely perished. A mass of fragmented flesh was gradually coalescing. The form of Cell was beginning to take shape. He could not die yet, he needed to utilize that time machine. If he could reach that specific location, he could activate the time machine and return to the past to obtain that individual's cells. Cell crawled slowly. His body's reconstruction hindered by Alice's formidable power, which caused his regeneration to progress at a glacial pace. He was forced to crawl for an indeterminate duration until he finally arrived before the time machine. After exerting tremendous effort, he managed to crawl inside. It was not that he could not fly. Rather, he dared not, fearing that Alice might sense his presence. Unbeknownst to him, Alice had not actually left. She had merely flown to a corner to observe his antics. After all, she had sensed that this creature was not entirely dead, and thus wished to see what other tricks he might possess. Alice watched as Shara activated the time machine, only to have this journey abruptly ended by a single energy blast from her. However, the time tunnel remained open and soon vanished after a brief moment. Shara, hush. Be quiet. Listen attentively to the requiem before departure. Alice manifested her own weapon, then swiftly swung it towards Shara. No, no, no. This is impossible. Alice crushed the exposed core of Cell beneath her foot. It was rather unremarkable. The final symphony was truly discordant. After vanquishing Cell, Alice returned to Bulma's side, only to be taken aback by a warm, enveloping embrace from Bulma. Alice, I thought you had left, exclaimed Bulma. I merely dealt with Cell, Alice replied, exasperated, assuring her that she had not departed, though she anticipated it would be soon. Little did Alice know. Her seemingly effortless defeat of Cell had unwittingly stirred up a minor inconvenience for her. In a fleeting moment, Alice found herself engrossed in simulating a top. The past version of Alice insisted, do not hinder me. I must capture the rhythm. Days later, she sighed in relief. Finally, this place resembles a semblance of a home. Well done, Alice. Alice wiped the sweat from her forehead, gazing at her masterpiece with immense satisfaction. After all, not every Saiyan possesses the energy to construct a dwelling, does one? Moreover, during this time, she had also dealt with all the cosmic entities that posed a threat to Earth. Ultimately, she could not remain here indefinitely. The safety of this place relied solely on them. Alice gazed at the limping duo of Saiyans, contemplating that perhaps they should engage in further practice. The notion of her training them was utterly implausible. She lacked the energy to instruct, and her own teaching abilities were non-existent. Such attempts would only lead to misguided disciples. At best, she could offer them some training tips. Having spent a considerable amount of time here, it was nearly time for her to return. Moreover, Gohan and the others had nearly recovered, and their future paths would have to be forged by their own efforts. Bulma, I know you wish to return, don't you? Yes, it is about time. There are a few minor issues back home that require my attention, not exactly issues, but I must return to oversee matters. It would be disingenuous to say that Bulma did not feel a pang of sadness, yet Alice, being a version of herself from another timeline, had her own life to lead. The time spent here had been some of her happiest, and though it was difficult to part ways, this was the path she was destined to take, was it not? Remember to think of me, the version of me from this timeline. And don't forget to eat on time. Don't let your training make you neglect your meals. Bulma's words poured forth in an unending stream, as though she were finally articulating all the sentiments she had harbored over the years. And don't forget, you big fool, to come and visit me. If you don't have time, well, that's understandable, I will remember, Bulma, and you must do the same. All right then, I shall take my leave now. After Alice embraced Bulma, she gradually ascended into the sky. Gently, she opened the time-space tunnel and slowly entered it. Goodbye, Alice. You must not forget that there is someone here waiting for you, me, Alice. Yet, Alice had already departed and could not hear her. Don't forget me, you silly. Bulma stood there, gazing blankly as the time-space tunnel gradually closed. Chapter 57, Sparalasi. Alice returned to her own universe. Ah, this ability indeed requires practice. It unexpectedly transported me into the cosmos. Nevertheless, it all amounts to the same. As soon as Alice concluded her words, she was assailed by a purple-black blade of energy. Who is it, lurking in the shadows? Humph, no wonder she has caught the attention of Tova. Alice turned to gaze at the figure approaching from a distance, sensing an aura reminiscent of Tova emanating from him. Was this individual her ally, or something else? No time for contemplation, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mira, and I am here to end your life. Only by eliminating you will Tova's attention once again be drawn back to me. How troublesome it is to return only to encounter such a fool. It's utterly infuriating. With that, Alice transformed into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, the more formidable one becomes, the greater the value of their demise. Regardless, your death remains inevitable. As she spoke, Mira launched an assault against Alice without hesitation. as Alice deftly evaded the oncoming attacks. She scrutinized her opponent, discerning that his prowess surpassed her current state, albeit slightly, Super Saiyan 1. Now, this is more like it. Ha 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 ha. At last. A worthy adversary has emerged. Ha 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 ha. Come, let us revel in this exhilarating encounter. With that, Alice conjured a blade in her hand and swung it directly towards Mira, though he adeptly sidestepped the strike. Alice instantly teleported behind him. This simply would not do. She unleashed an energy sphere directly at Mira from behind, sending her flying away. Alice raised her unarmed hand to continue launching several energy orbs to inflict damage. However, it is well known that in the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists an unwritten rule known as the law of smoke and no injury, even when damage occurs. It is typically limited to mere superficial wounds or torn garments. After Alice ceased her assault for 2 or 3 minutes, she gazed at the area shrouded in smoke. Once the dust settled, Mira stood unscathed in place, his hands raised defensively before him. Apart from a slight breathlessness and some tattered clothing, he appeared to be entirely unharmed. Alice let out a soft click of her tongue before transforming the sword in her hand into a whip, lashing it toward Mira. However, Mira effortlessly seized it. In the instant the whip slipped from her grasp, it vanished, as it lacked the sustaining energy from Alice. Mira gazed at the whip conjured by Alice, finding the maneuver intriguing. Yet, with such tactics alone, you cannot hope to triumph over me. With that declaration, she surged forward, unleashing her fury upon Alice. Catching her entirely off guard, Alice deftly delivered a knee strike to Mira's abdomen. Alice licked the blood from the corner of her mouth. "You are the first to make me bleed, so I shall cherish you dearly," she declared. With that, Alice delivered a swift kick to Mira's abdomen, then teleported behind her, conjuring a massive energy sphere to hurl towards Mira. Reacting quickly, Mira adjusted her stance and launched an energy sphere of her own towards Alice's. The two spheres collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Amidst the chaos, both combatants seized the moment to continue their onslaught against one another. However, Alice found herself at a disadvantage. Her strength insufficient to match Mira's ferocity and soon succumbed to Mira's relentless assault. How could someone as unskilled as you ever capture Tova's attention? You might as well perish. Mira intensified her attack, overwhelming Alice with a barrage of force. The impact sent Alice hurtling away. Cough, cough, now this is getting interesting. I find myself increasingly drawn to you, Alice remarked. Alice felt an exhilarating thrill as she sensed his formidable power. It makes me yearn to hear the mournful cries that escape your lips after despair envelopes you. Alice charged directly towards Mira, braving her onslaught. What? Gah, cough, cough. He could never have anticipated that this person would dare to approach him while enduring his assault. Alice once again summoned her sword, cleaving Mira's hand clean off. "Ah, you lunatic," Mira bellowed, unleashing a frenzied assault upon Alice. A crimson glow began to emanate from Mira, enhancing her attack power exponentially. Die, Alice. In the midst of her wild slashes, Alice was struck by a powerful punch that sent her flying, only to be met with a fiery red energy sphere crashing into her face. Boom. Unyielding, Mira continued to amplify her energy for another strike against Alice, leaving her battered and bloodied. Cough, cough. How dare you approach me with such fervor? I shall not hold back. With that, Alice transformed into her Super Saiyan form. What? Mira was taken aback by Alice's sudden escalation, having been unaware that she possessed a second stage of transformation. Ha 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 ha. Yes, yes. Shout louder. The more you scream, the more exhilarated I become. Alice seized Mira's head and forcefully slammed it against the nearby meteorite. Once, twice. Still unsatisfied, she then brutally stomped down on Mira's back, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of strikes at close range. Come on, let's continue. I haven't had my fill yet. Ha ha ha. Let us keep going. Alice seized Mira's foot and began to swing her about with reckless abandon. At that moment, Mira found herself utterly defenseless, subjected to Alice's whims as if she were a mere doll. Ultimately, Alice cast Mira forcefully to the ground. Fear gripped Mira. This woman possessed the capability to end her life in an instant, yet chose instead to toy with her like a plaything. As she beheld the sword coalescing once more in Alice's grasp, she instinctively recoiled, sensing that this mad woman would not grant her a swift demise but rather prolong her torment. Her instincts proved accurate when Alice raised the sword and incapacitated one of her legs. Ah, kill me if you dare. Have the courage to end my life. Mira cried out in terror and despair, her gaze fixed upon Alice's bloodied visage. The expression on Spalassi's face was simply exquisite, truly magnificent. At this moment, Alice's mood had soared to an unprecedented height of joy. Mira continued to move backward incessantly. Alice remained unhurried, gradually drawing closer to him. He lamented his decision to provoke this devil. Alas, another leg had also been rendered useless. Hasubarashi. Alice embraced her own form with excitement. Let your sister hear your voice a little longer, hee. Mira now perceived that Alice's laughter resembled whispers from the abyss. Continue, she urged, as Alice raised her sword and swung it downwards without hesitation. Chapter 58. The waiting maiden. Mira watched as the blade drew ever closer. He was uncertain where he summoned the strength, but he managed to prop himself up with one hand and lunged toward Alice. Oh, a final revelry before death. How dreadfully tedious, he mused. Nevertheless, it matters not. It is merely a few wasted seconds, for I have grown weary of this game. Alice swiftly redirected her sword, cleaving Mira in two. However, with an astonishing momentum, the upper half of Mira's severed body lunged towards Alice, grasping her firmly. Cough, cough. Did you ever anticipate this? This is my strategy. Cough, cough. Now you shall accompany me in death. Ha ha. Alice could not shake off the hand that grasped her. Do not exert yourself. Escape is futile. Cough, cough, cough. This is a farewell prepared especially for you, Alice. As the protagonist, there is no possibility of your escape. Ha ha. Alice gazed at Mira's body as it continued to swell. Though her expression appeared calm, a tempest of anxiety stirred within her. After all, a misstep could lead to her demise alongside this being. Yet, Alice found herself ensnared by Mira's control, a predicament that was proving increasingly difficult to navigate. Mira's form had expanded to its utmost limit, and cracks of white light began to emerge ominously. You truly are infuriating. I shall remember you, Mira exclaimed. I never anticipated you would wear such a face. How amusing it is, Alice. Did you think I wouldn't drag you into the abyss with me? Ha ha. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the cosmos, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Nearby planets were obliterated by the sheer force of the blast. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma felt an inexplicable discomfort gnawing at her. What is happening to me? Why do I feel so unwell? Am I falling ill? She gazed skyward, lost in thought for a moment, then gave her cheeks a gentle pat. I must be overthinking it. Alice should be returning soon. I ought to prepare her beloved vanilla pudding. Otherwise, she might become upset if she returns to find nothing. Humming a cheerful tune, Bulma made her way to the kitchen to gather the ingredients for Alice's favorite dessert. Life on Earth continued its steady rhythm, with pedestrians going about their daily routines as usual. Once Bulma had prepared the pudding, she placed it in the refrigerator to chill, knowing Alice would appreciate the enhanced texture. At that moment, a knock sounded at Bulma's door. Upon opening it, she discovered Piccolo standing there. Alice isn't back yet. She will be a little while longer, Bulma informed him. Piccolo's expression reflected a familiar sense of resignation. After all, he had grown accustomed to visiting regularly. Then I shall not intrude. I will return once she is here, he replied, attempting to leave. However, Bulma stopped him. Oh, by the way, Alice's gravity chamber has been repaired. Although its effectiveness may not match the original, you might find it beneficial. And take this. As she spoke, Bulma tossed him a capsule. With a pop, a large box materialized just outside the door. Piccolo looked at Bulma, puzzled. What is this? A box? What is so special about it? Inside are items that Alice has deemed unnecessary. Do not dismiss them simply because they were discarded by her. Many of these things might still be of use to you, Bulma explained. Bulma opened the box, revealing a plethora of small items such as bracelets, anklets, and belts. Do not underestimate these seemingly trivial objects, for their weight is astonishing. The lightest bracelet weighs a ton, while the heaviest reaches an astonishing 100 tons, and I must emphasize that this is for individual pieces, not pairs. Piccolo extracted the lightest bracelet, anklet, and a belt. Handling them individually was manageable, yet if one were to grasp a complete set, the cumulative weight would be quite significant. In the gravity chamber, this ensemble would be far from easily manageable. He mused that entering the gravity chamber might lead to an immediate collapse, much like his first experience. Piccolo thought to himself that Alice truly possessed an extraordinary nature. However, had he been aware that the gravity chamber's multiplier he would utilize was considerably less than Alice's, he might have been overwhelmed with despair. Let me borrow this lightest set for now. If I require a change, I shall return for more. Oh, the gravity chamber is located in the backyard. You will find it there. With that, Bulma paid little heed to Piccolo and resumed her preparations for Alice's favorite dishes. Piccolo promptly flew to the backyard, where he beheld the gravity chamber. The sight of it evoked a sense of nostalgia, as it was the very chamber he had once used forced into the endeavor by Alice, and for which he had requested Bulma to dismantle and repair. Reflecting on his past, he recognized his own naivety. Had he not been compelled to remain, he might have been overwhelmed with regret. Moreover, he now faced the impending arrival of the Saiyans on Earth in a few months. With this apparatus at his disposal, he felt a semblance of confidence. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, Goku arrived at King Kai's planet. The gravity here was substantially greater than that of Alice's chamber. Goku, curious and exploratory, found that after enduring Alice's trials, the tenfold gravity posed no challenge. It was akin to child's play. Having previously trained under 5 times the gravity while donning a weighty training suit, he found no reason to perceive this gravity as burdensome. Not at all, he thought. It merely made movement a tad less convenient, especially while still clad in the hefty attire. Now, let us turn our attention back to Bulma and the delightful preparations she had made for Alice. A veritable treasure trove of vanilla pudding filled an entire refrigerator, while the table was adorned with an array of desserts accompanied by a modest selection of meats. Why so little meat, one might wonder. Was the preparation time not considerable? Lobster, fish, and, oh yes, beef. How could I have almost forgotten? Bulma hastily made a phone call to have some beef delivered, then continued with her culinary endeavors. Hee, it's all Alice's favorite. She will surely be touched. Might she be unable to restrain herself from giving me a big bear hug? I'm so looking forward to it. Oh no. I almost burnt the dish due to my daydreaming. Once Bulma finished preparing the meal, she set the dishes on the table and sat on the nearby sofa, clutching a plush toy, eagerly anticipating Alice's return and her adorable expressions. How slow Alice is. Chapter 59, Dressed. But not fully dressed, Bulma propped her little head on her hand, gazing at the sky, when suddenly she sensed a violent disturbance above, accompanied by a tremor in the ground. She was at a loss as to what was happening. In the gravity chamber, Piccolo swiftly emerged to look up at the sky. What a powerful energy fluctuation. What could have happened? Piccolo's expression was serious as he scrutinized the heavens, noting that this energy was laced with Alice's essence. Had she encountered a formidable adversary? Raditz, who was still plowing the field, also glanced upwards. Since arriving on Earth, he had learned to perceive and manipulate energy. Thus he could distinctly sense the wave of energy. Though not as precisely as Piccolo, he recognized that this energy belonged to Alice, alongside an unfamiliar presence. Raditz, it's time to eat. TCH, coming. By the way, this fellow has taken a girlfriend since arriving on Earth, or rather, he is the one being pursued. Reluctantly, Raditz strolled over to her, snatching the array of food she held and making his way to a shaded spot to sit down. What are you staring at? Hurry up and sit down before you tire yourself out. Humph. After saying this, he begrudgingly pulled out a small cushion for her to sit on. Don't get the wrong idea. I merely find this thing too soft. It's not that I'm doing it for you. Don't flatter yourself. Raditz opened the enormous lunchbox and began to devour the food ravenously. The girl covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, choosing not to burst his bubble. She quietly watched him eat, realizing that his actions were far more honest than his words, which made him rather endearing. What are you looking at? Here. This is too sweet for my taste. You eat it. Alice says wasting food is shameful. Alice. Indeed, everything I say. The girl obediently accepted the so-called overly sweet food, taking small bites. Raditz, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger when caught. I'm not looking at you. I'm merely ensuring you don't choke. Yes, just observing. Raditz, you truly are awkward. If you wish to gaze, do so openly without any shame. Chi-Chi, who had approached their side without them noticing, began to tease upon witnessing this amusing scene. Who wants to look at her? It's not like I want to see that. Oh, it's my sister-in-law who has arrived. Ahem, you could have announced your presence. Are you here to see how the field is tilled? Rest assured, this land is tilled far better than my inept brother Kakarot could manage. No, I merely came to bring you food. It seems I needn't worry anymore. Someone is more proactive than I am, Chi-Chi remarked playfully at Raditz. Sigh. Although Sun Wukong's brother might be a bit tsundere, he is certainly more perceptive than Sun Wukong. Just thinking about Sun Wukong's terminally straight-laced personality makes her want to bite him to death. Raditz awkwardly scratched his face and muttered softly. I never expected her to deliver food, and for so long. All right, let's take a break today. The field is nearly done. And I won't intrude on your little world, Chi-Chi said as she set down the food and departed. Some may wonder why Chi-Chi and Raditz have eased their relationship. Please, Chi-Chi is not the unreasonable type, and in a sense, Raditz has not truly harmed their family, has he? He did kidnap Gohan once, which he cannot wash away, But he did not do anything else, did he? Moreover, he endured an afternoon of being pummeled. Once these matters are clarified, acceptance is not out of reach, is it? Additionally, Earth currently requires his strength, otherwise, Vegeta's arrival would be quite disastrous, as his innate talent is formidable in the early stages. Furthermore, he has already endured torment from Alice. Do you think he would simply swallow his pride? I doubt it. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the narrative. After Chi-Chi left, Raditz quickly finished his food and waited for the girl beside him to do the same. Once she had finished, he offered her a bottle of water and a towel. Humph, this is a token of gratitude, so do not misunderstand. Yes, a token of gratitude. Could you please help me twist the bottle cap? How troublesome. Here you go, Yutsundara. Meanwhile, Gohan was still being pursued by dinosaurs. The Sun family and dinosaurs truly share an indescribable connection. Alice is currently somewhat safe, albeit missing a hand. In the moment of the explosion, Alice severed her hand and subsequently opened a temporal tunnel to escape. Presently, she lies unconscious within the tunnel. A victim of the shockwave from the blast and excessive blood loss, Alice can only drift aimlessly through the temporal corridor, her fate hanging by a thread. Should fortune abandon her, she may be left to perish, for the volume of blood she has lost is severe. The loss of her hand is but one of her many injuries. Had it not been for the residual energy sustaining her healing spell, she would likely have succumbed in the very instant of the explosion. Alice was uncertain of how long she had been within the temporal tunnel. At that moment, she could not ascertain whether she still lingered in its confines. It was only when she heard voices that she began to awaken. Kakarot, she remarked, I advise you to refrain from meddling with individuals of dubious origin, particularly those who materialize out of thin air. Vegeta, she huffed. Alice slowly opened her eyes to the cacophony surrounding her. Alice felt a throbbing pain in her left hand, a poignant reminder of the sacrifice she made to shield herself from the fatal explosion by severing her left arm. Ah, you're awake. It seems Vegeta and the others disturbed your rest. I have already sent them away. Please take some time to recuperate. Alice gazed at the individual before her, utterly at a loss as to where to begin her scathing remarks. What an extraordinary cycle she had stumbled into, where the world was filled with figures like Sun Wukong traversing through various realms. Here stood Bulma, sporting a strikingly short blue hairstyle. Well, that was acceptable. Observing Alice's contemplative expression, Bulma introduced herself. I am Bulma. And you, what is your name? Alice, she responded, a lovely name. However, your attire is drenched in blood. If it is inconvenient for you, I could assist you in changing it. Alice quickly shook her head, feeling it would be rather awkward to assist with changing clothes. Bulma, understanding her discomfort, did not insist and simply placed the garments aside before stepping out. Alice gazed at her garments and then at her wounds, feeling a sense of helplessness as she decisively tore off the clothing she wore. Clumsily, she began to change into a new outfit. At times, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for the Saiyans' remarkable regenerative abilities. Alice gazed thoughtfully at her trousers, finding it rather challenging to manage with just one hand. Subsequently, she skillfully coiled her tail around the fabric and hoisted it up, using her hand to fasten the buttons. Once properly attired, Alice stepped out of the room. The individuals inside regarded the swaying tail behind her with a hint of astonishment, for Alice had always concealed it beneath a wide belt at her waist, rendering it invisible until now. Vegeta's eyes widened as he stared at the tail that swayed behind Alice. You are a Saiyan? Special edition. Divergent paths, how annoying. What on earth does Lord Frieza want? I'm still enjoying myself and then suddenly summoned back. Alice, in a fit of irritation, tugged at her hair and vented her frustrations towards a diminutive communications officer. I do not know, my lady Alice, he stammered before fainting. Ah, my apologies. I did not realize this position must have been a burden on your delicate neck. Alice cast aside the communications officer, while her subordinates swiftly escorted him to the medical bay. The subordinates remarked that working under Alice was generally agreeable, albeit fraught with the likelihood of casualties. Ha ha ha. Alice remained as unyielding as ever. A figure seated in a baby carriage glided slowly to her side, accompanied by several others behind him. Alice gazed longingly at the newcomer. Frieza, truly, must you summon me so hastily? Could you not wait until I have dealt with those insignificant pests? Your urgency is quite vexing. Frieza remained unfazed. After all, despite Alice being a Saiyan, she was, in comparison to those three unruly ones, his most formidable ace, notwithstanding a few peculiarities. He had found Alice 8 years prior, indeed, found her, while in pursuit of the individual who had persistently disrupted his planetary business. To his astonishment, the instigator turned out to be a Scion. However, he refrained from confronting Alice, for her combat power had already exceeded 50 million at that time. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but had he provoked her then, he might not have emerged victorious. Reflecting on his past decision, he now deemed it remarkably astute. Alice's existence was known to only a select few, while others, including his ostensibly mightiest force, the Jinyu Force, remained oblivious. Ha ha ha, Alice. The reason I have summoned you is due to an exceedingly important matter that requires your attention. Should you handle it well, I shall grant you a wish, though, of course. It is not to strike me, Frisia added, noticing Alice's eyes gleaming with excitement. He quickly sought to clarify, for while Alice was indeed loyal, she could be quite perilous in her actions. If he did not exert his full strength, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Very well. May I propose my wish in advance? Alice inquired. Certainly, Alice, as long as it is not too outrageous, Frisia replied. Reluctantly, Alice uttered, I desire a planet. Frisia was taken aback upon hearing this. A planet? You wish for a planet? Which planet do you seek, and for what purpose? Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. I want them to cultivate food for me. I can't possibly eat those unsightly things every day. Besides, if they don't grow well, they can still serve as sustenance. Frisia replied, Well, that certainly sounds like Alice. It's true you've complained numerous times about the unpalatable meals in the Legion. Reflecting on it now, they do leave much to be desired. I grant you permission. However, you must first make a trip to Earth. Raditz has encountered some trouble there. Handle the situation. And upon your return, bring back the Dragon Balls. Once you've resolved matters on that planet, it shall be yours. And I'll allow you a little extra time to enjoy yourself before returning. Do I not need to hide anymore? Ah, no, there's no need for that. Alice, it is indeed time for you to make your entrance, especially since your compatriot Vegeta seems rather restless. Huh? That weakling? Calling him Vegeta is a stretch. I'd rather refer to him as Tragedy Tower. His combat power is still under 20,000, not even surpassing what it was when I was born. I truly do not understand why Frisia places such importance on them. Nevertheless, I am curious to see who dares to challenge the Frisia force. With that, Alice prepared to depart, but was halted by Frisia. Wait a moment, Alice. Take this latest equipment with you. It has just been developed. Frisia tossed her a cutting-edge combat indicator. This device can detect power levels up to 100 million and allows for constant communication with me. Oh, I hope there isn't a listening device in there. Ha ha ha. With you, Alice, I have complete confidence, so there isn't one. That is more like it. Now, I shall take my leave, Frisia. Alice promptly returned to her spacecraft, embarking on her journey back to Earth. Frisia's aide looked on in confusion. Lord Frisia, do you truly place such trust in this Scion? Are you not concerned? Ha ha ha. You are mistaken. She is not like those savage Scions. I hold great esteem for those endowed with capability. This is your first encounter with her, isn't it, Mr. Dodoria? Why yes, Lord Frisia, Dodoria replied. What do you think of her? She seems to be rather immature, a mere child. Ha ha ha. Mr. Dodoria may not be aware, but Alice's current prowess is not beneath mine. Should she choose, she could effortlessly eliminate me. The revelation left the others in profound shock, for in their eyes, Frisia was an invincible entity. Yet today, they learned that there existed someone who could so easily take his life. Thus, Alice's loyalty was beyond question. I brought you here today to introduce you to her, lest you inadvertently provoke her. She is not one to be trifled with. With that, Frisia settled into his hover chair and departed. Meanwhile, Alice sat within the confines of her spacecraft, gazing at the food on the table, once again lost in contemplation. Are you certain these wriggling worms are fit for consumption? They appear quite nauseating. Alice could only frown as she picked up an unknown fruit beside her and began to eat. This simple act of hers, however, sent a wave of terror through the chef, for the last cook who had failed to satisfy Alice had met a rather unfortunate fate, becoming her dessert. The chef hastily knelt down, pleading for mercy. Please, Lady Alice, spare me. Take him away. He is simply vexing. The chef sobbed and begged, but alas, Alice did not even cast a glance in his direction. Truly, each day was the same. Could they not innovate their methods? Did they not realize how much I detest such repulsive fare? Alice disdainfully offered those unknown delicacies to her subordinates, for they relished indulging in them. Alice gnawed on a fruit while gazing at the scenery outside, her frustration mounting until she flung the fruit away. This action startled her subordinates, prompting them to flee to the cockpit. urging the crew to locate the nearest planet for Alice to unleash her fury with a display of fireworks. The crew in the cockpit, upon hearing this news, felt an overwhelming sense of dread, scrambling in a frantic search for the closest planet. It is well known that when Lady Alice is enraged, she has a tendency to cause calamity, and if a planet were available, her wrath would surely be redirected towards it. Thus, they excelled in the art of locating planets. Don't come any closer, nearby planets. Special edition, different paths very well. It seems you have come to your senses. Since you are being so reasonable today, I shall refrain from holding your actions against you. Alice sat down with delight, gazing at the star chart. At this pace, it is estimated that reaching Earth will take approximately a year. Nevertheless, I hope that planet will not disappoint me. If the environment is suitable, then that planet shall be my choice. Hee. Half an hour later, Alice gazed upon the planet before her, engulfed in destruction. The sensation was exhilarating. The only lament was the absence of cries for help and desperate wails, a rather unfortunate oversight. She then cast a glance at her subordinates. A mere look that instilled sheer terror in each of them. The titles of witch or demon were not mere embellishments. They dared not let their guard down in her presence. After all, Alice had once toyed with the lives of countless beings across various planets. The mere recollection of those scenes now churned her stomach, for she did not simply extinguish lives. She relished in their torment until death. The more one resisted, the more exhilarated she became. Thus, her subordinates remained vigilant, fearing even the slightest hint of rebellion. Except for the pastry chef, there was once a newcomer who, upon encountering her diminutive stature, had dared to jest at her expense. The memory of that encounter now left him trembling in fear. Alice directly transformed the limbs of that individual into morsels right before his eyes, piece by piece. What is most striking is that he remained alive throughout the ordeal. They would rather meet their demise at the hands of others than be subjected to such a fate by her. In her words, those who disobey become mere snacks, emergency rations, or reserve supplies. Otherwise, do you think the titles of witch or demon were acquired without cause? They are earned through both combat and consumption. If one possesses an unusual or grotesque appearance, Alice would not take notice. However, should one be deemed appetizing, caution is imperative. Mistakes could prove dire. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. All right, my little ones, onward we go. Destination, Earth. Ha 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 ha. Alice stepped into her hibernation pod to succumb to slumber, for after such a prolonged wait, she found it tedious to linger. A brief respite was far more appealing than enduring discomfort. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta and his companion were en route to Earth. Vegeta was agitated, as he had received insider information that Frieza had dispatched agents to Earth, necessitating an urgent acceleration in his journey. He was propelled towards Earth without pause, uncertain if the envoy sent was a member of the Ginyu Force, whose bizarre and formidable abilities posed a significant threat. Inside his spacecraft, Vegeta clenched his teeth, straining to decipher the fragmented conversations emanating through his outdated headphones. The discourse was muddled, but one thing was clear. The individual sent was exceptionally powerful. Cursed be Frieza for his nefarious intentions. He could not afford to let Frieza's minions gain the upper hand. Vegeta was infuriated, almost wishing to upend the table in his frustration, yet he restrained himself, recognizing his anger did not warrant foolishness. Upon pressing various buttons within the vessel, Vegeta noticeably increased his speed, swiftly leaving Nappa in his wake. Nappa, bewildered by the sudden acceleration, hurriedly followed suit, pressing buttons in a futile attempt to keep pace. He could not fathom Vegeta's urgency, especially since Frieza had also sent forces to Earth. There seemed to be no need for such haste. Nappa's thoughts spiraled, fueled by the anger of Frieza's destruction of his home planet. Yet he felt powerless, compelled to serve under Frieza while seeking an opportunity for revenge. In this moment, Nappa understood Vegeta's urgency. The Dragon Balls held the potential for wishes, implying a chance to vanquish Frieza. Regrettably, Raditz' foolishness in being outmaneuvered by mere insects had brought shame upon the Saiyan race. However, Vegeta's motivations diverged from Nappa's assumptions. His sole desire was to fulfill his wish using the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, the warriors on Earth diligently trained, preparing to confront the impending adversary. Little did they anticipate that two waves of foes were approaching, the second being Alice, a force far more formidable than Vegeta. As time sped by, Vegeta arrived on Earth, landing seamlessly amidst the bustling cityscape. This was Earth, nothing extraordinary. The inhabitants were indeed feeble, as evidenced by Raditz's demise at their hands. Nappa, gazing at the nearby scanner, uttered his disbelief. Humph, it matters not, Nappa. Extend them a greeting, but do not strike too hard. Vegeta nonchalantly remarked. Nappa, already itching with impatience, seized the opportunity presented by Vegeta's words, raising his hand and giving a gentle flick. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted around him, obliterating everything in the vicinity within mere seconds. Ha ha ha, it seems I may have overdone it a bit. He laughed heartily. All right, enough of this play, Nappa. If the destruction is too severe, we won't be able to sell it. Indeed, he continued, let us not forget that we came here in search of the Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish. Right? We must first locate the 7 Dragon Balls, but we need to find the one who defeated Raditz to extract information about them. You make a valid point. However, if the Dragon Balls are located within the recently devastated area, our wish may be in vain. It's all your fault for indulging in pointless greetings. Nappa, hearing Vegeta's blame, retorted that it was not his fault for being prompted to greet first. Yet he still apologized to Vegeta. My apologies, I lost myself in the moment. Forget it, there's no use in lamenting now. We must identify the strongest warrior on this planet, Vegeta declared, and they began scanning with their detectors. They soon discovered several power levels exceeding 1,000. When did Earth become home to so many powerful beings? Nappa mused. Well, they are merely a rabble. Then, they pinpointed the strongest among these energies. No need to skin further. We have located our target. With that, Vegeta soared towards Piccolo's direction. The others sensed that the two foes were approaching Piccolo and swiftly followed suit. Piccolo, too, felt the rapid approach of the two individuals. Special edition, Different Paths 3 Space. Lady Alice, we will enter the atmosphere of our destination in approximately 1 hour, one of her subordinates stated respectfully outside Alice's sleep chamber. With a soft hiss, the sleep pod opened, and Alice slowly sat up. So soon? It feels as though I just fell asleep. Alice rubbed her sleepy eyes and glanced at her subordinate. Licking her lips, the reporting subordinate said, Mother, please do not save any food for me. I feel that I may not return today. Alice observed her subordinate's fearful expressions and felt a tinge of helplessness. Am I truly that intimidating? After sleeping for an extended period, my lips were somewhat parched. What harm is there in a simple lick? Is it truly necessary to react in such a manner? Alice, fetch me a glass of water. I am parched. If you do not hurry, I might quench my thirst with you. The subordinate, having narrowly escaped disaster, scurried to the ship's kitchen to procure the water. However, it was evident that the liquid was rather ambiguous in nature. This subordinate, in a state of anxiety, completely overlooked the fact that he could simply use the communicator to summon the water, sparing himself the trouble of fetching it. Yet, he believed that by doing so, he could earn favor in the eyes of Lady Alice, while simultaneously avoiding the dire consequence of her impatience, which could lead to him becoming her next meal to satiate her thirst. Alice is generally quite benevolent towards her subordinates. Otherwise, she would not have garnered such a loyal following. It is rare for a leader to confront danger head-on, yet Alice embodies this characteristic. Nonetheless, does it truly matter? As long as Alice is well-fed, her subordinates are guaranteed 100% safety within the Legion. Conversely, should Alice find herself hungry, the level of danger becomes equally absolute. This time, I sincerely hope that this Earth offers delectable foods that please Lady Alice, otherwise, one may find oneself in peril. Especially considering that Alice once remarked on her striking resemblance to a large lizard. Lady Alice possesses a profound fondness for the lizard folk, particularly when it comes to their role as delightful morsels. Her subordinates eagerly scurry about, offering her a cup of water and thoughtfully preparing an assortment of food and fruit. Do not inquire about the origin of the meat within the dishes. It is a mystery best left unsolved, as it merely signifies the absence of one individual. Lady Alice, shall I summon someone to assist you in shedding your garments? Perhaps that enchanting figure, my little sweetheart, would be most fitting. Oh, her graceful demeanor captivates me. Upon hearing this, her subordinate immediately comprehends whom to call forth. Presently, Alice's most cherished companion is none other than the fallen princess, who, driven by vengeance and gratitude, chose to follow Alice and ultimately became her beloved pet. Indeed, you heard correctly. She is regarded as a cherished companion. Understood. I shall go and fetch her at once. Alice sat leisurely, savoring her food while waiting. After a while, a sweet-looking girl entered, adorned with a peculiar collar around her neck. Approaching, my dear. The girl obediently nestled against Alice's lap, gazing at her with rapt fascination. My Lady Alice, what have you summoned me for? She inquired, nuzzling against Alice's embrace. Alice rested her chin upon her hand, gazing at her companion. Do you not wish to be summoned by your esteemed guardian for a moment of grace? Nay, dear Alice. It is my utmost honor to receive your favor, even if it means becoming a mere dessert at your table. The young girl, captivated, gradually edged closer to Alice, embracing her waist. Yet you understand me, and I am quite satiated now. Is it permissible? The girl inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, my sweet, Alice replied, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her. Do you now comprehend what is to be done? Yes, dear Alice, I shall attend to your needs immediately, the girl declared, bowing her head in obedience. Such a good girl, Alice remarked, and a considerable time passed. Alice left with a sense of fulfillment, leaving behind a girl whose face beamed with happiness. If only Lady Alice could remain by your side forever, even as a mere provision. Alice paused for a moment before continuing her walk, leaving behind a tender remark. Do take good care of yourself. Maintaining your prime condition is essential for preserving the flavor. The young girl, her cheeks flushed, felt a rush of warmth at the gentle words of Lady Alice. For you, I shall certainly strive to become your most delectable dessert. Even the divine would be of no consequence, for you are my singular deity, Lady Alice. A female subordinate entered and, witnessing this scene, could only shake her head in resignation. How had the girl transformed into such a state? Once, she had harbored an intense disdain for anyone displaying such sentiment. Yet, there was a sense of envy, despite the girl's situation not being vastly superior to their own, as long as Alice still took the time to nurture her. She was undeniably revered. Aside from Lord Frisia, no one dared to look down upon her. And what of the Ginyu Force? One might ask. Please. Lady Alice has never regarded them as formidable. The girl before her, cultivated by Lady Alice herself, surpassed any member of Lord Frisia's Ginyu Force in strength. Lady Alice had once proclaimed her combat power to have reached a staggering 400,000. She was indeed a sharp blade in Lady Alice's arsenal. A blade personally named by her, Cross. Auntie. To receive such a name from Lady Alice herself was an immense honor. At present, none here shared in this distinction. Alice walked into the control room and gazed at the cerulean planet. How exquisite. She resolved, this planet shall be mine. Inform Frisia of my desire for this world. He shall acquiesce. Yes, Lady Alice. Far away, in the headquarters of the Frisia force, Frisia heard that the planet Alice coveted was indeed the target. Without a moment's hesitation, he consented. After all, Alice was his most loyal companion. Why not a subordinate? Have you ever seen a subordinate capable of overpowering their superior? Although it was quite humiliating. That incident was indeed self-inflicted. Why provoke her? Before she transformed into a great ape, combat was rather effortless. However, once she underwent that transformation, it was a different story altogether. One misstep could lead to devastating consequences. Despite the apparent slowness of the great ape, she could make countless errors while he could afford none. Thus, when Alice later requested a duel, he deflected her invitation with vague excuses. For he simply could not match her prowess. He had no desire to continue enduring her strikes, while there were gains to be had from sparring with her. The risks were equally significant. A moment's inattention could result in being slammed against the wall, unable to extricate himself. Yet, the blade that accompanied Alice was an object of intense envy for him. It was undeniably formidable, possessing remarkable combat capabilities and the ability to transform. Albeit into his second stage that magnified her power tenfold, he learned from Alice's intel that this individual had yet another transformation yet to be unlocked. Should it be developed? Based on previous enhancements, the least increase would also be tenfold. It was truly enough to incite a deep, envious frustration within him. Alice is remarkably fortunate to have stumbled upon such an exquisite blade. One cannot help but feel envious. Moreover, Alice mentioned that this little one has only been with her for 3 years, transforming from a seemingly powerless maiden into a formidable force capable of standing alone. It is futile to dwell on it. The more I ponder, the deeper my envy grows. The only solace I find is that she belongs to Alice. As long as she is Alice's, does it not mean she is akin to what Alice possesses? Special edition, Different Paths for on Earth. As Sun Wukong and his companions engaged in battle, they suddenly sensed numerous powerful presences rapidly approaching. They then beheld a colossal spaceship gradually revealing itself. Vegeta was taken aback upon seeing this vessel, as he was all too familiar with its design. Frisia's forces had arrived much sooner than anticipated. In his fury, Vegeta discarded his scouter, crushing it beneath his foot. However, the style of this spaceship was unfamiliar to him. Could it be that these were Frisia's reinforcements? Cursed be it. He should not have wasted time playing with these earth monkeys, forgetting that Frisia had dispatched his own troops as well. Regrettably, it was too late for remorse. Frisia's forces had already arrived, but he was uncertain who had been sent. If it were the Jinyu force, it would spell disaster. For their abilities were varied and some were beyond his capacity to contend with. How infuriating. They were so close to success. And yet he squandered precious time with these earthlings. If only he had sought out that Namekian immediately. Wait, the Namekian. Could it be that Frisia has already caught wind of this? Vegeta, still tormented by the sight of the spaceship, found himself in despair. After all, Frisia had left him with the impression that he was simply outmatched. Upon the spaceship's landing, figures emerged, forming two lines at the exit. He wondered who had been dispatched. If it were the weaker members of the Jinyu force, he might stand a chance, though it was uncommon for Frisia to send them out. They were likely inconsequential individuals. With this thought, Vegeta regained a semblance of confidence. Yet, the beauty of imagination is often cruel. He encountered an individual who instilled in him profound terror, someone whose mere gaze had once sent him fleeing in panic. How could she possibly be one of Frisia's? It was inconceivable that such a terrifying being could serve Frisia. Vegeta staggered back in horror, not out of cowardice, but because he vividly recalled witnessing Alice's merciless slaughter of an entire planet. In that moment, he realized that, as a Saiyan, he had shown remarkable mercy compared to her. Her actions were not merely killings, but rather sadistic executions for her own amusement. Alice also caught sight of Vegeta. Oh, who could it be? It's you. The little mouse who scurried away in fright after I merely glanced at you. Alice jestingly mocked Vegeta. Upon hearing her taunt, Vegeta found himself too intimidated to retort. If it had been someone of his own caliber, or even a member of the Jinyu force, he would have managed to exchange barbs for a side from Jinyu. The rest of that team, despite their shortcomings, could transform into great apes to hold their ground. Yet, why was it this woman, the infamous Witch Alice, whose reputation rivaled that of Frisia? You. This is impossible. How could you possibly be associated with Frisia? With your strength? It is inconceivable that you would ally with him. Oh dear, the coward dares to speak back, Auntie interjected. As soon as Vegeta heard the voice, he felt something jab against his abdomen, propelling him away. When he regained his composure, he discovered a girl, younger than him, standing where he had just been. This is impossible. How could she move so swiftly? Is she akin to that member of the Jinyu force? A speed type? Do not presume that my fear of that which implies I will fear you, he declared, despite his uncertainty. Clenching his fist and pointing his thumb at himself, he proclaimed, I am the Prince of Planet Vegeta. Before he could finish his sentence, Annie had already pinned him down. You are noisy. A mere insect should acknowledge its place. Your voice has disturbed Lady Alice. If you continue to be a nuisance, I will not hesitate to eliminate you, even if you are of Alice's kin, she asserted, pressing down with considerable force. Vegeta, once again questioning his own existence, wondered how she could possess such strength. Wait, did he just hear correctly? Alice. Kin? Is he a Saiyan? As Vegeta attempted to lift his head for confirmation, it was forcefully driven back down. Being noisy is one thing. But do you dare seek a glimpse of Lady Alice? Crawling wretch. Annie gazed disdainfully at Vegeta beneath her feet, her expression radiating sheer contempt. After expressing her disdain, she ground her foot down before returning to Alice's side. Alice, isn't she adorable? Auntie's pleading expression elicited a gentle pat on her little head from Alice. Our little sweetheart is truly wonderful, Alice remarked, causing Annie to bubble with pink delight at the praise. Alice, you're so kind, Annie exclaimed, her joy palpable. All right, Auntie. It's time to rejoin the group. No, Alice. Just a little more, she pleaded. A good child must listen well. Reluctantly, Annie returned to her place behind Alice. Goku and his companions were astonished to witness the formidable Vegeta so easily subdued before that girl. Not only was the leading figure impressive, but even the girl who had just knocked Vegeta out of the fight was remarkably powerful. Even those who appeared to be mere fodder possessed considerable strength. Well, everyone, our purpose for coming to Earth is twofold. First, we seek the Dragon Balls, and as for the second, we simply have a fondness for this planet. With that, Alice sought a spot to sit, for standing while conversing was rather exhausting. Observing this, her subordinates intended to serve as cushions for her, but someone was quicker, Auntie. Without hesitation, Alice settled herself upon her seat, crossing her legs elegantly, one hand propping her chin as she regarded the assembly of Earth warriors before her. She mused to herself that these individuals must constitute the pinnacle of combat prowess on this planet, akin to her own subordinates. Note, at this moment, Alice lacks the ability to sense or manipulate energy, relying solely on her instincts for estimation. Sun Wukong and his companions, oh, not just three, as several have already reclined. One striking a rather alluring pose. Yamucha questioned, "Is this how you display courtesy?" "Ah, it seems we have inadvertently overlooked the half-conscious Naba and Vegeta. What a faux pas indeed. So, what do you intend to convey, young warriors?" As she spoke, a crimson energy orb began to coalesce in Alice's hand. Unmistakably a manifestation of menace. However, her subordinates sensed that today, Alice exhibited a gentler demeanor than usual. Typically, at this juncture, she would have already delivered a few sharp reprimands. "Do not engage in actions you may come to regret." Just then, a soft sound emanated, gurgle. Special edition, Divergent Paths 5. "Ah, my stomach growls once more, darling. Please, fetch something delectable for your master." Alice gently patted Antai's head before rising to her feet. Antai's face was a picture of disappointment. Did her beloved Alice find her sitting uncomfortable? Why must she venture forth to seek sustenance? Nonetheless, whatever task Alice commanded, she would exert every ounce of her energy to fulfill it. "Yes, Alice," she declared, and in an instant, Antai vanished from sight. To Sun Wukong and the others, it was as if she had simply ceased to exist, for their current abilities rendered them incapable of perceiving Antai's trajectory, even with Sun Wukong employing the Kaioken technique. After all, they were operating within a disparity of 50-fold in combat power, entirely incommensurate dimensions. At that moment, Krillin cautiously regarded Alice and quietly suggested, Miss Alice, if you find yourself hungry, you're welcome to dine with us. Furthermore, we could sit down and discuss the matters you mentioned at your leisure." "That is unnecessary," Alice replied curtly. "I am merely informing you, not negotiating." "Oh, all right, no problem. Please continue with your affairs," Krillin muttered, instantly surrendering under Alice's gaze. He was no match for her. He truly could not contend with her power. Initially, he had contemplated discussing matters with Alice, and if negotiations faltered, he might explore the possibility of using the Dragon Balls to wish for her demise. However, the Eternal Dragon would surely scoff at such audacity, for merely revealing itself would invite Alice's lethal gaze. Resurrecting the deceased was already a daunting feat, and to desire the end of someone so formidable, it was preposterous. After a while, Antai returned, triumphantly holding a dinosaur and several large fish. "Alice, I am back," she announced, then resumed her position, serving as a chair for Alice. Alice observed this scene and immediately realized that this fellow had undoubtedly become addicted to being a chair. But who could blame him? After all, he was one of her own. She could only indulge in his peculiar little hobby. Once she settled down, she instructed her subordinates to prepare a meal. Half an hour later, Ugh, ugh, ugh. Are you trying to poison me?" Alice summoned a wave of energy, swiftly eliminating the cook. The other subordinates were unfazed. After all, if one chef was gone, another could easily be found. "Little bald one," she said, "you mentioned you had something delicious to share with me, correct? I shall grant you this opportunity. Should it fail to please my palate, you shall become my next meal." Alice gazed at Krillin, who licked his lips. Krillin, in turn, felt a sudden stiffness at Alice's expression and movements. Now, all he could do was wait and see if Bulma would rise to the occasion. If she faltered, Earth would indeed be in jeopardy. Unfortunately, Krillin was merely overthinking the situation, for Alice's true intent was not to cause destruction, but rather to seize control of the place. Thus, how could she possibly bring about ruin so easily? Alice commanded her subordinates to bring Vegeta back to the spacecraft for treatment. After all, he was both a colleague and a compatriot. Although one might feel a certain reluctance towards such kin, it was still prudent to preserve a few members of this race for the continuation of their lineage. "You lot, take these two worthless imbeciles to the healing chamber. They are nothing but a source of embarrassment, possessing little skill yet adept at belittling others. Hey, bald one, why are you dawdling? Do you wish for us to lay waste to a few cities or tribes for amusement? Antai, accompany me. As for you all, if this disgraceful fool awakens, let him fend for himself. I shall not concern myself with his sustenance or shelter." "Yes, my lady Alice," they responded in unison. After issuing her orders, Alice urged Krillin to hurry. Krillin complied, dragging the astonished Goku and the utterly bewildered Gohan along towards Bulma's residence. While it was regrettable to involve Bulma in this predicament, there was little choice left. They could only hope for her to work miracles. They wished for Bulma to take it easy on them as they soared toward her home. Goku chastised Krillin for entangling Bulma in their troubles. Krillin, feeling helpless, explained that at this juncture, only Bulma possessed the capability to divert the enemy's attention from them. Upon arriving at Bulma's house, she exclaimed, "Ah, it's Goku, Krillin, And little Gohan, have you vanquished the enemy? Where are the others? I was just about to check on how the battle was faring. Hearing Bulma's words, Krillin broke into a cold sweat. Sister, can we perhaps refrain from discussing this? One of the key figures is right behind me. With trepidation, Krillin mechanically turned his gaze backward, relieved to find that she did not appear angry. Little did she know that Alice was quite courteous towards certain individuals, chefs being among them, provided they were skilled. If they were not, she would politely inquire whether they would like to join her on her plate. Who are these two behind you? Good day, Miss Bulma. I am Alice. And this beside me is my companion, Auntie. As Alice introduced herself with a gentlemanly gesture, behind her, Auntie followed suit with a princess bow. Bulma, familiar with such formalities, quickly responded with a courteous nod, secretly reprimanding Goku and his companions for bringing someone who still adhered to such protocols. Had she not reacted in time, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Just as Bulma prepared to inquire further, Krillin pulled her aside and began to murmur. What? Bulma exclaimed in shock, only to realize her volume and lean closer to whisper in Krillin's ear, Ahem, what did you say? How did you bring her to my house? We are completely out of our league here. We can't even defeat that Vegeta, let alone someone even more formidable. Did you see that Alice and her companion? Bulma cautiously cast a glance at Alice and Auntie. What's wrong with her? She's quite a beautiful girl. That one, she pointed at Alice, kicked Vegeta into unconsciousness with a single blow. The very fact that Vegeta lost all will to fight in her presence speaks volumes. Anyone who can instill such terror must be even more fearsome than Auntie. Bulma swallowed hard, incredulous. You brought someone like her to my house. Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Krillin, equally exasperated, replied that if she could prepare food to suit Alice's taste, it might alleviate the impending crisis. Auntie, standing nearby, could hear their conversation and remarked, her voice tinged with irritation, Earthlings, you are being quite rude. Keeping my esteemed guest waiting is most disrespectful. Her tone carried a hint of indignation, suggesting that such insolence could have dire consequences. In a gentle reminder, Auntie noted that since she intended to conquer this planet, she would not be excessively harsh, but even whispering was disallowed. After all, I am a guest here. Apologies, Alice. Auntie added softly. Please be quiet, my dear. If you don't settle down, I might have to impose some strict consequences. Auntie, with a sparkle in her eyes, exclaimed, is there such a delightful possibility? Why is it that Alice only now reveals this? Alice recognized the familiar demeanor of this individual, indicating that Auntie was once again concocting a series of schemes in her mind. Sigh, this person truly seems beyond redemption. She could hardly recall when this transformation had taken place, though it felt as if it had been so since their very first meeting. Alas, how did she end up with such an eclectic assortment of associates? Her aide, perpetually yearning for her undivided attention, seemed to forget that she was indeed always regarding him directly. Their conversations were always conducted with eye contact, after all. The aide, however, insisted that the kind of attention he craved was not the sort she provided. Your gaze is rather intimidating, he would say. It gives the impression that you are contemplating whether to steam, braise, or serve me as sashimi. Is not anyone under your scrutiny destined to become a mere delicacy? Especially those in the culinary profession. The frequent turnover of chefs, coupled with their excessive selectiveness, meant that those in her team were, by the standards of the Frisia Force, considered quite aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, could she refrain from perpetually using chefs as mere appetizers? It necessitated frequent requests for new chefs to cater to her whims, which was rather bothersome. Sigh, it was indeed a challenge dealing with a superior whose peculiar tastes and excessive cruelty were quite trying. Cough, I digress. Upon hearing Auntie's grievances and Alice reprimanding her, Bulma promptly made light of the situation and headed to the kitchen, summoning all the top-tier chefs in the house. Why don't you join in? She retorted. What can I possibly contribute? I might manage a bit of simple home cooking or a dessert. But to entertain two formidable beings with my culinary skills? Please, do not jest. During Bulma's time in the kitchen, Alice took the opportunity to explore Bulma's residence. And to her surprise, the environment was rather delightful. Alice approached the trembling child, Gohan, crouching beside him to gaze into his eyes. Am I truly that terrifying? She inquired, her smile gentle yet disarming. Gohan, shivering uncontrollably, could hardly respond, his perception of her smile veering towards that of a devilish grin. Nevertheless, he stammered, I am Gohan. Ah, what a delightful name. It seems to be related to food, doesn't it? Gohan means lunch, Alice remarked playfully. Shall I assume your name was bestowed upon you by your father or mother during their midday meal? With that, she lifted Gohan into her arms, playfully tickling his nose. Gohan's emotions were a tumultuous sea. Initially engulfed by fear due to Alice's formidable presence, one that even the infamous Vegeta found intimidating, he now sensed that she might not be as malevolent as he first believed. Her tone was unexpectedly gentle, easing his trepidation. Meanwhile, Goku observed the interaction with a hint of embarrassment, although Gohan's name honored his grandfather. It was also inspired by a rather hungry moment. Krillin, noticing Goku's expression, felt a wave of realization wash over him. As he initially believed Gohan's name was a tribute to his grandfather, as Master Roshi had suggested, but now, the context seemed rather different. Alice embraced Gohan and gazed at the two of them, saying, "Oh dear, please do not be so wary of me. Although I am not exactly a virtuous individual, I have taken a liking to this planet and harbor no ill will towards you. Of course, this is contingent upon whether the inhabitants here can prepare food that tantalizes my palate. Until I have tasted your culinary offerings, I shall refrain from any actions against you." Upon hearing her words, their expressions did not soften. Instead, they grew increasingly tense. After all, none of them knew whether she would find Earth's cuisine to her liking. Though they felt certain there should be no issue, the uncertainty lingered. What if she did not enjoy the food? Alice ceased to offer further explanations, for she was rather disinclined to engage in lengthy discourse. After placing Sun Wukong down, she returned to sit beside Andy. However, she queried, "Andy, what are you doing? Must you serve as a stool? And your face is as flushed as a teapot." Despite her thoughts, she unceremoniously took a seat atop him, crossing her legs and drifting into contemplation. "Auntie, I am here at your service, Alice. What commands do you have for me?" Alice leaned towards her head and inquired about Auntie's current feelings. "It's nothing. I merely wanted to ask if you could perhaps change your appearance." Did Lady Alice truly dislike Auntie's present form? However, Auntie responded to Alice's words with a sense of unease. Upon hearing this, Alice felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It seemed she had awakened some extraordinary attribute. Alice gently patted her little head. "Not entirely," she said, glancing at Annie. "Ah, never mind, as long as you are happy." The three bystanders remarked, "Are we merely a part of your play? Is this how all extraterrestrials behave? What an eye-opening experience this is." Approximately an hour later, Bulma emerged to invite Alice to sample the food they had prepared. "Miss Alice, the meal is ready. Please join us in the dining room." "Well then, let us savor Earth's cuisine and see if it pleases our palate." Alice rose and followed Bulma to the dining hall, leaving behind a somewhat dejected Auntie. However, she quickly regained her composure. Anything that Alice desired, she would alter for her sake. Yet, only she was permitted to remain by Alice's side. No one else was allowed to harbor inappropriate thoughts towards her divine being. Of course, aside from herself, for she harbored an overwhelming desire to defile her deity, wishing for her to see only her. For this singular ambition, she would not hesitate to eliminate anyone, including that fellow named Frisia. Her deity could belong to no one else. No one was allowed to approach or entertain such thoughts. However, if it were her deity's wishes, that would be an entirely different matter. Others need not even consider it. Although she held such convictions, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. Even if she concealed her true strength, allowing others to perceive her as merely possessing a combat power of around 400,000. It was woefully insufficient for her to continuously serve Alice. She needed to grow more formidable. Only then could she truly fulfill her purpose. "Ah, Alice, why must you be so immensely popular? Why did I encounter you so late? If only I had met you sooner. Perhaps I could have served by your side much earlier. Alice, I wish to remain by your side for eternity, devoted to fulfilling all your desires." Special Edition, Divergent Paths 7. Alice lamented that the child was truly beyond salvation. How could such an adorable little one have transformed into this? The timid demeanor of yesteryears was far more pleasing to behold. Although back then, Auntie was also a timid shadow, often startled by the slightest provocation. At least it was not to this extent. Narration: could it be that you have unwittingly infected them? Alice: silence. Narrator: very well. Alice gazed at the food on the table, her appetite awakened by its enticing appearance, reflecting on the hardship she had previously endured. She picked up a ladle and poured herself a bowl of soup, savoring it with small sips. Beside her, Bulma clenched her fists anxiously. Who wouldn't feel tense at this moment? After all, this was a bowl of soup that held the fate of Earth in its grasp. Alice took a sip, and then her eyes sparkled with delight. This, indeed, is the flavor that food ought to possess. The taste is quite satisfactory. Although Alice found the drink to be exceptionally delightful, she believed it was essential to maintain a certain composure. Presenting oneself in a manner reminiscent of a rustic bumpkin would certainly invite disdain, not only from the earthlings around her, but also from herself. Would you care to join? As the one in charge of the kitchen, I have high expectations of you. However, I must clarify that those dishes were prepared by the chef at home. My contributions were limited to a few desserts. Bulma gestured toward the plates of pastries on the table, though she felt a twinge of insecurity. After all, the pastries she had crafted were indeed delectable, yet she still harbored some uncertainty. Alice picked up a plate of pastries and took a bite, pausing momentarily. What is this? Bulma's heart raced at Alice's sudden halt. Pudding. This flavor is delightful. What is the name of this pudding? Is it simply called pudding? Indeed, it is a type of pudding. Since it is vanilla-flavored, the full name of the dessert you are enjoying, Miss Alice, is vanilla pudding. Vanilla pudding. How delightful. Is there any more? Alice propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Bulma. Bulma, eager to please, responded swiftly, Yes, Miss Alice, as long as you enjoy it. I can prepare more for you at any time. Thank you, I appreciate it. If you need anything, feel free to approach me. As long as it isn't anything too difficult, I can assist you. Of course, you must be prepared with this vanilla pudding. Upon hearing Alice's promise, Bulma felt a wave of joy, for not only had Earth been saved, but she had also received a commitment from this formidable individual before her. Sometimes, one must not underestimate the power of a simple promise. It could very well be a matter of life and death. However, Bulma cautiously inquired, Miss Alice, may I ask you about the purpose of my arrival on Earth? Yes, indeed. As Alice languidly savored her pudding, she lazily inquired, Is it about that matter, the Dragon Balls? Or are we planning to invade and conquer Earth? Bulma cautiously probed further. Regarding the second matter, do you think it could be? Do you truly believe I would jest about such things? I can only say you are rather naive. This matter is non-negotiable, Alice replied, her words laden with implication. Non-negotiable in what sense? Bulma pressed. As long as I am capable, feel free to propose anything. Well, I could reside here from now on. And my demands are not excessive. I merely wish for you to be my personal chef. Of course, the promises I have made remain unchanged. And the condition I agreed to is merely a fair exchange for you becoming my exclusive cook, considering that your culinary creations indeed align with my palate. With that, she resumed her indulgence in the vanilla pudding. Little did Alice realize that this decision would unravel a series of vexing incidents in her otherwise tranquil life, with even her subordinates transforming into the most formidable security personnel at Bulma's residence. After all, every good family boasts warriors with battle powers in the thousands. Once satiated, Alice rose, preparing to depart. Miss Alice, are you heading back? What else would I do? You can simply call me Alice. There is no need for formalities. Alice detested such forms of address. As for Wyanty, she simply could not change her ways. Others were subordinates, and they ought to be addressed accordingly. Wouldn't I also refer to Frisia with a term of respect? No, that is merely a designation, not something I employ frequently. After all, such a title is only used to irk Frisia, who incessantly seeks trouble, compelling her to clean up after his subordinates. It is utterly exasperating. Day in and day out. Then I shall call you Alice directly. Very well, I am weary of the incessant formality. Alice, might you share with me the affairs of the universe? I find myself quite curious. Alice remarked, Hey, now that you've mentioned this, I could chat with you for 3 days and 3 nights without repeating myself. Subsequently, she settled down once more and began to recount her myriad experiences over the years, her words flowing endlessly. Bulma, having heard from Krillin about the terrors of Alice, now truly understood the gravity of those claims, despite Alice appearing harmless at that moment. Her past was fraught with incidents that could easily amount to 1,000 lives lost, a reality that was theirs to bear, as her words hinted at life and death scenarios. It was clear that Alice had often been the instigator in many of these matters. Moreover, she frequently mentioned a certain Frisia, piquing Bulma's curiosity. She desired to glean more information, recognizing that understanding her adversary's profile could prove advantageous, especially since Frisia appeared to be a formidable foe. Through various discreet inquiries, Bulma managed to extract valuable insights, such as the notion that Alice could contend with this Frisia. This suggested that if she could persuade Alice to ally with Earth, she might gain an upper hand. She resolved to act decisively and began her subtle attempts at inquiry and persuasion. Well, Frisia and I should be evenly matched. Considering I cannot fight in an oxygen-deprived environment, and my speed diminishes significantly after transformation, is Alice's physiology akin to that of Earthlings? One could argue yes. Yet there are distinct differences, particularly in terms of power disparity. Otherwise, they seem quite similar. Special Edition. Different Paths 8. After conversing with Bulma for quite some time, a subordinate approached to summon her. "Milady Alice, Lord Frisia requests a conversation with you." "Huh? Frisia? What does he want with me? Why is he so bothersome?" With a flurry of expletives, Alice followed her subordinate back. Upon her return, Bulma eagerly shared the gathered intelligence with Goku and the others. Although they learned of Frisia's formidable strength, the precise extent of his power remained elusive. Nonetheless, Alice had conveyed that he was certainly not weaker than her. Furthermore, the quest to resurrect Earth now hinged on retrieving the Dragon Balls from a place named Namek, where they were likely to encounter the formidable Frisia. This predicament left everyone in a state of distress, caught in a quandary of whether to proceed or refrain from action. In the midst of this turmoil, Krillin suddenly thought of Alice. "Bulma, do you think we could enlist Alice's help?" he suggested. "What are you thinking?" Bulma replied incredulously. "Do you really believe that someone who has given up on invading Earth would willingly assist us? She never made any promises to you." Bulma looked at Krillin as if he were foolish. "Do you think others are simpletons? You want them to turn against each other? Who is the fool here? You or me? Or do you think Alice is deranged?" Krillin sheepishly scratched his head, realizing his oversight. Indeed, Alice was aligned with Frisia, and in his anxiety, he had overlooked this crucial detail. Moreover, Alice did not seem to be a benevolent character. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming adversaries, they were left with few options. If Alice were genuinely inclined to assist, she would undoubtedly rush to join the fray against Frisia, for the prospect of battling such a foe seemed exhilarating. Regrettably, she remained oblivious to their plight, entangled in a feudal dispute with Frisia. "Alice, what are the Dragon Balls? Have you secured them?" Alice languidly reclined in her seat, responding, "No, the Dragon Balls of Earth are gone. And please, do not regard me in such a manner. It was not I who caused their disappearance, but rather your esteemed subordinate, Vegeta." As Alice spoke, she diligently filed her nails, her demeanor hardly resembling that of a subordinate addressing a superior. One could hardly blame her. After all, she had the audacity to confront Frisia himself, which certainly justifies her attitude. "All right, Alice, when do you intend to return to the team? Your presence is essential for the upcoming mission on Namek. I cannot afford to deal with the mess your subordinates have created while I am on leave. It is rather dull, unless you agree to engage in a sparring match with me." Frisia interjected, "There is no need for that. You would inevitably resort to transforming the moment you find yourself at a disadvantage, and one careless move in our duel could lead to severe repercussions." Alice observed Frisia's reluctant expression and shrugged, saying, "If it comes to that, let your Ginyu Force handle it. Their abilities should suffice. If they falter, they can always summon me." With that, Alice unilaterally ended the call. "Anthy, prepare my bath," she commanded. Upon hearing this, Anthy joyfully set about gathering the necessary items for Alice's bathing ritual. Why was she so elated? It was an excellent opportunity for her to bond closely with Alice. If Alice was pleased, she might even reward her. Moments later, Alice stepped into the ice-filled bathtub, relishing the refreshing chill that enveloped her. Anthy, holding a towel, began to dry Alice's back, and the intimate proximity filled her with delight. Her beloved Alice had such exquisite skin. Alice lay there with her eyes closed, allowing Anthy to scrub her back. After all, being subjected to such playful intimacy was hardly a matter of consequence. There was no need to fret over trivialities, especially considering this individual was unwaveringly devoted to her. Granting her a small indulgence was hardly an issue. "May I, Alice?" "Of course, my sweet darling. Consider it a reward for your loyalty." The delight in Anthy's voice as she heard Alice's spontaneous affirmation was palpable, causing her to lean in closer. Truly, Alice's kindness was remarkable. 3 hours later. "Did you enjoy yourself, my dear?" "I am so happy to be your subordinate, Alice. It fills me with immense joy," the little glutton declared before rising to depart. Meanwhile, Bulma was preoccupied with her team, brainstorming ways to reach Namek. Despite their numerous attempts, they found themselves unable to construct a spacecraft capable of such swift travel, a realization that left them quite disheartened. To make matters worse, Bulma had inadvertently destroyed their sole glimmer of hope. "Bulma, if only," Krillin began, but his words were interrupted as a young black boy entered Bulma's laboratory, bringing news of a potential solution. He mentioned an ancient spaceship that had once belonged to a deity who visited Earth. Upon hearing this news, Bulma's spirits soared, and she eagerly requested Bobo to assist her in locating this vessel. After all, this was exceptionally promising news. With this spaceship as a blueprint, they could swiftly manufacture a craft capable of reaching Namek. As for the materials, alternatives could surely be found. While this might affect the speed of construction, such challenges were hardly a concern, were they? Without hesitation, Bulma requested Bobo to assist her in the quest for the spaceship. After traversing a series of trivial challenges, she successfully retrieved the spacecraft and commenced her research. Subsequently, she endeavored to construct a spaceship of her own. Through her relentless efforts, Bulma ultimately succeeded in her creation, however. The only drawback was the lack of empirical testing. Given the pressing time constraints, she deemed this sufficient. With dark circles under her eyes, Bulma reached out to Goku, who promptly flew to Capsule Corporation upon receiving her call. Upon his arrival, Goku's curiosity was piqued as he examined the spacecraft. Thoroughly impressed by Bulma's remarkable ingenuity in crafting such a substantial vessel in such a brief span of time. All that was required now was for them to arrive at Namek and locate the Dragon Balls to make their wish. Otherwise, the situation could become exceedingly complicated. After diligently familiarizing himself with the spacecraft's controls, Goku began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. Before setting off, he received a pouch of senza beans. Though only a few remained, these were the seeds he had originally intended to keep. Thus, Goku embarked on his journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 60. The Beginning of Chaos. Hello, everyone. The special chapter has concluded, and we are now returning to the main storyline. I would like to take a moment to discuss the special chapter. It was originally intended to explore an alternate storyline featuring early antagonists, but that narrative will undergo significant changes after the conclusion of this book. Of course, it will likely be developed into a standalone volume. Well, that's all for now. Until next time, ciao. Surprised? About my identity as a Saiyan? Leaning languidly against the wall, Alice regarded Vegeta with a provocative gaze. As the presence of this version of Vegeta from another dimension inexplicably evoked a sense of impending confrontation. You. Oh, Vegeta, you seem a bit overly cautious. Goku swiftly intervened, positioning himself between the two, well aware of Vegeta's notorious temper. After all, this unexpectedly arrived Saiyan did not appear to embody the traits of a villain, did he? Kakarot, your trusting nature makes you easily deceived. This fellow's sudden appearance surely harbors ulterior motives for coming to Earth. Vegeta's tone elicited a hint of displeasure from Goku, who questioned why Vegeta always assumed malevolence in others, especially when no one had provoked him. Alice cast a glance at Sun Wukong, and indeed, he remained that innocent soul. He and Vegeta were two extremes, one excessively meticulous, the other excessively relaxed. Yet, one could not deny that this version of Sun Wukong from another dimension was remarkably powerful, surpassing her current self. This stirred within Alice a desire to engage in a sparring match with him. The motivation behind her wish stemmed from a peculiar unlocking of her potential since that fateful incident, as her inner strength surged relentlessly, giving her the sensation of being on the verge of bursting, particularly after the loss of an arm, which intensified this feeling. However, she knew that in a friendly match, her opponent would surely hold back, so a reasonable method was needed to ensure they could both unleash their full power. But what method could suffice? Then, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Vegeta, arms crossed, leaning against the window. Perhaps she could employ this gentleman's earlier suggestion. I apologize, Bulma, but it seems I must put you to use. Of course, not at this moment. Just then, Bulma entered, carrying several platters of pastries, and Alice's gaze fixated on the tantalizing vanilla pudding, unable to look away. Alice swallowed hard, contemplating the cunning tactics of Bulma. Just moments ago, she had considered feigning Bulma's kidnapping, only for Bulma to unveil her favorite treat. This revelation rendered Alice momentarily shy, acknowledging Bulma's cleverness. Bulma, noticing Alice's gaze fixated on the pudding, found the situation rather amusing. So, Alice, do you have a fondness for pudding? She inquired. Initially, I didn't care for it, but for some inexplicable reason, I grew to love it, Alice replied. What could possibly be the reason? Bulma pressed on, eager for gossip. Who knows? Perhaps it's because that annoying fellow made it, and thus I became enamored, Alice mused. Oh my, it seems the pudding was crafted by someone you fancy. Bulma continued her inquisitive probing. Alice gazed at her in silence. Do you realize that the person you have fallen in love with is, in fact, yourself? Of course. It is in an alternate dimension. Perhaps, she mused, but who can truly know? With that, she gently touched the phantom of her missing arm, pondering how her current state would surely invite a torrent of admonishment upon her return. Moreover, the absence of her arm had caused a disturbance in her energy, leading to an increasingly tumultuous surge within her being. Nightfall. Alice sat alone in the room, gazing at the night sky. She couldn't help but wonder if Bulma from her timeline was feeling anxious. Surely, she must be, thought Alice. Alice rose and soared into the sky, for her newfound power had become unruly, compelling her to release this tempestuous energy. Unbeknownst to her, as she departed, a figure emerged from the shadows, a certain Vegeta. "Humph. I shall see how long you can maintain this fade," he remarked, following her at a prudent distance, keenly observing her without drawing her attention. Alice here. The power. The power is surging forth, ready to erupt. Ah! Alice began to suffer as she clutched her head in agony. Unbeknownst to her, she had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Her power surging far beyond the typical increase associated with the first transformation, now approaching the formidable strength of her second form. Alice unleashed her ferocious energy with a single hand, and now her aura had transformed from a mere yellow-green to a hint of crimson. Not far away, Vegeta was astonished to witness Alice's transformation into a Super Saiyan. He had not anticipated that this individual could also become a Saiyan, and with such formidable power. Wait a moment. The intensity of her energy was still on the rise. As Alice's power spiraled out of control, even Goku, who had been training on King Kai's planet, sensed it. This energy is immensely powerful. Goku focused intently on the source of the energy and then instantaneously teleported to Alice's vicinity. Upon arrival, he discovered Vegeta. Vegeta, when did you arrive? Vegeta ignored Goku and instead fixated on Alice, who was still releasing her power. At that moment, Vegeta contemplated the dire consequences if her rampage were not curtailed. Earth would not withstand her fury. Alice here. The agony is unbearable. The force within my body continues to surge relentlessly. Is it a consequence of that uncontrollable incident? Or is it due to the repression I imposed upon myself? I feel on the verge of explosion. Alice continued to unleash waves of energy across the surface of the sea. Yet such a trivial expenditure of power could not possibly contain the surging force within her, nor could it be adequately expressed. With no other recourse, she resolved to release her energy into the cosmos. Having made her decision, Alice once more erupted with energy and soared into the universe. As Alice took flight, her sudden outburst of energy created a vacuum, causing the surrounding seawater to part dramatically. Goku and Vegeta stood in awe, gazing at the spot where the water had yet to return. It was astonishing that mere energy could transform this area in such a manner. It seemed that the vacuum would never restore itself, leaving the landscape forever altered. Vegeta sensed a familiar yet alien aura of destruction emanating from this energy. This sensation was hauntingly recognizable, though he struggled to recall where he had previously encountered such a presence. Chapter 61. The Scion, the Matter of the Blade. Alice soared straight into the cosmos, urging herself to accelerate even further. At this moment, her aura grew increasingly tempestuous. Only when she reached the vast expanse of space, far removed from Earth, did she begin to unleash the turbulent energy that had been swirling within her. As Alice soared through the skies, she recklessly dispersed her terrifying energy blasts. While she found a sense of comfort in her actions, the surrounding planets bore the brunt of her chaos. The indiscriminate bombardment wreaked havoc on numerous celestial bodies, yet nothing could deter Alice. She was wholly unwilling to restrain her power. This energy surged forth like a long-suppressed force yearning for release, especially after the loss of an arm, which had irrevocably disrupted the delicate balance within her being. Consequently, she resorted to this means of catharsis. However, this was merely a fraction of what she sought. After an unknown duration of unleashing her pent-up energy, she gradually began to regain a semblance of equilibrium. Yet, Alice found herself entranced by the exhilarating rush brought about by the destruction. What a splendid sensation! The overflowing release ignited an insatiable desire for more. The sheer beauty of such instantaneous annihilation was captivating. The explosions that surrounded her truly mesmerized Alice. It had been far too long since she had experienced such a thrill. Perhaps it all began upon her arrival on Earth, where she had continuously suppressed her true nature and faced no formidable adversaries capable of eliciting her full combat prowess. However, in this new universe, the likes of Sun Wukong wielded immense power, indicating that she could finally indulge in unrestricted combat. Surely, it was not unreasonable to engage in a bit of warm-up before diving into battle. Miss Alice was indeed full of vitality, managing to accomplish what Lord Beerus would typically undertake in a year in mere moments. "Who are you?" she inquired, her demeanor tense. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely intrigued by the energy within you," was emerged from behind Alice, causing her to break into a cold sweat. What was happening? Why could she not sense this individual's energy? Though she could not perceive his power, she instinctively recognized the profound danger he posed. "Who are you? Your visit is not merely born of curiosity or interest, is it?" Alice, with her right hand coalescing a blade of energy, cautiously observed Weiss. However, Weiss appeared indifferent to Alice's vigilance, continuing to survey his surroundings. It seemed that after losing her arm, Miss Alice's control over her energy was still somewhat unrefined, as the energy within her was chaotic, threatening to spiral out of control at any moment. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Alice heightened her alertness. After all, one could easily discern her predicament with just a glance. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Weiss." Before Weiss could finish his sentence, he noticed Alice initiating her attack. At that moment, Alice was unconcerned about his identity. Her inquiries were merely a ploy to buy time for her assault. Weiss, unfazed, was keen to uncover Alice's true capabilities. Although he had a fair understanding, witnessing it firsthand was vastly different from seeing it through a crystal ball. As Weiss dodged Alice's strikes, he simultaneously observed her. To his surprise, he discovered something intriguing, a faint divine aura within Alice's energy. This indicated that the young woman before him had, in the absence of guidance, grasped a trace of divine energy. Realizing this, Weiss's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, who does not appreciate exceptional talent? The individual before him possessed innate abilities rivaling those of the scion named Broly he had encountered previously. Unlike Broly, who, upon transformation, became a frenzied beast devoid of rational thought and acted solely on instinct, Alice demonstrated a capacity for thought. Thus, Weiss evaded her attacks while subtly guiding her. Though Alice remained oblivious to this fact, internally, she was profoundly shaken. Despite her temporary decline in strength, she believed it impossible for her to miss him entirely. Darn it. Having lost a hand truly complicates matters. Alice soon recognized that the absence of her arm rendered her attacks more singular, severely limiting her ability to execute combinations. To switch to a different energy technique for offense required sacrificing her current attacks, a significant disadvantage. "Are you just going to evade?" Coward, frustrated by her thwarted attempts. Alice felt as though she was experiencing a personal Waterloo. In response to her outburst, Weiss, somewhat resigned, stated, "Then I shall take this a bit more seriously." With that, he instantly teleported behind Alice and delivered a precise strike, rendering her unconscious. Before Alice could complete her words, she succumbed to unconsciousness. "What? I exerted no effort at all," Weiss remarked as he carried the fainted Alice away. In the realm of destruction, Lord Beerus had yet to awaken and was feeling somewhat unwell. After glancing at Alice, he gently placed her on a flat surface and then settled into a nearby seat. Not long after being laid down, Alice gradually regained consciousness. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Where am I?" Alice curiously surveyed her surroundings, her suspicions now reasonably heightened that she had been abducted by someone named Weiss. "You're awake?" The sound of Weiss's voice startled Alice, prompting her to scan the area frantically until her gaze fell upon him seated at a stone table not far away. Upon seeing Weiss, Alice, resigned to her fate, sat down defiantly, reasoning that if she couldn't fight back, she might as well accept the inevitable. Observing Alice's demeanor, Weiss found it intriguing. After all, had this scion truly resigned so swiftly to her fate? Moreover, her attitude suggested a sense of reckless abandon. "There is no need for alarm. I am merely curious about you and harbor no ill intentions." Alice paid no heed to Weiss, simply retrieving a cup of vanilla pudding to indulge in. Due to the constraint of using only one hand, she placed the pudding on her lap. Observing Alice's delectable treat, Weiss felt a pang of desire. After all, it looked utterly irresistible. "Would you be so kind as to share a cup with me, Alice?" he inquired with a cheerful smile, promptly seating himself beside her. Alice gazed at Weiss, pondering how he could possibly be superior to her. Yet, she had been rendered unconscious by a mere strike of his blade. Coming to terms with reality, Alice sighed and prepared several plates of pudding for Weiss. Upon tasting it, his eyes sparkled with delight. "This is utterly delicious. Is there more?" Alice could only helplessly produce whatever items she had at her disposal, such as chocolates, beef jerky, sunflower seeds, dried fish, and pure milk. These constituted the entirety of her current offerings. As for alcohol, she preferred to forego it, as it was hardly palatable. Vis accepted her offerings without hesitation. Chapter 62. Alice enters the corrupt factory. Alice observed Vis enjoying his meal with greater enthusiasm than herself, which reminded her of her own first experience on Earth. At that time, she too seemed to have had a similar reaction. "You appear to have overcome your fears quite swiftly, Miss Alice," he remarked. "Well, it is what it is. If I were to perish in the next moment, perhaps it would merely signify a choice of fate. After all, destiny has never granted me the privilege of selection. I am but a selection of fate. Haha, Miss Alice. You truly are an intriguing individual. By the way, may I inquire about who imparted your time-traveling ability to you? No one. It was merely an accidental realization. Although I've grasped the concept, I am still rather unskilled. Vis regarded Alice with a hint of skepticism, pondering whether her comprehension of a fragment of divine energy had enabled her to navigate the tumultuous currents of time and space. Such energy was typically possessed only by angels or those from that particular realm. Thus, this scion was increasingly captivating to him. Regrettably, his ability to rewind time was limited to merely 3 minutes. Otherwise, he could have healed her hand, as he was quite curious to know how much stronger she was in her prime compared to her current state. So, Alice, what is your current strength? While he could directly assess it, he thought it more straightforward to simply ask. I'm not entirely sure, but I estimate it to be around 2 billion. After all, losing an arm does have its effects. And how do you know of my abilities? Oh, don't mind me. After all, you are someone I hold in high regard. Although you are not a scion from this universe, you belong to the 7th universe, do you not? Oh, it doesn't matter now. Regardless, once my wounds heal, I shall return and use the Dragon Balls to restore myself. I would advise you to use the Dragon Balls sparingly. After all, such things. Alice gazed at Whis, internally lamenting the implications of his words, pondering whether he understood the perilous fate that awaited the Riddler. Regardless, it was prudent to exercise restraint in their discourse. Whis could hardly assert that the Dragon Balls from their realm were unconnected to the Dragon realm. The accumulation of negative energy would inevitably yield detrimental consequences. Alas, certain matters are best left unspoken, and subtle reminders must suffice. There exists a universe where the excessive use of Dragon Balls has left its inhabitants scouring the cosmos for a Dragon Ball tainted by negative energy. Soon after, Whis and Alice engaged in light conversation, though Alice couldn't help but observe Whis, who was indulging in his meal. Whis, is your appetite larger than that of a scion? She teased. Whis savored a spoonful of pudding alongside a morsel of dried fish, relishing every bite, occasionally sipping on milk. Alice, your abilities are indeed quite practical, he remarked. To which Alice responded with a somewhat vacant expression, is there anything else? Alice gazed at him in silence, incredulous that he thought of himself as a mere mobile warehouse. The dragon's abilities were indeed finite, yielding only this much, and all these were merely a result of her own indulgence. However, what on earth was this hairless cat doing here? How had she not noticed its presence? This was perplexing. What on earth was happening in this universe? With entities appearing and disappearing like apparitions, striking fear into the hearts of mortals? Why had Lord Beerus risen so early today? She had assumed it would be several more days before he stirred. Humph, how dare you accuse me? Aren't you the one secretly indulging in food behind my back? If I hadn't caught a whiff of it, you wouldn't have considered leaving me even a morsel. As he spoke, Beerus reached for the dried fish and began to eat, only to belatedly notice another presence. Who is this little imp? Why does she bear such a resemblance to a scion? Lord Beerus' intuition proved to be quite astute. After hearing this, he stood up to scrutinize Alice, sensing a faint divine aura emanating from her. Remarkably, he recalled a dream he once had about the god of science. And now, here stood a scion, albeit with merely a trace of divine essence. This left Beerus somewhat flustered. Should he strike down this scion with a single blow? Yet, she was a ward of Whis. Conversely, refraining from such an act felt equally unsettling, as the notion of a god of science loomed over him like a sharp blade at his throat, creating an uncomfortable tension. Where did you find this one? Oh, in the vast universe. I saw her annihilating planets, so I decided to bring her along, Whis replied. Upon hearing this, Beerus perked up, intrigued. Not bad, not bad. How many did she destroy? Not many, just the equivalent of a year's worth of destruction in a single day, Whis informed him. Beerus felt a sense of relief. The young girl possessed remarkable talent. Keep it up, and let's aim to fulfill the KPIs I have accrued over the years. What? You suggest she might be the god of science from my dream? Nonsense. This little girl is merely my apprentice destroyer. The title of god of science is far too grand. Let us simply refer to her as the apprentice destroyer. Alice gazed at Beerus, whose eyes shifted restlessly, feeling a chill run down her spine from his intense stare. Please, do not look at me like that. It frightens me. Clearing her throat, she asked, excuse me. Young one, what is your name? Alice, she replied. Ah, a delightful name indeed. Would you be interested in training with me? Here. one can encounter opportunities that others may only dream of throughout their lives. Moreover, this place is home to the most formidable god of destruction and angels in the universe. Should you choose to train here, you might even gain an angel as your mentor. Alice felt somewhat unnerved by Beerus's captivating but unsettling demeanor, recalling how his initial gaze had been akin to that directed at a lifeless corpse. It was truly terrifying. May I decline? Very well. I am utterly honored by your favor, Lord Beerus. Upon perceiving the increasingly perilous glint in Beerus's eyes, Alice swiftly made the most rapid decision of her life. Alice expressed her concern, questioning whether she had the right to refuse. Is there truly no option for that? If I had taken a moment longer to respond, I might have found myself utterly exhausted here. She sighed. Ah, splendid, splendid. You possess great potential. Here, take this and have a look. Beerus handed Alice a piece of paper, which caused her blood pressure to rise dramatically upon reading it. What kind of unscrupulous industry have I stumbled into? I have only just arrived, and you expect me to work already? Is this how you conduct business? I swear, if I were capable of overpowering you, Beerus, I would. Frustration surged within her. Chapter 63. Beerus's plan to recruit. Beerus gazed upon Alice with increasing satisfaction and turned to Whis, inquiring, Whis, from where did you find this little one? She is perfectly suited to be my disciple. Assist her for a while. Allow her to master the complete essence of divinity before I impart to her the power of destruction. Whis, observing Beerus's enthusiasm, felt a tinge of exasperation. Lord Beerus, she hails from a parallel world within the seventh universe. By sheer happenstance, she has attained a rudimentary understanding of the temporal laws akin to those of the Kai of time, albeit imperfectly, enabling her to traverse time and space. My discovery of her was due to specific circumstances. Moreover, Lord Beerus, I trust you do not intend to train her merely to secure ample time for your slumber? Whis did not shy away from teasing Beerus, as his cunning intentions were transparent. Hey, Whis, it's rather unkind of you to undermine my reputation, Beerus retorted. Do not be so heartless, Lord Beerus, Whis continued to jest. Beerus, feeling a sense of helplessness, lamented the fact that this individual was his own and yet often disregarded him, which was quite bothersome. Very well, let us observe my prospective disciple. She does indeed appear quite agreeable. You are called Ace? It is Alice, my Lord Beerus. I am aware. I merely wish to test your memory. Yes, Lord Beerus. Alice, let me assess your capabilities. After hearing this, Alice could only transform into her most formidable Super Saiyan 2 form. Beerus gazed at Alice, nodding slightly, sensing a faint divine aura emanating from her. What pleased Beerus the most was the inherent destructive energy within her. This left him feeling quite satisfied indeed. If properly nurtured, could it be that I might finally rest easy? After all, that creature who only indulges in plump cats continues to mock me. However, upon observing Alice's severed arm, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as it was evident that losing an arm had significantly diminished her combat prowess. Alice, on the other hand, felt that since her last episode of uncontrollable power, her strength had once again surged. The initial transformation boost had greatly intensified, nearing the augmentation of Super Saiyan 2. One might even say it was akin to her own Super Saiyan 2 enhancement. It seemed that misfortune had turned into a blessing, and she believed that once her arm healed, her combat abilities would increase substantially. Wow, this beating was not in vain, she thought. I just hope no one else comes along to nearly beat me to death again. I merely wish to grow stronger, though not to the point of being killed, like that one called me or something. Of course, she understood this was merely a jest directed at herself. The primary reason for her newfound strength was the residual effects following her time-traveling mishap. Nevertheless, Alice was eager to ascertain just how powerful she had become. It was one thing to speculate, but the reality was staggering. Her power exceeded 1 trillion. Presently, she felt she could not inflate her strength any further. The hairless cat before her, scrutinizing her, was beyond her perception, and yet it was playing with a ball. At most, she could return to Earth and give Goku and his companions a good thrashing, though not against the Super Saiyan God Goku. His strength was beyond what the current Alice could contend with, unless, of course, he were to lose his rationality and enter a berserk state, in which case there might still be hope to engage him, as that transformation's enhancement was quite outrageous. Beerus was intently observing Alice. She seems acceptable, far more gifted than Frisia. Is this how you typically train? He inquired while assessing her. Alice awkwardly scratched her head, remarking that aside from occasional training, she spent most of her time indulging in leisure activities. After all, there was no need for constant practice, as her energy was steadily increasing through her own efforts. "Do not worry, my master," her energy reassured her. "Feel free to play to your heart's content. We have matured into a capable energy that can cultivate itself. If we find ourselves unable to compete, we shall train again." The energies chimed in. "Come on, brothers, let us strive to surpass the energies within others, aiming to become our master's most cherished companions." Thus, the situation unfolded. Beerus was nearly beside himself with frustration, exclaiming that with such remarkable talent, she should not waste her time on frivolities. It seemed that she was merely enjoying herself, much like he did. Oh, it was no wonder she caught his eye as a potential disciple. She truly had the makings to rival him. Whis, upon hearing this, felt a pang of regret. Had she trained from a young age, she could have ventured into other universes and encountered some of the gods of destruction by now. This simply would not do. He needed to devise a plan to bring her from the parallel universe to his own, as languishing at the bottom of the ranks was disheartening. Subsequently, Whis cast a forlorn glance at his god of destruction. Alas, his master was proving to be rather unambitious. While Beerus possessed formidable strength, ranking amongst the top gods of destruction, the universe's average combat power was undeniably lacking. "Hey, Whis, could you refrain from looking at me with those eyes? It's quite unsettling," Beerus retorted. "Sigh, Lord Beerus, we are now perilously close to being ranked last in our universe. Have you considered how you will explain this predicament to the Omni King or the Grand Minister?" At this inquiry, Beerus fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Well, this is indeed a significant issue. However, I must point out that you share in this dilemma. It is not solely my concern." As Alice returned to her usual state, she observed the two immensely powerful beings bickering like children, a sight that elicited a sense of exasperation. After all, they were supposed to embody the dignity of formidable warriors. After a brief exchange of banter, Beerus pulled Whis aside for a private conversation. Would retaining her elevate the universe's ranking? Currently, if she were brought back to this universe, the ranking might ascend by 1 or 2 places, considering that her innate talent remained largely untapped. Should she fully harness her potential for cultivation, she could undoubtedly secure a place in the mid-tier or even higher. Indeed, it is noteworthy that even with minimal training, she has achieved this level. With consistent effort, she might very well reach the status of the legendary Saiyan god from my dreams. Is Lord Beerus still preoccupied with this dream? Whis teased. According to the dream's narrative, that Saiyan god is my greatest adversary, necessitating vigilance, and the prophecy fish has indicated that such an individual did indeed exist in the past. Under these circumstances, Alice could be the first to be ruled out, as she does not belong to this universe. Thus, only the 2 Saiyans from Earth remain. Whis pondered before responding to Beerus. Is it true that there are still Saiyans in this universe? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, for he had previously instructed Frieza to eradicate Planet Vegeta, a decision rooted in the very dream that haunted him. Chapter 64, The Great Ape Transformation. A few days later, Alice has been undergoing training with Vis for several days. To Vis's astonishment, he discovered that the gravity suit had little effect on Alice. Consequently, Vis had to resort to some unconventional methods to continue her training. Alice remarked that you lack martial ethics, deceiving a young girl. Nevertheless, if they are happy, so be it. After all, she claimed she could not defeat them. Alice, your attacks are still overly reliant on intellect. Such an approach imposes limitations on both your strikes and your speed. The transmission of information from the 5 senses to the brain through the nervous system requires considerable time for a response in the body. Alice was filled with perplexity. Does this mean it all relies on the instincts of a beast? Weiss responded, no. Each part of the body can instinctively make judgments and respond in the most optimal manner. However, achieving this is exceedingly challenging. Even Lord Beerus cannot fully master it. If one can overcome this shortcoming, any peril can be transformed into safety. But, alas, this will require a bit more time for me to guide you patiently. Alice nodded, seemingly in understanding, though in truth, she found herself perplexed. Ever since encountering Bulma, her cognitive faculties seemed to have regressed. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that you excel in one aspect compared to the 2 Saiyans on Earth. You consistently cultivate your abilities within a comfortable environment, avoiding the extremes of excessive tension or relaxation. Alice scratched her head, questioning whether it was truly the case. She felt a peculiar sense of embarrassment at the compliment. However, do not let this praise lead you to become overly complacent. You do have your shortcomings, notably your laziness, which entirely squanders such remarkable talent. Ahem. I find myself a bit parched. Alice hurriedly presented milk to Weiss, who nodded in satisfaction. After all, who could resist something sweet? Even Lord Beerus could not decline. Lord Beerus, you seem to be indulging a bit too much, leaving none for me. With a sense of resignation, Alice retrieved a modest assortment of snacks, not truly a heap, considering there were only a few varieties. Nonetheless, this brought considerable satisfaction to Vis, who had consumed an array of peculiar foods over the years. Finally, to have something both delectable and visually appealing felt akin to paradise. Thus, Alice continued with the training regimen orchestrated by Vis. While munching on her snacks, Vis occasionally offered guidance. What? A break? Did she dare to think of resting? Not a chance, unless she doubled her strength in the coming days. He would stake his reputation as a high priest on it. However, Alice's abilities remained impeded due to the loss of an arm, leaving Vis somewhat vexed. For he lacked the power to restore severed limbs. Such matters could only be resolved by the divine dragon. Yet, Alice remained blissfully unaware of this. As she diligently immersed herself in her rigorous training, Alice, the relentless taskmaster. No salary, yet still training. Indeed, Alice is not merely undergoing training, she is also grumbling incessantly. At present, Alice is clad in peculiar attire during her training, which impeccably constrains her myriad abilities, hence her incessant murmuring. Both Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who have encountered similar experiences, expressed their approval. After completing her training, Alice had to tidy up. How could it be that I came here to be a mere caretaker? Darn that hairless cat. Just wait. There will come a day when you shall taste the bitterness of defeat. Grandmother, you are well fed and sleeping, are you? Sleep all you want, but you still wreak havoc. You rascal. And as if that weren't enough, you have the audacity to hurl energy balls at me. What is the meaning of this? Do you think your attacks go unnoticed? If it weren't for the visible assaults, I would hardly sense them at all. However, during this period, Alice's abilities have indeed improved significantly. Her training has become remarkably more effective than when she practiced alone. Furthermore, she feels an unusual energy stirring within her. Weiss has been observing closely, and within less than a day, she has begun to grasp the essence of divinity. What a remarkable talent. After watching for a while, Weiss departed, and no one knew where she went. In any case, by the time Alice noticed, Weiss had already left. Covered in dust and grime, Alice sat beneath a tree, pondering how unpredictable life can be. Oh well, I should focus on my training. The sooner I graduate, the sooner I will be free. Little does she know, she is about to face a relentless schedule akin to a 24-hour watch. Alice sat in meditation, calming her mind as she attuned herself to the surrounding energy. Gradually, her heart sank into a profound stillness, and she found herself once again entering a marvelous state, reminiscent of her experience on the moon. However, this time the sensations were even more vivid, and the energy enveloping her began to transform slowly. The original energy gradually evolved into a subtle shade of purplish black. Though Alice remained unaware of this transformation, Alice's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The aura surrounding her grew increasingly tempestuous. At that moment, her energy surged once more. She hastily opened her eyes, sensing that something was amiss, profoundly amiss. She gazed at the only arm remaining to her, which was smeared with an unsettling appearance. No. This was not merely a surge of energy. It was a metamorphosis into a colossal ape. What on earth was happening? Alice's body began to enlarge, her human features gradually transforming into those reminiscent of primates. Indeed, the absurd had commenced. The severed arm of Alice had astonishingly regrown. Yes, you heard that correctly, it had regrown. However, this transformation into a colossal ape appeared to possess an unsettling distinction. Alice's rationality was slowly fading into obscurity. All she now desired was to obliterate everything around her, leaving nothing in her wake to be remembered. Roar. Alice now struggled mightily against the overwhelming desire to wreak havoc that surged through her mind. Writhing in anguish upon the ground, her considerable size inadvertently led to the destruction of numerous objects as she rolled about. Beerus, grumbling, rose from his slumber. What a racket. Can you not be quiet? Is it too much to ask for a peaceful sleep? Wait, where's my roof? And what on earth is this? Is this still the realm of destruction? Hold on. Who is this gorilla? Surely it can't be my prospective disciple. By the way, where is Whis? Whis? Have you turned my well-behaved pupil into this? And has she lost control? That cannot be. With Alice's mental fortitude, it should be entirely manageable. Beerus stared dumbfounded at Alice, who was beginning to cause destruction, lost in contemplation. Chapter 65. Alice, the reluctant caregiver. What has transpired, Lord Beerus? I was about to ask you, Whis. What is the matter with this little one? How did she suddenly transform into this grotesque form? My once sweet and endearing prospective disciple now appears as this frightful creature. Well, I believe it is due to her attunement to divine energy, which she has inadvertently manifested as a peculiar wave emanating from the moon, resulting in this transformation. Whis observed while analyzing the situation. Ah, wait, I recognize that. This is the Dragon Ball I obtained from the sixth universe, which I used to wish for her restoration. Beerus looked at him, exasperated, now understanding the situation. It was not Alice's doing, but rather a consequence of Whis' actions. For wishes granted by the Super Dragon often come with unforeseen repercussions. Fear not, Lord Beerus. See, she is regaining her composure, Whis remarked, gently tapping his staff upon the ground, which caused the destroyed items to revert to their original state, as the duration of destruction had not exceeded the restoration limit. Beerus gazed at the giant ape form of Alice, feeling somewhat helpless. This little disciple truly never made things easy. After regaining her sanity, Alice gradually reverted to her human form, albeit in a manner reminiscent of her previous loss of control. Weiss observed Alice, scrutinizing the transformation she had undergone. This merely reflects a normal evolution for a Saiyan. Although it appears you have skipped a particular stage, well, it is of little consequence. However, I must admit, I am quite astonished that you have seamlessly blended the divine energy with that of your species. It truly takes me by surprise. Alice gazed at Weiss in confusion. Combination? Does this mean I have forged a path of my own? You could say that. Typically, one would either choose to embrace divine energy and transform into a Saiyan blessed with such power, or follow the conventional evolutionary route of your kind. However, you have managed to attain both, thus creating a uniquely individual path for yourself. Alice gazed at her hand, exclaiming, "Oh, how has my hand grown? Could it be the work of Whis?" She then cast a glance at Whis, who was bickering with Beerus, and decided against pursuing that thought. He hardly seemed the reliable type. After all, which deity engages in playful squabbles and mischief daily? Nevertheless, she began to scrutinize her current appearance. Her fur had transformed to a striking shade of grayish-white, while her hair remained unchanged, retaining its original white hue. Alas, how unfortunate it was to lack a mirror. "I'm hungry, and I still have some fish snacks," she declared. "Here comes Lord Beerus." Within the depths of Alice's thoughts, she conjured a generous plate of small dried fish, which she subsequently presented to Beerus. In high spirits, Beerus savored the delicacies, then sent Alice off to prepare a meal. Indeed, cooking was now part of her duties. Alice was no longer merely responsible for maintaining cleanliness, but also for managing the culinary and daily needs of both Beerus and Whis. There was little choice in the matter, for Alice was the only one capable of preparing a meal. And venturing to other planets for food was hardly an option. None could rival the delightful taste of her dried fish. Unbeknownst to her, Alice has spent an entire year on the Destruction God planet. Her daily routine consists of training, tidying up, cooking, and yes, cultivating crops as well as tending to the animals. Indeed, she engages in both agriculture and animal husbandry, and occasionally, she even takes on the role of a destruction god to wreak havoc on planets. One day, Beerus, while casually cleaning his teeth, arrived at Alice's farm. He glanced around, inspecting this and that, but did not inquire why he was behaving this way. He was merely selecting what to feast upon that day. Suddenly, Beerus was unceremoniously yanked by the scruff of his neck and dragged outside. "Master Beerus, the animals here are not for consumption yet." Alice exclaimed, "Hey, do you not realize that food of this size offers the finest texture? And I never said I intended to slay them." Alice gritted her teeth, saying, "It's not about killing, but you will fabricate charges or various reasons to have them served at the table. Master Beerus, ahem, I'm merely concerned for their physical and mental well-being. Be quiet." I refused to listen. Ultimately, Beerus reluctantly departed from the farm. Knowing full well that a sumptuous meal was a privilege he could not afford to forfeit by offending the chef. Weiss, observing Beerus's despondent demeanor, teased, "Have you once again provoked Alice, Lord Beerus? Did you go to meddle in her farm affairs again? Oh please, Weiss, as if you have never meddled. The most infuriating part is that you dare to shift the blame onto me." Sighing, Beerus reminisced about how delightful Alice used to be, always having her way. But now she even dared to toss him out. After a moment of grumbling, Beerus turned serious as he looked at Weiss. "I plan to make a trip to Earth. Is it regarding the god of the Saiyans? Indeed, I must ascertain the true nature of the god of the Saiyans I saw in my dreams." Weiss suggested, "Perhaps you should take Alice along. After all, she might become quite bored here after such a long time." Beerus nodded and then pulled out a tomato from behind him. Taking a bite, "Lord Beerus, Have you gained some weight lately? You seem different from before. Really? I'm not a hippo, and Alice's meals are well regulated, with caloric intake that meets my requirements. How could I possibly gain weight? Could it be that you've been sneaking snacks? I've seen you covertly visiting Alice's gardens more than once. Weiss, you've become quite the chatterbox. After a while, Alice, clad in an apron, placed a variety of freshly prepared dishes before them. Masters, let us not speak ill of each other. Your meat and dessert portions will be halved for the next few days as punishment for devouring my pudding last night. Hey, Alice, this is excessive. I can forego the meat, but not the desserts. The protest fell on deaf ears. Eat if you like, or don't. I must attend to my work. With that, Alice flew off, as she had a role to play, acting as a destroyer of subpar planets. Although Beerus felt slighted, he was grateful that since Alice's arrival, he could enjoy leisurely slumbers without worry. Weiss cast a disapproving glance at Beerus, as it was his duty to oversee such matters. Yet, he refrained from voicing his complaints, for the seventh universe had seen a significant improvement in ratings since Alice's arrival. Chapter 66. Journey to Earth. Alice is currently adorned in a cloak reminiscent of Beerus, her head crowned with a canine mask, and in her hand, she wields a scepter. Well, this planet barely passes the mark. On to the next. Alice gazed at the peculiar scoring device in her hand, bemused by its resemblance to a scepter. Surely, these two must harbor some strange proclivities. It was utterly vexing. Her days consumed by caretaking and cultivation. Among the surviving strong on the planet, whispers circulated. Has that grim reaper departed? Surely, it must have, for it was truly terrifying. Yet, Alice remained blissfully unaware, her resentment having solidified into something palpable. Guided by the indications of the scepter, she ventured toward the next area, oblivious to the fact that her destination was none other than Earth. Originally, Beerus and Weiss had promised to take Alice out for a leisurely respite. However, their intentions were merely words. Beerus sat beside Weiss, munching on dried fish while chastising Alice for skipping on desserts. Weiss, do you think Earth has delectable cuisine? After all, isn't Alice from Earth? Beerus lamented. This is the 20th time I've complained about Alice and the 15th time I've inquired about Earth's culinary delights. Is it not because of her frugality that I am relegated to nibbling on mere fish snacks daily? Weiss, exasperated, retorted, then simply refrained from eating. Yet, when you do indulge, you seem more jubilant than anyone else. What is this, Lord Beerus, a little feline? To which Beerus acquiesced, acknowledging that cats indeed have a penchant for fish. Meanwhile, on Earth, life continued its routine. Some attended to their jobs, others pursued their studies, and a few, with an air of pride, indulged in their leisurely lifestyles. Yet, this particular gentleman, living off the fruits of another's labor, found himself inexplicably troubled by the persistent twitching of his eyelids. This is Alice's side. Alice is still en route. In the meantime, she vented her frustrations by obliterating a few planets due to 007's antics. Damn that hairless cat. Just you wait. In a few days, you'll be subsisting on vegetables. After expressing her ire, she accelerated towards her destination, seething with indignation. Ah, it must be Alice grumbling about me, thought Beerus, as he absent-mindedly touched his nose, accurately identifying the one who was lamenting him. Lord Beerus, it would be prudent for you to occasionally fulfill your responsibilities. After all, you constantly enlist Alice's assistance, and I fear that before long, you will be relegated to a vegetarian diet. I am merely training her, enabling her to better harness her powers, Beerus retorted evasively. Keep being obstinate, Lord Beerus, when you are left with no choice but to eat vegetables. Do not come to me complaining about Alice's behavior, Weiss interjected. With that, Beerus dismissed Weiss and continued nibbling on his fish snacks. Ah. We ought to first visit the North Kai to inquire if he possesses any knowledge regarding the god of Super Saiyans. The North Kai? Very well, understood. Weiss altered their course towards the Kai's planet. The Kai exclaimed, Please do not come over here. I am frightened. Ah, Weiss, I have run out of fish snacks. Perhaps we should first grab a bite before heading to Earth. There's a planet just ahead. We could stop there. Reluctantly, Weiss directed their course towards that planet. Upon witnessing Beerus' arrival, the king of that planet felt as though the sky were collapsing. He hurriedly imagined his great-grandmother waving at him, expressing her longing and inviting him to her side. However, when Beerus beheld the dish presented by the planet's chef, his appetite vanished instantaneously. This looks like something Alice would just about as fit for swine, he mused. Well, I suppose these individuals are indeed akin to pigs. Let us sample it anyway. Taking a few bites, he found the taste barely acceptable, yet still the flavor is passable. he remarked. The king, relieved by Beerus's comment, felt a sense of ease. But his heart sank upon hearing the subsequent words. However, the fat content of this food is rather excessive. Considering the taste is tolerable, I shall only consume half. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, flustered. Report, report. The Grim Reaper has arrived, and he is just outside the door. Enough with the reports. I am merely here to rest. Your frantic demeanor is exasperating, much like those two unscrupulous chefs. As Alice stormed in, she was met with Beerus's disdainful gaze fixed upon the enigmatic object in his hand. With a sense of resignation, Alice adjusted her attire and approached Beerus, offering a slight bow. Why bow, you may wonder. Well, it is essential to adhere to the customary etiquette when in public. While one may act freely on the Destroyer-S planet, given it is his domain, outside, one must abide by the established conventions. Master Beerus, I am Alice. Since you are here, this planet is entrusted to you. Indeed, Master Beerus. Alice gently tapped the ground with her staff, and the other half of the planet was instantly obliterated. She sighed, lamenting the incessant demands of the weak, as even this brief moment of respite was being exploited. Since you are here, Alice, why not join us? Upon hearing this, Master Beerus crossed his arms, his fingers moving rhythmically. Well, it seems I have become a mobile snack shelf, hasn't it? Reluctantly, I produced a large bag of dried fish and a plate of pudding, distributing them to Whis and Beerus respectively. Once I had fulfilled these duties, I obediently positioned myself behind Whis. Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff, and a luminous circle appeared beneath their feet, after which they vanished within its radiant embrace. Alice, much like Beerus, settled down, her boredom prompting her to munch on sunflower seeds. It struck her that the trio appeared to be mere sightseers, one indulging in dried fish, another snacking on seeds, and the last serving as a driver. The configuration was rather absurd. Even the weakest among them, Alice, possessed the power to annihilate the universe in a fleeting moment, while the other two could effortlessly achieve the same with minimal effort. Master Whis, where are we headed? We've been flying for quite some time, she inquired. We're bound for the Earth you are familiar with, but first, we shall make a brief visit to King Kai's planet to address a few minor inquiries. After a while, Alice produced a deck of cards from seemingly nowhere and began to play with Beerus, engaging in the simplest of games, Go Fish. However, her face was adorned with a multitude of sticky notes. Master Beerus, you're cheating. This isn't fair, she exclaimed. What do you know? This is part of my prowess. Besides, you've already lost half a year's worth of treats. Remember to make it up to me next time. How can you be so cruel, master? You're bullying me. Chapter 67. Seeking guidance, Whis found himself at a loss, wondering where the aloof Lord Beerus had gone, now seemingly bickering with his young apprentice. Lord Beerus, we are nearly there. Could you perhaps exhibit the demeanor befitting a deity? And Alice, you too. You are now half an apprentice destroyer. Is this truly how you wish to behave? Whis lamented, exasperated. The two promptly cleared their faces of the sticky notes and sat upright. Alice, put on your mask and grasp your scepter. Yes, Master Whis. Lord Beerus, kindly set aside the dried fish. Do refrain from eating. Upon hearing this, Beerus promptly emptied the entire packet into his mouth. Whis sighed. What is wrong with you two? It feels as though if this continues, Master Whis, you have remnants of pudding at the corner of your mouth, Alice interjected, not allowing Whis to finish his lament, considering he had indulged himself quite a bit as well. Whis, Alice, would you kindly be silent? Do I not deserve any dignity? Whis sighed, taking the tissue offered by Alice to wipe his mouth. Let this be the last time. Understood, master. After a while, they arrived at a diminutive planet, one whose entire area seemed smaller than a football field. The Supreme Kai, sensing Beerus's arrival, hastily urged Goku to hide, for his character often stirred up troublesome chaos. He then jogged toward Beerus and his companions to receive them with respect. Lord Beerus, your presence is an honor. I apologize for not greeting you properly. If I may be so bold, what brings you to my humble abode? I have come to address a matter concerning the Saiyans here. Beerus spoke directly, having sensed Goku's energy the moment he arrived. Concealed behind the wall, Goku felt a surge of anxiety. Gregory, with a hint of exasperation, remarked that he had warned him earlier, which only intensified Goku's nervousness. However, the call from the Supreme Kai alleviated his trepidation. Goku, come out quickly to meet Lord Beerus. Goku asked, are you really calling me out? To which Gregory, overhearing, could only advise, do remember to be polite. Goku replied, is that even in question? And promptly stepped outside. What transpired next caused a ripple of tension among those present, particularly the Supreme Kai and his companions. Hi, I am Goku. he announced cheerfully, startling the Supreme Kai, who instinctively gave Goku a playful punch. That hurt, Goku exclaimed, clutching his head in pain. The Supreme Kai scolded, at your age. You should know how to greet properly, you rascal. Goku, feeling a bit wronged, replied, good morning. I am but a humble person named Goku. Beerus interjected, ah. By the way, are you truly the Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan God. I'm only familiar with Super Saiyans. I've never heard of a Super Saiyan God. Goku admitted, feeling somewhat bewildered. The Supreme Kai shot him a sharp glance at Goku's casual demeanor, prompting him to shiver and hastily amend his words. I have not heard of it. Alice stifled a laugh behind Weiss, for such eloquent words indeed posed a challenge for Sun Wukong, a mere warrior with little knowledge beyond the art of combat. Observing Alice's suppressed amusement, Weiss could only helplessly ruffle her hair, signaling her to be quiet. Alice made a gesture of zipping her lips to indicate her silence. Beerus merely cast a glance at Alice before continuing to question Son Goku. I have heard it was you who defeated Frieza. Is that true? Goku replied, well, yes, that was indeed my doing, but sensing something amiss, he hurriedly corrected himself. I mean, it was I who did it. Just as the words left his mouth, Beerus poked Goku and scrutinized him further. Are you capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. The King Kai, fearing Goku might misspeak, promptly interjected, yes, Lord Beerus. Goku can indeed become a Super Saiyan. Beerus nodded and then addressed Whis. Is there not also a prince from Planet Vegeta on Earth? If you are unaware of this, let us inquire with him. Upon hearing that Beerus intended to leave, Goku became anxious. He wished to spar with Beerus. Having heard from King Kai that he was extraordinarily powerful, Lord Beerus, I have heard from King Kai that you are incredibly strong, so may I seek your guidance? The moment those words escaped Goku's lips, King Kai nearly suffered a heart attack again, rushing over to cover Goku's mouth, fearing he might utter something outrageous. You wish to challenge me? Beerus regarded Goku with intrigue, and Goku, breaking free from his restraint, nodded vigorously. That is not impossible. Let me see the extent of your strength. He was eager to discern the differences between this Saiyan and his own pupil. Upon hearing this, Goku expressed his gratitude profusely and began to warm up. Beerus casually stood by, observing Goku's preparations. Alice gazed at Sun Wukong in exasperation, pondering how he could be so obstinate. When she first encountered Beerus, he had not displayed such stubbornness. Perhaps ignorance breeds audacity. Suddenly, Beerus contemplated whether it was beneath his dignity as a destroyer god to engage in battle. Perhaps it would be more fitting for Alice to take on the challenge, as the disparity in their abilities would be more pronounced in such a context. Alice, come here for a moment. I would like you to assess his skills. Alice expressed her foreknowledge of the situation, recognizing that her indolent master would never take action himself. After warming up, Sun Wukong found the name Alice somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. Beerus addressed Sun Wukong, instructing him to compete with her first. If he emerged victorious, she could then challenge him. Casting a glance at Alice, he warned, if I discover that you have deliberately lost, you shall see how I deal with you upon your return. How can this be? He is clearly challenging you. Why must I be involved? Enough of this nonsense. Just go. Oh, and before you leave, please bring me a glass of milk and some dried fish. Alice listlessly retrieved the items requested by Beerus and placed them upon the adjacent table. Satisfied, Beerus settled into his seat, leisurely indulging in his meal, while Whis sat alongside him, partaking in the feast as well. After turning around, Alice muttered softly, Eat, eat, may you perish from it, you foul master, wicked master. The king of the realm expressed that he ought not to be present here, but rather beneath the vehicle. Moreover, are such words truly meant for a humble deity like myself to overhear? I fear that if I were to hear things I ought not to, it may invite peril upon my very existence. How burdensome this is. Chapter 68. The tedious contest. Alice gazed at Sun Wukong, sighing softly. This fellow's temperament seemed destined to incite considerable trouble in the future. Although her master held the esteemed title of the supreme deity of this universe, she sensed that there must exist even higher powers beyond her master. A wave of exhaustion washed over her, and she found herself reminiscing about Bulma. Bulma retorted, So now you finally remember me. After reveling in pleasure, you think of me? You heartless woman. Alice let out a sigh as she awaited Sun Wukong's performance. After completing his warm-up, Sun Wukong stood firm and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Beerus glanced over with a lack of enthusiasm. It seemed that he had indeed grown a bit stronger. Beerus remarked that, as expected, his own disciple was formidable, despite both transforming for the first time. Wukong's energy was significantly greater than his own. Alice stifled a yawn, for at this moment, she need not transform into a Super Saiyan to surpass Goku's prowess. Goku, in turn, elucidated his current state. This is the form of a Super Saiyan. Beerus nodded dismissively, and then the conversation waned. Well, let me witness your abilities, he remarked, casting a glance at Alice. Go ahead, Alice. Fine, fine. Just let him take the first move, she replied, her tone laced with indifference. The Supreme Kai, observing anxiously from the sidelines, expressed his trepidation. Are you truly serious? I wonder if my little planet can withstand this. Then, allow me to extend my utmost efforts, Goku declared, instantly teleporting beside Alice and launching his attack, only to have it effortlessly deflected by her staff, showing no inclination to evade. During this exchange, Alice yawned again, feeling a tinge of boredom. Noticing her disinterest, Goku hastened his assault, yet it bore no fruit. This realization only deepened Alice's ennui and intensified her desire for slumber. Are you done playing? She inquired, her tone languid. Goku, undeterred, accelerated his strikes once more, but still, Alice remained unmoved. Beerus and Whis sat nearby, indulging in snacks as they observed this farce, treating it as mere entertainment. Conversely, the others were rife with tension, fully aware of Goku's formidable strength. Although facing Beerus might equate to an infant confronting an adult at their zenith, they were uncertain about Alice's capabilities. Even if there was a disparity, it shouldn't be so vast, should it? Has the performance concluded? I'm feeling a bit drowsy, Alice remarked. Goku, panting, gazed at her with disbelief. Beerus, too, found the spectacle rather tedious and commented, Indeed, you possess some skill, but such an assault is only sufficient to contend with someone of Friesia's caliber. Defeating Alice is still a distant dream. Let us depart, Whis, Alice. Goku, upon hearing their intent to leave, grew anxious. He acknowledged the truth in Beerus's words, but was unwilling to squander this opportunity to engage with a formidable opponent. It seems I must harness even greater power. Allow me to show you something more extraordinary, he proclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan in its second stage. This was the Super Saiyan beyond the original. The Super Saiyan second grade. The Supreme Kai, witnessing Goku's escalating enthusiasm, hastily interjected, Enough. Cease this at once, Goku. Beerus cast another scrutinizing glance at Son Goku, noting that he had grown twice as formidable as before. However, it still seemed that he could not surpass his own disciple. Nevertheless, such prowess would suffice to dominate a realm within the universe, yet it remained woefully inadequate. Indeed, his own disciple appeared far more pleasing to the eye. This individual before him was exceedingly rude. Even as we prepare to depart, he dares to approach. With a sigh, Beerus turned to Alice and remarked, Alice. Whis, on the other hand, said nothing, quietly indulging in his meal, for he had witnessed such transformations before, had he not? Alice expressed her exasperation, lamenting that once again I was being asked to work for free. I understood this time would be different, and with that, Sun Wukong charged at Alice once more. Alice, with a calm and unhurried demeanor, deftly parried with her staff. After a moment of relentless assault, Sun Wukong paused and addressed her. Might I request you to engage in a slight offensive? Solely resorting to defense does not embody the spirit of a true warrior. It fails to showcase your formidable prowess. Does it not? The King of Worlds was taken aback by Sun Wukong's words, for it is no simple feat to stand beside Beerus. Sighing, he hoped that neither Beerus nor his companions would take offense, for should they become enraged, it would not only spell disaster for this place, but even for the earth itself. Alice, in her boredom, idly tilled the ground with her staff. It may be feasible, yet you must first present me with a more intriguing attack. After all, your current methods seem rather tedious in my eyes. Sun Wukong replied. Then I shall not hold back. With that, he launched a full-scale assault on Alice once more, yet it proved to be a futile endeavor. Alice remained unfazed, her eyes devoid of emotion, effortlessly parrying his relentless onslaught with an air of nonchalance. If this is all there is, then there is no need to continue. I have already begun to feel a sense of ennui. Alice found herself truly bored. Even Sun Wukong's attacks felt as insipid as a mere massage, lacking any real force. Sun Wukong. The Super Saiyan 2 transformation failed to ignite her desire to retaliate, let alone expose any vulnerabilities for me to exploit. Indeed, he was on an entirely different level compared to those I had encountered before. After speaking, Sun Wukong resolved to make one final attempt, If that did not suffice, he would transform into Super Saiyan 3 for a closer examination. The relentless barrage of attacks and probing tactics began to vex Alice. If this was the extent of his capabilities, there was no need to continue. Persisting in such a manner would yield the same outcome. Surely, he possessed some greater strength or form. Let me witness it. With such an attitude, he dares to challenge someone stronger than himself? Given that you have stated your intent so boldly, I shall acquiesce. With that, Sun Wukong began to unleash his energy. Yuha. As he did so, his appearance began to transform. His hair lengthened gradually, his forehead rose prominently, and his eyebrows slowly faded away. Alice rubbed her arms as she observed the current state. It was, in her aesthetic judgment, rather difficult to articulate. The increase in power was significant, approximately a third more than her usual self. At present, Alice's strength hovers around 3 trillion, though the exact figure remains elusive, merely a rough estimate reflecting the fluctuations of this phase. However, as she gazed upon Sun Wukong in this state, the only words that came to mind were those of profound complexity. Sun Wukong declared, "This is the ultimate Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, he had grown considerably stronger, almost reaching her level. Yet, it seemed that this form could not be sustained for long due to its excessive energy consumption. Sun Wukong candidly admitted, as you noted, this state cannot be maintained for an extended period due to its draining nature, which is why I seldom employ it." Alice observed thoughtfully, "Allow me to speculate on how long you might sustain this. Perhaps you could manage around 10 minutes? However, it seems that your form of evolution presents certain challenges, Mr. Sun Wukong. My humble suggestion would be to enhance your baseline strength instead. After all, in comparison to your current state, simply utilizing the first level of Super Saiyan should suffice, as the energy expenditure of that form is only marginally greater than your normal state. If faced with a formidable opponent, you might consider ascending to the second level, for it would undoubtedly serve you better than your present condition, and its duration would extend considerably. Of course, this is predicated upon the assumption that your foundational strength is sufficiently robust." Alice sincerely advised Sun Wukong, for not everyone possesses the same resilience as she does. She likened herself to a reservoir, even when the gates are opened. There will always be a continuous influx of streams or rivulets to replenish what is consumed, to an extent that it becomes negligible. Of course, this refers to her present self. In the past, her consumption was only slightly less than that of Sun Wukong. Chapter 69, Bulma's Birthday Banquet. Although Sun Wukong heard Alice's reminder, he was too intoxicated to truly absorb her words. Alice rubbed her temples, pondering how it was that she found Vegeta unexpectedly endearing, despite his brash reliance on brute force. After all, while Vegeta might be rather flamboyant, at least he possessed a semblance of intellect. And then there was Goku before her. What was the point? She sighed, wishing to refrain from further conversation, as his behavior epitomized that of a typical fool. Alas, let us resolve this swiftly. I have no desire to engage in this tedious child's play any longer, especially when my spirits are already low, compounded by the incessant annoyance of this simpleton. Alice brandished her staff and, in an instant, teleported directly before Sun Wukong, mercilessly striking him with her staff, sending him soaring through the air. There was no room for leniency, for this was not the Sun Wukong from her universe. Indeed, it reaffirmed the adage that without comparison, there is no pain. While her universe's Sun Wukong may be a martial arts enthusiast, it does not imply he is a mindless fool. As the airborne Sun Wukong sought to retaliate, Alice had already positioned herself behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying once more. Alice made a gesture resembling a sword thrust, marking her inaugural use of this ability since its acquisition. After all, it involves expelling a portion of her own energy. Yet for Alice, this minor expenditure was of little consequence. Divide. No sooner had she uttered the command than a figure identical to her appeared beside her, albeit with a slightly diminished aura, as Alice's own energy seemed to have waned by 1/5. The doppelganger nodded and commenced a one-sided play against Sun Wukong. This ability of hers could produce up to 5 replicas. One might ponder, wouldn't Alice deplete her energy entirely if she summoned them all? The answer is indeed yes. But ordinarily, such a tactic is avoided. Moreover, it is improbable that she would create 5 replicas simultaneously, for the energy consumed by the doppelgangers is still drawn from her own reserves, which necessitates recovery. In this moment, Alice resembled a puppeteer, merely needing to supply energy to command her replicas in battle. As long as her essence retained even a sliver of energy, the replicas could remain at their peak performance. However, the substantial energy required for combat after summoning means that Alice would refrain from exhausting herself completely, typically opting to create at most 4 replicas and then retreating to recover gradually. Given the extraordinary nature of this ability, those who comprehend it are well aware of its potential, unless one continuously consumes magical beans. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the main narrative. This display certainly astonished Whis and Beerus, as they had never witnessed Alice employing such a skill before. Today was indeed their first encounter. Moreover, they could sense that the strength of the doppelganger was nearly on par with that of the original, with scarcely any disparity. Sun Wukong? Apologies. He remains engulfed in existential doubts, being toyed with by his doppelganger, as if he were a mere ball. This doppelganger, however, is quite ruthless, striking at every vulnerable point. Currently, Sun Wukong is truly in a state of despair, unable to resist and subjected to relentless torment. Moreover, he cannot sense Alice's energy. Initially, he thought it was merely subdued, but even upon her engagement, he remains oblivious. Ultimately, Sun Wukong is forcefully struck to the ground by the doppelganger, marking the end of his combat capability. Very well, Sun Wukong has dramatically lost his fighting spirit. Beerus, observing from the sidelines, feels an inexplicable chill at the back of his neck. Whis, also watching, smiles in silence, fully aware of the underlying reason for Beerus's discomfort. However, before he could relish the moment, he too began to experience a similar sensation. Ahem, perhaps it would be prudent to grant Alice a reprieve. Her palpable aura of resentment is rather overwhelming. Lord Beerus, now that we have concluded our business here, we are scheduled to visit Earth, correct? Indeed, Whis. You make a valid point. Let us proceed together. As they converse, the two intend to make their swift exit. Oh, my dear masters. You seemed so engrossed just moments ago. Why the sudden haste? The atmosphere was already laden with resentment, but witnessing these two in such a state heightened it further. Beerus and Whis turned stiffly to face her. We simply suggested a brief sojourn to Earth. How does that sound? Whis replied awkwardly. Beerus could only nod repeatedly. Although he is a destroyer, the intensity of his disciple-esque grievances is indeed rather alarming. Alice sighed. Very well, I shall take a few days off. If my request is denied, do not be surprised when I resort to creating culinary monstrosities for you to taste. Her reasoning was sound, indeed. It was time for a brief respite. The king of the worlds interjected, by the way, who among you is the god of destruction, and who is the master? It seems rather peculiar for a master to fear their apprentice. Is there no one to lend a hand to this unfortunate deity? My frail form struggles to lift Sun Wukong. Surely, someone could show compassion for this humble king of the worlds, adorned with a halo? Alas, his lamentations went unheard, as everyone else had departed. The trio of Saiyans observed, gazing intently. Stop staring. You have 1 month. I grant you a month's leave. Your incessant gaze has given me goosebumps, one remarked. Humph, master, you said it yourself. No turning back now. Whis, what is your opinion? Ah well, Lord Beerus's wishes align with my own. As a mere servant, I dare not voice my thoughts too freely. Especially since it has always been Lord Beerus who has exerted pressure upon you, not I. Whis quickly deflected the blame onto Beerus, who appeared utterly speechless, oblivious to who had driven Alice harder than himself. After a few minutes, they arrived on Earth. Beerus, observing the scene below, inquired, What are they up to? Whis replied, It seems they are hosting some sort of gathering, akin to the celebration Alice organized for Lord Beerus's birthday not long ago. Alice lowered her gaze, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, Bulma's birthday. Today is Bulma's birthday, and I completely missed it. I have been here for far too long and forgotten to check in on Bulma. Oh no, she will surely be furious with me. The mere thought of Bulma's wrath sent shivers down Alice's spine. This could end terribly. Master, might I request a brief reprieve? What is it? It's a matter of utmost importance. It concerns my very life. Chapter 70. The darkening Beerus regarded Alice with curiosity. What life-threatening matter are you referring to? Is it concerning your foolish apprentice's life? He patted Alice on the shoulder. Who dares to endanger my disciple? Pray tell, does this impertinent fool possess 3 heads or 8 legs to have the audacity to threaten you? As he spoke, Beerus rolled up his sleeves, though, in truth, he had none. He simply wished to see who would be so brazen. Whis remained silent, fully aware of whom Alice was speaking, but choosing not to disclose it to Beerus, relishing the rare sight of Beerus in a flustered state. Master, there is no need for such agitation. This is a personal matter. Oh, a personal matter, is it? When did you establish a household? How was I not informed? Is it a man or a woman? Are they plump or slender? And dear disciple, do not rush into settling down. You are destined to inherit my position. Beerus's relentless inquiries left Alice blushing profusely, her previously melancholic expression transformed into one of sheer embarrassment. Oh, master, you are so nosy. This is quite bothersome. Beerus scratched his head, exclaiming, who is it? Who possesses such audacity to pursue my prized cabbage? Today, I shall show them the true power of destruction. Bakayuru. Weiss, we shall discuss the matter of the Scion god later. For now, I am eager to discover which impudent wretch dares to court my beloved disciple. Very well, Lord Beerus, we shall set forth at once. He eagerly anticipated the moment. Imagining how Beerus would react, it would surely be most entertaining. Alice expressed that everything has become utterly chaotic, and it seems that her master is in quite a predicament. As if his daughter has been spirited away by a brazen young man on a motorcycle. Alice crouched down with her face covered, smoke still rising from her head. Whis. Hurry up. I can hardly wait to unleash some love-fueled destruction upon that scoundrel. Master, please. Silence. If you won't tell me, I shall investigate which rascal it is myself. Beerus, in a fit of anger, placed one hand on his hip while tugging at Alice's ear with the other. In the past, Alice would have resisted fiercely, but today, under Beerus's relentless barrage of antics, she found herself questioning whether she indeed harbored any inappropriate inclinations, particularly towards Bulma. Once she accepted this notion, there would be no turning back. Could it be that she had unwittingly strayed from her path? Forgive me, my long-lost parents. It seems your daughter has led our lineage to potential extinction. Wait, something feels amiss. Ah, how frustrating. She lamented, realizing she had been led astray by Beerus. But did she truly deviate from her original self? Uncertainty loomed, leaving her to ponder if she had become entangled in a web of confusion. The kind that never finds resolution. There is no limit to how far one can stray, only deeper paths await. What was once a journey meant to take a day was abruptly condensed into a mere 2 hours. Upon their arrival at the destination, Alice hastily freed herself from Beerus's grip, stumbling to the side and retching uncontrollably. Whis, you're speeding. With a gentle wave of his staff, Whis restored Alice to her senses. Why the rush? Is this your father or mother's place? Why the urgency? Beerus, witnessing Alice still possessing the energy to chatter, felt his frustration boil over as he tugged at her ear once more. Quickly, tell me where that little blonde is. Be gentle, it hurts. You're going to tear my ear off. As Alice pleaded for mercy, she reluctantly pointed the way for Beerus and his companions. However, upon returning to her villa, she was taken aback by the sheer lack of decorum displayed as an array of wreaths surrounded her home. All right. Just wait until I get my hands on you. You want to enjoy the consequences. Alice began her tirade, hurling the garlands into a heap before unleashing a key blast to obliterate them. How dare she curse her own demise? After venting her frustrations, Alice invited Beerus and Whis to her abode to rest. Master Beerus, Master Whis, please take a moment to recuperate while I prepare some refreshments. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, urging Alice to leave, and began to survey her villa, which bore a striking resemblance to his own layout on the destroyer planet. He picked up a group photo and glanced at it. Why did the woman beside her appear so disagreeable? It felt as though she had stolen his precious disciple away. Wait a moment. This resembled that woman he had seen before, referring to Bulma from the main universe, albeit with a slightly different hair color. Aside from the hair hue, she seemed to be a parallel counterpart. After all, his disciple hailed from a parallel world. Regardless, as long as she was his disciple, it mattered not whether she belonged to a parallel universe. Did the 7th universe's parallel worlds not still belong to the 7th universe? It appears he must take the time to explore this realm, for it is indeed the universe of his disciple. As a master, he must not allow anyone to look down upon his pupil. His disciple is solely for him to tease, well, except for that unreliable Whis whom he cannot best. And as for those individuals above him who dare to bully Alice, oh, never mind. It's not worth mentioning, as they would surely be outmatched. Alice is here. Alice soared directly to Bulma's residence, ready to indulge in an extravagant feast. Beef, fish, and my beloved pudding? How delightful. The moment I caught a whiff of that aroma, I knew it was Bulma's culinary handiwork. However, what Alice remained blissfully unaware of was the pair of eyes fixated upon her from behind. The owner of those eyes transitioned from disbelief to seething rage in the blink of an eye. Indeed, the individual in question was none other than Bulma, who had been absent for several chapters. Observing the situation, it was evident that Alice would find it exceedingly challenging to leave the estate today. Upon confirming Alice's identity, Bulma retreated to her laboratory to gather her equipment. You may wonder what sort of equipment? Given the nature of the situation, it is best not to inquire too deeply. Suffice it to say that Bulma has transformed from a naive girl into something far more formidable. This, however, is a matter best left unspoken, lest one find themselves in a precarious predicament. In any case, Alice today is destined to be anything but fortunate. Let us observe the unfolding events that lie ahead. Alice is still being particular. Wow, there are even large crabs and giant dragons. Oh, my dear Alice, what brings you such joy? Share it with your sister, so that I too may revel in your happiness. Hee. Chapter 71. Please do not approach. Alice turned rigidly. And then she beheld an unforgettable scene. A figure with a sullen expression and a strange smile, her hair flowing as if possessed by a life of its own, clutched a peculiar rope in her hand. Oh dear. Who else could it be but Bulma? At that moment, Bulma gazed at Alice with the intensity of a creature risen from the depths of hell, and to Alice's dismay, she discerned a pair of demonic horns atop Bulma's head, complemented by bat-like wings sprouting from her back. This was it. Bulma had succumbed to darkness. What a coincidence. Bulma, are you here for the 0-yen shopping spree as well? After uttering those words, Alice regretted them immediately, cursing her own foolishness regarding the absurdity of a 0-yen shopping spree. What kind-hearted individual would partake in such a venture at a friend's house, while also having to join the host? It seems I have once again encountered my great-grandmother. The last time was ages ago. Continue your tale. I shall listen, but let us change our locale. With that, Bulma seized Alice's monkey tail with a firm grip, preventing her escape. How could this be? The moment she was caught, Alice felt her strength wane. Goodness, our dear Alice, or perhaps I should say the little one, was utterly overpowered. She never imagined that despite having conquered her tail's weakness, Bulma's grasp would unravel her defenses. Was this the fate of the submissive? To be so thoroughly ensnared? Bulma, please, refrain from such actions. Come along with your sister. Let me ascertain the cause behind the sudden return of a long-lost soul. Oh, Bulma-chan, allow me to plead my case, I beg of you. You may offer your explanations, but I shall refuse to hear them. Thus, Bulma dragged Alice out of the kitchen. Alice offered no resistance whatsoever, her strength depleted, as the life force she had once overcome was shattered by Bulma. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including a certain Saiyan prince and the original narrative's pampered character, Vegeta, witnessed this astonishing scene. Initially irritated by the interruption to his training, he was met with a nightmarish spectacle. A once formidable foe, whose strength he had likened to that of his own son, now approached him, her tail in the grip of a darkened earthwoman. Bulma glanced at Vegeta, who, feeling an unexpected surge of anxiety, straightened his posture and stepped aside. As Bulma passed, she gave his shoulder a reassuring pat before continuing to drag Alice away. Vegeta swore he was genuinely startled by the earlier scene. He would believe it if someone told him that Earthwoman could consume 10 Saiyans in a single sitting. What had just transpired? That terrifying woman had subdued her with such ease, leaving no room for resistance. Truly a chilling sight. Alice clutched the doorframe, her hand trembling as she reached out. I will defeat you, Vegeta. Before Alice could finish her words, she was forcefully dragged away by Bulma. Vegeta remarked, if you wish for my demise, you need only to voice it. I concede that I am stronger than that Earthwoman, yet I am still capable of discerning priorities. Moreover, should I dare to rescue you, I fear I would be swiftly flayed alive by that terrifying Earthwoman and left hanging from a lamppost. And why should I come to your aid? Because you have struck me? What a jest. I would rather revel in the thought of that Earthwoman giving you a good thrashing. With this thought, Vegeta's spirits lifted, and he resumed his training. Suddenly everything on this planet began to seem more splendid. In the villa of Alice, 2 deities were peering through their scepters. What a splendid day it is. Lord Beerus. Indeed, the sun shines with such brilliance. Having exchanged these words, the 2 gods set their scepters aside and took their seats. Are all women from Earth like this? Asked Beerus, as he rubbed his ears, feeling an inexplicable phantom pain. Perhaps, but I cannot say for certain, my Lord Beerus. If you are unsure, then so be it. By the way, let us visit the Supreme Kai of this universe. I am curious about their character. The Supreme Kai expressed a desire to be left in peace, stating, I humbly request to be spared. Alice on this side. Bulma, please do not act this way. It instills fear within me. Hush, do not utter a word now. I have no desire to listen, for at this moment, you are not in a position to bargain. With that, Bulma bound Alice to the bed, restricting her movements. Now I will pose a question, and you shall respond. Understood? A faint understanding, perhaps? Hmm. Understood. Understood. I comprehend. Please proceed. Bulma poured herself a glass of water and commenced her interrogation of Alice. Alice recounted all that she could about her experiences over the past year. After listening, Bulma gently caressed Alice's cheek. It seems that you have had quite a carefree year, haven't you? Not at all, Alice replied with a chuckle. Come here. My dear Alice, let me see why your lips are so unyielding. Bulma leaned in and kissed her. After a moment, Bulma licked her lips and remarked, They aren't so unyielding after all, but why? Alice swallowed hard, a sensation she could scarcely articulate washing over her, one that was decidedly unpleasant. Do not struggle, Alice. Everything here has been meticulously crafted by my own hands. Bulma chuckled ominously. So, dear Alice, escape is not an option for you. With that, Bulma retreated to the adjacent room, her intentions shrouded in mystery. At that moment, Alice felt an unsettling premonition. Something dreadful was surely about to unfold. Who could come to her rescue? Master, save me, she thought, but quickly dismissed the notion, recognizing the unreliability of her companions. Sighing, she pondered. Is there anyone left who could possibly save me? Even that wicked woman, Tova, would suffice. However, Tova had made it clear that she wished to avoid the unwanted attention of the hairless cat. Just as Alice's thoughts spiraled into chaos, Bulma's voice echoed once more. Are you ready to accept your punishment, my dear sister Alice? Are you prepared to face the wrath of an angry little sister? Upon hearing Bulma's voice, which resonated like a harbinger of doom, Alice felt a chill run down her spine, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Bulma, we can discuss this matter amicably. Alice stared nervously at the object in Bulma's hand, fearing it might incapacitate her. Be calm, Alice. It will be over soon, Bulma said. Drawing closer, her eyes gleaming with an increasingly unsettling light. Please, don't come any closer, Alice exclaimed, her expression resembling that of a pink, moldy octopus. Chapter 72. People are surprisingly kind. Alice, please don't come any closer. Bulma. Oh, my dear Alice, I must insist. Your mischief has left me no choice but to administer a fitting punishment. Ah, Bulma-chan, the remedy. I understand that the subsequent events may not captivate everyone's interest. So let us summon our whimsical pink octopus friend to lend a hand. King Crimson, a day and a night later. Bulma reclines against the headboard, savoring a lollipop, her spirits elevated. Indeed, in every conceivable way. Now, Alice, there's no need to hide. It's not as if you've never seen it before. Why the shyness? Alice could only cast a resentful glance at Bulma. Beast? As long as it can consume meat, it matters not whether it is a beast or not. Rogue. Indeed. You speak the truth. Pervert? What of it? Do you dare to contest? If you do, let us continue. Alice hurriedly wrapped herself in a blanket, exposing only her head, and expressed her thanks for the invitation, remarking that it made her feel warm like a corpse. What a peculiar notion. Are you the scion, or am I? It seems you are completely unaffected, while I bear all the burdens. Life feels overwhelmingly difficult. Ah. Recalling those days of running beneath the sunset brings back memories of my lost youth, though perhaps it is better to refrain from such reflections. How bittersweet. Suddenly, Bulma embraced Alice, asking, What's wrong? Are you angry? I'm not upset, yet you seem to be. Be good. Let me give you a kiss. No, stop. So sweet. Just as I expected from you, Alice. Your flavor is nothing short of delightful vanilla. Alice, silence. If I ever indulge in this flavor of pudding again, I shall be a dog. 2 seconds later. Woof. Emma, the aroma of this vanilla pudding is truly delightful. What? You say I've been soothed already? Please. The prototype of my internship outfit is Anubis, so a playful bark seems rather fitting for my character, does it not? Moreover, I am not merely a terrestrial being. I am, in fact, a scion. What of it if my race undergoes transformations? Do not disturb me while I indulge in this pudding. Bulma, observing Alice savoring pudding in her embrace, believes this to be the epitome of a perfect conclusion. Bulma-chan, would you like some? She inquires, offering a spoonful near Bulma's lips. Go ahead. I'll have the kitchen prepare some food for you to replenish your strength. Bulma, feeling affectionate, rolls her eyes at Alice's swift change of demeanor, pushes her away in mild exasperation, and then rises to freshen up. Alice paid no heed to the others, continuing to indulge in her pudding. Why not wash up together? Oh, don't be ridiculous. I can hardly rise. That fierce girl shows no mercy, and my legs are still weak from the earlier exertion. Once she finished her pudding, Alice succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, though how long she could not tell, until Bulma stirred her awake. Let me sleep a little longer, Bulma. I am truly exhausted. Alice, it's time for breakfast. Where are you? Turning around, she spotted a peculiar creature crawling on the floor, making its way out of the room. One might mistake it for a new species. Upon closer inspection, however, it became clear that it was none other than Alice. Are you here cosplaying a caterpillar or a broken-legged cat? You are quite swift in your crawling. Alice asserted that nothing and no one could deter her from enjoying her meal. Absolutely no one. Except for the hairless cat and the grinning tiger, Weiss, as they were simply too formidable. However, when she arrived at the dining table, she was taken aback. This can't be right, Bulma. Is this table setting truly appropriate for today? Alice cast an uncertain glance at Bulma and then at the dining table. The spread before her resembled a battleground, a feast that hinted at a struggle for survival. For the first time in her life, Alice wore an expression of existential doubt as she surveyed the table laden with a veritable lethal quantity of food. This was no ordinary meal. It was akin to a refueling station. Quite a sight, I assent it, dear Alice. Now, open wide. The pill is spicy. Bulma continued her relentless pursuit. After today, I would no longer be Super Alice, but rather Speedy Alice. Then, Alice noticed a sharp object floating by in the distance. Before she could utter a word, the figure vanished in an instant. Alice, you would do well to finish your meal. Otherwise, I may find myself displeased, and you know the consequences of my displeasure. However, if you comply and finish your food, perhaps my good spirits might afford you a reduction in your sentence. Bulma observed Alice's inclination to flee, her expression darkening as she threatened her. With tears in her eyes, Alice sat at the table, consuming an array of food, while Bulma rested her chin on her hand. Observing her, be good. You are merely eating, not venturing towards your demise. Alice expressed her newfound willingness to embrace death. For who can truly determine the timing of one's demise? Yet, should she consume these items, it is likely that even if she survives the night, she would be left in a state of discomfort. Such a good girl, she said, patting her head. Bulma, could you please refrain from laughing? It frightens me. What is there to fear? Bulma promptly engaged Alice in a close encounter, akin to a chilling moment from a horror film. Everything is all right now. Alice expressed how Bulma's expression seemed utterly disarming. Perhaps it is better to perish early and be reborn. Bulma chose not to elaborate, merely observing Alice as she devoured her food with great appetite. Meanwhile, Vegeta, seated at a distance, felt an inexplicable sense of loss, coupled with the acquisition of something else. It was akin to the vegetables on his plate. Shaking his head, Vegeta dismissed the thought, attributing it to mere illusion. After all, Raditz, that insufferable fellow, was entangled with a woman from this planet, much like Kakarot. How outrageous. Should he also seek a companion? Bulma? Absolutely not. He feared being annihilated by that white-haired girl. Moreover, he had no desire to be deemed a disgrace to the Saiyans, especially when considering that particular white-haired warrior, who, despite being a formidable Saiyan, could be overpowered by a mere woman. Such disgrace was intolerable. Perhaps it was better to remain silent, lest that white-haired demon discover his thoughts. On the other side, Alice finished her meal with a satisfied burp. Great job, Alice. Now, let us attend to business, she declared, seizing Alice by the tail and dragging her upstairs. Why the tail, you ask? Well, grabbing her elsewhere might provoke her to flee, especially since she was now lively and animated after her feast. Come on, Alice. Welcome to the realm of delight. Chapter 73. Returning to another universe after a few days of tranquility, Bulma announced, I shall be out for a few days. Unless. Are you referring to your master? It's fine. They are enjoying their meal in the courtyard. What? Those two old geezers have arrived and are not coming to rescue me? How utterly despicable. It wasn't that there was no rescue. It was merely that they had been bribed with food. Alice was rendered speechless. Indeed, this seemed like something they were capable of doing. After all, she often prepared dishes for them that they did not particularly enjoy, all under the pretense of not wasting food. Alas, she was truly reaping the consequences of her own actions. With a surge of anger, Alice stormed off to confront Bylus and the others. For while mutual mischief was one matter, the question of whether to save someone was entirely another. Master, are you enjoying your meal? Alice suddenly appeared ominously behind Beerus. Ahem, it's Alice. Have you been enjoying yourself these past few days? Beerus remarked nonchalantly, laced with a hint of playful sarcasm. Alice gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Splendid. It couldn't be any better. Is Master enjoying his meal? Weiss replied, Lord Beerus has been quite content with his meals these past few days, young Alice. Very well. You two wait for me. Once I have rested adequately, I shall prepare a delightful feast for you." With that, she stormed off in a huff, only to be yanked back by Beerus. "Once your affairs here are settled, you may return." "Return? To where?" "My home is right here." "Utter another word, and I shall remind you just how I earned the title of God of Destruction." "Understood, Master." "No problem, Master." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Alice immediately became compliant. "Do you think I am timid?" "That is simply not the case. I merely act according to my heart." "Master, I would like to inquire about what I should do if someone wishes to find me here, as there are indeed many unstable factors in this realm." "You need not worry about that. After our visit to this universe, we have already left behind a unique mark here. If necessary, simply call upon Whis." "All right, Master. I adore you. Now, I shall first inform Bulma before I embark on my journey." With that, Alice swiftly entered to explain to Bulma her intention to travel to the God of Destruction's planet for training. "Must you leave, Alice? I find it hard to part with you." "Bulma, my dear, I am not leaving forever. I will return often. When I do, you can say whatever you wish, all right? You promise, dear Alice?" For reasons unknown, Bulma's use of the term dear brought about an unsettling premonition. "I shall take my leave now. But wait, let me have a kiss before I go." Alice, feeling helpless, embraced Bulma and planted a quick kiss on her cheek before swiftly fleeing, fearing Bulma's potential retaliation. Upon Alice's return, Whis rose to his feet and gently tapped the ground with his staff, causing the three of them to vanish from their original location. "Master Whis, once you arrive at your destination, kindly inform me. Has little Alice overexerted herself? It seems that she has indeed been on the receiving end of things," he mused. "Not at all. I am the ultimate attacker," Alice retorted. Whis offered no rebuttal, merely casting a teasing glance at Alice, suggesting that he was unaware of her recent plight, where she had been treated like a helpless kitten, requiring assistance even for her meals. "Master, your expression betrays you," he remarked. Alice rubbed her forehead. "Is it truly acceptable for a deity to gossip about the affairs of others all day long? And you hairless cat, what are you nodding for?" "Never mind, Master. Are you truly going over there to ascertain the nature of the god of Saiyans?" "Well, the information I received in my dreams suggests that this individual will be my greatest adversary in the future," as Beerus responded with utmost seriousness. Alice gazed at Beerus with a puzzled expression before inquiring, "Isn't the god of the Saiyans also one who harnesses divine energy for their own use, much like you?" Beerus shook his head. To be deemed a god and possess divine energy is but one of the prerequisites. However, such individuals lack their own path and cannot truly be regarded as divine. Take me, for instance. I am called the God of Destruction because I embody the power of destruction. This is my unique journey. Consequently, those who merely wield divine energy are, at best, superficial pretenders to divinity. He then turned to Alice and continued, "Much like yourself, you now possess the qualifications to ascend to godhood. After all, you have forged your own path. You are no longer simply adept at wielding divine energy, but have harmonized it with your own essence." Alice felt a sense of disappointment upon hearing this. "However, Master, I feel that transforming into that form requires quite a considerable amount of energy. The path ahead of you is still long. If one day you can master that state flawlessly, you will become immensely powerful. But the prerequisite is that you must not lose your reason." Recalling a moment when she inadvertently provoked Alice to the point of losing her composure, the surge of power that ensued was terrifying, yet it posed a vulnerability, blurring the lines between friend and foe. Yes, I understand." Thus, Alice engaged in a profound exchange of insights with Beerus along their journey. Observing the contemplative Alice, Beerus mused inwardly, "Devote yourself to your training, Alice. I sense that significant events may unfold in the future. Such matters are beyond my intervention, for I am a god of destruction, not anyone's caretaker." In the future, Bulma would exclaim, "Indeed, you are absolutely right. Aside from Piccolo, you have become the second great caretaker, and I, much like Piccolo, am always at the ready." Alice pondered the extent to which her transformation relied solely on her physical strength and the conversion of energy within her body. In other words, the duration of this unique state was entirely contingent upon her capacity to store energy and the efficiency of its conversion. During the energy conversion process, much energy was squandered due to the inability to convert it swiftly. She contemplated the necessity of focusing on this aspect of her training upon returning. For if she could wield her divine energy with the same ease as transforming into Super Saiyan, her state could be utilized as a standard transformation. While Alice was lost in her thoughts, they once again arrived on Earth in another universe. However, their arrival caused a stir among the Z warriors, who were visibly tense. Naturally, when asked how they were aware of this, it was due to the revelation from the Supreme Kai. Note, it is important to clarify that in this narrative, Son Goku and his companion's Super Saiyan Blue transformation does not occur as effortlessly as depicted in the television series. Rather, its usage is situational. The premise here suggests that the energy leakage of Super Saiyan Blue is comparable to that of Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3, as otherwise, the transformation would seem too trivial. It is understandable to transform into Super Saiyan Blue to face someone like Krillin, but transforming for a battle against Piccolo, given his prowess, seems less warranted. And as for Golden Frieza, it is needless to mention, as he is directly contrasted with Super Saiyan Blue. Chapter 74. Are you playing around? What a bother. Does Master truly enjoy being so ostentatious? Is that so? Just look at your arrogant demeanor. It's as if you wish to announce to the world your intent to wreak havoc. Hey, I am the god of destruction. If I am not here to cause destruction, do you expect me to engage in romance instead? Who knows? Never mind. I shall not meddle in your affairs. I have some matters to attend to. With that, Alice took flight, leaving Beerus to watch her depart, sighing, "Ah, the child has grown and no longer listens to her master." Alice paid no heed to the expression of Beerus behind her. Her current objective was to obtain a Senza bean from the Earth's cat god. After all, the ability she had wished for from the dragon required a tangible item to serve as its template. Although the effectiveness was diminished by half, it could still remedy numerous shortcomings, such as the leakage issues caused by the inability to fully convert divine energy in special forms. Alice soared towards the direction of Corinta. The cat sage atop the tower sensed her approach and was seized by a wave of panic. The cat sage anxiously paced back and forth within the tower, when suddenly, Akalobe leapt forth to cause a ruckus. "Do you have any magic beans left? I'm starving." Though the cat sage heard him, he had no desire to entertain the gluttonous creature at that moment. His priority was to deal with Alice. Akalobe, noticing the cat sage's disregard, raised his voice even further. "Cat sage, I'm going to scream my head off. Don't you realize there is danger approaching?" Fuming, the cat sage sprang up and struck Akalobe with a swift blow. "How can you think of nothing but food all day long? If it weren't for this individual, he wouldn't be left with such a pitifully small reserve of beans." Indeed, when Sun Wukong came seeking aid, he could only offer his scant supply of emergency beans. "Oh, what a delightful scene we have here, indulging in a playful quarrel." Alice leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, observing their banter with amusement. Akalobe retorted, "Who is engaging in playful banter with him?" "You're mistaken." In less than 3 seconds, he transitioned from a tirade to a meek demeanor. Now, Akalobe was displaying a newfound obedience. He was merely a glutton, not a fool. After all, the individual who had approached them unnoticed and undetected must possess formidable strength. Moreover, he had been thoroughly intimidated by the terrifying aura Alice had deliberately exuded. At this moment, Akalobe was devoid of his earlier bravado. Instead, he sat trembling upon the ground, gazing at Alice in sheer terror. "Oh, don't be alarmed. I come with no ill intent. I simply wish to request something from this white cat." The cat sage stammered, "What is it?" "Do not be so anxious. It is nothing particularly special, merely a few magic beans. After all, such items are incredibly extraordinary. Thus, I specifically came to procure a few beans. I trust you wouldn't refuse my humble request, would you?" "And no, I wouldn't dare." The cat sage hastily scurried to a corner, retrieved a cloth bag, and dutifully presented it to Alice. Alice glanced inside to behold the meager handful of magic beans. Appearing rather shabby, Alice did not take more than necessary. She only took 2 beans, one to serve as a seed and the other to be used as a sample. Afterward, she returned the remaining beans to the cat sage, stating that 2 would suffice and that the rest were to be returned. The cat sage, flustered, hurriedly accepted the beans Alice had given back, initially fearing that all the magical beans on Earth might be completely depleted. He let out a sigh of relief. Alice gazed at the adorable cat fairy, unable to resist the urge to embrace it, and began to gently pet its soft fur. "What a lovely little kitten. Would you like some fish?" As she continued to stroke the cat, she retrieved a plate of small fish treats. The cat fairy, who had just moments ago resisted, was instantly captivated by the enticing aroma of the fish. The cat fairy thought, "I initially intended to refuse, but she has offered me fish. She is truly a kind soul. Anyone who dares to slander her character as wicked must know that those who provide fish to cats are inherently good." Alice gazed at the suddenly silent cat immortal, finding it rather amusing. Suddenly, she sensed a rising energy, one that was both familiar and yet strangely foreign. Such a potent aura. Dear kitten, shall we venture forth to witness the commotion? The cat immortal, nibbling on a dried fish, promptly declined with a courteous refusal, stating, I am but a novice, and I prefer not to offer myself as a sacrifice. Alice did not impose. She gently placed the cat deity down and set several small plates of fish treats beside it before rising to sense Wiss's energy. In an instant, she teleported to Wiss's side. Had Master Beerus finally discovered the Super Saiyan God he had yearned for? Wiss shook his head, clarifying that it was merely a special form catalyzed under certain conditions. I had hoped to witness a thrilling scene. Yet, young Alice must not voice such sentiments. After all, Lord Beerus had exerted 70% of his power this time. Alice inquired whether this 70% is based on a 1,000-point or 10,000-point system. Oh well. It matters not to her. She would rather enjoy the performance in peace. Yet, Master Bylus, could you not act a bit more convincingly? Where is the intensity you displayed when striking me? It seems you are merely playing around here, while you unleash a barrage of attacks on me. You seem to take it lightly when facing Sun Wukong. Alice crouched in a corner, drawing circles while cursing Beerus. She looked up, feeling a wave of isolation wash over her as she observed, What are you all doing? Playing house like children? Why are you even using your mouths? She continued, The way you fight resembles the innocent games of children. Master, you are so biased. Goku, do not let me down. Take a few more bites, bite fiercely, and vanquish this accursed, biased, hairless cat. Alice gritted her teeth as she watched Beerus frolicking in space with Goku. She recalled her own encounter with Beerus, during which she had only managed to recover thanks to Whis, often arriving for treatment half dead. Why was Whis so serious and relentless during their training sessions, while Beerus seemed to be merely playing here? It seemed rather unfair. Whis could only shrug, indicating that he was at a loss too. Yet, the thought of Alice returning from her rigorous training sessions with Beerus, often crawling back for Wiss's healing or being dragged back by Beerus, painted a rather dismal picture. In comparison, her situation appeared quite tragic. Whis internally lit a candle for Beerus, hoping for his continued tranquility, for Alice's methods of torment were indeed boundless, particularly when it came to food. Lord Beerus, may you fare well. I shall miss you. Chapter 75. The irked Beerus. Alice was listlessly observing the duel between Sun Wukong and Beerus, increasingly perplexed by the spectacle. Why had Beerus decided to indulge in playful antics, seemingly cooperating with Sun Wukong's frolicsome antics? Did Sun Wukong possess some sort of charm? The first time she encountered him, she felt the same bewilderment. Her mind had inexplicably dulled. Clearly, the battle could have been resolved swiftly, yet he chose to squander time with that fellow instead. Nevertheless, it was rather amusing to witness her master's whimsical behavior from time to time. Whis then presented Alice with a plate of pudding, saying, Here, enjoy some, little Alice. Eating while watching will surely enhance the experience. Alice accepted the pudding handed to her by Whis, savoring it in delicate bites. Master, is Lord Beerus not a bit too bored? It seems he has taken to playing. Perhaps he is simply overindulged. Upon our return, I must prepare a sumptuous feast for him. Whis felt a bead of cold sweat. He hoped Alice would not involve him, as he yearned to continue enjoying his tranquil existence on the Destroyer-S planet. And do ensure, Master Whis, that upon your return, you diligently supervise him in fulfilling his obligations. Otherwise, I may very well add a little extra for you as well. Ahem, rest assured, dear Alice. For that is indeed Lord Beerus's responsibility. Sighing, Alice found watching them to be exceedingly dull, declaring, I shall join in the fun. With that, she unleashed her energy and soared into the sky. Whoosh. Only then did those on the ground realize Alice's presence. Had it not been for her sudden display of energy, they would have remained oblivious. Naturally, her aura was unfamiliar to most, save for Vegeta. As Alice soared through the air, she removed her mask and casually hung it at her waist. Hey, Master Beerus, engaging in combat with him must be rather dull, right? Why not let me join the fray? It would provide me the perfect opportunity to assess the extent of your strength's enhancement. Son Goku cast a puzzled glance at Alice, then turned to Beerus, scratching his head in confusion. It was perplexing how these two familiar faces had resorted to clashing with one another. Alice initiated her transformation into Super Saiyan 2, wielding a blade of energy in her right hand, and launched a direct strike towards Beerus. Observing the impending attack, Beerus swiftly evaded, for although it appeared deceptively mundane, its sharpness was indeed formidable. Seeing their frantic engagement, Goku decided to join the fray, not to overwhelm with numbers, but to collaborate strategically. As Alice observed Beerus ensnared by Son Goku, she instantaneously teleported behind him, unleashing a sphere of dark purple energy. Caught off guard by this formidable assault, Beerus was propelled away by the overwhelming force. "Hey Alice, that hurt. Bakayuru," he exclaimed, casually hurling an energy blast in her direction. Alice, undeterred, soared forth to meet the energy blast head-on, slicing through it with her sword just before impact. Upon severing the blast, she conjured a whip of energy with her left hand and lashed it towards Beerus. In response, Son Goku swiftly moved to fill the gap, continuing to entangle Beerus. With a flick of his wrist, Beerus effortlessly reverted Son Goku to his normal state, then unleashed several energy blasts towards him. "What?" Son Goku exclaimed, realizing that without the aid of divine energy, he was unable to evade the onslaught and was sent flying a considerable distance. He soon discovered that without the divine energy, he could no longer sense Beerus's aura and was left to rely solely on his eyesight to track Beerus's movements. Alice cast a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong, choosing not to dwell on him any further, and instead focused intently on her battle with Beerus. "This won't suffice. I cannot afford to miss the real challenge," she declared, amplifying her energy once more before initiating her transformation again. Boom, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh," Beerus remarked. "Oh, this form resembles that state quite closely. Though your energy has diminished significantly, dear Alice." "Indeed, but I've had ample sparring with my master. Prepare to receive my strike." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong observed Alice's transformation with astonishment. "Incredible. She's even more powerful than my Super Saiyan God form." At that moment, Alice's Super Saiyan 4 state completely captivated Sun Wukong's attention. Her appearance was undeniably striking, wild, imposing, yet exuding an undeniable strength. However, just as Sun Wukong was lost in thought, Alice, who had been flung away by Beerus, crashed directly into him. "Damn it!" Alice erupted in fury once more and soared towards Beerus, two energy blades coalescing in her hands. As she approached Beerus, the blades began to slash at his various body parts. Just as Beerus attempted to evade her strikes, he was unexpectedly attacked from behind. To my astonishment, I realized that the blow delivered to Beerus had been executed by a mere clone. "Master, this is a technique I learned from you. After all, one must not shy away from deception," Alice proclaimed, summoning 4 additional clones. Once they emerged, she swiftly retreated to a distance to consume a Senzu bean and replenish her energy. "Go," she commanded, and in an instant, 5 clones charged forward to besiege Beerus. Beerus observed these clones with keen interest. Their strength was slightly inferior to his true form, yet the disparity was not substantial. It seemed he would need to adopt a more serious approach. With a narrowed gaze, he fixed his eyes on Alice, who was at a distance indulging in her beans. At that moment, a faint purple aura enveloped Beerus. Sensing the energy radiating from him, Alice's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. She understood that Beerus had commenced in earnest. "Damn it." Alice gritted her teeth and joined the fray. After exchanging blows with Beerus for 2 rounds, she and her clone leaped back, her hands coming together and then unfolding towards Beerus, while the clone formed a single-handed palm strike. Galna burst. X5 Galna cataclysm. The explosion reverberated, boom. Yet it was not over. Without hesitation, she continued to unleash a barrage of small energy blasts into the remnants of the explosion. After an extended assault, her energy was nearly depleted, and the clone dissipated. Panting heavily, she continued to consume the low-grade Senzu bean she had replicated. Indeed, it seemed she was of little use to her master. It was a commendable attack. But before Beerus could finish his thought, he was struck by an incoming attack. Kamehameha. Laughter erupted. "Master, I never imagined you would be caught by such an attack." Beerus glared at Goku with gritted teeth. This remark had humiliated him in front of his young disciple. It appeared he would need to deliver some punishment before obedience could be expected. With that thought, he directed a swift strike towards Goku, sending him flying through the air. Chapter 76. Out of place next is you, Alice declared. Upon hearing this, Alice shrugged nonchalantly and continued her flight towards Beerus. After all, she was destined to face a beating regardless. Thus, it was better to take the initiative and disrupt his offensive rhythm. At this moment, she could not afford to split herself, for doing so would drastically diminish her combat prowess in an instant, particularly if she were to divide into 5, rendering her exceedingly vulnerable. Beerus raised his hand, conjuring a colossal energy sphere with a swift, zero-frame motion. Upon witnessing the energy projectile, Alice felt as if her molars might shatter. She had frequently succumbed to the force of such blasts, leaving her with a lingering trauma associated with them. Damn it! Alice could only helplessly muster a feeling of equivalence to defend herself, yet it remained a mere drop in the ocean. For the disparity in strength between the two could be likened to that of an adult and an infant. Alice was entirely engulfed by that surge of energy. When the explosion subsided, only a figure with a swirling aura remained. Beerus lifted Alice in his arms and cast a glance at the unconscious Goku before delivering a hefty kick that sent him hurtling back to Earth. Humph. Why not take him along as well? He isn't my disciple. It's quite commendable that I could send him back at all. Beerus returned to Whis, signaling for him to revive Alice. Whis remained indifferent. Lord Beerus, this is for your own good. If I restore young Alice now, your favorable days may soon come to an end. It seemed to be the case. Perhaps it was best to eat something first, as he felt rather famished. Whis gazed at his unreliable deity with exasperation. Alas, even Alice's work ethic surpassed his. Yet, here was this official destroyer, idling away in a cycle of feasting and slumber. What else could he possibly offer? So, Lord Beerus, shall we return now, or wait a while? Of course, we shall linger a bit longer. I haven't had my fill yet. Very well, then I shall take young Alice to rest for a bit. With that, he gently placed Alice on a chaise lounge and resumed feasting alongside Beerus. It seemed that those of great power shared a common trait, a predilection for food. Beerus was like this, and so too was Whis. When Alice finally awoke, she found both her masters engrossed in their meal. Master Whis, have you awakened? I thought you'd be out for much longer. Could you not have healed me? Must I recover on my own? Whis, feeling a bit awkward, could only muster an explanation. This serves as a form of training for you. All right. I wouldn't deny you sustenance. Is it truly necessary, master? Cough, cough. Alice wobbled as she rose to her feet, then procured some faux divine beans and consumed a few. I am revived. Master, regarding your recent demeanor, I feel compelled to do something for you. Do refrain, little Alice. If you must, direct your efforts towards Lord Beerus. I find myself quite unnecessary in this regard. That simply cannot be, dear Whis. After all, it is only proper for a family to remain united and whole, so you cannot evade this duty, dear Whis. With a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, Whis thought to himself, I shall simply ensure that all those matters are entrusted to Beerus. How astute of me. Beerus interjected. I appreciate your efforts, truly. Alice gazed at the cheerful atmosphere surrounding her, yet inexplicably felt a sense of suffocation in her heart. The lively scene ignited within her an urge to obliterate it all. However, such thoughts remained mere musings. She turned to her mentor, Vis, and said, Master, I still have a month of vacation left, don't I? What's the matter, little Alice? You seem rather downcast. Does this scene evoke feelings of homesickness? Perhaps, she replied. I can't quite articulate it. Initially, I felt indifferent, but witnessing the interactions among the people here stirred something within me, making me wish to ruin the blissful moments they share. As Alice observed the multitude surrounding Sun Wukong, she felt a distinct sense of disconnection. Having spent the past year living on the destruction god planet, she had not experienced this feeling until now. Even during her solitary days, she had never sensed such a disparity, but the vibrant atmosphere here stirred a longing for her previous abode, although she had only recently returned from there. This brief visit highlighted the absence of a place she could truly call her own. This realization incited a sense of restlessness within her, at least in that realm. There was Bulma, along with Mrs. Brief, who often invited her on shopping excursions, a warmth that enveloped her and was hard to resist. Alice had never known her parents, having embarked on her journey after a few years with Yanaga. Initially accustomed to solitude and yearning for attention, she found herself creating numerous comical situations and attracting much attention when she first ventured into the cosmos. Perhaps this was driven by the desire to be remembered by others. Upon arriving on Earth, she encountered Bulma. At first, she found the incessant chatter of the Earthlings rather bothersome, akin to the irritating individuals she had encountered in the universe. There were moments when she wished to silence them with a swift strike. However, as time passed, she realized that Mrs. Brief and Bulma were genuinely kind, treating her with the care of family. This was perhaps the familial affection she had always craved. Contemplating this, Alice lay back, watching flocks of birds soaring across the sky. How wonderful it is, Master. Look at the birds above. They, like the people here, have their companions and homes, living freely, pursuing their desires, and traveling wherever they wish without concern for what lies ahead. Even when faced with challenges, they have their companions to support, accompany, and protect them. How lovely it is. Master Whis, little Alice and all of us are here for you. If you grow weary, remember, we are behind you. With that, Alice rose and stretched, turning to Whis and saying, I feel much better now. Let us venture into the cosmos for some relaxation. After Alice finished speaking, she soared into the sky. At that moment, Beerus emerged from beside Whis, holding a small cake. Is this truly acceptable? There is nothing amiss. After all, Lady Beerus, Alice is your disciple. Allow her some time to clear her mind. I believe her return will herald a significant breakthrough, as she has endured much for far too long. Well then, I shall eagerly anticipate the path she will tread in the future. Whis regarded Beerus with a silent smile, then lifted his gaze to the heavens. Indeed, you are a remarkably contradictory individual, Lord Beerus. Humph. Chapter 77. Intoxication. Alice soared into the cosmos. As she gazed upon the resplendent beauty surrounding her, the magnificence of it all stirred a sense of disquiet within her heart. A yearning to obliterate it all surged forth. Alice gathered a colossal sphere of energy in her hand, which swelled increasingly larger, making her appear as diminutive as an ant in comparison to its immense presence. As Alice observed the energy orb nearing its culmination, she casually cast it aside. The unfortunate celestial body she targeted was obliterated by her own energy sphere. It was merely a stroke of ill fate for that hapless planet, and she bore no responsibility for it. Go forth, and annihilate those obtrusive entities. Destroy them all. How bothersome they are. Hiki, let this spectacle of fireworks become even more resplendent by vanquishing those unwelcome distractions. Hiki. Alice's neurotic display was clearly observed by Whis through the crystal sphere atop his staff. Beerus remarked, Is this truly of no concern? Alice appears quite off. To which Whis replied, Not to worry, it is of no consequence. Beerus countered, But this seems decidedly amiss. Nevertheless, let it be. Those planets were not up to standard anyway. Even if they were, it matters little, as long as my dear pupil is in good spirits. Should it still be insufficient, I shall present her with something grander. Whis commented, You certainly indulge her. Beerus retorted, You are no different. You personally sought the Super Dragon Balls to restore Alice's arm. Whis chuckled, Oh, I had no intention of wrongdoing, Lord Beerus. It was her own will. Beerus dismissed Wiss's playful banter, for Alice was indeed his beloved pupil. What else could he do but indulge her? Suddenly, the earth began to tremble violently. Everyone was caught off guard by this abrupt upheaval, as it did not resemble a typical earthquake. Bulma hurried to Beerus, inquiring about the cause. Beerus stated nonchalantly that it was merely Alice igniting fireworks. The crowd exclaimed, Fireworks? Is that truly the case? Such a commotion. Beerus paid no mind to their expressions. If he said it was fireworks, then it was indeed fireworks. Should anyone dare to challenge that, he would personally demonstrate how these fireworks came to be, believing Earth to be quite suitable for the spectacle. In the universe, Sparalashi, this fireworks display is magnificent. Yet, wait, what am I doing? How did I inadvertently ruin so much? Will Master Beerus strip me of my title? This is a disaster. I am utterly doomed. Upon awakening, Alice felt a twinge of anxiety. Who could have anticipated that her sudden surge of enthusiasm would arise? She was acutely aware of the consequences that would ensue once her fervor ignited. Nevertheless, she resolved that enduring a reprimand was a trivial matter. After all, she had faced scolding before. Beerus remarked, There is no need for concern. The more you disrupt, the more my delight flourishes. You are, after all, my reincarnated guardians on this path of slumber. After Alice underwent a shift in her mindset, she felt a sense of relief. After all, it was merely a matter of enduring criticism. If that were the case, then let there be more of it. However, she reconsidered, recognizing that the repercussions of this incident had already been sufficient to cause the collapse of some weaker planets. Thus, she decided to leave it at that. Oh, how clever I am, she thought to herself, and with that, Alice soared away. The other planets remarked upon her perceived superiority, acknowledging her remarkable nature, as if to watch her as one would admire fireworks. Alice discovered a fragment left behind after the destruction of a planet and then settled down to admire the scenery of the universe. It is truly breathtaking. However, behind this beauty lies a profound sadness, for there is not a single place that I can call home. Alice took out the bottle and took a few sips, pondering for a moment before indulging in another, ultimately deciding to finish it off, as there was hardly any left. Alice gazed at the empty bottle of liquor. Well, having already consumed one bottle, why not indulge in another? Within less than an hour, Alice had downed 3 bottles of white spirits. The observing Whis and Beerus sensed impending chaos as Alice retrieved yet another bottle. "This little one drinks at an alarming pace. She's bound to be intoxicated," exclaimed Beerus, abandoning his dessert to leap onto Whis's back, clinging to his hair and urging him to react, while others might indulge in drunken revelry without consequence. Alice's inebriation could spell disaster for the universe. Currently, only he and Whis possessed the ability to reign in Alice, yet neither was present at the scene. The thought of Alice inebriated and unruly sent shivers down their spines. Whis remained unperturbed, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. Should Alice continue drinking, the entire galaxy could suffer. Meanwhile, Bulma, who was delivering their meal, found the scene quite baffling. Just as she contemplated voicing her confusion, Beerus interrupted. "Have you located Alice? Hurry, or we may face grave consequences." "I found her." Upon this declaration, the two vanished in an instant. Bulma was left bewildered, wondering what had transpired that necessitated such haste. At that moment, Alice hiccuped. "Why is the world spinning? It's so annoying." She concentrated once more, conjuring a massive energy sphere, far larger than the previous one. "Oops, my hand slipped. Oh well, let's try again." She began to form yet another energy ball, each one more colossal than the last. If this were to explode, it could spell doom for the cosmos. Just as Alice prepared to launch the enormous energy sphere, Beerus and Whis materialized behind her, swiftly incapacitating her with a decisive strike, causing the energy ball to dissipate. Beerus then directed his hand toward the other energy sphere, employing his divine power. Destruction. Observing the formidable energy sphere capable of obliterating portions of the universe instilled a sense of urgency within Beerus. A few more seconds of delay could have catastrophic implications. "Oh dear, the Omni King or the Grand Minister would certainly summon me for tea if this went awry. Dear disciple, it would be wise to refrain from drinking in the future," he advised. "Whis, perhaps it would be best for Alice to return home for a few days. At this rate, she could encounter serious trouble." Whis sighed, conceding to the suggestion. He had never anticipated that Alice's trouble stemmed merely from a foul mood. Who could have foreseen her turning to alcohol? Did she not realize her own limits? If no one were present, it would have been quite the spectacle, leaving one to wonder how her companions in her universe managed to intervene when she indulged in spirits. In the realm of the Alice universe, Bulma reassured her, stating that there was nothing to worry about. All that was needed was to hold her while she slept, as it was remarkably soothing. Chapter 78. Tenderness. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Alice rubbed her temples and rose from the bed. Wait a moment, wasn't she in the universe? How did she awaken to find herself nestled in her own cocoon? Oh, hold on, this layout seems oddly familiar. This isn't her own cozy nook. Moreover, the architecture surrounding her bears no resemblance to the desolate god of destruction's planet. The walls, too, reflect a style native to Earth. Most importantly, there lingers a scent that is strikingly recognizable. Upon glancing down, she realized she had been transported back to Earth, specifically to her own universe. It appeared she had indulged a bit too much and succumbed to the whims of inebriation. Truly, this cannot be laid at my feet. It was that bottle of wine that enticed me, despite my intentions to merely sample a sip. Alice, you're awake. I shall prepare a bowl of hangover soup for you, Bulma exclaimed, attempting to rise, only to be gently restrained by Alice, who yearned for a moment of quiet embrace. Just stay for a little while, just a little while. Alice murmured in Bulma's embrace, expressing her desire to linger a little longer with her. What's wrong? It's only been a short while since we last met, and you're already like this. I just want to spend more time with you. Is that all right, Bulma? All right. We can stay a little longer. Have you encountered something troubling over there? No, I simply wish to be with you for a while longer. Bulma, with a sense of resignation, held Alice closer. When Whis returned Alice, he had mentioned that Alice was experiencing confusion and uncertainty about certain matters in her life, or perhaps about herself. Thus, Alice found herself in a state of anxiety, grappling with feelings of insecurity and a lack of belonging. Such emotions do not surface when one is alone, but once one has experienced connection or intimacy, these feelings can easily erupt. Alice had long yearned for familial love, friendship, and other connections. In her solitary existence, she unconsciously brushed aside these desires. Yet, when she witnessed the beauty of companionship, having someone to care for her when weary, someone to worry for her when injured, she realized these were experiences she had never truly possessed. Despite having lived on Earth for quite some time, she had instinctively overlooked such sentiments. However, in observing others, she became acutely aware of the emotions she had deliberately ignored and the longings that had once consumed her. After all, it is akin to a person accustomed to darkness. Upon encountering light, they may fall in love with its brilliance. Yet, when they discover that this light does not illuminate their path, confusion, fear, despair, and even downfall may ensue. Presently, she finds herself adrift, uncertain of her true home or where she belongs. Bulma gently embraced Alice, patting her back. Alice, this is your home. Here, you have me and a family that loves you. If you feel weary, just return. So, do not envy those around you. The things you long for have always been by your side. All you need to do is look back, for what you desire has been here all along. Thank you. Bulma. I will, Alice replied. Good, dear Alice. Now lie still while I prepare a restorative soup for you. It will help you feel better, Bulma said. And I would like a generous portion of the vanilla pudding you make, Alice added. Very well, as you wish. You truly are a little glutton, Bulma remarked with a smile before rising to leave. Alice gazed at Bulma's departing figure, a warm sensation enveloping her being. It was truly delightful. She realized that she had long possessed a sense of belonging, merely overlooked until now. Alice descended from her bed, barefoot, and made her way to the kitchen. Leaning against the doorframe, she observed Bulma's diligent figure. Gently, she embraced her from behind. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Aren't you the least bit embarrassed? Not at all, for I am yours, she replied. You promised me that, so there is no shame in this. What is wrong with me holding my beloved? Goodness. When did you suddenly become so articulate? How could you utter such words? Do you not like it? I do. But I find you most adorable when you are teary-eyed and begging for mercy. That version of you compels me to continue teasing you. How annoying. All right then. Hurry and put on your shoes. Be cautious not to catch a chill. Don't tell me that as a Saiyan, your constitution is different. Just the other day, Vegeta, who is also a Saiyan like you, caught a cold. Upon hearing this, Alice felt rather perplexed. How could Vegeta have caught a cold? This seemed to be the most dreadful cold joke of the year. Remarkably, she had never fallen ill herself. Logically speaking, since Vegeta belonged to the same lineage as herself, how could he succumb to illness? Yet, she overlooked the fact that she possessed healing magic, which, aside from its inability to revive the deceased or perform instantaneous restoration like the sins of beings, could indeed surpass the capabilities of those beings. This ability could be deemed a glitch in the realm of powers. While sins of beings could not cure certain ailments, her healing magic could provide complete recovery. Note: the author has deliberately established that certain illnesses and ailments are beyond the purview of sins of beings, which can only restore bodily condition, not heal disease. This is not intended to undermine the sins of beings, but rather to maintain balance. Vegeta remarked, "You are so self-righteous, so exceptional. As if possessing healing magic as a passive ability makes you superior. I am a Saiyan, not a superhuman. I cannot photosynthesize to cure ailments." Future Goku interjected, "So, I am merely a false Saiyan, destined to catch colds and suffer from heart disease." Quickly, go on, he added with a sigh. Family comes first, after all. Alice could only scamper upstairs to put on her shoes before descending once more. After a brief wait, Bulma emerged carrying a single bowl, and upon seeing this, Alice's expression immediately fell. "Bulma, where is my pudding? It needs to chill for a while, dear. First, drink this hangover soup." Hearing Bulma's words, Alice had no choice but to take the soup that Bulma presented and gulp it down. "Don't rush, it's still quite hot." Having finished it, Bulma looked at the somewhat childish Alice with a sense of helplessness before gathering her into her arms. "Alice, close your eyes." Alice obediently closed her eyes, and then she felt a gentle softness pressed against her lips. Bulma, firmly grasping the back of Alice's head, prevented any movement, leaving Alice in a state of dazed acceptance as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Bulma's waist in response to the kiss. However, there was something amiss with Bulma's demeanor. It seemed her other hand was behaving rather inappropriately. "Don't worry, Alice, no one will come here. This is my private sanctuary, and you won't be disturbed. So, may I?" Alice closed her eyes, relishing the gentle caress of Bulma. Observing that Alice did not resist, Bulma seized the moment and gently pressed her down onto the sofa. Chapter 79, Customized Training. Alice felt the breath of Bulma upon her. "Sure, do not speak. Simply relish the moment," Bulma whispered. The two figures intertwined, responding to one another in a harmonious embrace. Their swaying forms danced gracefully, both lost in their own world. "Bulma," Alice murmured, "please, I can't take any more." With tearful eyes, she gazed at Bulma. In response, Bulma gently caressed Alice's head and said, "This cannot be, my dear. I require you to repay what you owe." Alice gazed at Bulma with a pitiful expression, "But I am so tired." Upon hearing this, Bulma firmly grasped Alice's tail and exclaimed, "No, you are not tired." Alice found herself unable to resist as Bulma playfully grasped her tail, uncertain whether Alice's tail could endure such treatment. Indeed, it could not. Bulma was disinclined to hear any sounds of discomfort from Alice. What she desired was only the melodious hum of her voice. With a gentle kiss, Bulma silenced Alice, denying her even a moment to breathe. Time became an abstraction as the surroundings fell into disarray. Satisfied, Bulma retreated to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water, then prepared a glass of milk for Alice. Upon returning, she found Alice still panting heavily, her gaze seemingly lost in another realm. A satisfied smile graced Bulma's lips. Indeed, Alice was a sight to behold, utterly delightful and irresistibly enticing. The more one savored her, the more addictive she became. In a joyful mood, Bulma approached Alice with the glass of milk, encouraging her to drink. "Come now, have some milk to regain your strength. You look utterly exhausted." She leaned in closer, offering the milk to Alice. I'm not thirsty," Alice protested. Bulma furrowed her brow, wrapping her arms around Alice and delicately licking the beads of sweat from her face. "This scent, it's a fragrance of tension. Are you feeling anxious, dear Alice?" What?" Alice exclaimed in surprise. "Be good now, my dear. Drink your milk, and once you have, you may rest," Bulma coaxed gently. Alice, feeling somewhat aggrieved, finished her milk and drifted off to sleep in a daze. Bulma, with a sense of resignation, carried Alice to the bath, though the nature of the event remained uncertain. The following day, Alice, feeling utterly weak, attempted to rise but lost her balance and fell to the ground. Bulma treats Saiyans as if they are less than human. "My legs feel utterly incapacitated," she lamented. "What are you whining about, Alice?" It's nothing, truly. You must believe me." "Well, since you're up, let's go have a meal. My legs are too weak, I cannot stand." "Oh, I really can't do anything with you. Allow me to carry you down then." Alice, feeling a bit embarrassed, nestled into Bulma's embrace as she was carried away. Alice was carried out like a little chick, which felt somewhat embarrassing to admit. After all, I am a proud Super Saiyan, yet I was reduced to trembling legs by a mere earthling. Nevertheless, since I have already lost a considerable amount of dignity, I might as well eat. One's self-respect can be diminished, but hunger is a reality that cannot be ignored. If one skips a meal, it is indeed a genuine deprivation. A missed meal translates to a tangible loss. Alice expressed her reluctance towards such matters, asserting that she would rather endure the embarrassment of a few missteps than starve herself, for that would be far too distressing. Thus, let the embarrassment be what it may, the priority lies in sustenance. Suddenly, she recalled how inexplicably she had been sent back. "By the way, Bulma, did Master Whis mention to you why I was returned?" "They merely stated that you should take some time to rest and regain your composure before resuming your duties." "I knew it." Alice wore an expression that seemed to say, "As expected." "Well, this is quite nice. At least I can enjoy a longer period of rest." "Bulma, shall we go shopping tomorrow?" "That might not be feasible, Alice." "Why not?" "In your current condition, it is unlikely that you will have the energy to shop." Alice felt as though there was a semblance of reasoning behind it. Yet perhaps it was merely a desire to escape her gaze. What a feeble excuse. Nevertheless, she resolved to let it be, reassured by the fact that she would not incur any loss. After satisfying her hunger, Alice settled into a cross-legged position, quietly attuning herself to her own transformations. If her memory served her right, the events that transpired in another universe were recent occurrences, mere happenings of the past 2 years. With this in mind, she decided to diligently oversee their training. Currently, there were only a handful of warriors capable of combat on Earth. Selecting a few for training would enhance their chances against the artificial beings. Should they fail to resolve the aftermath, she would step in to tidy up the mess herself. Having made up her mind, Alice resumed her meditation. After all, maintaining a tranquil state of mind was a form of cultivation in itself. Excessive self-imposed pressure or relaxation often led to counterproductive outcomes. Just as Weiss had advised, cultivating under a positive mindset yielded far greater results. In the other universe, the training methods of Vegeta and Goku could be described as polar opposites. Goku was overly relaxed, while Vegeta's relentless pursuit of perfection resulted in a tense demeanor. She wondered how this universe's Vegeta comported himself, given her limited interactions. Their longest encounter had been during their fight, and upon her return, she had only seen him a few fleeting times. However, She surmised that his personality was likely similar to that of his counterparts in other universes. As for Goku in her universe, she had encountered him and found him to be more agreeable than those she had met in other realms, except for the Goku from Beerus's universe, whose demeanor inexplicably irked her. His thoughtless actions in the face of formidable foes, driven by selfish desires, showed a complete disregard for the lives of his family or comrades. During their confrontation, she had almost lost her composure and dealt him a fatal blow. But enough of that. It was time to focus on training the warriors of her own universe. Among the known androids, the most formidable was the fully realized Cell, while androids 19 and 20 posed little threat. However, she had yet to encounter androids 17 and 18 and was uncertain of their strength, though they were likely superior to 19 and 20. According to available information, Cell required the consumption of the other two androids to attain his complete form. What a hassle. Perhaps it would be best to leave that matter to others and merely observe the unfolding drama. With this thought, Alice waved her hand, summoning a notebook and a pen to her grasp, and began to sketch and jot down notes. Judging by her expression, it was clear that her training plans were anything but serious. They were likely to involve some mischievous antics. Ah, how delightful this will be, she chuckled, her laughter taking on a slightly unhinged quality. Just as her mirth intensified, a small head rested upon her shoulder. What are you laughing at, Alice? Your laughter is rather peculiar. Chapter 80, The Bickering Duo. Alice was abruptly knocked down by the impact, and as she looked up, she recognized the visitor. With the same striking white hair as her own, it could only be Tova. What brings you here? Alice inquired. Tova gazed at her with a hint of melancholy. Why? Can I come? After all, we are old acquaintances, aren't we? Are you truly afraid that I might devour you? Alice observed Tova with a lingering sense of unease. Feeling that this individual harbored sinister intentions, she resolved to remain cautious. Although Tova did not exhibit any overt hostility, the thought of encountering someone akin to Bulma sent shivers down her spine. How terrifying. Alice hastily distanced herself from the ill-intentioned woman. It was truly disheartening. She never anticipated that upon the woman's arrival, things would unfold in such a manner, leaving her profoundly saddened. Alice gazed at Tova, who was feigning tears, feeling somewhat exasperated. Ultimately, she could only look at Tova with a vacant expression and said, Well, what is it that you desire? Is it truly here? With a sigh, Alice realized how desperate she seemed, akin to Bulma, now yearning for intimate moments, while Tova gently caressed her cheek, exhibiting an appearance of shyness. Alice expressed her bewilderment, questioning your comprehension skills. As she felt her words had been misinterpreted, she remarked that it seemed to portray her as excessively needy, causing her to doubt the very essence of her statement. She desired a more sensible interaction. Admittedly, her lack of charm was quite irksome, and she had come to request a favor from you. What could that entail? She made it clear from the outset that she had no interest in trivial matters. Attending such events would be tedious, and she would much prefer a display of fireworks instead. All right. All she needed was your assistance in capturing someone, an uncomplicated task that should pose no difficulty for you and would not be overly dull. Tova, seated nearby, regarded Alice with a headache, pondering the sudden surge of power in Mira, the individual whom Alice had previously subdued to the point of withdrawal. If only he had foreseen the complications that would arise from rescuing her, he would not be in such a predicament now. Who do you know? It is Mira. Didn't that individual self-destruct? How has she resurfaced? Tova sheepishly scratched his face and confessed, I cloned her using her genetic material, but I am uncertain what has caused her to become so significantly stronger. Alice, with a hint of impatience, inquired of the somewhat faltering Tova, and what else? Do you not realize how infuriating it is to speak in half-completed thoughts? Tova, looking at Alice with resignation, replied, Moreover, his aura bears a resemblance to yours. What? What do you mean? Me? Tova, recalling Mira, whose strength had surged remarkably and whose presence echoed that of Alice, responded with a hint of reluctance. Well, there is a slight similarity to your essence, but his energy is somewhat tumultuous, propelling his power to new heights. Yet, it seems he hesitates to wield that force recklessly. For whenever he taps into that power, reminiscent of yours, he nearly loses all semblance of reason. Alice remained silent, feeling as though the way Tova described this state mirrored her own experience of losing her sanity. Observing the pensive Alice, Tova continued. Although this state significantly enhances one's power, approximately 50 times the increase achieved after the second level of enhancement, each time this state is lifted, it results in a brief period of weakness. Alice remarked, Indeed, it resembles the state I find myself in when I lose my sanity. Alice inquired, Is there any additional information? Can this enhancement be achieved with each transformation at every stage? Tova nodded and then shared all that she knew. Well, this state resembles one specifically designed to augment strength, and he has maintained this state for approximately 6 months. Alice expressed her satisfaction, as she had a reasonable understanding of the origins of this individual's genetic makeup. It seemed that this person had acquired their own genes and subsequently transplanted them into themselves. However, one would assume that such genes should not exist. Even during their previous encounter, no genetic material should have been left behind. Moreover, given the magnitude of that explosion, any potential genetic remnants should have been utterly obliterated. Alice pondered for a while but could not arrive at a conclusion. She then turned to Tova and inquired, "Is there anything else beyond this condition? Does the ability to recover from injuries more swiftly than others count? Although I have not witnessed any means by which he facilitates his recovery." Alice expressed her understanding, though it seemed she had not fully grasped all the information regarding Mira. To her, it appeared that this individual had somehow acquired her genetic traits and subsequently created a weakened version of her own abilities as a buff. Hence, she could boldly speculate that this person likely possessed a fragment of her power. The ability to create clones was presumably among those abilities, although it might not be the case, given that even she had almost forgotten about this skill. The healing technique was undoubtedly present, having been utilized to the point of becoming a passive ability. According to Tova's account, it was highly probable that this individual had merely grafted the powers of her bloodline rather than the ability she herself wielded. Nevertheless, Alice couldn't help but lament that while her good genes were not transferred, her debuffs were. It seemed rather unwise to exchange one's intellect for a 50-fold enhancement in power. Yet, on the other hand, if this debuff could indeed amplify every form by 50 times, it might not be such a loss after all. Regardless, caution was imperative. Should a being akin to Cell emerge, it could pose significant challenges. Although Cell had been weak upon their first encounter, it did not imply he would remain so in the future. That creature possessed numerous admirable genes and traits. Of course, it was likely that his personality had also been inherited. Otherwise, destruction would have befallen the world before her arrival. There would have been no need for her intervention, as everything would have been lost. Sometimes, she felt it was a pity that those battles did not feature Cell, after all. She believed his talent could rival that of Broly, though it might just be her illusion. "So, could you lend me your assistance, Alice? Given that we are somewhat old acquaintances, I would greatly appreciate your help." Tova pouted, playfully shaking Alice's arm in a charming manner. However, Alice sensed an overwhelming aura of hostility. Oh dear, Alice is quite the flirt, bringing her little lover home. Alice, like a machine, slowly turned her head to look back, then indicated the pill. Tova, observing this scene, fanned the flames further, exclaiming, "Oh my, who is this big sister? Look how fierce she is, quite a terrifying big sister." Unlike me, who can only feel sympathy for Alice. Alice expressed her discontent, warning that stoking the flames here could lead to dire consequences. Bulma exclaimed, "Oh dear. My heart aches for you, Alice. This green tea is unbearable, how infuriating." With that, Bulma lunged directly at Tova, her intentions clear as she prepared to confront her. Alice helplessly waved her hand, lifting Bulma into the air, while rubbing her temples in exasperation. Tova exclaimed, "Wah! This big sister Alice is so fierce, I'm scared." Alice felt as though everyone had become numb, and she could only helplessly utter, "Stop it, Bulma, you too," Tova remarked. "I am truly touched that Alice is standing by my side. It fills me with immense gratitude." "Thank you, Alice-chan, come give me a kiss." Bulma replied with a sarcastic tone, "Thank you, Alice-chan." Alice observed the situation and felt an urge to utter an expletive, unsure if it was appropriate to do so. Chapter 81. Has my home been burgled? Alice gazed upon this chaotic scene, feeling utterly overwhelmed, for this was her inaugural experience of such a tumultuous nature. Although it was indeed a source of great anxiety, it also ignited an exhilarating thrill within her, making her feel like a coveted prize. A rare gem cherished by these two individuals. Yet, despite the allure of the situation, she had no desire to find herself in a precarious position the following day. Akin to a certain city dweller, there exists a saying within the circle: when handled adeptly, it is termed Shido, but when mishandled, it transforms into a chaotic scenario reminiscent of a certain city's turmoil, where one might find themselves fragmented and scattered. The mere thought was terrifying. Yet amidst the fear lingered a curious sense of excitement. Could it be that her feelings extended beyond mere curiosity, perhaps hinting at the awakening of some alarming proclivity? As Alice's mind raced with these thoughts, Bulma tugged at her ear and inquired, "Whom do you choose, me or this woman? Speak the truth." Alice thought to herself, "Why must I bear the brunt of your rivalry?" Meanwhile, Tova continued to stoke the flames, urging, "Alice, choose me. Look how obedient I am, unlike my sister, who is merely tempestuous and fearsome. If you select her, who knows when you might see me again or enjoy peaceful days." Alice expressed her bewilderment, questioning why there seemed to be a hint of reason in the absurdity. "Tova, was it not your original persona to embody a cool, aloof goddess or perhaps a formidable antagonist? Why have you transformed into a scheming seductress? I implore you to revert to your former, untamed self. Your current demeanor instills fear within me." And then there is Bulma, who once exuded gentleness, at times even displaying a commendable masculine vigor. Yet, your character has crumbled before my eyes. Where has that brilliant intellect of yours vanished to? Why are you engaging in this chaotic spectacle like any other girl? Upon noticing Alice's fanciful musings, Bulma assertively interrupted her reverie, declaring, "Speak up, Alice. Who is it, me or her? Alice, can we sit down and have a proper conversation? Perhaps there is some misunderstanding here." Bulma and the instigator Tova, "No way. You must make a choice today. Who will you choose? This puts me in quite a predicament." Bulma, "A predicament? If it's too challenging, then don't bother. Let us tear into it, you little rascal." Initially, Tova found Bulma's words amusing and thought it would be entertaining, but those words did ignite a flicker of irritation within her. Tear into it? Who's afraid of you? You fool. With that, the two of them engaged in a fierce struggle. "Alice, why have you two escalated to such a fierce confrontation? Wasn't it merely a war of words moments ago? And Bulma, are you truly confident that you can hold your own? Let us disregard my previous statement." Alice gazed at Tova, disregarding whether she was being a bully or not, and immediately seized her hair. Such a primal confrontation. While it may not have been a bloodbath, this clash, though perhaps juvenile to others, was perfectly suited to my youthful self. Nearly a year and a few hundred months old. With this thought, Alice floated over to the side, grabbing some snacks to enjoy the spectacle. Oh my. This could lead to quite a bit of hair being pulled. Oh, how thrilling. The more they tugged, the more I found myself exclaiming, "I adore this." My friends would love to witness it too. As she watched, Alice felt her nose becoming slightly damp. Oh dear, she was bleeding. It seemed that the intensity of this skirmish had wreaked havoc, affecting even the innocent bystanders like herself. However, it appeared that Bulma was at a disadvantage while Tova held the upper hand. The disparity in their strengths was indeed striking. Yet Bulma seemed to compensate for the shortcoming in other ways. Alice wiped the blood from her nose and continued to watch the battle. As the fierce conflict between the two reached its conclusion, it became evident that Alice, having been inadvertently caught in the crossfire of their intense skirmish, had lost too much blood and lay peacefully on the side. Alice remarked that there was no need to worry about her, asserting that she could endure a bit longer, and that the magical beans would keep her going. Bulma and Tova countered that consuming those beans would be futile, as she still appeared to be suffering from significant blood loss. "Alice, you haven't passed away, have you? I'm not dead. I can still hold on. You all carry on, don't mind me." With a thumbs up, she expressed her enjoyment of the intense battle. However, as they approached her, Alice's nosebleed worsened, and her entire form began to fade to monochrome, a small ghostly figure resembling her emerging from above. "I have remained steadfast throughout my life," she mused, reminiscing about the fierce battle she had just witnessed, a reflection of her lost youth. Alice has returned to her origins, embarking on her journey to the afterlife at the eternal age of 18. The story concludes here. Just kidding. She merely fainted from excessive blood loss. At that moment, they remained oblivious to the tumult within her heart. Bulma, irritated, seized Alice by the tail and dragged her back to the room, unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed, dismissing her plight. After all, given Alice's condition, a brief respite would suffice. She was not in mortal danger. Bulma glanced back at Tova, then at herself, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "Impressive. Alice prefers me just as I am." With that, she retreated to change her clothes. Tova shrugged, picked up her staff, and gently tapped it on the floor. The torn garment repaired itself effortlessly. She then sat at the bedside, observing Alice, who was still in a state of disarray, and could not resist poking her. The small spirit emitted a delightful puff of air. Amused, Tova continued to prod. The tiny specter protested, "Is this never-ending? A soul's visage is not a face, you know. Poke me again, and it would be quite impolite." After what felt like an eternity, Alice finally stirred awake. Taking stock of herself, Her clothes had been changed, and she had returned to a semblance of normalcy. Alice rose from her bed and stepped out of her room. To her astonishment, she beheld the two individuals who had recently been embroiled in conflict, now seated together, sipping tea. Am I still dreaming? Or have I inadvertently slumbered for several days? Or perhaps I have traversed realms once again. How could you two suddenly be so amicable? Wasn't it agreed that tensions would run high, that encounters would be fraught with animosity? Why does it feel as though I am the interloper in this scenario? Oh dear. Family, who can comprehend this? I awaken to find my home has been invaded, and the intruder is a female, much like myself. As if that were not enough. They were once adversaries. Chapter 82. What is this? A fiancé? Oh, has Alice awakened? Bulma was the first to notice Alice and hurried to her side to assess her condition. Alice, if you have a moment, could you lend a hand to Tova? What? No. Bulma, have you been coerced by her? Or are you feeling unwell? Alice gazed at Bulma in disbelief, even reaching out to touch her forehead. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Was Bulma threatened? Or perhaps her mind was clouded by fever? Upon witnessing Alice's expression, Bulma realized she must have misunderstood the situation, and thus clarified, it's not what you think. I have reconciled with Tova. After conversing with her, I discovered she aligns with my interests quite well. And she possesses a wealth of knowledge, particularly in experimental fields I have yet to explore. Therefore, I intend to assist her. What? Bulma, do you truly want to reflect on what you just said? How have you come to this? Tova remarked, indicating that Bulma had effectively become her partner in this endeavor, compelling assistance whether one wished to or not. Alice sighed. Well, since you, Bulma, have spoken, I suppose I must make the journey. Turning to Tova, she added, although I am assisting you, it would be courteous for you to provide some guidance, such as informing me of the whereabouts of that me or arranging for someone knowledgeable to lead the way. Tova assured her, naturally. I would not allow you to wander about aimlessly like a headless chicken. With Towa's promise, Alice merely shrugged. After all, the significance of that me was not so formidable that it would pose a considerable threat. Besides, she had undergone a transformation since their first encounter with that individual. She was no longer the same Alice who had engaged in battle back then. Her current prowess could easily surpass her former self. Nonetheless, she inquired about Towa's assessment of that individual's current strength. For various reasons, he has become approximately 10 times stronger than he was a year ago. Alice pondered over Tova's response for a moment. If that individual transformed, he would likely surpass the Super Saiyan 3 from another universe. Should he adopt that unique form infused with his own genes, she thought that merely becoming a Super Saiyan would suffice to vanquish the weaklings. In that case, it didn't seem too bad. At least it wouldn't be excessively dull. After all, the thought of hearing that fellow's cries of despair would undoubtedly be a delightful melody. With this in mind, Alice agreed. Very well, I shall wait a few days before embarking on my journey. For now, I must train those adorable little ones on Earth. Tova was indifferent. As long as Alice consented, that was sufficient. Although Alice had yet to agree to join him, he contemplated a different perspective. Since you will not join me, I shall join you. As the saying goes, if one cannot defeat them, one must join them. If she could not become his ally, he would simply become hers, and there would be a sense of security in that. Why did he think this way? After all, she was backed by the god of destruction, Beerus. While the demon realm had a fearsome reputation in many respects, he was well aware of his own situation as the brother of the demon lord. It was not an exaggeration to say that the subordinates he currently commanded were far more formidable than his so-called brother, the demon lord. Frankly, it was rather embarrassing that his brother's strength was so lacking. The abilities of his few subordinates varied greatly, which was ridiculous, excluding a small number of exceptionally gifted races. They were indeed quite powerful. However, once those races were included, the dynamics shifted entirely. After all, the present was not like the past. In former times, it could be asserted that only the god of destruction and those above him were formidable opponents. Yet, that was merely a memory. The past should not overshadow the present's desolation. Should I betray the demon realm and ally with Alice? That thought seemed plausible. Setting aside Alice's connection to the god of destruction, there were hardly any who could contend with her alone. Moreover, as the disciple of the god of destruction and the prospective successor, she was not someone to be trifled with. She cast a glance at Bulma, feeling a twinge of envy, for Bulma was Alice's caretaker. I can't dwell on this any longer. The more I think, the more disheartened I become. At that moment, Alice had already departed. If she were to train, she would first seek out others, so she instantaneously teleported to Goku's home. After all, it was well known that one could find Gohan's father, Piccolo, and occasionally, rabbits there. However, upon her arrival, she immediately sensed two malevolent presences. TSK. What little rodents have come to Earth this time? Why do such foolish creatures come to my territory day in and day out? Alice felt a tinge of annoyance. Yet it was unnecessary for her to intervene personally. After all, it would be beneath her dignity to handle such trivial matters herself. Moreover, were there not other formidable warriors present? The individuals inside sensed the overwhelming presence of two extraordinarily powerful auras, prompting them to emerge from the dwelling, whereupon they beheld Alice. Lady Alice, you have returned. Upon seeing the figure, Alice exclaimed, "Oh, is that not Raditz? With his haircut, I hardly recognized him." She then playfully cast a glance at the blue-haired girl beside Raditz. Well, Raditz, have you brought your little girlfriend to meet the family?" Lady Alice jested. "I had intended to introduce her to you, but you were always absent. Allow me to present my fiancée, Rinky." "Ah, so she is your fiancée? Wait a moment, your fiancée? You actually found yourself a girlfriend? It's truly hard to believe, Raditz. Who would have thought that beneath your wild exterior, you have an affinity for such a gentle type?" Raditz replied, she. At that moment, Ringy sneezed. In an instant, her blue hair transformed into a golden hue, and her demeanor shifted from gentle to fiery. She promptly grasped Raditz by the ear. "Is this how you introduce me?" So hesitantly. "When we return home tonight, you'll be kneeling on the washboard." "Ow, ow, ow. Ringy, be gentle. My ear, it's going to come off." Alice was momentarily taken aback by the astonishing scene before her. The young girl's hair had inexplicably changed color. Had it not been for the absence of any familiar aura emanating from Lanchi, she might have doubted whether this individual truly belonged to the Saiyan race. To her astonishment, the transformation had occurred in the blink of an eye. Given Lanchi's fiery temperament, Alice could only conclude that it was indeed characteristic of Saiyans, after all. They were drawn to such spirited personalities. Her own friend Bulma occasionally exhibited a similar demeanor, leaving Alice feeling quite flustered in retrospect. After venting her emotions for a while, Lanchi respectfully bowed towards Alice and introduced herself. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Alice. I am Lanchi, the fiancée of this fellow. I have often heard Raditz speak of you." Alice, upon witnessing this scenario, graciously returned the bow. "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Lanchi. I am Alice." After speaking, she began to rummage through her belongings and presented a piece of amethyst to Lanchi. Given the courteous demeanor of those around her, it seemed only fitting to offer a token of introduction, especially since this young lady was increasingly endearing to her. "This is a small gift to commemorate our meeting. I kindly ask that you accept it. Additionally, Raditz will undoubtedly require your attentive care." Alice pondered that the future of the Saiyans rested upon these few male Saiyans, as she felt she could no longer contribute, having already become a twisted ball of steel. "You are far too gracious, Miss Alice. Is this exquisite amethyst not too precious?" Observing the hesitant Lanchi, Alice felt a surge of excitement and placed her hand firmly on her shoulder, her emotions heightened. "Take it, it is yours. After all, Raditz is one of my own, and I sincerely hope that you two can wed at the earliest opportunity. If possible, I wish for it to occur immediately. But this seems rather hasty, doesn't it?" Alice, staring. Lanchi, at a loss. Alice, staring. Raditz, upon witnessing this situation, hurriedly sought to mediate. Alice forcefully knocked Raditz away, exclaiming, "I am conversing with Lanchi, so refrain from interjecting, you foolish imbecile." After sending Raditz flying, she exchanged pleasantries with them before soaring towards the source of the two powerful energy signatures. Upon arrival, she discovered a considerable gathering of individuals. However, their expressions bore an unusual apprehension, seemingly intimidated by the diminutive figures descending from the spacecraft. Even the haughty Vegeta wore a grave demeanor. Were they truly that fearsome? This warranted a closer inspection. Yet, before Alice could observe for long, her attention was drawn to the two diminutive beings, captivated by a youth wielding a sword upon his back. Chapter 83. Trunks. Alice scrutinized the youth before her, exclaiming internally, "Goodness, is this little rascal from the future? Wait. The future? Could it be that something has gone awry once more?" As she gazed at the boy, Alice fell into contemplation, not for any trivial reason, but because this young lad was the offspring of Bulma from the future. Yet, there was something amiss with his hair color. "No, wait a moment, my friend. Young one, why has your hair changed? It has transformed into a bluish-green hue? What on earth? Has it changed color? Or do you simply find your original color unappealing and chose to dye it? It resembles Bulma's hair, though perhaps a shade lighter." She paused, her confusion deepening. And why are you sneaking glances at me? If you must observe someone, it should be your father Vegeta or your mother Bulma, not me. I am not connected to you in any way. Furthermore, why is your face flushed like a teapot? Alice simply sat down to enjoy the dried fish. However, upon seeing her take a seat, the young boy swiftly approached and presented her with a cushion. Alice, with a look of bewilderment, accepted the offering and then sat down on the ground. Oh, thank you. Would you like a piece of dried fish? The young boy, blushing as he gazed at the small dried fish handed to him by Alice, shyly accepted it and obediently stood beside her, beginning to eat. Alice appears to be quite well behaved. However, is it truly acceptable for those two little mice to be left unattended? And well, it matters little whether they are supervised or not. Regardless of their strength, it ultimately leads to a muddled situation. Let others deal with it. After all, if they cannot manage, I will always have my own backup. Yet, young one, while you indulge in your food, why do you keep staring at me? Do you harbor feelings for me? Alice pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a tinge of exasperation. I recall that your disposition was quite different in the future. She mused. Oh well, I shall inquire directly. Why are you gazing at your sister in such a manner, little one? Is it because you find her beautiful? The question caused the young lad to feel a flutter of nervousness, yet he replied, Indeed, she is very beautiful, his face flushing once more. Alice sighed and remarked, I can sense that your strength is quite formidable. Those two mice are entrusted to you. What say you? With that, she expressed her utmost honor and soared into the sky. Alice stood aside, observing the boy. No, it was more accurate to say Trunks. The beings who had come to Earth and were referred to as mice by Alice were Frisia and his father, King Cold. Ho ho ho. Are you the little brat they sent to die? Frisia remarked, crossing his arms as he gazed at Trunks. Trunks, brushing his hair back, replied, Who knows if anyone will die? But today it shall not be my demise, but yours. I certainly do not wish to disappoint her. King Cold retorted. What did you say? Have the courage to repeat that. I didn't quite catch it. Trunks declared, It's no trouble to repeat myself. I came here to kill you. Frisia, incredulous yet mocking, turned to King Cold, saying, Did you hear that, father? He claims he intends to kill us. King Cold, upon hearing this, found it utterly laughable and let out a cold chuckle. Frisia quipped, As the saying goes, the ignorant are the happiest. Trunks responded, I know who you are. You must be called Frisia, correct? Frisia, perplexed, stared at Trunks, wondering what else he could possibly be called. Trunks continued, You needn't be so astonished. I am fully aware of your deeds. With a disdainful snort, Frisia replied, Humph, this is my honor. Yet, I never anticipated my illustrious name would reach such a remote corner of the galaxy. However, regrettably for you, it seems you are unaware that my power is the mightiest in the universe. Upon hearing this, Trunks found Frisia's naivety oddly endearing. Setting aside the fact that he was currently stronger than the two before him, there was also someone present who surpassed even him, thus leaving the question of ignorance unspoken. Yet he persisted, I not only know your strength, but also foresee your death occurring here today. Frisia, feeling a surge of indignation, realized that few in this universe dared to speak so boldly. Say what you will, he said, then turned his head to the minions behind him. Go. Eliminate him. The rest of you, slaughter every last human on this planet. The minions readily complied and began to prepare for action. Trunks interjected. Hey, I advise you not to waste your energy, for you shall all perish here. One red-haired minion, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Vegeta's, angrily retorted, Kid, what nonsense are you spouting here? You're being overly arrogant. He moved to strike, but was halted by a green-skinned minion with a sausage-like mouth. Hey, what do you think you're doing? This is my prey. Do you intend to steal him from me? Vegeta's trademark spiky hair was mirrored by a red-haired minion who shrugged indifferently and stepped aside. The green-skinned henchman advanced, utilizing a scouter to assess Trunks' combat power. After a brief analysis, the scouter displayed a mere 5. Humph, a combat power of only 5, what utter rubbish. I had high hopes for this encounter, but it seems I can swiftly dispose of you before moving on to others. Rest assured, it will only sting for a moment, endure it, and it shall pass. The green minion disdainfully raised his weapon at Trunks and fired, only for Trunks to effortlessly deflect the attack with a casual wave of his hand. What? Impossible. Unyielding. The henchman fired multiple times, yet the result remained the same. Trunks stood unscathed, even taking the time to smooth his hair. With a scoff of disdain, Trunks charged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the green minion, sending him flying. This action piqued Frisia's interest, causing him to glance at Trunks. The other henchman, feeling incensed, rushed forward. How dare you, brat? Don't get too cocky. Trunks, however, remained unfazed as he unsheathed his sword, swiftly dispatching the advancing henchmen with ease. Once the minions lay defeated, Trunks elegantly sheathed his weapon. The defeated henchmen stood rigid for a moment before collapsing, leaving only Frieza and his son standing. Frieza regarded Trunks with a hint of mockery, saying, "You possess some skill after all." Trunks said nothing, merely observing Frieza in silence. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the onlookers was tense, as they sensed Trunks' formidable strength, unaware of his true nature. Among this anxious group, however, Alice remained unfazed, indulging herself as usual. She alone understood that Trunks was not a villain. Curiously, she felt a familiar energy emanating from him, a connection that perplexed her, as it seemed intricately linked to her own essence. At this point, one might wonder if the author grew complacent, as amidst this band of henchmen, one bore an uncanny resemblance to a member of the Jinyu force named Jinyu, sharing the same white hair and red skin. Chapter 84. Transforming into a puzzle with Frieza and his son. Alice looked at them in disbelief and murmured softly, "Is it really necessary? Why are you all so worried when I'm right here?" With that, she resumed watching the performance, finding their exaggerated reactions quite embarrassing. Casting a glance back, she noticed Bulma's presence, which brought her immense joy. With a wave of her hand, she lifted Bulma into the air. Initially startled, Bulma soon relaxed and allowed Alice to embrace her. "Alice, when did you arrive?" "Oh, Raditz, Piccolo, Gohan, you're here too. It's strange that we can't sense your energy," she exclaimed. "By the way, where's Tova? I haven't seen her." Alice buried her head against Bulma's neck, reveling in the familiar softness and fragrance. "She left shortly after you did," Bulma replied candidly. "Now, let us continue watching." Trunks observed this scene with satisfaction, as it reminded him of how they were supposed to be. However, before he could ponder further, the voice of Frieza's father interrupted, drawing Trunks back to the present. "You have quite the flair, don't you?" Frieza chimed in. "Indeed, that's the case for Earth." Trunks regarded the two with growing impatience. It was rather rude to keep the others waiting. "Don't rush. It will soon be your turn," King Cold declared. "What audacity! Did you hear that, Frieza? He claims it's our turn. He seems quite confident in his ability to kill us." Frieza scoffed. "What an overconfident fool." He continued to taunt. "Let me tell you something. Those who become arrogant with a little power usually hasten their own demise." "Are you referring to yourself?" Trunks retorted, provoking Frieza's ire. "What did you say? How shameless you must be to come to Earth looking like that after being so thoroughly defeated. Are you here seeking death? Impudent little blonde brat." Frieza snarled. "Father, it seems necessary to teach him a lesson." King Cold added, "Just for insulting you. He has already committed a mortal sin." "Then let me dirty my hands to serve as your executioner," Frieza replied. Hearing Frieza's boastful words, Trunks remained unperturbed and stated plainly, "I will tell you this. I will kill you both in an instant." "Kill us? That's an interesting claim," Frieza remarked. "I will come at you with all my might from the very beginning. Unlike Mr. Son Goku, I want to give you a moment to breathe." Upon hearing the name Son Goku, Frieza was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, King Cold also felt a sense of familiarity with the name. "Son Goku?" Frieza remarked. "Father. He is the Super Saiyan responsible for my current state." King Cold nodded in understanding, pondering why the name resonated with him. Frieza continued. "It seems you are an ally of that Son Goku fellow." Trunks interjected. "That is not for you to concern yourself with. I recall you mentioning your intent to eradicate all Earthlings. Is that not so?" "Indeed, I did declare such intentions." "And what of it?" "You are among the targeted as well. However, you have just annihilated all my subordinates, compelling me to take matters into my own hands." Trunks scoffed, fixing a steely gaze on Frieza. "That is precisely where your miscalculation lies, Frieza." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Frieza replied, "Oh, it is of little consequence. Merely a matter of clearing away the trash from Earth, which will not take much time." Trunks countered, "I believe you are mistaken. My reference to your miscalculation pertains to the fact that there is more than just Mr. Son Goku among the Super Saiyans. Presently, you are facing another." At this revelation, both Frieza and King Cold exhibited signs of surprise. Yet, Frieza's astonishment was compounded by a sense of dread, as the golden figure lingered vividly in his memory. Nonetheless, he recalled that there were only a few Saiyans he was aware of. To his knowledge, there were merely 3 Saiyans and half-breeds in existence. Alice exclaimed, "Oh yes, dare you to say that in front of me? Do you believe I could beat you to the ground?" Raditz silently cowered, choosing not to reveal himself, thinking, "Just pretend I'm not here. If you're looking for a fight, find Prince Vegeta instead. Why not seek Alice?" Please, he is hiding right beside her. So looking for Alice is tantamount to looking for me. Let us not make a scene. This is hardly amusing. Ahem, back to the topic. Frisia remarked. I never expected you to be so desperate as to resort to unfounded threats. How intriguing. However, before Frisia could revel in his triumph, Trunks erupted in fury. An overwhelming wave of energy radiating from him, his hair transforming into a golden hue. This transformation startled Frisia, who was about to launch an attack when Trunks struck him with a powerful energy blast. Trunks declared, since you doubt the existence of Saiyans on this planet, I shall demonstrate it to you. I have no time to waste in idle chatter. Prepare to perish, Frisia. With that, Trunks drew his sword and aimed it directly at Frisia. Attempting to evade, Frisia was no match for Trunks' swiftness, receiving multiple slashes before he could react. Even King Cold was caught off guard. Had his patched-together sun been shattered into pieces once again? Could this puzzle be reassembled? Yet, witnessing Trunks' formidable power ignited a spark of hope within King Cold, only for it to be extinguished as Trunks raised his sword once more, targeting the king. Young man, you lack honor. You dare to ambush an old man? Just like Frisia, King Cold was reduced to fragments scattered across the ground. Trunks ascended into the air, beginning to channel energy. Yes, you heard right. He was channeling energy. After completing the incantation, Trunks extended his hands forward. A terrifying wave of energy surged toward the debris of Frisia and his father. As the dust settled, Trunks, feeling unsatisfied, unleashed several additional energy blasts until a massive crater was formed. He recalled a certain piece of advice. When you eliminate someone, you ought to reduce them to ashes. Even the smallest creature should be thoroughly dispatched to prevent any chance of resurrection. Satisfied, Trunks nodded and flew back to Alice's side, joyfully declaring, I have completed the task you entrusted to me, Alice's father and Bulma's mother. What? Chapter 85. Am I being bullied? Alice and Bulma gazed at Trunks in disbelief. Particularly Alice, who fully recognized that he was Bulma's child, yet wondered how he had come to be considered her own. Even if there were some connection with Bulma, it seemed implausible for Trunks to suddenly be regarded as her child. Meanwhile, Bulma pondered, could this charming young man truly be the offspring of both herself and Alice? How could they possibly have a child together? Was it perhaps related to the androids? She found herself increasingly captivated by the notion proposed by Tova regarding the androids, for it merely required the fusion of two genes to bring forth a child of their own. So, could it be that in the future, she had been unable to contain herself and had created a child using her genetic material alongside Alice's? Oh dear, no wonder this child appeared increasingly endearing. It turns out he is her own. Well, then, all is well. Alice, rubbing her temples in discomfort, gazed at Trunks and inquired, Are you not afraid that such a sudden revelation might prevent your very existence? Trunks shook his head and replied, Not at all. It would merely result in my premature arrival. After all, it seems my mother is quite enamored, and she once mentioned in the future timeline that should you dare to act recklessly, you would find yourself weakened and unable to rise from your bed each day. Upon hearing this, Alice felt an even greater headache. Turning around, she noticed Bulma busily scribbling in her little notebook. Alice remarked, All right, that's quite like Bulma. So, what brings you to this timeline? Trunks, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head and replied, Since I only spent a few years with my father during my childhood, I thought it would be nice for my mother to create a time machine, allowing me to travel back to this timeline and see my father. In the future, after you truly became a god of destruction, he seldom returned home, and I miss him dearly. After hearing this, Alice fell silent. After all, it was highly probable that it was true. Her master, who had little regard for the principles of martial ethics, would indeed resort to such tactics, subjecting her to endless overtime and similar burdens. Alice took out a plate of dried fish and offered it to Trunks. Let us enjoy some dried fish together. Apart from vanilla pudding, it is my favorite, she said, referring to her father. It was then that Trunks unexpectedly produced 2 cushions from somewhere. Alice nodded, recognizing that this was indeed her offspring, as his gestures mirrored her own. Pray tell, what abilities or traits have you inherited from me? Trunks bashfully scratched his head and replied, Since I was born from the genetic foundation of both you and mother, I have inherited a portion of your capabilities. Firstly, your spatial storage ability, and secondly, your healing prowess. However, as I possess the genes of Earth, your bloodline is somewhat diluted, resulting in my transformation into a Super Saiyan being only half as potent as yours. He seemed to recall something and quickly added, My sister Bra is similar in this regard. I have a daughter, Indeed, at that time, you thought having only one son was rather monotonous. So you and mother created a sister. However, she did not inherit much of your abilities. In terms of power enhancement, your increase is fourfold, mine is threefold, while my sister experiences a mere twofold increase, fitting within the normal range for Scion enhancements. Alice. Oh dear, with you protecting your sister, if you really had a daughter. I suppose the whole family would dote on her. Trunks, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his face. Indeed. She was so cherished that even Lord Beerus took on the role of her caretaker for a while. Alice and Bulma. What did you say? Beerus will babysit for us? Trunks. Indeed, that is the case. Since you have taken on some of Lord Beerus's duties, he finds himself rather unoccupied and pays us visits from time to time. Which is why he has been roped in by Mom to lend a hand. Alice gazed at Bulma, expressing her admiration. Bulma, under Alice's scrutiny, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Astonished that her future self could be so remarkable as to have such a formidable individual as a nanny. Trunks inquired, why is Towa's mother not here? Alice. Bulma. What? Little Mom? Trunks. Yes, indeed, little Mom. Alice. Wait, can you tell me how many harem members I will have in the future? Trunks replied honestly, two. One being my mother, Bulma, and the other, somewhat ambiguous, are Miss Lazuli, Android 18, and Android 21. Alice expressed her understanding. There are reasons for my reluctance to return home. With so many people around, I fear for my life. What part of this is unclear? Hey, you're making me seem rather peculiar. Bulma, Towa, I can empathize with you, as you share much in common with her. However, what do those ambiguous remarks imply? Trunks, that is a question only you can answer, Mother. How did you come to be at home? What does Alice mean by that? Was I cuckolded? Or was I cuckolded by two women? Bulma was at a loss. What on earth did that imply? It almost feels like I ended up cuckolding Alice later on. Speak clearly. You little brat, or your mother might not make it to bed tonight, you hear? Trunks, ahem. Those two were the ones you brought home. As for why things are so ambiguous, it's because neither of them knows which of you, ahem, did the deed. As he spoke, Trunks' face flushed red. After all, he had a strong suspicion it was his own mother who was responsible. Why that assumption? Because his father was always the submissive one in their relationship. What do you think? Alice, it's over, it's over, it's over. I'm utterly doomed. Bulma, no, Alice. Please listen to me. It's not what you think, I swear. Alice covered her ears and shook her head, exclaiming, I shall not listen, I shall not listen. I shall not listen. Bulma, anxious, urged, please allow me to explain. Alice, I refuse to listen. Trunks beside her wore a smile that was both intriguing and amusing. Observing his parents in such a manner. Bystander, no, that smile of yours is rather sinister. Ahem, this is merely the inheritance of my father's admirable genes. How can it be deemed sinister? It's only just that my father spends so little time at home. Bystander, but isn't it your mother who suffers as a result of this? Trunks, no, my mother is even worse. Every time my father returns home, she prevents me from seeing her. How cruel. Bystander, you're quite something. Ultimately, Alice was cured by Bulma with a decisive smack to the head. Bulma, blowing the smoke from her knuckles, remarked, now, can you properly listen to what I have to say? Alice, with a sizable bump on her head, obediently replied, I will listen. Chapter 86, The Bashful Trunks. Upon witnessing the scene, the onlookers gathered, soon spotting Alice's pitiable visage. Vegeta expressed his indifference, having grown accustomed to it. There were instances when he hadn't seen that mad woman for several consecutive days. Even when he did, she appeared utterly lifeless. Yet this boy, what was the matter? Despite being a Scion, his hair color was all wrong. Vegeta then glanced at Alice. Perhaps she was indeed an exception. However, this boy was exceptionally strong. How infuriating. Another rival surpassing me. Contemplating this, Vegeta felt his teeth clench. After all, he could still surpass Kakarot. But now there was this young lad. What was going on? Were all Scions destined to be stronger than me? Unthinkable. But then he heard a statement that shattered his worldview. Bulma, Trunks, you had better clarify the meaning behind your earlier words. Trunks, that is how it is. I have no idea what the specifics are. Besides, every time you see father, you shoo me out of the house, monopolizing him all day long. What transpired between you two, I have no knowledge of. Bulma gritted her teeth, while Alice looked utterly bewildered, her forehead adorned with several smoking bumps. With tear-filled eyes, Alice silently condemned Bulma's transgressions with her gaze. Ahem. I apologize for the slip. Alice quietly squatted in a corner, drawing circles. For reasons unknown, Vegeta felt that the hair on his forehead was becoming more suitable for sheep herding, yet he still curiously inquired, "So, Bulma, what is this boy to me and Alice? Is he our son? Your child with Alice? A child born of two women?" Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Vegeta were utterly bewildered. Grappling with the implausibility of two women conceiving a son, it seemed entirely unfathomable. Bulma cleared her throat and, with a proud demeanor, announced, "Ahem. Allow me to formally introduce Trunks, the son of Alice and me. Aren't you envious?" After waiting in vain for congratulations or applause, she opened her eyes in confusion, only to find the others frozen in shock. Indeed, they collectively pondered how the world had become so absurd that two girls could have a child. "Hello, everyone. I am Trunks, the offspring of Alice and Bulma," he stated. "I appreciate your support during this time." The others responded with hesitant greetings. Suddenly, Vegeta snapped back to reality and asked Trunks, "Hey, your name is Trunks, right? Since you come from the future, do you know what my fate holds?" Trunks shook his head with a sigh, replying, "All I can tell you is that in the future, you marry a human from Earth. As for the specifics, who it is, when it happens, and the circumstances surrounding it, I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information, as it could alter the future and lead to the creation of parallel timelines." "But you've just revealed something, haven't you?" Vegeta retorted. "Aren't you concerned that this might prevent your own birth or create a parallel universe?" Trunks replied, "That won't happen. As my father is unique, there are no alternate timelines that possess him. To put it another way, my birth is destined. The most it might do is cause me to be born a bit earlier or later." The group stared at Trunks in utter confusion. He continued, "In other words, I can assure you that my father will still be present at the time of my birth. However, I cannot guarantee that you all want to alter certain events in the future once you learn what is to come, which is why I can only share this much." With that, a peculiar flush appeared on Trunks' face. Seeing the situation, Alice hurriedly pulled Trunks aside to engage in whispered gossip. "My dear, is it possible that the person you admire has emerged from that group of brutes?" Upon hearing this, Trunks' face flushed even deeper. "Father, what are you saying? How could that possibly be? Hee, it seems there is something brewing. Come now, if it's that person's child, just tell me so I can support you." Trunks cautiously stole a glance at Vegeta. Alice indicated her comprehension. "What is her name?" "Her name is Winzape." Alice made an okay gesture, indicating her understanding, and then discreetly went to share gossip with Bulma. Vegeta felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched by several pairs of eyes, particularly Alice's. Her gaze was not furtive, rather, it was an open and curious appraisal, accompanied by audible expressions of wonder. "Hey, have you seen enough?" "Humph." Vegeta, with an air of pride, turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge Alice's intense stare. "Alice, ahem, due to certain reasons, everyone present is required to train with me for a period of time. Remember, I am not soliciting your opinions. I am merely informing you, especially you, Vegeta." With that, Alice embraced Bulma and teleported back home. Trunks waved goodbye to them and remarked, "Well, I must take my leave as well, everyone. Oh, by the way, Mr. Goku will be landing around here shortly. If you wish to wait, you may do so. Farewell." Upon noticing Trunks place his fingers on his forehead, Vegeta deduced that he too would teleport and thus called out, "Wait a moment, I shall return there as well, if it's acceptable." Vegeta felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, yet, considering Alice's words, he reluctantly decided to accompany Trunks back. Trunks, with a hint of exasperation, thought to himself that Vegeta remained his proud self, unlike the future version of him, who was far more amicable and relatable. "Then let us hasten, Mr. Vegeta," Trunks urged. Vegeta, albeit begrudgingly, placed his hand upon Trunks' shoulder and followed him back. The others looked on in disbelief at Vegeta's uncharacteristic compliance. "Is this truly the same proud warrior?" One character humorously remarked, "What about the son becoming a son-in-law? Isn't that more astonishing?" However, among the gathering, two individuals appeared utterly bewildered. "Who is this? So audacious?" Krillin, noticing their confusion, explained, "That was Alice, an exceptionally powerful Saiyan." "Just how powerful?" "I cannot say, but I sensed her strength the first time I encountered her." "And just how formidable is this Alice?" Krillin began to respond, but was interrupted by Piccolo. "She is stronger than both Goku and Vegeta. A few years ago, she was already nearing Frieza's level, and that was without transforming into a Super Saiyan. You should now comprehend her prowess. How remarkable. If only she had been present during the battle with Frieza, we would not have had to endure such hardship," Piccolo remarked, crossing his arms and gazing at the sky. The The conversation dwindled as everyone turned their attention to the heavens, where an object was rapidly descending. Chapter 87. The Forgotten Two Bulma's Residence. Vegeta persisted, holding on for one more moment. Alice perched upon Vegeta's back as he executed push-ups. Excellent, keep going. One more push-up. Vegeta gritted his teeth in response. He expressed his exasperation at the absurd attire imposed upon him, feeling utterly constrained, not to mention how this wretched outfit suppressed his energy. Moreover, the individual in question was far heavier than her appearance suggested, burdened by at least 1,000 pounds. Very well, one more, he muttered. Trunks observed his father's predicament, hesitating to interject. He wished for his father to ease up slightly, but feared provoking his ire. He had no desire to endure another day of scolding. The previous experience had been nothing short of torment, not due to the physical exertion, but rather because of her unpredictable whims, which were truly challenging to anticipate. Thus, he could only cheer him on. Come on, Uncle Vegeta. Indeed, I can only support him now. Trunks, do not relish in his plight. I shall be training you shortly. I am eager to witness how my future self trains you. Father, I believe that is entirely unnecessary. I am managing quite well, truly. Oh no, considering you are idly standing by, you might as well join in. No, I really don't want to. Come here. Alice directly dragged Trunks into the adjoining changing room to change their attire. When Trunks emerged, he was clad in the same outfit as Vegeta. Upon seeing this, Vegeta felt a sense of relief, for it was only fair that he did not bear the burden alone. He wanted the young lad to join him in the toil, providing a platform for some light-hearted banter. Very well, Trunks, commence with 10,000 push-ups for your warm-up, and do not even think of slacking off. For I shall be observing. Trunks protested, expressing that donning this outfit rendered him akin to an ordinary person, and for him to undertake 10,000 push-ups seemed akin to a death sentence. Vegeta, reveling in Trunks' plight, retorted, your 10,000 warm-ups have already been completed. Now proceed to execute 10,000 sit-ups. Once you have finished, we shall commence our formal training. Vegeta added, if you wish for me to perish. You need only say so. There is no necessity to subject me to such torment. Alice sat leisurely on the sidelines, savoring her vanilla pudding while observing their warm-up. However, as she watched, drowsiness overtook her. After all, it was rather dull, wasn't it? Upon awakening, she found herself gazing at the two individuals sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. With a nonchalant air, she rose to assess the situation and, upon finding no issues, led them to the training area where their regimen commenced. Yet, this training consisted solely of running. Vegeta and Trunks were perplexed. Who runs at several thousand meters in altitude? Moreover, should one slow down, a direct plummet would ensue. With our current lack of capability, a fall would necessitate a shovel to scoop us up. Very well, Alice declared. Let me establish a rule. There are no rules. If you wish to avoid plummeting, then let the challenge begin. Fear not, boys. Every 1,000 meters, there is a platform for you to rest for 30 seconds. Isn't that touching? I've even allowed you some time to recuperate. So prepare to run. With that, Alice unceremoniously kicked them out of the safety zone. As they regained their bearings, they realized they were standing on a stone path that had begun to crack. Vegeta was the first to react, initiating a run, only to feel as though his legs were burdened with lead, unable to move at a proper pace. Rather, he was reduced to a tortoise's crawl. What is happening? Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring at Alice, who simply smiled back at him and explained, Oh, I forgot to mention, the moment you landed on that platform, your shoes became firmly adhered to the ground. You can only use your own strength to lift your feet and move. Good luck. She resumed munching on her fish snacks, watching them as they struggled to run. Oh, by the way, your goal today is 10,000 meters, so give it your all. With that, Vegeta and Trunks could do no more than slowly shuffle forward. Just as they departed the first platform, it shattered and fell away beneath them. Vegeta swallowed hard at the sight of the platform that had just plummeted. Goodness, this fierce woman means business. Trunks was equally startled. If one were to fall, it truly would require a shovel to retrieve them. Given their predicament, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and persevere. Alice floated in the air, resting her chin on her hands as she observed them. It was not her intention to toy with them. Rather, she was acutely aware that once they exhausted their energy, they would be rendered incapable of continuing the fight. After all, in a typical scenario, depletion of energy signified a loss of strength to battle on. Thus, she decided to approach the situation from the perspective of their stamina. It certainly was not because she found amusement in watching them grit their teeth. torn between the desire to confront her and their inability to do so. No, that was not the case at all. Well, they probably wouldn't be able to escape anytime soon. Perhaps I shall return home for a meal before coming back, she mused, and thus made her decision. With that thought, Alice instantly teleported back to Bulma's side. Bulma, I'm hungry, she announced. Understood. By the way, where's Trunks? I took him along with Vegeta for some training. Oh, that makes sense. Boys do need to train, otherwise, they might end up rather soft. Just wait a moment, and I will prepare a meal for you. Sounds perfect. Alice merrily dashed back to the sofa to rest, eagerly awaiting Bulma's offerings. After approximately 2.5 hours, Bulma emerged, carrying a plethora of delectable dishes. It's time to eat. Alice is here, she exclaimed. Bulma looked at the childlike Alice with a mix of exasperation and amusement, finding the whole situation rather delightful. Considering that this was, after all, her own home. Once Alice had her fill, Bulma cradled her and took her to wash up. I can do it myself, Alice protested. Be good, Alice, Bulma replied. After 4 exhausting hours, a weary Alice was once again carried back to her room by Bulma for some much-needed rest. After settling Alice comfortably, Bulma descended to continue her experiments, having secured the necessary materials, though the journey to obtain them had been somewhat convoluted. As the sample subject, Alice had put up quite a fight, compelling Bulma to first pacify her with a proper meal before she could collect the samples. Bulma mused on how to handle a disobedient darling. A little discipline always did the trick. Meanwhile, Alice, utterly fatigued, had succumbed to slumber. Yet, an unsettling feeling nagged at her, a persistent sense that she had forgotten something important, preventing her from finding peace in her sleep. Suddenly, she jolted upright in bed. Oh no, I completely forgot about Trunks and Vegeta. Chapter 88. The grievance. Alice glanced at the time and thought, good heavens, those two must be absolutely famished by now. With that in mind, she hurriedly sprang from her bed, only to stumble and fall due to her weak legs. The commotion caught Bulma's attention, who was engrossed in her experiments, prompting her to rush out of the laboratory. What's wrong, Alice? Has something happened? Alice, filled with urgency, replied. Our little ones are still suspended in midair. Bulma, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief and, with a hint of exasperation, said to Alice, they will return when they are tired. But this time is different. They are wearing specially designed training suits. What difference does that make? Can't they take them off? It's not that simple. These training suits are constructed in such a way that only special means can remove them. Bulma, feeling somewhat helpless, looked at Alice and said, just tell me where they are. I will go fetch them. All right, let me inform you of their exact location. After half an hour of flying, Bulma arrived at the scene in Vegeta's domain, only to witness a rather amusing spectacle. Vegeta lay on the last safe zone platform, grumbling, while Trunks squatted nearby, drawing circles and questioning whether they were truly his biological parents. Ahem, well, Alice has encountered a bit of a situation and cannot come. I will take you back now. Upon seeing Bulma, both Trunks and Vegeta felt as though a savior had arrived. They had initially attempted to rid themselves of the wretched garments, only to discover, after much effort, that they were utterly intractable. This had resulted in a significant waste of their energy in the futile endeavor of undressing. The moment Vegeta and Trunks laid eyes on Bulma, they could surmise what was happening. It was likely that Alice was not faring much better. She was either lying down or fast asleep. Vegeta remarked, ahem, please be more careful next time. This statement surprised Trunks, as it was rather uncharacteristic of Vegeta to express such concern. Could it be that he had been possessed? What are you staring at? The trivial matters they indulge in are common knowledge for anyone residing in our household. Moreover, it is quite embarrassing that the one named Alice is indeed the one beneath her. Trunks flinched slightly at this, as it seemed to hold some truth, after all. His father maintains a rather dashing image in public, yet at home, his voice carries little weight. His sister's words often hold more sway, especially during their more private moments, where he could only silently endure. Glancing again at Vegeta, Trunks decided against saying more. He too had often found himself in a passive role in the future, raising a child alone, while his wife frequently ventured out. Quite the contrast to his own situation was hardly different, as they both experienced the absence of a partner due to various circumstances. Vegeta retorted, do not look at me with that disgusting gaze. It is repugnant. Trunks patted Vegeta on the shoulder, hesitating before letting out a sigh. Mr. Vegeta, you will understand in due time. With that, he dutifully boarded Bulma's ship, leaving Vegeta in a state of confusion. Vegeta pondered, what does you will understand mean? Could you not articulate your thoughts more clearly? Your half-spoken words suggest something amiss at home. How vexing. He was quite curious about the implications of Trunks' earlier remarks. Thus, with a scratching of his head, Vegeta followed aboard the ship, frequently casting glances toward Trunks. As the insinuation left him particularly irked. It was only upon their return home that Vegeta ceased to focus on Trunks, for he was now perplexed by Alice's demeanor. Why did it seem that her resentment surpassed even his own? Trunks approached Alice with sincerity. "Father, how do you feel now?" "Better than ever. Let me first remove your training outfits." "Very well, Father." Alice gently brushed her fingers against her garment, deftly unfastening the buttons at the back. Vegeta felt an immediate sense of relief as he relinquished the constraints of the attire. "Here, consume this," he said, momentarily taken aback by what he held in his hand, a senzu bean. Though it was a lesser version, its efficacy paled in comparison to the genuine senzu beans. Yet it could serve its purpose in emergencies. Without hesitation, Vegeta consumed the bean and sensed the alterations within him. Indeed, he had only regained half of his strength. While it lacked the potency of a true senzu bean, it was still a commendable option for urgent situations. After all, as he had heard from those on Earth, the production of senzu beans was exceedingly limited. Much of what was available was often reserved for cultivation. However, although Alice's bean could only restore half of one's energy and lacked the satiating effect of a true senzu bean, it fully replenished physical stamina. Thus, it was essentially a downgraded version of a senzu bean. If one bean was insufficient, then consuming several would suffice. Moreover, the fact that Alice could produce this bean indicated that its yield was quite substantial. Otherwise, it would be improbable for them to have such resources for their minor issues. Vegeta pondered, "I wonder about this bean. Alice, while this bean is edible, I believe you have discerned its shortcomings. In many respects, it falls short of the celestial bean, particularly in terms of recovery, where it is entirely inferior. Furthermore, in matters of healing, it can only restore a portion of what is needed. Aside from its ability to replenish stamina, it pales in comparison to the celestial bean. Vegeta, might I request some of these beans? I would like to keep a few in reserve for unforeseen circumstances." Alice, certainly. With that, Alice tossed a bag of her replicated beans, similar to the ones used for senzu beans in Dragon Ball, directly to Vegeta. "Vegeta, thank you." Vegeta remarked that his courtesy was not a matter of politeness but rather reserved exclusively for the powerful, specifically those capable of striking him down with a single blow. Otherwise, he would ensure that she understood the true meaning of a swift demise. "All right. You all should take a break now. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal, which should be ready shortly." After speaking, Alice resumed her seat and continued to gaze mournfully at Bulma. "Ahem. I shall be more mindful next time, so please forgive me this once, Alice. If I were to indulge in such excess again, I might just pack my bags and leave, which would certainly create chaos. But if I were to go, I wouldn't want to leave opportunities for others to take advantage." Bulma, feeling somewhat embarrassed, could only sigh. Chapter 89, Alice's Dilemma. Unable to untangle her thoughts, Alice retreated to her room to wallow in her emotions. Thus, several days passed. A few individuals have gradually arrived here to train alongside Alice, including Son Wukong, Piccolo, Raditz, Son Gohan, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin. "You inquire about Yamcha?" "Oh. He is preoccupied with courting women and has no time to join us." Initially, one or two found the training rather simple, yet as time progressed, they began to feel overwhelmed. After all, Alice's training methods are far more intricate than they had anticipated. It is, in essence, a grueling ordeal designed to challenge them thoroughly. Alice remained undeterred by their objections, adhering to her principle that if one is passionate about training, they should pursue it fervently. If they chose to depart, it mattered little. Their absence would only relieve her of the burden of overseeing their training progress. During this time, Trunks returned to his own timeline, prompting the fiercely competitive Vegeta to shift his focus towards Goku. He was resolute in his determination to surpass Goku in every endeavor. If Goku accomplished 1,000 feats, he would strive to achieve 2,000. This relentless pursuit inadvertently drew Bra and Gohan into the fray. As Vegeta justified his actions by asserting that a true Saiyan must possess an indomitable spirit, deeming those who did not to be unworthy of the Saiyan title. Half a year later, the time had come for the biannual assessment. "Now, I shall assign the opponents," announced Alice. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately stepped forward, declaring, "I wish to challenge Kakarot. The rest are of no consequence to me." Alice shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "As long as you are happy, let us proceed with the allocation of opponents. Raditz will face Piccolo, Krillin will contend with Tien, and Gohan, being young and presently without an opponent, will observe the matches." Having said this, Alice led everyone to the outskirts and allowed them to choose their order of participation. Initially, Vegeta intended to be the first to step forward. But upon reflection, he opted to wait until the end. He wished to observe the performances of others first, believing it would enhance his own skills, a lesson gleaned from Alice. Moreover, he had begun to grasp the threshold of transforming into a Super Saiyan. He merely required a catalyst to reach that state, thus he felt no urgency. Furthermore, he sensed that Alice was intentionally training him, affording him the luxury of patience. Alice expressed her helplessness, pondering the peculiar situation of her future son-in-law's father. Suddenly, she was struck by a grave concern. The mother of the girl her son fancied was related to Bulma. This revelation left her feeling quite flustered, as she had been so engrossed in the gossip that she had overlooked this significant detail. It presented quite the dilemma, and she was uncertain if Bulma could provide a solution. Sighing, she decided to relinquish her worries, acknowledging that such scenarios seemed rather commonplace in this country. Furthermore, Saiyans, as a race, often shared familial ties, and any woman capable of taming Trunks must possess an extraordinary temperament, given that Saiyans are drawn to strong-willed females. With this thought, Alice resolved not to expend any more mental energy on these trivial matters, focusing instead on the ongoing tournament. The first match featured Krillin and Tien. Yet Alice found herself somewhat bored. Neither displayed any flamboyant techniques, relying instead on straightforward, physical prowess. Nevertheless, she attentively observed their every move, diligently jotting down notes. Despite the simplicity of their attacks, she recognized that their approach mirrored her own past. Once, she too had possessed great skills, but had only been able to rely on her fists to confront adversaries. The techniques she later mastered were learned from others, which is why she took her notes seriously, believing it would aid their future training. Ultimately, Tien emerged victorious in the contest, albeit by a narrow margin. Although Krillin had undergone enhancements, he could not compensate for the training he had neglected compared to Tien, who had consistently practiced. Krillin, preoccupied with the struggles of daily life and pursuing his own goddess, found his defeat quite understandable. Alice shook her head as she observed Krillin, who lay gasping on the ground. She tore off the page inscribed with his shortcomings and tossed it to them. While your attacks may indeed be more ferocious than Tianjin fans, you still possess numerous flaws and vulnerabilities. It seems you have scarcely trained over the past 6 months. Nevertheless, your issues are outlined on that paper. You should endeavor to address them yourself. Krillin sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, well, that is indeed the case. Alice then turned her attention to Tianjin Fan. You too have many shortcomings. Although your attacking style surpasses Krillin's significantly, it is still riddled with issues. Your approach is overly rigid. Once an opponent detects your weakness, you find yourself with little capacity for resistance. With that, she tore off the page detailing his problems and tossed it to him as well. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, prepare for the next group. With that, Alice returned to her prime vantage point to continue observing the match. This time, as the battle unfolded between Piccolo and Raditz, Alice found herself thoroughly engrossed. Their fighting styles and techniques were far more diverse than those of Krillin and Tianjin Fan, particularly Piccolo, who showcased an array of intriguing tactics, such as using his own clones to ensnare opponents. However, for some inexplicable reason, there lingered an aura of familiarity about Piccolo. It was reminiscent of Naru. It seemed he had not fully repaid the favor he had promised. Well, since you have fused with Naru, allow me to lend you my assistance. Alice, reflecting on the situation, let out a resigned sigh. After all, it was due to her own actions that had led to this predicament, and thus, she could only repay this favor by channeling it towards Piccolo. Resuming her writing and drawing, she found that the section pertaining to Raditz was relatively brief, as she had managed to highlight the primary issues succinctly. However, the page dedicated to Piccolo was filled with extensive notes, even including the slightest of his flaws. Observing Alice, who was fervently scribbling away, Krillin and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment. Was there some deep-seated rivalry between her and Piccolo? After all, she had even noted the minutiae of Piccolo's left footstep. If that wasn't animosity, then what could it be? As Alice grew increasingly enthusiastic in her writing, her details became ever more meticulous, encompassing everything from shortcomings to the very act of breathing. Sun Wukong remarked, Alice, has Piccolo upset you? While others managed to encapsulate their thoughts in a mere page, why has your account burgeoned into nearly a whole volume? Coughing slightly, he added, my apologies. It appears I inadvertently included everything. Nevertheless, let it be. The final summary holds the essence, and the preceding details matter little. The others exchanged glances, feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Chapter 90. Unleashing frustration. When Piccolo and Raditz concluded their match, Alice presented them with the papers laden with issues. However, Piccolo found himself somewhat bewildered upon seeing that his feedback had nearly filled an entire notebook. Why is it that their concerns were encapsulated in a single sheet, yet mine have expanded into nearly a tome? What have I done to warrant such extensive scrutiny? Coughing again, he added, just focus on the last few pages. The rest need not be reviewed. Alice's growing sense of guilt became increasingly palpable, as she pondered the absurdity of having inadvertently repaid a fraction of the debt owed to someone within her own circle. It seemed utterly implausible that anyone would settle their obligations with kin, and while a complete repayment might have sufficed, the notion of returning merely a sliver was preposterous. You claim that the individual in question is yourself? Well, in that case, it appears rather fitting that such an occurrence would befall us. Now, the final match features Son Wukong and Vegeta. I eagerly anticipate a visual feast from you both. Vegeta, just watch. I will leave you utterly astounded. Son Wukong, since that is your stance, I assure you that I will hold nothing back. Vegeta, who asked you to go easy on me? You fool. I will not cease until you concede. Alice, oh my, how vibrant you are. I shall eagerly await what unfolds. Alice observed the barely contained eagerness of the two combatants and decided to allow them to engage in a contest. In her perspective, under normal circumstances, Vegeta stood above Son Goku. However, given Vegeta's current state, it seemed likely that he would soon be surpassed by Goku once more. After all, Vegeta was relentlessly pushing himself, which left his body in a perpetual state of tension. In contrast, Son Goku trained in a more comfortable environment, enabling him to perform significantly better at any time. When comparing the Son Goku from another universe, Alice found her own universe's version to be more agreeable. He did not strive excessively. While the other universe's Goku exhibited similar traits, he came across as somewhat naive, focusing solely on his own pleasure and neglecting other factors. The distinction between them seemed to lie in their temperaments. Given time, Alice was confident that her universe's Goku would not fall short of the counterpart from the alternate realm. Her Goku already possessed the demeanor befitting a master, having heard numerous tales of him from Bulma. Alas, comparisons seemed futile the moment she drew parallels. She felt an urge to